see more information coming his way now. You can raise the alarm, looking for two rather than one. The burst and the spray, the bombs collected, and so is Young's face and chest as it leaves Dexter now with the scout trying to do what he can, but the USP will finish off the job.
Nikados' barrel may be spotted, and actually no, they've opted for the banana side, so Nikados just a straight head-to-head duel. There's no util coming. Barrel and an easy conversion. Both of them! Nikados has come alive here on land, and down goes the AWP, but this one has collapsed for Astralis, and again the Flames are threatening, confirming Nikados' third frag.
Buster's going to go through that smoke, and that can give his team the confidence to go in behind him as well. 2 for Buster, and that's the round over.
What is going on?
Gade with another. This round is ridiculous. It's the Dane that saves them 4. Well, Decos, he's not ready. In his blind spot, Tabson will strike for 2. That's round defining.
ENCE moving forward.
This is the frag. Somebody needs it now, and he will take them both. He knows. They know. Still knocks his head off, just a little ahead of the Dan King arrival. And Cadian's playing good game. He's got his eyes in the prize and knows exactly where to strike Dan King. Couple of missed shots now, and Cadian, the clock's on his side. If he goes for the fake, Cadian, it's not a fake, it's a full 10 second, and he is sticking out in the smoke and the stab for good measure.
Be a big funnel of T players into this short position. Robson makes some space for himself, and again, oh my god, that is a complete wipeout there.
They're getting close now, under 30 seconds. Tabs, a nice headshot. Oh my god, what absolute precision coming out. What a catch from Cadian. Dropping Dexter, blowing him out of the sky like it was a flat cannon.
Day 2 is live, and so are we. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall, hanging out in the other room.
The B room.
The B room.
But B, I don't know if it stands for better, but it's other.
Okay, I can't personally hear you in my ears,
Oh,
but I
that's
can hear you in
unfortunate.
the room, so that works. I just want to make that clear.
I can hear you.
If I look like I'm ignoring you, it's because I can't hear you.
Well, you at this point, I wouldn't blame you if you're ignoring me.
Right, well...
It's been a while.
It has. We've definitely been locked in many a room together for many years, but let's get ourselves kind of equipped for what's coming up on today's show. Now, we've got, of course, 2 streams running simultaneously again today. Chad's the expert on this, but we've got ourselves those in the 1-1 category, still jumping into 4 best of 1s across 2 streams.
Yeah, and we've also going to find ourselves in the 2-0s and the 0-2s. Now, the latter is the most important, right? We're going to have teams eliminated today, and one of those teams very well could be Astralis. You can see that there at match number 7. That one going down at 4:15 CEST. It's going to be a big one. If they can't take down GODSENT, Astralis really, truly have fallen from the stars, and the other elimination match will be Pain versus Sharks. So today we might have a couple of Brazilian teams already eliminated from the Challenger stage, and then progressing either FaZe or VP or Heroic or Copenhagen Flames. And the Flames, they definitely have to be my standout team from day number 1. I cannot believe they carried the form from the RMR into the actual major, and they're looking hot to trot.
Yeah, I mean, like, throughout IEM4 and their run at it, Copenhagen Flames for me were a conversation of like, we have to stop being surprised after the first performance out of that 3-0 group they managed to pull off. Well, they're doing it again.
I really thought if you're Astralis and you're going to be able to prep for Copenhagen Flames and you're going to be able to watch the demos, check it all out, get ready, you should wipe the floor with them, right? I thought Copenhagen Flames, yeah, okay, maybe they're not going to have enough time to have depth to their game. Is Roy going to continue to be the star of this team? And everything has just continued to trot along nicely for them in the best of 1s. Now, today they have a best of 3, another Danish derby against Heroic.
Is their map pool terrible? I mean, is a best of 3 a condemn?
I don't think so.
No.
And not against Heroic as well, who had a couple of woes yesterday. We did the TYLOO game. It wasn't easy. Stown was the standout man in the first half, and then in the second half, the rest of the team kind of slowly got activated on Inferno. But this is one of the problems. I don't want to say the field seems weak. I think the field seems a little bit all over the place, and this is one of the teams that does certainly feel exactly that. Big Clan coming into this, the addition of Gabe, the man on the far left right there. Sure, we're expecting these guys to make it through to the Legend stage, but finding themselves 1-1 against the Renegades, who head-to-head, they lost the last game. That was back in Pro League Season 13.
And Renegades didn't look bad in their opener, right? 16-14, it was a battle of everyone's lower pick'em side of the coin. And of course, I have an Australian next to me. We've got some Australians on your screens. These boys, like the Oceanic region, have been vying and a constant underdog story stepping into the major circuit. You've represented this nation in the major circuit.
Yeah, with this exact organization as well, right? You take a look there. I can't believe Alistair's hair there. He looks like a bloody cricket player with the mustache. This one here is obviously one where I'm a little bit more invested, right? I won't be biased, don't you worry about that. But in terms of being invested in this Renegades roster, there's the national pride, right? And I'm sure the same thing for all the Germans watching right now. There's not a lot of representation for our regions here, both on the line right here. Now, one can set themselves up with an extra chance. They'll find themselves with a 2-1 scoreline, getting a best of 3 to potentially go through. The other sitting at the 1-2 and, well, maybe going out of this event. But taking a look, we got Malta on one side, Tabson on the other. And Tabson yesterday, in the first game that we had with him, it didn't seem fantastic. In the second, he woke up. He had some big moments. If you guys caught that highlight package, Anders was enjoying his precision. And Malta's one to me, which was always curious. I thought he was going to pick up the mantle of this in-game leadership role when Dexter departed the team, but it is actually ENCE. I think temporarily he did for a little while, but ENCE has picked it up. But ENCE is also one of the star players. So for Renegades today, I think in a best-of-1 environment, this is still great for them. I'm going to be excited to see what type of Counter-Strike against Big, who looked very rigid, but both these teams have only played Nuke so far. I'm hoping we get something different today. I don't want to see them both on Nuke again. I'd love to just have a bit of variation of the map pool.
Like, doesn't logic dictate that both of them have demonstrated that they're very comfortable on this map in a best of one, descending into a best of one with majors like life essentially on the line. Do you want a second life or not? Is essentially the conversation today.
Yeah, so I think that it is likely,
right?
It's possible.
But what have we seen out of the boys from Big Clan otherwise? I mean, they've come into this event, Chad, and this is a roster that I think a lot of people have expected to see. I don't know if it's an upswing is the right word, but expect to see some volatility in Big with Gade joining the roster.
Yeah, look, obviously we were expected. There is a teething process when you add a new player, whether or not he's a native speaker, or that's a whole different conversation, right? But one of the things that was the conversation was, is going to be speaking German going to allow more out of all the players?
Bingo.
Now, yesterday, and actually Tizian, he ended up as one of the lowest rated players in the entire tournament. Now, that's not ideal. I think around him was Zip and Lucky, and Astralis got pantsed into 16-6 losses. So that lets you know what type of company he's around here. So for Big, they were rigid. They felt quite rigid yesterday, and I think when they have Keto having the good Deagle rounds, when they have Tabson popping off, and then they have Sirison on the scout of the AWP, when their best moments happen, it's a bit looser. I don't feel like it's rigid, so I'm going to be curious to see what type of Counter-Strike we get from them today. It's not a do-or-die moment either direction, so pressure's not at the all-time high just yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I'm saying, you want to set yourself up with the best possible chance. You want the safety net to be the 2-1.
And don't forget, some teams, aforementioned Astralis as an example, have had bad days yesterday. I mean, I don't know how much we're subscribing to that. The desk planted that seed in my mind yesterday. It's like, you can have really bad days, right, Chad?
You can.
You can. You've had bad days.
Yes.
We've all had bad days.
But this is Astralis. It's a different kettle of fish,
isn't it?
The thing is, right? Like, a lot of the conversation yesterday was around Lucky, right, and him not performing, but the entire team didn't perform. We got to see Copenhagen Flames own them. The aim of the players on Astralis yesterday, it didn't look like Astralis. You could have changed the names. It felt like we could have been watching anybody play Counter-Strike. So, yeah, you can have bad days. Both of these teams had average days yesterday.
But you're not ready to dismiss Astralis' shortcomings as just a bad day. There's something
need to prove it.
Yeah, okay, right. The evidence would have to be, the proof would be in a result of coming into today's play. Keto, of course, discussed a little bit about him. He does have an incredible affinity for the Desert Eagle. You know, we were talking about the fact that pistol might be falling out of people's favor, but if you're still banging the headies, it's still a very viable weapon.
Yeah, and Keto is one of these players who I think can find, those are his impact rounds, right? Those kind of multi-kills. He is a very handy piece to have in this team, and he's been there for some time now. Part of the history, I do believe, with Keto and Sirison, like, this is their first major. So it's... I don't know today if we're getting these boys out of the hotel room environment.
And Sirison's first major.
Yeah. So look, you know, yesterday we had them in the hotel room environment. I know for stream A that they're going to be in the studio environment. I'm not certain for stream B, so we're gonna have to wait and see if we see their lovely faces on the webcams or cameras or not. But that kind of environment, you're not gonna be too upset being in that environment, right? It's comfortable. There's no extra pressure, and I think that works for both these teams here, because there's a lot of players over in the Renegade side who are making their major debut as well. If you go back with Malta and co, obviously they're part of the Greyhounds roster. Same with that Dexter. So yeah, I don't think that right now the pressure is being felt massively, like just yet. Like, as soon as you're up against the wall and you're going to be eliminated, yeah, okay, then we can have that full conversation. But going in a best of one, like, you're now very familiar with this environment, especially Big, who were just in this hotel a couple of weeks ago with the RMRs. So we've seen them here, we've seen them again, and we'll get their lovely faces up on the screen a little bit more for you. Now, if you do want to check out the match on the A stream, it is going to be Spirit taking on TYLOO, and Battle of the Dragons. I saw Dinko tweet.
I don't hate that. Yeah,
it's pretty nice.
Bit of battle of the,
like a Beyblades kind of battle going on, right?
Yeah, precisely.
For all of our 30-year-olds out there who know Beyblades.
Hey, let's let it rip. Just not in this tiny room, okay? But yeah, I think we should maybe touch on that just a little bit. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, because when it comes to Spirit versus TYLOO, there is such a clear favorite, right? But I'm very intrigued to see if the competitive TYLOO we got yesterday, they're making heroic work, they do manage to actually take down the Renegades. You know, do we get to see this TYLOO interact differently with a different kind of Counter-Strike? Like, Spirit play a very different game than what they've played so far in this tournament.
The thing that I look at here, for Spirit, right, they've continued... They continue to disappoint me.
Oh, no.
Right, but the thing is, because I think they can be really good.
Yeah.
Right, like Spirit, I think Dexter's legit. I think Mir and Magic's are legit. And that's not saying I don't think that Chopper and Someday Young are, but those three are meant to be the star names of the team, right? And we were having a little bit of a conversation about this yesterday. And we've casted a lot of Spirit over the last 2 years. And when you and I are doing a cast and we're identifying in a match, this is a tendency that the teams have, and it is being exploited. Okay, we are going to get something different.
But
Inferno here today.
Banning Nuke in the first phase, straight up, just thinking attempt to change it up now, but we had highlighted that both teams have previously only played nukes. We get a bit of a mix-up for their second, or rather third game of the major, and it's Inferno. We had a choice between Inferno and Vertigo, Big Clan opting for the latter.
Now, if you take a look, the viewers at home, you go on HLTV and you see the stats next to the Renegades names, and you see like how good it looks for a lot of the maps. Now, that's because of all the domestic Counter-Strike they've been playing, right? So with that, I want you to take that with a grain of salt. Don't come in and go, well, Renegades are favored on all of these maps. Well, that's not the case. The thing is, Big are clearly the favorite in this one right here, but Renegades do have that potential. I don't think it's as clear-cut as what everybody would make it out to be. Now, we obviously do our predictions here every day, and legitimately, take away the fact I am Australian out of this, I am feeling, off the Counter-Strike I've watched these two teams play, I'm favoring Renegades going into today's matchup.
Now, is it a safe assumption to make when you've been juggling an in-game leader, you've had your in-game leader ripped from you to the European realms, that's Dexter to MOUZ for those that are unattuned, but in regards to that, is it a safe assumption to make that Renegades are going to be looking a little bit more simple, more Vitality-esque? You know, we see the way Apex calls as someone that's transitioned into that leadership role, at least initially. Contact plays, very keeping it simple. You know, is that going to be a stark contrast to Big, or do they have the relevant depth? Like, are they still whipping out that Dexter playbook? I
think that, like, in terms of the playbook, I don't think it would have chopped and changed too much in terms of their philosophy of the game. For Dexter in Europe, it's probably chopped and changed a lot. But for Renegades on the other side of things, because you're practicing the majority of the time in a region where there isn't a lot of competition, right? Now, we have two other teams down under that can be competitive. One of them is the ex-Direwolves, they're now LFO, looking for Org, and the other is Order, right? And those are the two teams, and they have some names in there. If you are an Australian, you probably have known these names for years. APOC over for LFO, he's honestly been playing Counter-Strike forever, right? Like forever. And then on the other side, Ricky and Ustillo, they've obviously made some jaunts overseas. But if we focus in on Renegades and their approach to the game, one of the things that I like is you're going to see their flair. Like, Alistair doesn't have an issue pushing in with the AWP and going for those flary moments. Whereas the thing that I was talking about with Big yesterday is they looked very regimented, very restricted, and in certain times, I think that was kind of their undoing. They were doing the smoke walls on Nuke, and Tizian was creeping behind them, and then he was getting picked off, and then the round would fall apart. And comparing that, if Big continue just to try and do it by the book, then I think that they might slip into some issues when the Alistairs of the world go kind of aggressive and they throw the spanner in the works.
They've got that in their arsenal.
Oh, for sure.
It's going to be interesting.
And they pop off, right? They get fired up. And that's the thing that I really like, right? They're a passionate bunch of lads. Like, you hear it, you see it.
We won't see it. We might. Tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah. So you can watch some videos of it.
I just want to reiterate as well, because I know how much it connects those watching with the Counter-Strike that's happening when you can see the players during the game. So I just want to remind everyone that you will see the players today. I know yesterday you didn't at all, but for the mainstream, you will be getting to see those player cams today. So you get to see that for FaZe Spirit and continuing on you there was a couple of hiccups. We'll call them hiccups. Today we're hoping for many less hiccups. So we're just gonna smooth sailing. We're just getting everything sorted. Everybody in their seats. You done your stretches today, Chad?
I haven't done my stretches.
Okay.
I was in bed. I even did that thing. I don't know if you guys do this at home, but you need to set a safety net alarm, right? So if you set your first alarm, if you set like a 7:30. Make sure you set yourself an 8 because it's pretty comfy to stay in bed.
My safety net was the one that woke me today. Yeah.
Yep. See, there you go. Yeah. That's the point of safety net alarm. And I hope the players at home now. I made a cheeky tweet the other day. Oh, we're in the game. All right. tabseN has 2 kills.
Okay, and it could very well be over before it begins. It's up to Malta. He's got no bullets or health, and we can all chill our beans as ENCE and Hats try and reheat theirs. 5v2, lads. All
right, Save. Thanks for joining us for the pistol round, guys. But
just as we're talking about
safety net alarms. Well, we didn't set our safety net alarm here, guys, but don't worry, we caught the tail end. We made it just in time. The teachers might be happy with that one, but regardless, the pistol round's done, and we're into the juicy, likely force spy here. As you can see, Renegades equipping themselves now with the best they can. Some deagles, some util, some armor to boot. Sounded Canadian with that one right there. All right, that's actually really important detail right there. Look at that. There's 4 nades now for Alistair to wield from this long side towards middle. So if they do make their way into the mid corridor, he can rain down pain. Default spread right here from Big. Now, no banana presence for them. And, well, if they head towards A like this, Alex, they are going to be in a bit of a stack scenario here.
Yeah, there's a universe where this does collapse for Big, and they can't, like, this is a team that definitely have the capacity to dominate and also have the capacity just to trip over their own shoelaces. Overthinking is also a potential component. So let's see if they just walk into this stack or whether or not they'll get a bit of a warning from tabseN. Malta! Oh my god! As hot as the rock in the middle of the Mediterranean. 2 right out of the gates. And just as we talk about tripping, tabseN swallowed a nade as well. What do you do, Chad? You might want to be thinking about another site now. Alistair gets the info safely. And they can rejig. Look, they're already flirting with the idea of moving some bodies to B. Who's that? It's Alistair considering the option.
Well, he only has a USP on his side here, so it's going to be more about the numbers over towards this B bomb site. A flash up mid and time becoming the big issue now. 35 seconds and Big, they have no choice. They have to go to B.
They're trying to sell it with the apps pop.
It's going to be on hats.
It's exclusively, really. I mean, what can Alistair do with the
He has to bait. He has to bait for him.
There's helmets on everyone. Nice shot out of tabseN. He tried and failed, but will they expect it clear? This is sure. This is sure to be cleared. No one's looking right now.
Deny the plant. That's all he needs to do.
Denies.
15 seconds.
He denies. It's up to where tabseN's looking. tabseN loses his head, and now Keto surely dead. 10 seconds. They're hunting him. Plays the time.
Need to deal with him now.
Play the time. He can't quite close it. My God, down to the wire. searson catching that CT rotate just in time as well. And now with the bomb down,
there's a kit.
It's doable. It's not out of the realms of possibility. 4 bullets to wield. 2 clicks required. They are in the 2 most predictable after plant positions, and he's got time to clear them. Oh, that step is a bit too much of an indicator. You can see his reluctance to commit now. 15 seconds, they do engage. Keto has saved the Big Clan boys there. An important double. And searson as well, not only scooping up the double of his own, he's whipped up the AK, so there's nothing really lost.
Okay, well that one almost got out of control, didn't it? I think unfortunately there, having Alistair, the man floating on over only with the USP, he couldn't assist at all. Hats biding his time, a banger of a shot, but just not enough off the clock.
Close though, like truly, like you could see him dancing with Keto. If Keto was just a little overthinking, a little bit less decisive, that very well could have been enough to rot the clock. So very well played. Big Clan recover. Malta threatening already, so that's going to be a confidence booster for him. This one shouldn't last long. And it looks like Big Clan are, or at least initially, not really slowing down for anyone.
Fast.
Hey, that, Chad, I'm sure you're loving it.
Yeah, this is just going to be the wrap on towards A, and it's the right call here. Alistair's about to get caught in no man's land. See you later, Alligator. The bomb's going to go down, and the other 4 members of Renegades find themselves on the wrong side of the map. So this one here is going to be the 3rd consecutive round for Big out the gates. It's just about mitigating the damage now. How many more deaths can they afford to lose? Keto goes down, steps on out, sees more than he bargained for.
Oh, he's not getting away with this. He's not. He's not. Go on, Hats.
Okay, Hats.
He's staring at the floor, crab walking towards the edge of the smoke.
Give me the AK.
Please, man, please.
So the guns are going to come out, guys. So this, considering, it's worked out perfectly for Big, right? We'll see the ramifications of the economy if Renegades can convert quite quickly off of this. But right now, Big have got everything they've come on in for with that pistol and the conversions. Interesting to note, if you haven't been watching the Renegades over the last couple of years, with the roster changes, Sicko used to do the primary AWPing, it's now Alistair. And also, Sicko is from New Zealand. He is... I wanted to say a sheep in wolf's clothing, but then that's a bit on the nose with New Zealand and sheep. And,
yeah.
But
like you're Welsh. We have the Welsh, you have the New Zealanders. Otherwise known as Kiwi?
Kiwis, yeah. Good bunch.
Not the flightless bird either.
The Fush and Chups.
Fush.
But here we go. First gun round. Deep mid smoke being lobbed out from spawn here. It's just going to be 2 players over towards B and a standard 3-man A-hold. Alistair whipping out that AWP.
The mustachioed master.
And that's the deep nades you can do with that mid smoke. But you can see Big well awares. They've dropped on back and they're actually going to allow their second mid players to take contact first. Just posturing across the map here. A few more bits of utility towards top banana to let them know, hey, look, we could be working on control of this side of the map as well. But they are turning their attention towards A. It looks like it might be quite pouncy.
Very pouncy, and if they don't get top banana info, which the Molly half wall indicates they won't. Okay, Alistair, lot of pressure on his shoulders here, and he's actually sticking around. They're through, bro. What a snap! He sticks around. He was very flustered, caught out, and still gets away with murder. Quite literally, Tizian down. Silence for another round. And wrapping short side, Malta with the crossfire. Alistair locked on library. Sicko lingers, sighted searson to try and crack into it, and that's a duel.
Good flash.
Big find, completely blind. Sicko still standing on the site though, and that is the end of him. Oh, good shooting out of Tabs, and he's given them the sight. 2-on-2 established. The rotates are on their way. Alistair was spotted outside with his first frag. The unknown entity is Hats, but he'll likely be scouted out. Oh, there's some info for you. On the default box, Tabson brings the fight to him. That is a 4K already out of Tabson. He's done it all. Thrown the entire round into disarray. Hats to try and rival Tabson's performance now. He's got very light on time. Doesn't clear the pit. Oh, he does. Spots out Gade. He's got a chance here. Tabson low. Needs to pre-fire it. And that is Tabson's ace. A clutch thrown in for good measure. He pulls Big Clan through. 10 kills, 1 death, 4 rounds in.
Huge stuff from Tabson, right? That's what you want. All right, that was the whole conversation.
Bam.
Will we get more out of Tabson when he can just communicate in German? Here right now, that is a massive round. Renegades look desperate, right? They got a couple of kills there as that crossfire coming up short. But Tabson, right, he's just hitting some bangers of shots. That's the thing. Renegades are pushing out to take the fights, really desperately trying to stop them from getting that bomb on down instead of playing the numbers. Right?
I think Alistair's death was the embodiment of that, where he's been posted up, he gets the info the peak's coming, and still just gets bopped off by Tabson's little speedy beret. But 4-0, Renegades not having the best of starts. Ooh, someone doing a pick-up?
Sonic game right there, yeah. It looks like the GoTV...
Not yet.
Just yet. We are going to be keeping our eyes on that. I'd love to get in.
It just says 1-0 big on my GoTV thing.
Yeah. I don't recall if we had this UI in play or not the last major we had. I don't remember when that update happened. A lot has happened in the last 2 years. And here we go. It will just be another light investment here from the Renegades. The loss bonus is maxed on out at this juncture, so they've gone for a swag 7, some armor, a couple of pistols, a few nades as well. And again, there's no early pressure from Big towards Banana other than utility, right? They're not throwing bodies up there early. They don't want to put themselves in that position, but they'll throw out some nades, and light damage done to ENCE here, who's got one to throw back on down. There's only 2 players over towards this A site. Malta again with the 5-7 in halls. We already saw what he was able to do earlier. If he's going to replicate that, beautiful scenes could unfold here. Gade and Tizian just around the corner.
Right, so clear intentions have been outlined here, right? You've got the 2 CT smokes pulled out of them well ahead of the 1-minute mark. You've dropped the bomb near Raps. You're clearing that out. I think they've actually been put off by that smoke, because not only was it FaZe, there's a lot of close 570 angles, and Keto's dealt with ins. Going looking for info. Gets hot lead instead.
Hats has to hang around here, right? Like, he needs to maintain this banana control, and another nade drop. They are just going back towards A here. It's on Sicko, it's on Malta.
Couple more chances then for the Renegades. It's not ideal. Far from it. The nade is.
They're close.
And they've already closed in. Bodies dropping. Big looking to convert their 5th here and doing so cleanly so far. Yet to see a single body drop, and Alistair's booked. Oh. Tizian confirms our suspicions, and it is absolutely spotless.
And Hats is just going for a walk down banana with a gun that is going to be negated very soon. The long range of this up top mid, I don't think so.
He's got 3 kills on the stat track, Chad. He'd only need to add 5.
Well, you know, bringing out some new skins for the major. He wants to, you know, he's got his new digs on.
I saw Hampus begging for skins on Twitter.
Begging is a fantastic word to use.
I mean, you know, it's not even a base. I see some of the Astralis or other big names. They are whipping out like the super bougie flex skins.
Yeah, I think we were talking about. Oh, it was one of the AKs last time round, wasn't it? That was.
Oh, you know, the kind of X-God like long range pump. Oh, that works nicely as well.
A good upgrade. Happy with that one.
Oh my God, where did they go? Big Clan just lost 4 players in the last 5 seconds. They win the round, but their money's just had a little bit of an extra blow.
How did they scuff that
up? Did they forget where they planted? Did they think they planted deep sight and it was close? Huh?
Well, that's a bit of a blunder. But
I've not seen anything like that before.
No, that was an
unforced error.
Yeah.
Straight up unforced. The umpire, he's putting up his 2 thumbs. That's unforced.
I guess they did the maths incorrectly right there. Well, look, there's not too many dramas right here, right now. They do have to reinvest, but the scoreline still reads 5-0.
Yeah, but can we call that a Hats 4K?
We can call it a 4K of some kind. I don't know if Hats is responsible for any of that.
He was the only player standing.
Okay, all right,
all right. His presence alone.
Yeah, they were so scared.
They didn't want to leave. That's big from Tabs. Look at this man, leading by example. That was his 11th. It was an opener, and they aren't going to stop for any man. They might boost over this. Intel ready.
Oh, he takes the fight!
Searson with the miss, and it's been punished. Opening advantage now for the Australian squad.
Tizian's taking a lot of space here. He's already across. They're not respecting this.
Yeah,
Secret needs to be ready for this.
Oh, gets the info safely. Util will be a barrage. This flash is well placed, well timed. Tizian's not scathed at all and still closing the gap. Tizian with a lot of proactivity here. ENCE can contribute again. This time through the smoke, it is really going to mantle all onto what is Tizian and Keto. A 2v3, they're yet to plant and the rotates are on their way.
Renegades usually give up deaths in this kind of a situation. Here they get flustered. They've peaked on out within the early 5 rounds. So they need to slow this one down and play together.
Double opener for Renegades. If they concede now, that is going to be a real kick in the groin. And Tizian's already pushing them in that direction.
One at a time again. Tizian destroying them. Keto's going to do the same. Easy as you like right now for big Renegades. Disconnected.
Oh, he wasn't far off. At least gets the scope on target. Tizian, your MVP of round 6, and understandably so. A recovery. 3 versus 5, and big remain undefeated.
Yeah, that one right there is rough to swallow. Right after the initial exchange goes down in top banana, Tizian just takes all that space. This is the opener. And from there, ENCE able to get something back. But Tizian just waiting for Malta, who's peaked on his lonesome here. Alistair dies there at Coffins as the last man with the AWP, but that's not the highlight. There's 2 flashes. They're not communicating. They're not playing as a team right there. And Big are having no dramas dealing with this whatsoever. Timeout necessary. The coach of Renegades, Mr. Kingfisher, is going to be having a chance here to try and get the boys back in it because things not looking ideal. Now, I can tell you, Mr. Tizian, he's not Australian. I'll give you that very much. He's...
What? It's actually quite an Australian name, Feldbush.
Yes, yeah.
It's just near Dog Swamp. There's a Feldbush corner.
That's the one. Okay, well, curiously enough, right now, Hats has equipped himself with an M4.
Okay.
The rest of them are just into the pistols here. Now, they will have enough to buy in the next. The max loss bonus is still here, but need to start seeing some friction, right? They're able to make these rounds interesting, but they're not able to close at the final hurdle.
Look at this util set. So Tizian's throwing some of the very same nades that they did for their commit A. It feels the same. It's a second to confirm your suspicions. Big Clan are playing a naughty game. That's great flash. Keto's there to at least keep things level. But that hero M4, and now Malta again on the 5-7. Careful now. Oh, he's taking you both down. Taps them with some very spectacular taps. Leaving only the Deagle of ENCE. And it was, yeah, short-lived hope for Renegades into their light buy. Saved M4, rather enforced M4.
This is how it started yesterday for Renegades against Pain, I believe it was. And I was watching that game and the scoreline, they were down in the dumps, and I went, okay, I'm going to tune out now, right? You know, I tuned out for a couple of rounds and I came back and the half was 9-6.
Do you want to go out of the room for a bit?
No, I can stop talking.
Is it you observing it? Is it like those particles with the slit that Anders keeps talking about?
It could be.
Yeah.
It really could be because, yeah, the scoreline was looking rough as guts yesterday and then they turned it around and they ended up winning the game, being very down. So Renegades being down, they know what this feels like, but Big is a different opponent. So need to see something soon. This is the CT side of Inferno. I know in recent times Inferno has started to lean towards a T bias, but 7-0, well, that's not close at all. I don't think you even needed me to tell you that. So here we go, turning their attention back towards A. And this methodical nature of Big that I was talking about, they're being able to play that out. Then when they get rumbled, they're given the opportunity to stabilize. And then the kills are coming one at a time. So it's not like they're feeling the heat all at once. It's quite disconnected.
Well, yeah, they're smoked off for now. But again, they pull them out so early. To the point now where Big have pressure all over the map. Like, this is up to the opening flash and peak. Searson's ready for it, likely to be Molotov now, bailed out by Tabson, but they look...
a bad fight.
Very close. Jules, okay, Alistair, careful now. Hats has actually struck nicely. Keto again is the bodyguard. Keeps things level, potential boost. Searson surely hits this. Alistair, how quick is your rip?
Oh,
Nothing. Searson pops up, says goodbye. Bids Alistair adieu.
Look at this, the rotation. They'd all left the site, so now they're having to rotate ENCE back, but the 2 players who were defending A, Sicko, and the likes of Malta have evacuated the site. It's going to be open.
Yeah, long side hold. Sicko, great find. That's the bomb. This could slow them down if they could just string it together. Malta can't hold on as best as he could. Swallows the flash, though. And it does put ENCE at least into something slightly manageable. He can't. Oh, he's just gone straight through and caught in limbo. Unable to find cover. Bomb will be planted for extra cash for 1. Extra 300 buckaroos. And it's still 8-0. Far from bouncing yet, Renegades.
Might be a quick one to start off the day here. Never love to say that. The next one on the B stream we have is the Movistar Riders taking on Entropiq. to see a bit of the Riders over there at the RMR.
Yeah, they're growing in my my fandom. I think the individuals, getting to know them, hearing their passion for the video game, and and also just the struggles they've encountered prior to qualifying for the major and now actually making a bit of a splash here in the first stage of competition. Like, how can you not enjoy that and support that?
Yeah, it's always good to see the underdog stories coming on
yeah,
through.
and another underrepresented region. Talk about Germany. Let's talk about Spain. Coming back to that in a bit, though, because for now, the Aussies also lightly represented here in the Stockholm Major. That's a perfect nade. Good God.
Not with rounds, however. Not with rounds, just with bodies.
Yes.
A couple of kills. This is 9-0. So we're learning to count today with Renegades. They have the problem is they have had opportunities, and now again with the pistols, they're trying to try and push their way in, but one at a time. There's no trade potential. I know it is just a light upgrade here, but they're just being picked apart. Damage rarely being done, and Malta, he cowers in the corner. Sicko, he waits for his demise over towards the Coffins and Ruins position, and well, Big, they just get out of dodge here.
If you're Malta, you just feel like you've had as many 5-7 rounds as you have M4.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Because there's been a lack of saves as well, but we haven't seen an awful lot of saves here, and that means that you're not going to be as threatening. You're going to go rifle round, pistol round, pistol round. So that needs to change. The discourse needs to change. And I'm not sure it will right here.
Well, timeout number 2. So if ever there was a time.
You may as well.
If ever there was a time, it would be around. But just before Big not only win the half, but take double digits ahead of the finish of our first half. We are going to see a mix-up, though. We'll get ENCE back on that CT side orbit. It can be a very big difference maker. I wonder if they whip out a double. Sicko does have the funds. Oh, there is a double. I'm blind. Alistair's whipping it out.
Yeah, I think what they're hoping to have here is a little bit more presence, because you know how you're talking about how quickly those smokes are being pulled out? Double AWPs is a way to try and avoid that, depending on where you want to use the AWPs. Now, I think in this situation, your A AWPer is going to have to play that short side. You've seen Big time and time again smoke off long, which has just negated the AWP. And then over towards B, well, here's the drama. As soon as they identify what type of setup you have, I think that's when they're going to send their heat-seeking missile of Sirison out. But also, look at Keto. He's rocking a Mac 10 into this round right here with 6.8k residual. This might be a little bit quicker or in your face here. 3
missing helmets as well. Alistair, both the AWPers, in fact, as well as Sicko, all going to be susceptible to a bouncy Keto.
Just take a look here. You can see that boost that was highlighted by our OBS team in second mid. They're ready for an aggressive move. They're expecting the Renegades here to come with something a little bit different, because they've just been getting beaten and bruised going with the standard play. They were expecting a change-up. Now, part of that might be these double AWPs, one of which just gobbled a nade. ENCE down to 57 top B.
ENCE not only susceptible to the Mac 10, even more so now he's at half health. And that could be one of the cheapest guns, taking the most expensive out of the running. For now, it looks like they're regrouping, so that dialogue can be pinned.
They're going to get zoned out again here, Renegades. The issue is they have no information right now. Alistair's still sitting behind a smoke arch side. It has just faded, so can call it clear, but it's temporary info. All it's going to take is a smoke, and then all the pressure's on Sicko here up towards that balcony position.
Tabson lining up a nade.
Oh, Tizian's been given the Mac 10 here. Must be for the entry.
Yeah, okay, he's going to be the first out balk. Off the flashes. Sirison with the Moto smoke. Library smoked off as well. Oh, he's going to come through that. Oh no, knife out. Malta trying to be a bit too flamboyant perhaps. He's hidden in the hay bales. Does get struck multiple angles at the same time. A miss from Alistair as well. Costs him the round.
They're just not in the right position for any of this. Like, Malta moving to transition, he was in one of the better positions he could find himself. With Sicko up on the balcony right there, thinking he needs to help lock down that mid control. But this time it was all a ruse. Out the apartment, into the pit, the bomb goes down, and it has to be a safe scenario here. Hats and in so far away, that B bomb site and that rotation, not going to happen. And it is going to be 10 rounds. You don't want to see a 16-0. You never want to see a 16-0, not at a major.
Especially when, you're wearing a Renegades jersey sitting in Stockholm.
Ouch.
You've got all of that travel out of the way. You were so close as well against the Movistar Riders. 16-13, you come back, you found the full 30 rounds against the South American opponents. And now Big Plan pantsing you in the schoolyard. 10-0.
We say getting dacked.
Dacked. What do you call cherry knocking?
Sorry?
When you knock on someone's door and run away? Knock a door dash? Knock and run.
Knock and run.
Oh, you guys are very... I mean, you take it after us in terms of just being very on the nose with it. You want to play some knock and run, mate?
I don't think I ever did that. I was too much of a goody two shoes. I was very
no graffiti and no knock and all run.
No, I had no fun really.
And no fun.
No fun. Just Counter-Strike.
All right, Searson. You can see he's got a little bit more pep in
why
that
not?
step. Yeah,
Even if it's 10-5, who
nearly knocking off the elbow. It's a very different injury, isn't it? A screwed tennis elbow.
They barely did any damage in Banana. When we see this traditionally at the top end of Counter-Strike, the T's are bleeding, and they heard that.
Oh, but the off angle, and they're pushing in again. This is surely going to favour them. So many bodies. It's even trades. Gade low. That's a big one from Sicko. I think he knows the bomb's on the corner as well. He wants to continue to suppress. They have continued to address this aggress. And that's the end of that. Keto has the sight.
And they're in with another 2-on-2.
They can't let this one slip, surely.
Alistair's quick on Banana here.
Very quick.
Oh, it needs to kill!
Oh, that is a nasty one to concede. It forces Malta into an aggressive stance. The smoke enabling him to cross, at least try and close this gap. Looking the wrong way. Oh, and frustration's likely mounting across the pond.
Now here's the thing, right? I can count maybe 3 or 4 rounds where Renegades have had the number advantage. They've been able to trade in their favor, but then they've dropped the ball. And here's another example of exactly that. Just the fight keeps coming and they're not able to deal with it individually. I would say multi-kills, more than few and far between. Malta, the one that I can remember for him was in the apartments with the 5-7 on the second round of the game. And now we're 11 deep. Big are absolutely dismantling this team right here, right now. Tabson up to 16 kills. 12 for Keto. Sirison grabs another one. He's going to find himself up to 8 right now, but it's whatever they want, right? They're in the candy store right now, Big, and you've just been allowed to grab anything that you want. This is, it's beyond the point of being desperate now on the CT side, right? If you want to get away with a semi-acceptable CT half, a 10-5 would have been it. There you go. That's a nice shot, but that's all that's going to be.
Yeah.
It's already past his line of sight.
Going in pursuit of the rifle, so there's wide open A sight.
Let me paint you a picture that's possible. If Alistair keeps going now, never mind. Keto's going to beat him to the punch. He could have found the bomb, right? That would have... Wait a second. He's taking the bomb towards the stack.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a bit of a problem. I mean, they're going for the banana split, right? Going to be coming up right behind them.
That's the bomb. That's the bomb.
If Keto goes down now with the bomb...
Where's the reaction?
Where is it? Now they're reacting, and he's... Oh, he just swings out and wins the round on his own! Doesn't matter about where the rest of Big Clan are. Alistair's scooped up AK. Caught looking the wrong way. Does adjust, at least for the first, but yeah.
Well, of course they knew where he was because he got the kill from the window room with the scout. They knew that he had to be isolated over towards the A site somewhere. So as soon as the bomb was spotted on Keto, the reaction should have been, kill him, get him out of the way, let's get the bomb loose, let's give ourselves something here. But 12-0, and this is fantastic from Big, right? Yeah. I thought their rigidity would be a problem, but it's actually set themselves up perfectly because they're able to get themselves into the banana control, the top mid control, and from there when the fights are coming their way, they're ready for them. They're trading, well, they're not even having to trade in a lot of these scenarios, really, are they? Really good stuff from Big today. 12-0. Let's go. Like, this is good, right? Because in this event right here, it's difficult to tell who the big dogs are, who the top teams are going to continue through, especially with Astralis and their day one woes. But here we go, another gun round attempt, another double AWP set up here for Alistair and ENCE. The rest onto the rifles, and hopefully they can at least give themselves something to move into the second half with. A nice little nade, Sirison dunked on down, unconfirmed damage to be noted, but I don't know what to say. This is great from one side and woeful from the other.
It's going to be just going to have to be an individual. Get a unrecoverable multi-kill, honestly. I like the alpha angle. It's likely they won't be clearing him first. Oh, and I have to eat my words. Because Tizian ready, raring to go, and taking some liberties. Punished for it. Alistair needs a chance, and he's got one. Just the one, and still left looking a little silly. Up to Hats, rocking half health.
He can't be traded. He's committed. If they swing on him, he might get one. And they're even rotating back away here.
Yeah, into ENCE. I mean, at least he's got the AWP and a smoke. Like, that is the perfect delay package, right? You get an AWP shot, you drop a smoke, you buy time. Hats has forced them further towards him, so this is all on to ENCE. First shot, drop that smoke. Flustered now. They're going to disrespect it. He's got a good read, a good nade as well for good measure. The bomb, however, will be going down. Hail Mary attempt. A 2 versus 3. The Renegades. Oh, another slight bit of luck on their side. A missed shot from Searson puts them into this 3-man retake scenario, and Searson knows he has to level the odds. This aggression, the off angle, trying to peek multiple angles, and they just come one by one. Again, they fall. 20 seconds. It's just going to be Searson taking their sweet time, peeking in. That's one. Will they expect the second on Emo? This could be the first, but they're both looking the wrong way, and ENCE has just secured it. Renegades, 13th time the charm.
And they probably shouldn't have won that one either.
You should have seen, by the way, guys, as I'm doing this whole end of the round, Chad is just talking with his hands. It's just like, you know, when your dad's watching his favorite team slowly, methodically throw the game.
They just peaked one at a time there again in a retake scenario. Like, they're giving Big the opportunities to win the rounds. Like,
yeah, the multi-death
like, what's
is
the
tough.
multi-death again there? I don't understand. The Gade being hidden, sure, yeah, and the trade is great, and that's their first round. So let's see if they can get 2 more consecutively here, because Big are hot right now. We're trying to rock out the fallen boost top banana there, but unable to get that one mantled up to success. Deep nades on through, a little bit of tickle damage done, and Big, I like the fact that they're not taking any rounds for granted. They're treating this, even with the scoreline the way it is, every single round, just get it done as quick as you can.
I'm sure Tabson's a big part of that as well. Coach Legia yet to be summoned, understandably so. Like, this is the dream scenario for a coach. You put your feet up a little bit here. Not being summoned.
Yeah, this is the T side as well. When things are going this well, it's just
The
you gotta
vibe.
smile. You gotta
Like,
smile mid.
absolutely supreme vibes in the camp right now. Extra special treat. Searson will have his smoke thrown by his teammate, and it is going to be a collapse into the A site. At least feels that way, certainly now for the Renegades. They've got the resources in the right place.
Again, no info, right? They can hear the nades. They have an idea something might be coming, but Hats needs to step up now.
Strikes. And it isn't too lightly. He's taken down one. That's a big find for Malta. Lingering on the aggression of Gade. Pushing that smoke. Punishes him. And now, well, a 2v4, Chad. This should and maybe even has to be 2 consecutive rounds from the CT. The perfect re-aggress. And that is the end of that. Look at the power of the silencer there. Keitho,
Yeah, no idea.
Absolutely no idea as to where they had to go and find that trade.
Okay, well, it's a second, and I think Big right now, this is where at the tail end of a half like this, I know that they've said they've been taking every round seriously and they're not giving anything for free or anything for granted. If you were going to throw like a set piece or maybe something a little bit quicker into the mix, this would be the type of round to do it. Because Renegades, I want to say they're chasing their tail. I don't think they even know they have a tail right now. So for them, if you just want to throw anything their way, see if you can just rattle them going into the final round of this first half here. Why the bloody hell not? Deep mid molly from Malta. Trying to corral these Ts here into the CT YouTube, but the nades are better. Tabson and Tizzy, and they combine. ENCE goes down to the first death. Immediately conceded within the first 20 seconds of the rounds here.
Yeah, I think a lot has changed since March of this year. EPL Season 13, as you discussed and brought up in that pre-show, we did see Renegades beat Big. An overtime game on Inferno, and now look at it.
Yeah, with Zantaras. So, Gade's in now.
Okay, they're actually disrespecting the molly, and it hasn't been too punished. Sicko had a chance. Malta has to react. He's exposed himself to Gade. He's going to be isolated by the 2 of them, and this is just team play. Manifesting beautifully. A missed shot from Searson. Asta strafing away from it. You're playing naughty game here, Searson. Don't you dare re-peek. You know he's scoped up on you. Oh, they're flashing for him.
Yeah, the comms are really good with Big right now.
Well, it's almost like they're speaking their native tongue.
Well, he's passed. He's up. He's through.
And it's the final round, so give us the showstopper. Oh, doesn't feel like anything other than Alistair's show is about to be stopped. Giving it everything it's got. That's the last to fall, and that's quite the half, isn't it? Big Clan laying down a serious clinic on the T side of Inferno. We talked about their clinical nature, we talked about how structured they are, and this is what it looks like when everything, all of the expectations are being met.
Yeah, I love the fact that we could see that flash getting thrown from the site there, right? That just shows you the details, because in a lot of these scenarios here when things are flustered, the comms aren't great. Like, your teammate will call something and it doesn't immediately click. This time you can see it did, because the flash comes over to assist with the re-peek, the reposition. But here we go. This game really shouldn't have too many more rounds about it. Renegades now will have to try and do the same on their T side, and this is not going to be easy. ENCE buying into that utility. You can see we've got the scoreboards up, the ADR on your screens here. tabseN makes a lot of sense there. Keto as well have some great moments. But when you go back and you watch this game, as a Renegades fan, as a Renegades player, you're going to see the number advantage situations that you gave up, or the big they took away from you. And that's why we sit at this scoreline. Seriously. Oh, that's a goose right there. tabseN shouldn't re-peek that one anytime soon.
They've even got a H. No, man. Now that's not fair. Double nades on the pistol, and now this is just sticking heads. That's a necessary find.
They better get a move on.
Yeah, they do need to hurry up. You can see they just want a fast plant out of the Alistair boy. The rest holding, they rotate out of the banana aggression, and there is someone coming. It's going to be tabseN, half health.
They're not planning yet.
He's going second mid. This will actually catch. He's actually going to thread the needle between their aggressive hold. Oh, expected. Nice find from ENCE. Good read, and it's up to Gade Clicks. He struggled to find the mark, and there you have it.
Okay.
An important pistol in the bag.
All right, there you go. Now it's about holding on. Now it is about holding on, right? This conversion, necessary. And bigger one of these teams, if you caught it yesterday, I said that they tend to go for a bit more of a conservative approach, and they've actually opted to take their second timeout here. Now, with a scoreline like this, you might think it's a bit early, but this is where that conversation does happen, because let me paint you a picture. If Renegades... If big force buy here, which they are going to, and Renegades convert this, and then Renegades get against the eco, they convert that, well, the scoreline goes from being 13-2 to 13-5, and then big lose the first gun round. Okay, and then they have to eco, and then we're looking at it 13-7, right? You can see just how quickly those events can fall apart. So deciding to force buy now, it is a big deal, right? They want to get as much as they can out of this, and if they gamble wrong, if they pick the wrong site and their players go down, they should be looking to save to give them double dips, right? What you didn't see Renegades do was save that often. They didn't have a lot. They were either just in rifle rounds or in pistol upgrade rounds. If you're big, you only need 3 more rounds. So every single round that you can have to be remotely threatening is very, very positive.
Yeah, and I think you can completely understand the logic behind this. They know Renegades are on the ropes. They know they're flustered. They know just how important this conversion is for them. So why not, disrupt at the bare minimum? And as you've discussed in terms of saves, look at all of these potential Galils that could be hiding away, and look at Gade doing some juggling.
The juggler. Designated juggler Gade today. So that's going to be great to lock down this B site. But if they get a move on right now, Renegades, and they start pressuring A, they will beat the timing of the rotation.
tabseN's going to use all that util to try and channel them to way, and that's already the intention. Good luck, Gade. MP9, nice jiggle. Oh, just about gets away with it. 30 HP. Where did that come from, Tizian? 2 of them.
The bomb's loose here.
Okay, this looks scary now for the Renegades. They got 60 seconds. They need to piece this together. A high flash. It's easy to turn, easy to crouch, and yeah, well, the bomb was right there in the open.
Still a massive gap. That's a huge void.
Yeah, ENCE just disappeared into it. So that's a first step to their recovery. The B site is wide open for business, and the contact on long is brilliant because that will cage the big clan boys.
They're away.
They're being quite slow about that. You can see the uncertainty. Walking no less up banana.
They have a smoke for CT. Sicko can drop that one out and they can get a move on right now, but tabseN's here. That's going to land at the exact same time. They have to disrespect this, Renegades.
Yeah, and the early util. It's hoping to find some more. Gade, you drop any more goodies around here? Where did they go? Nothing. So this is where the conversation changes. Do you want to throw all of that extra investment, the Kevlar, the pistols, the even Mac 10 on tabseN, into the mix, fluster the boys further? Looks like they do. At least have a look. Keep them caged on the site, keep the pressure high. Malta, gonna take a little glance. Here comes pressure from every angle. And that was enough to keep them caged.
Wow.
Seconds. Interesting. So big clan, a bit of both there. And on the retreat, Malta, so concerned about that player pushing coffins. They didn't anticipate this kind of semi-retreat, semi-aggress. Trying to make it as costly as possible
Yeah, losing some more guns here. Either side not going to be too happy with this. And Syrison might even get himself a Galil out of this. It will get blown his way by the bomb. Oh, but he goes on down to the bomb. All right, well, they survive. They survived. What were they? They were in 2 mines there. What was that all about? Run on in. Oh, we see a guy at New Box. We're leaving. What was it? I think they were expecting Renegades to be potentially a little bit more aggressive in that whole scenario here. But this is where that picture I was starting to paint can truly manifest. Now, converting here against the light upgrade, the Deagle, there's 2 P250s, there's 3 HEs, there's a smoke in the mix. This is the type of round right here that, if you are Renegades, is essential. You convert this one, and I don't want to start talking about a comeback, but we can at least start planting the seeds that maybe have a bit of fight in them here today in the second day of the major. The other game was a blowout as well. I don't want to spoil things for everybody. If you were hoping to watch Spirit versus TYLOO, close your ears. That was a mauling. Spirit 16-3 over TYLOO. That one's done.
Yeah, I suspected they might find the way the Spirit brilliance feel a little different. Very different flavor to some of the ways they like to play the game. Chopper with some naughty calls.
Well, this is good now. Renegades, I'm not saying they're going to be starting to believe, but the crosshairs are finding themselves in the right place. It looks like we're starting to get a little bit more, I don't want to say flair out of them just yet, but maybe confidence, maybe a light bit of confidence here, because they will be finding their 5th round. You can see their Keto still parked all the way over towards Trash on A, just hoping to get a gun, a kill, anything. But this next gun round is hugely important here. Should be more than enough money to get Syrison out. Oof. Wow. Nice shot. Yeah, I'll take that, Galil. 35 bullets. Have it, no one else thrown after this one. And here comes the upgrade. So Syrison has 7.1. That's so much money for the AWP, the Kevlar, the utility behind it as well. This is still Big's game to win. And I think after a 13-2 half, it's Big's games to lose now. So at what point does the pressure start to tip against them? We always go with the double-digit rule. You think that one still here is rings true?
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Big are even, considering being flustered. If this round's a complete blowout, Malta walks into a site with his Galil, knocks 3 heads off. They hunt them down, they have nothing left into the next. Lost Bone is maxed out. Different universe, let's see. So it is a mix-up. This is the first time we're seeing these boys play Inferno at the Major. Both teams with back-to-back nukes in their 1-1 split. A win and a loss. Copenhagen Flames taking down Big Clan, and of course Big Clan taking down Entropiq. That's been the state of play so far.
It's a pretty passive approach here for Renegades out the gates. Again, there's no early indications of map control. Just going through the paces here for the Banana. Cops a nade for their troubles onto ENCE. Very passive over towards the A side of things. Tam's going to get flashed in.
Could be false info jumping on his way out as well. Doesn't spot anyone. Logs. Good nade onto Hats there. Like process of elimination. No one deep Banana. Maybe I'll pepper close.
It's looking like they want to go straight towards B here. They've just left Malta second mid, but Syrison's pushing.
Oh, an uncharacteristic shot out of Syrison, just shy of the mark. ENCE has opened up the B site, and they are going to commit to this. Gate trying to delay, and that's a big one from Hats. Steps up. Only one man stands between them and the site. Where is that smoke? There it is. And Hats is across. Mission complete.
Well, this is what I was talking about, right? They have to go for these saves with the max loss bonus in play, the cheap nature of that M4. Keto holding onto the Galil as well means we're likely to get another AWP in the next round for Syrison. So Big are just going to take as many opportunities as they can to be threatening here. And if they lose in the fashion they just did, they're more than happy to save. But that seemed a bit too easy, really, didn't it? Because the info plays for Big, they didn't net them anything. A little bit of damage with the nades. That's how they conceded their deaths. And then Gay getting caught out of position. So great stuff from Hats. Hats yesterday for the Renegades was the highest rated player over both of their best of ones. So good stuff to see. I know down under he tends to have a pretty good time, but internationally he doesn't necessarily always hit that same level. building something now.
There's some bricks, there's some mortar.
They've turned up at least.
Yeah.
You know? A little bit late, but better late than never.
That's my motto. Plenty of equipment to go around. In fact, really pretty set for success. Big Plan Save has given them everything they need. We're going to be seeing the same B-side util juggling, and oh, that's the opener they desired. Alistair does not even get to play the round, doesn't even get to participate.
I don't think they were expecting an AWP again, but they didn't do the maths correctly, right? That saved Galil from Keto, all that residual cash. If you're going to step out like that without a flash, that's normally telling that you're not expecting an AWP. So Alistair straight into his demise, and maybe again here for Malta.
Great read of Searson's advantages. Strikes with a surprise AWP, and now he's immediately repositioned to punish her. Diligent Malta baits the shot, gets the info. AWP is short side.
They know that the AWP was towards apartments, yeah, but they still opted to try and just pressure standard up mid here, so this looks like they haven't made up their mind just yet, hoping another kill comes their way, but at this point, if you're big, number advantage CT side, still a decent chunk of utility. We've got a few smokes, a couple of mollies, and another kill, so just curdle up. Starts to work even better for them now for 14.
Yeah, I mean, just consider those two deaths that Renegades have just had to concede there. One is Alistair saying, oh, he has an AWP. The other is Hat saying, oh, he has no smokes. And now you're operating at a two-man disadvantage. ENCE has already been chunked down to half, so very susceptible to even the Galil of Keto. I mean, this would be the right call in terms of actually turning it around, right? You see the silent rotate, doesn't want to be heard if anyone's close pushed up.
Yeah, they are playing retake on B with the way that Gate is just jiggle peeking here. And now the jig's up.
Oh, did they fluff their smoke?
That flash, it missed.
He's got the perfect lineup. Sicko, an important trade, so now they just need to try and clear this Coffin's position. He's planning in the smoke. That's enough. Is it? Is it? Just about. Sicko holding on at 7 HP. It's not long for this world. It will be ENCE that has to be the hero of this one.
Needs two here.
He does, and they're already in his blind spot. Tizian does collect, and now it's just a matter of time for Sicko. He needs to find 3 with 7 HP, and yeah, it was a dream, a pipe dream at that.
Everybody for Big coming into that retake, we're on 100 HP, so it was 400 HP versus a total of 28 there between the two of them. So it was never going to be easy. That AWP would have been the key, right? That levels the playing field. If he can hit shot after shot, then it doesn't matter about the HP. Sicko there asked to hit 1 taps. Never the easiest to do unless your name's Nico. And this was it. Just, okay, yeah, bit of spam. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Hats. Thanks for coming. A good trade here, right? Very good trade. They did miss that flash. Didn't turn out to be the end of the world, but still not the round. And 14-6, the scores now read. Money for the Renegades to buy back in here. The AWP purchase one more time. Lots of money, right? You're talking in the area of 8K plus for some of the players here. But you can't have another slip up like that. You cannot be conceding early deaths. And the last timeout now called for the Renegades here. They will not be able to have the coach Kingfisher chiming in any more times. And this one is never really felt like they've been in it. The fact that we've been getting excited about 6 rounds total, I think that tells you just the state of play here today.
Yeah, and you get to see the other side of Big Clan, right? When we were casting some of their other games, you notice when the system isn't always operating at full capacity, it can be harder for them to freestyle than other teams, you know, to, what's the word? Improvise. But this has just been, yeah, business as usual. Everything's on time.
We know someone pretty good at improv, right?
We do. A couple of improv stars in the esports world.
Well, the silent jump. Alistair is up with the AWP. Combat AWPing. 3 towards B for Big. 2 passive towards A. Mid control taking in the boost again.
Half walls. One, you lucky, lucky boy. He chances him again. ENCE just testing Sears, and it was a easy one to pass.
Audacious.
Yeah, brave. Oh, wow. Slither gap nearly catching a glimpse. Capable of opening up this site. It's a 2-man pit setup. He's dumping there. Util. He's spotted the barrel. He knows the moto's open now. He shuts it down. Searson. Oh, you be careful on that repeak. A well-placed smoke. Tizian's activated only for a moment. Shut down by Hats. Site is theirs.
Are they really considering this? Siriuson's hanging around for a long time here. If he can find the kill, then Gade might want to chime on in. He's already starting to backpedal towards CT. Going fishing right now. He ain't going to bite the bait.
Yeah, just looking to see if they can make this hurt anymore. Seems the answer is a resounding no.
That's a nice knife from Sirison there. Must have got that one recently, the butterfly law.
Has he paired it with the same gloves as you?
I don't think so,
yeah,
no.
pretty gangster too. Oh, those are the ones I was admiring on Doto. Those
Okay.
are the gloves I simp for.
I wonder where like the brands come from. Like Valve, we're gonna make up a brand. They just. I don't think there's even like a session. Some guys, yeah, this would be cool. We'll just call it this.
It's not. Yeah, I know it's a made-up fictional brand, but like it's so close to the word torture, but it's not. Tortu or something. Tortu. Just words. Letters.
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 Letters. Not letters.
A prerequisite to words.
That is very important.
Just waking up, guys. Sorry, it's a.
Well, so are the Renegades, so don't worry about it. They're simmering into this one here as well.
Not a morning person, a night owl, if you will.
You and Brokey.
Yeah.
Don't have you two ever in the same room. No one's getting
Unless
out of bed.
it's past 6 p.m. Then we're about ready to go.
The nighttime gamers. Right, well, lots of money for Big again. They get the buyback out, and it cannot be conceding early deaths. Sirison is just such a force here.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, in revenge from the previous.
Lots of space taken here. This is quick on towards A.
Ooh, yeah, the pressure is high. Library smoke, they're up long. Like, good luck, have fun. The A defenders truly tested here. Keto.
Not looking.
Gone. Only Tizian, they know exactly where he is. He has to have an absolute banger here. Trying to dump his util, delay, maybe even isolate another duel. The bullets will be suppressing him, but still standing around his own smoke, and he does profit another.
Bomb's not planted yet.
It's something. Tabson's very late to the party, still lingering and locked out. Holding on to Sirson's prized possession. But we're starting to see Renegades put up a real fight here.
This will be 8. Like, Tabson right now, as much as he has 19 kills and had a fantastic first half, retaking the A side with that AWP. Not going to be in order here. And they're doing it. Like, oof, okay. Well, that's a freebie right there. But here's the thing, right? With Renegades so far against that wall, and they having enough cash here, losing a rifle like that, it would have been all right if they took that off of Tabson, right? So 1 death, sure. They get to hold on to the AWP here. Sicko can drop that over to Alistair. Malta, all good too. So it's not the end of the world. It's not a death that you'd like to concede, but it's one that you can understand. Bomb will go off, and yeah, we are really getting there now. Doing that 1,000-piece puzzle set of Renegades. You think at the time when you started, it is going to take about an hour.
Yeah, I'll just sit down at the coffee table, get a snack in.
What is it, 6 days later, you go, I'm going to put this back in the box.
Oh, when you end up looking for some like way to access your table because you've committed your whole dining experience to a puzzle that you're never going to finish.
Yeah. Shout out to all the puzzlers. Now, Sirison's been given that AWP. This is going to be a half investment right here, right now, coming out from Big. You can see just pistols for 3, MP9 for Gade, and armor alongside it. You've got the util, you've even got a defuse kit. So, not going to be an easy round for Renegades. These are the harder ones to win because just the positioning that is going to be adopted here from Big with these lighter guns, it's going to be up close and personal. It's going to be in their face. One of the issues is going to be about avoiding that AWP as well. And again, that AWP is over towards B. Bit more passive this time round, but top mid is what Renegades have to break, and they've got the boiler control, they have halls as well, but this is where it's difficult. Look at all the angles here using X-ray. You have Gade tucked up close, you've got Keto hiding anti-flash, elevated position from Tizian here, and Tabson even baiting from this arch side, so you can just see how many players they will have to get through here regardless of weaponry.
Could be very well timed there. Oh, he's just flubbed it. And we'll drop an incendiary to buy time. They'll have to respect that, especially with the follow-up HE. You can see that would have
It's a lot of util.
cost them a great deal. A smoke on top of that. And Gade looking to strike as they're
going through.
Oh no, face full grey screen is in. A problem for Renegades. Hats has bailed them out of trouble in a big way. Can he finish? Caught on the reload. Tabson re-aggress on the B250. Oh, and Renegades falling at just short of the mark. Now it's an AK and an AWP up against Alistair. This is the one that rumbles them.
Oh, he has to go A now. 20 seconds left. Spotted. Or maybe
That's
not.
so
Maybe not.
If he kills
Sirison didn't
this
see
on the
him.
road. Oh, okay. Well, he's got the 1v1. Oh no, he thinks it's clear. He can maybe get it down.
But
Tabson hasn't chosen to announce his presence. Alistair using that smoke as well to regret. Oh my god, this is crazy.
He has no idea.
He has no idea.
Oh.
Absolutely no idea. It was almost like, it was close to being brilliant.
Yeah.
Just hearing Searson, realizing he wasn't going to quite catch the cross. Tabson just out of reach for the initial plant.
You could see the thought process, right? You could definitely understand it because Tabson starts clearing for info. Searson gets from his in-game leader.
Library. He wanted to be, if he beats Searson to library,
yeah,
perfect after plant.
Dropping the smoke was the tell, right? As soon as that goes off, Tabson would have been close enough to hear the bomb going down as well. And Big have actually taken a timeout here, knowing that they just need one more to convert. But this is the problem. Going through this smoke, they didn't have to do this. They didn't need to do that. There was still 50 so seconds left on that clock. So pushing on through into that blender, Hats did the very best he could, finding himself with 19 kills now, but Grey screened into their demise. Renegades had a lot to ask there of the boys. But the likely conclusion, not far away now. Org's been pulled out for Keto here. The AK carried across for Tabson. Renegades have enough to purchase everything they want and more. Any more twists and turns and chapters in this one right here, or will Renegades be going 1-2, big 2-1? Best of three's up next.
A brief flirtation with aggression. Three-man stack for Big here on B. Retake util. They're going to have a little look towards the top of Banana should they desire. The nade has been well placed. He's got more where that came from. This is where Tabson's util damage just swells. Perfectly placed.
Going to separate him.
Have to respect it.
Oh, come on, mate.
No. That's on his nose as well. Alistair has got 10 HP courtesy of all Tabson, and he hasn't fired a bullet yet.
He's even got another smoke here to deploy, so just continuing to lob utility. Seriously, even getting the opening onto Malta, and this one is falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, dilapidated Renegades.
Poor nades.
Can you believe that? That's all come out of one man's hands. He's kept the entire team. He's forced them away from his sight, and they're still going to be stubborn about it, which probably is the right call. Hoping that that's just a solo player dumping. Now, it isn't the case. There are two here to defend. Gator still has a full util belt.
And here it comes as well.
So, if this was the previous patch, they'd be saying, right, I think there's 5 people here.
This is just mental.
There's no other explanation.
There goes the smoke. Renegades just drop. They have to go through.
Oh, now that is a glimmer of hope. Has the tracer fire from Gade. The M4A4 perhaps puts him. And now the site's open. Well-placed util. Does that stop the coffin cross? No, they have managed to get one through. Tizian's in.
They're very low.
Yeah, and thanks to a lot of the hard work of Tabson initially. That smoke enables him to hold a more prominent angle for the initial aggress, but they're waiting for it to fade. They're playing as a team, Chad. Some contrast to the Renegades retakes. Posted up off the flash. Searson will have Alistair if he tries to contest here. He can't be the first contact. He can't, or he has been. He peeks out this time on CT side. Keto's gone and looking good to extend play. Real good now. 10 seconds. Yeah, Big are going to have to bow their head out of this one. Alistair some salt in the wound. Searson on the retreat. Will he get away with his AWP? It's unlikely. Sicko's going to go down with the bomb if he's not careful, or go down to Searson for good measure. Oh, Searson keeps his AWP in play. Sours the mood a little in the Renegades camp, despite the victory and despite extending play one round at least. Okay,
well, they're able to get through that one, and you have to turn to Hats again. The kill through the smoke was the difference maker. It was the only way through, right? Their utility had just dropped towards Coffins and CT, so it was a given that they had to hit that site, and that is after the barrage of utility that came out of Tabson's hands that put so many of them low. So Big here, fumbling there.
Okay.
We're almost at that double-digit mark, but 6 more required for Renegades to take us to overtime. They're not giving up the fight right here. And they haven't given up the opening just yet. Alistair continuing to patrol with that AWP. More impact from him late would be a gold mine here for the Renegades. And some perfectly placed utility again lands on the feet of 3. He's playing a different game to the rest of us right now, Tabson, isn't he? All he's doing... Oh, Volta, that's a freebie. There's an opening. That's a difference maker.
Now, can they react and punish? In fact, it looks like Big Clan have a reaction of their own. A half-wall smoke from Hats, so their info play denied. This is a very nice reaction out of Hats alone. He's chosen to implement his smoke, but they have an answer. A boost over the edge of the smoke. Hats could have a read on this. Loud about it.
Very loud.
Trying to do a lot here, Big.
The timing on this.
Yeah, it's not bad. Look, they're going for the gamble. Oh, the Renegades have out-thought the Thinkers.
If they just walk on in here, they don't have to do a lot. They should disrespect this smoke of Tabs. You can see him holding onto it, being very stoic with this nade. It's going to land. The mollies are coming in. He's called it.
Info confirmed. They might have the sights open for business. The fact that he's throwing it from there, they'll be concerned. Rotate in. A great molly to stop the default plant. It will extend play, and MOUZ has continued to contribute.
Loose.
But now the bomb is loose, and Tabson's causing a lot of problems. A dink into the third. Oh, all resting on the shoulders of Hats and Sicko here, otherwise condemned to the best of threes, 2 losses in the column.
Pressure now.
And already striking again, Hats from the low HP. He's surely not long for this world. Gade gets the style finish. And that's the end of that. Renegades, 1 win, 2 losses. Best of 3 for their major life, and the opposite for Big Clan. 2 wins under their belt. And a best of 3 separating them from the Legends stage. Definitely looking like the better squad, chat.
Oh, for sure. The amount of opportunities that the Renegades had within the first half that were given to them in the 4 spy rounds, even in the gun rounds, where they were able to have those trades going in their favor, unable to convert on the retakes and looking very disjointed. And as you mentioned, the contrast to that with Big, who were looking like a team, it was in the details, right? Flashing for each other. I think communication was an all-time high. It was one of those games that was a matter of time, right? When you win a 13-2 first half on the T side of Inferno, if Big would have dropped that, right, that would have been massive. So to see things end up kind of close. Sure, Renegades maybe just waking up for the day here, but you can't have an off game. Not here.
Well, I mean, certainly not in the best of ones. This is what it's all about, right? It's like you will always have the best of 3 to defend your honor one way or the other, but you know, these are the opportunities where you do just have to be the sharper team. You have to come in warmed up and hot. Because, I mean, the way this started, look at the score. You know, but at this point, 7-0, they're winning the half, Chad, and it just led Renegades to such a deep hole, they weren't going to dig themselves out. Yeah,
and we obviously saw some issues there as well without saving rifles. A lot of the time they were just obliterated in the rounds, and when that happens, there's not as many competitive rounds for them. There's the more pistols are coming out, so you're having that back and forth of rifles into pistols, and again, so I think here for Renegades, they have a lot that they can look into. There's a lot of blunders that they can identify here where they've slipped on up, but Big today looked phenomenal, right? They were able to do their well-oiled Counter-Strike and have individuals step on up. You know, had some good moments from almost everybody here today, and I think they were looking on point. There wasn't shaky aim. It didn't feel like there were missed shots, and their decision-making was really good across the board.
Yeah, and I know we have newer names, and I want to make sure that you're filled in as well, so you can celebrate Big success to the most of your ability, which is, of course, the fact that Gade has enabled them to speak back in German. Xantares was previously on the roster, and perhaps many consider him to be better pound for pound as an individual, but Gade, a bit more of a role player and a bit more of a brainiac, because he somehow is capable of speaking English, Danish, and German to a competitive Counter-Strike level.
Yeah, and he's done a bit of in-game leading before within some of the Danish teams, right? So he can, in certain scenarios, be a 2IC for Tabson, right? Chip him with some ideas if necessary. I think Tabson is quite a strong leader here, but that is a big change. Now, we're obviously taking the teams at their word for his German ability here. Whereas you remember when they told us like Xantares was learning German,
yes,
right? Like that didn't go very well.
Different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
I saw them in person, and basically what they do is they always speak German as a team in front of him. Like they're doing full German conversations, and he just does German back with English for the filler.
Okay.
It's the perfect way to learn language. Like you just do everything you can. You understand the context. You can contribute. You can be a part of the conversation. And they speak English enough for you to fill in the gaps, and they can keep filling in those missing words. It's like learning languages on crack.
Okay, well, it's like Counter-Strike German, right?
Yeah.
It's like Counter-Strike English. Yeah, so you know, I'm sure they have a bunch of stuff that they're learning over time.
And I think everyone knows, whether it's for your own experience or a friend that you've had online, that most people can literally learn a language through video games.
Now, Alex, if people caught it yesterday, I threw to the break too early, right? I sat up all night, I practiced. So can I try again today?
All right, come on.
All right, guys, we're going to go to a break. We'll be right back with the Movistar Riders taking on Entropiq.
Oh, good.
Coming up next, Movistar Riders versus Entropiq.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Hello and welcome to our luxury virtual high-rise apartment. What do you think, Chandler? Do you like the rug?
I do like the chairs that we have right here. They're quite nice.
Myself.
Yeah, the rug's curious. Do we take our shoes off on this rug?
Oh, I already have.
Oh, okay. Well, socks on. I'll sort that out going forward. But yeah, it's beautiful in here.
It is.
I'm hoping we get a bit more of a beautiful game of Counter-Strike with this one because
13-0?
the first one didn't get me going.
No.
It didn't get me going at all. Renegades versus Big, it was a flop, but it was good to see Big with that level of performance. So we'll take some positives, but we'll move forward and we'll look at Movistar. Oh, wait.
You did it.
Movistar Riders taking on Entropiq. Now, the Riders, they're ones that excite me, but so do Entropiq, right? I like this Nickelback combo with Elian. I think the in-game leader actually chiming in. Lackey yesterday with some pretty good performances on Dust too. So there's some of the names here, Crad and Forrester, you guys might remember from years ago with the Dream Eaters.
Yeah. No, well, just seeing the way Copenhagen Flames handled Astralis, Entropiq did the same, right? So, like, we saw that game at the tail end of yesterday. They look great. And the Movistar Riders as well, representing Spain, the first Spanish team stepping into a major, and it's in 2021. So looking to make a splash for their region, as well as, of course, for the individuals themselves. We spoke a little, we learned a little about the Movistar Riders at the last RMR qualify, and Mirage is going to be the play. Was interested to see where Ancient ended up, because we know Movi are capable of playing it, but it was actually not interested in throwing that curveball against a CIS team in a best of one.
Yeah, not at all. So interesting here. Just we ended up between Overpass and Mirage. And Mirage, look, this is a map that has been at every single major, so one that you watching at home are probably very familiar with. But if we're going to talk a little bit about the teams here going into this, I want to talk about the two new boys over there with the Movistar Riders, right? Well, there's been a couple of changes, but the two big names that stand out for me are Sampayas and Davi G. Right now, we know before Smoothie was on there and Steel was on there, and this team has changed a lot in a short amount of time. And to make it to this point, to have even gotten through the RMRs is a massive achievement. And now they're in the same position that we just had. They're in a 1-1 team. They can set themselves up on that pedestal, the 2-1. Same for Entropiq here, or the 1-2. Now, this game is important because both of these teams, I don't think too many people at home would have had them going through to the next stage. Yeah, so this is really important.
We have to talk about Movistar Riders' Vertigo loss against VP.
Oh, yes.
So they started super strong.
Yes.
And it's the CT side that cost them the game. You know, like, this is what blows my mind. And unfortunately, Sampayas, who I have seen do nutty things. Oh my God! Hello, everyone.
So we're from the apartment, into some travel cases.
I've seen him do nutty things on Vertigo, right? He's done crazy things in the past, and he just got shut down. I mean, Yekindo, of course, absolutely turning it on, and we are going to get ready to sit on down. You should too. Grab your snacks, stay hydrated. We're heading on in to our pistol, charging into the beat at Lackey. That's mean, catching ahead. Forrester's enabled that as well. That's onto Forrester, and we are going to be seeing an opportunity to at least try and clear the site. Down goes Lackey. Alex has found that one, put that one down range.
Good molly, good plant. Bomb's going down. And now we have a 3-on-3 of the retake here. Kit on Nickelback. Elian about to take contact from this short position and 2 through the market. Alex has been spotted, and vice versa.
Okay. That's great from Pius. Now the bomb's down, ticking away. Elian to claw back in. Crad does have that kit. He is running out of health.
Oh.
And now the shots have been hit. Okay, spoke of the devil. Now he has to deliver. Oh, and Crad, the patience on you. Sampayas anticipating them to be closing that gap, wrapping around him multiple angles, but instead Crad just holds his nerve. And they convert. That was a very well-handled pistol. It felt like, you know, at times, the Movistar Riders had done enough to get into the site. Never mind play that after plant out.
Yeah, that B retake, never really easy right there. And as the kills started to fall in the favor of the Riders, I thought, okay, great. They've been able to mop this one up after those early casualties, but all good in the hood. And then the plant will facilitate a bit of a force buy here. So you're going to see some Galils coming out, Mac 10. Scout in the mix as well. Let's see how far the Movistar Riders can push the issue here. Mopos, Alex, and Des, the three that we haven't mentioned just yet. Elian straight into things here with the AUG in play. Scoped up. This is a good weapon for the job.
Yeah, this could absolutely murk them. Do they run boost or they just mass peak? If they mass peak. Oh, and the bait as well.
Very
aggression,
noisy.
yeah. Crosshairs looking away from that AUG in the window. They need this, and they get this. Death's long range on the Galil beats out that scope rifle. Big conversion for them. And now a man advantage. Can they build upon it? Mopos has got a real opportunity
Just
here.
looked away.
Targets everywhere. Multiple angles. He's got a good understanding as to where all three of them are now. Con, short, window. He screams them all, and they start to accelerate.
But they're rotating B. Forrester's coming
Alex,
as well.
not quick enough. Forrester confirms that they've got them locked in the apartments, but there's so much time. They're trying to rush it, running straight into the crosser, and again, the impact of Lackey is felt. 2 rounds in a row. He locks down the apps.
Yeah, Sampayas here, 7 HP. He goes down to Lackey as well, and great stuff from him. Very, very good round. Now, with this Entropiq roster, right, before this team had formed, when Elian and Lackey were playing together back in the day when they had Hobbit and Krizen and co in the Windstrike roster, we're going back in time. Lackey and Elian, to me, were the clear standout players, but when I've had the chance to watch Entropiq in recent times, Lackey hasn't been stepping up to that same form. Elian, for sure, but if Lackey and Elian can become that wombo combo with Krad and Forrester on the side there and Nickelback being that, well, very in-your-face in-game leader, then we're starting to look at the full package here for Entropiq with the coach Hooch behind them as well. Another sort of thing, we have Blade for the Movistar Riders. Now, not the Blade from now.
No three.
Yeah, you can have multiple Blades. Like we've got multiple Alexes, one casting and one in the server. But this should be the third round very easily now. Deagle for Alex. One for Mopos as well. And a P250 in the hands. One falls. Krad takes Mopos down, and this one here will just be limping over the finish line for Entropiq because you can just see how spread out the Riders are right now.
You asked the Riders, didn't you? It was Davy G.
G.
Yeah, he was.
He said he didn't care, but his teammates. They said Davy G. It's like because they were in the going towards the lift, and I just thought, hey guys, I want to check, right? I just want to make sure because we want to do our best. There's certain ones like the Danish names we're not going to be able to do.
Well, you can try and say goo.
Yeah, my mouth don't do that.
No, not
I'm
mine.
sorry, guys. Like I'll try. I already have the Aussie twang, so I'll do the best I can.
I just think Sun Pius, his name is Gangster. For some reason, it strikes me as like, you know, he's some sort of like a mythical god.
I think Parla was asking him.
Oh yeah.
Where the origin of the name came from. I wish I remembered the answer to that question, but
I think that was one of those new jump throw smokes where yeah, it's super fast. They do get down.
Drop the one way as well here. Lucky's going to be able to play around this.
Two-man underpass setup. So yeah, they can hold mid from this lovely little angle around the smoke. Davy G is going to be in scrutiny. Careful now. Aggressive incendiary. I don't know if he gets away from this, Chad. Oh, great bailout. Smoke guises his cross back, but there's pressure. High pressure from Entropiq. They want to fight fire immediately with fire right back. Not letting that space be taken. It looks like they have conceded it now, but they have planted a little mine in the underpass. It's Elian. He's hard committed to this. Nickelback will not be able to contribute for a couple more seconds. He's got Lackey in support as well.
All around the world here from Lackey.
But look how active they are in mid. There's so
peaking.
Look at this. Constant pressure. Just doing swoops like a buzzard. Just poking, prodding, returning to the skies, and they'll do it again.
They just want to keep fighting right now. They have the number advantage here, and Entropiq could turtle up. And they can allow Elian now to take some space. The MP9 up through the underpass is going to call these B apartments clear. That rotation can come in. Forrester can hedge his bets towards A. And there he goes. He's got his boots on, making the run. Elian calling all of this clear. This is great now for Entropiq.
These boots are made for flanking. Oh, Krad! Luckily gets vision back just in time to find the head-to-head with Pius. Problems now. Two-man to the good. Entropiq set for success, and Elian's here to twist the knife right into their spinal column. Oh, Alex gets the info. A cursory glance, if he could just find it, but no, Elian still delivers exactly what he promised, and it's all three. A lovely AK upgrade for good measure. He definitely has earned it. And he prefers the Asimov skin. 4-0. But that, I mean, we have to review it, right? Movistar Riders, they're on the attack, Chad. Their responsibility, they are the ones that have to come to Entropiq, but that is not how that previous round felt.
One of the keys there is because they were under so much pressure of utility, they were having to use their smokes to extinguish just to stay alive, right? So that normally comes in with your mid control. You want to smoke off towards connector. Maybe you want to get another smoke towards window. And the fact that they didn't have that ability, it kind of meant that strat had to change out the gates. But now, the strat won't have to change at all. Top mid smoke lands, setting themselves up for this A execute, and they need to deal with Krad up close and personal.
Ooh, a lovely half-health Krad, but he's unable to finish the job. I think Death's just getting a bloodlust, and oh god, they're coming. Straight through, David G, great work on the Tech 9. The smokes are up, the site is theirs. You know, there's a real universe here, Chad, with a recovered couple of rifles. Armor on one of them. Might want to throw that Mopos M4 around, but Lackey taking some liberties, drops into Sandwich and catches them off guard. Channels them into CT, knows the bomb's down default, or at least suspects as much. It's Forrester who's dealing and maintaining that CT control, and well handled. Really well handled. He's not got the armor, but can he get the round regardless?
Playing with them.
The timing's not bad. They're lining up. Oh, using the sound cues. Playing with them. It's all about his element of surprise here. Okay. Oh, he's played it to perfection. Mopos the restraint. Just take him off the bomb, follow the cables, denies, and just like that, Elian flustered now. Will hold on to his AWP, but that's just a consolation prize. What a well-played round from MOPOZ there.
Oh, just to say cool, calm, and collected under pressure there. He didn't just start spamming after he heard the defuse. He took his time.
Never mind. That's
magic.
a juicy Elian crouch with his bottom ready, ripe for the spanking, and he resists.
Beautiful stuff there from MOPOZ. That's his first 2 kills. Could have even had the 3rd right here, but that's impact. The first round for Movistar Riders now thrust up onto the board, and a big one to win. Great way to bounce back, and that all started with that aggressive play up the A ramp, just a standard A execute. They deal with the defenders. They get that bomb down. The retake was looking really good for Entropiq there, so I'd be feeling a bit hard done by, but MOPOZ played that one brilliantly. And here we go again, this mid-control. Davy G in towards the smoke, pushing through. Forrester's bullets not finding anything, and mid-control already garnered. This is quick.
Yeah, this is more like it. Look at that, Lackey completely caught off guard, and Davy G delivers a double. Doesn't really get much more of a contrast to the previous fights for mid than that. Davy G's so fast. Perhaps a little too fast as he flubs his nade.
They want to play the clock here. Still a minute 20 remaining.
Oh, you're playing with fire, MOPOZ. He knows there's a slither gap there, and into the elbow.
All right, well, do you want to continue towards that B bomb site? You've identified where the AWP is. Nellian, he knows he's given his position up. He's rotated completely back around the map here. Left to be Apartments, hedging his bets over towards this A site. They are gamble stacking A, and it looks like the right call. Unless
MOPOZ is the bravest and smartest player in the server, and with his low HP, currently just housing that Apartments control. If he was to just get a whiff of that empty site, if he laid his life on the line as a scout, he would be able to confirm and rotate that bomb through, but I'm afraid it looks like a full commit. Oh,
he's having a look now. They can pause. There's still no rush on this. Look at the time.
He's calling it clear.
He can call it clear the rotation. They need to go around the world.
Okay, game on. It's a quick one. Deaths maybe needs to sell it a bit further, otherwise the rotation's on. Look at MOPOZ. A clutch previously.
Oh my god.
An alien bullet lodged in his body, but look at the angle he's adopted. He can essentially hold 3 rotation points. Kitchen, coming through jungle, all out of the question. He can even hold short if he just puts himself into that window position. They're still concerned about A.
And they're saving. Yeah, they've realized it's all a bit of a ruse here. The fact that there's 9 seconds left, the bomb hadn't gone down yet, there was no traction on the site. Entropiq know the jig is up. They'll have to save these rifles here. And you're right, MOPOZ, they threw that out. And this is about playing the numbers. If that was a 4-on-4, maybe they don't play it in the same way. But the fact it was a 5v3, you're happy to throw one player to the wolves, see what's home, walk on in, get that bomb down, the path of least resistance, and great stuff here for the Riders. Back-to-back impact from MOPOZ. Sure, he didn't have to clutch this one, but the information wins the round alone, so very good stuff.
Yeah, brilliant work. And I want to credit the rest of the team, because Alex is probably, he's managed to keep them caged enough, right? You're throwing out your A util, but he's still waiting for that MOPOZ call. I imagine that's the dialogue, right? He's like just waiting to hear what MOPOZ is saying, looking for the feed. If he sees MOPOZ go down, it's the commit, right?
Yeah.
So really well played by the Movistar Riders, and they're closing this gap early, which is a promising sign for a nice competitive series.
Yeah, that's what we want
tonight. To see. I know it's dark in the studio, Alex, but come on.
It's tonight somewhere.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let me know on Twitter. Did that land correctly on your eardrums? I hope it wasn't a complete whiff, and that is going to be timeout number 1 called.
Okay, so with this timeout right here, we just want to take a quick look at the finances of Entropiq here. Krad can drop a Silent Stem 4, and Elian can as well. That means they can go for a full buy, and that's what they're jigging around now. So within this 30-second timeout, just make sure the buy is sitting as nice as it can, and also the approach. Okay, we've been hyper-aggressive in middle, we've been wanting to fight them, but they're coming at us too. Do we wince? Do we back off and give them that mid-control and potentially opt for a bit more site-heavy holds, maybe pressure the extremities of Palace, the B Apartments? Or do we stick to our guns?
Now, I've noticed that Lackey was abandoning all of his util, right? All of those expensive nades and incendiary smoke all thrown out. So that suggests to me that we might get a bit more of that aggressive mid stuff from short. We know it worked very well for them to contain the Movistar Riders. Late post up from Pyjamas. Oh, careful, Elian. On the re-peek, he's brave. He's got Nickelback in support. Lackey's on his way.
Spotted. Pinned.
Surely dead now. Yeah, perfect play. Look at that Molotov. Completely sends him into the wide open angle of the AWP. And now we're talking about playing the numbers. It's playing the disadvantage. Will Lackey have a cursory glance? Like, this is on his own decision making. Does he want the answers of under the window? If he does, he could lose his head. That util trying to bait him out. He doesn't bite.
Nice nade. MOPOZ softened up now. Fight. Oh. He didn't see him, he tucked tail.
But he only peeks on the flash. Like, this is some serious, diligent Counter-Strike. No one is taking any eccentric risks.
Well, they have the mid-control and they know it. But the Riders now with Sub 1 minute on the clock here. Need to regroup. They need to regather. The pressure in connector. That could be the difference maker here.
Okay, but it's not going to be a full util set. It's a kitchen smoke, and then go. Mopos taking a real chance. There's 2 to defend him. Lackey takes first contact. Eyes drawn to short. And davidji, in the meantime, is poking A. They're trying to keep the CT's feet planted. It looks like the call is to go back to A, and that frag opens up business a little more. 2 on the A site now. 18 seconds.
Sandwich.
They're going to struggle to break Krad out of this sandwich position. The Molotov was great, but Krad is better. Death. A chance, a small one. He needs this now, and now he's got to find the rest. Doesn't have time for this. Elian's just going to kill him on the plant.
Oh, miss! Death is an in-game leader's dream. The fact he just committed for the plan for the extra cash, he should get a pay rise right there.
A pat on the back for that one.
Going for that plan to give him some extra money.
Imagine if Elian misses the second like a Hail Mary no-scope. My God.
Okay.
That was...
I like that the Riders always have an idea, though, right? Like, okay, we're denied the space, right? They were ready to react when we went B. Let's take that path. We knew that davidji was already in connector. If he can take some room over towards that side of things. They made the round interesting, right? It looked like that one should have been done and dusted, but some good pivoting. We're back underway here. The guns are out. AK's in hand. Pius into his AWP, and that slow default approach taken this time. They're sending over to B to see if anybody wants to go looking, and a warning shot through the smoke will tell Entropiq what they're dealing with on the other side. Oh my lord.
Yeah. Elian's a perfect example. You know, you can't hit the stationary target, but you can hit the pixel flick crossing mid. Okay. Not going to be fun for anyone that wants to come knocking on that mid door now. The corpse of davidji still warm. Mopos and Alex in pursuit of revenge.
And that's the problem. A number disadvantage again, and nothing they can
go. Like, I mean, he doesn't have any support on this. May not need it. Oh, chance. And they're all just stepping into the crosshairs. Pulling them apart. Great contributions out of Alex. He out-orps the AWPer with the Kalashnikov. 60 seconds. Bomb is top mid. And Deaths has actually pulled us into a level playing field once again. Now, his presence on A will be acknowledged. It will be held.
Lots of time still on the clock here. 45 seconds. They can scoop that bomb up and they can go A or B.
Forrester's going to split up, right? So we're going to see a CT on either site.
Oh, so yeah, you're bang on. They're playing to deny, right? You can see Lackey's position. We'll give them the mid control. We'll give them window room if they want. I'm just going to play here in shadow. If they come on out, one and done, it's set my teammate up, but it's towards B they go. Through catwalk, the walk begins. And how far can Forrester tuck on? And he wants to do the same over here towards the B site. If he can stay bench, he can unravel this.
Yeah, bench is a great shout. Oh, okay. He's in a great off angle here.
Heard him now.
Yeah, strikes perfectly into the head of Death. And that was the bomb carrier, no less. This spray is everything. Needs to find it. And it's Forrester winning up the 1v2, essentially, on that site. 6 for Entropiq on the CT side. The Movistar Riders just struggling to convert when they concede these opening deaths.
Yeah, and that might see them go back to something a little bit more team-based, like a B execute, or maybe if they're going to go through mid, they take more players so that they can trade more aggressively. One of the rounds they did find success was davidji coming in quite quickly and being able to find an opener there. The other was their execute on towards the A bomb site where Mopos clutched it out. So only 2 rounds to boast so far, but still early stages. Only 8 rounds played and 9 about to commence here. Conversation being had with the first Movistar Riders timeout, and loss bonus, yeah, sure, they're in a position where they can upgrade into a couple of pistols, maybe go for some armor and a little bit of light utility. They'll be buying in the next round regardless.
I was watching the, just like a smoke tutorial, you know when Bubsky tweeted out the new jump throw bind?
Yes.
So it's like, you know, the plus forward as well. So it enables you to do some extra cheeky from spawn throws. They've been using it for ages, but they've genuinely outlined, and you've told me this before, every single spawn position with a different lineup.
Yeah, for window.
I know, but like, can you imagine the amount of information
it's a lot to keep in your head, man. Yeah.
And then there's another 6 maps.
But that's the thing that's evolved, right? When I sit there and I ask these players, I go, so, well, you know, what do you think's changed in Counter-Strike? You've been playing since 2013, and they're like, oh, yeah, you know, not a lot, right? It's like, well, no, now you have players who literally have a database in their head. You can do it on Ancient for a bunch of spawns as well, for the top window smoke there. So it's this database of utility is just one facet.
Now, this is an interesting one. So Forrester's aware that there's a likelihood that something quick and team-based is coming, and he's opted for aggressive apps, a bait and switch.
It's like the pistol round setup here.
Yeah, very reminiscent of it.
And they even have a third man of Elian over towards Market, so they're passive on A. Elian is floating between the sites here. They have a good idea that something's up when they're in.
Timing. Good timing. Mopos has got a cross, so that's going to draw Crosshairs away. Death does not clear his corners, and that's a great trade. Alex again. He's making a round out of this.
Getting dicey.
Yeah, especially with the health on them. Look, this nade is destined for glory. Elian down, Alex 3. The leader does everything. And the bomb's now down. David G's just the supporting cast now. He's got armor. He's got an AK on Alex.
Good boost.
Boosted him on the box.
Crad.
Oh, it was perfect. Maybe he goes unchecked. He has not got the bullets. Not in the right place, at least. Good recovery. Nickelback contributes, as does Crad. A good round out of nothing there.
Yeah, you can see how much more threatening it is as a team, though. The amount of space that they got, and you can understand why Death isn't checking that position. Forrester didn't shoot a single bullet, and they've completely swarmed that bomb site with at least one player. So, right there, things falling apart. Even though it looked really good, the dinks were great, the damage was done, but the retake was better. Crad's positioning and the lack of fear. He didn't wait for them to peek. He took that space, and he just crept on up. Now the guns will come out. That was just a half by there from the Spaniards. We'll see the AKs out again, and be nice to try and activate some Pyjamas with the AWP, but with all the utility that you find in middle, it's never the best place to try and find the pick. Or let's not say best, easiest. So over towards the A ramp, scoped on in. Alien smoked off, drops a molly towards that mid box, so the exchange of utility, and Crad stuck in towards Sandwich again here. Oh, Nickelback, just aggressive. Straight through Palace, opening kill, and we've really seen the Riders struggle in this position. All foot.
Some Pius, gee.
6 HP, okay.
Yeah, he's just had his shoes absolutely exploded on his feet.
Yeah, okay, well, 1:20 on the clock. One player's already dead, and one's on 6 HP.
Yeah.
You don't want to be thinking about a save, but what are you meant to do?
You call Mopos up, you say, hey man, you know those incredible hero moments you like to have?
We need one or two.
One or two of those right now would be great. And he's got the crosshair bang on for the pixel jiggle. Like, if you move a muscle from that sandwich position, Crad, you are going to catch a bullet to the dome.
Does he know he's there, though? This is such a tight line to be holding.
I suspect it's just a premonition.
Well, if a Molotov comes out from A ramp, he's definitely on for this kill. Unless Crad smokes himself here.
Senpais has one. Here we go.
They must have seen something.
Being cooked. Defensive smoke.
He's just going to delay time. There's 30 seconds.
He's done well with that. Really well.
He doesn't need to do anything.
Still got that low HP, but he's got the perfect angle to at least get one more with the AWP.
25 now.
Running light. Very light on time. That's the frag to open the proceedings. They know Sandwich is still a threat. David G, no, lost the bomb. 15. Running out of chances. The Riders so low. Do you save? Do you go? I don't know. Pius finds another 8 seconds. Where's the bomb? It's on Senpais. He's not across.
No time.
Find him. He's on CT. Maybe the no-scope. He doesn't clear.
Oh, after time.
After time for Senpais.
Oh, it's nightmare. You could see the indecision. Davy G and Mopos both pulling out Molotovs to re-deal with the position of Crad. And in that window, Crad goes forward. What a heads-up play from him, knowing that he was isolated, had to take a risk, and it pays off.
These last second, we've had it yesterday as well. Like, we saw some of TYLOO's players going down in the last second. We've seen it in multiple occasions. There was a Mirage game as well I witnessed. It's mad. It's like teams have gotten so good that they can turn it around, and he's going for it again. Deaths. This time receives them with bullets. It's an MP9, a loud one, and he adjusts. That is quite the opening pair. An immediate response from Lackey. Maybe you can even do one better. You wouldn't, though. He's going to get flashed in. He's going to get all the answers and more. Entropiq are playing some real active heads-up Counter-Strike.
It's nice to see here. 2 smokes in front of Lackey here. Would love to scoop those
Death's heard that flash right, so he's already acknowledged that they might be taking that space, and space taken. Look at Alex finding Elian and taking some serious risks. He anticipates Forrester. The pre-fire was present.
But they've rotated away and the bomb's going A.
God, the rounds are kooky, man. Contact everywhere. We just saw a 3-man fight into the apartments.
Because Lackey has called apartments clear, Palace over towards A clear, right? He thinks that they've just rotated very fast back because at least 3 players were spotted close A. 2 died, 1 got 2 kills. So the information right now was at least that, hey, it's probably not going to be A, but they've walked on in, they've dropped the smokes, and they should be able to get this bomb down. If they can set some Pyjamas up in a strong post-plant position with this AWP, they have the advantage. Forrester's low.
Yeah, but there's some info for them. The tracers, or the lack thereof, but SoundQ heard all the same. They know that Forrester's locked on short. Behind that connector smoke now fading. So Lackey's got the smoke. I don't see a kit. They have to be quite quick about this one. Light on time already. Pyjamas doesn't have all the answers just yet. And the smoke on the bomb, it's going to get very sketchy. So it's really going to count on Deaths to at least put some bullets onto that defuse. But they may not get to the site here. Deaths, live on. No time for him to try and make a round out of this. Forrester doesn't have the health nor the hope. And so, third is secured. And looking to make a half out of this here, the Movistar Riders. It's the first step in towards glory.
So when you look at these 3 rounds now, we have the Mopoz clutch, we have the Davigi opening in mid, and we have the Deaths 2 opening kills over towards Palace. So you can see there's a clear correlation between finding these opening kills and finding success within these rounds. Now, the money situation over there for Entropiq, not ideal by any means. And I think that's why they went for such a Hail Mary move. They had the MP9 in the mix. They went aggressive because they knew that, hey, if we can rumble them early, they're probably still just trying to catch their breath. We've given them actually quite a bit of space. But Deaths was ready for that. And that was directly after Nickelback had already gone and done the same thing. So, you know, fooling once, sure. Go for it the second time round. Not going to work on out. And the second time out called here because at this point, the Riders get to consolidate. If they're able to convert now against the force buy of Entropiq, they can turn this into a decent half, right? Stall Entropiq out here on 8. Get yourself up to what should be 5. And then when you're looking at a kind of broken gun round towards the tail end, they maybe even can walk away with 7. So grinding away here are the Riders. Not letting up. Not giving up. This is an important round for Entropiq as well. Scout out for Elian. Forrester with the M4. The rest are onto the Deagles here, and there's a light Smattinger utility. Smokes, a couple of HEs. Lackey even donating one of his. Let's see how far they can push the issue here. Entropiq. Definitely the weaker of the 2 buys right now, and Elian immediately smoked off again. We'll have to reposition. Going to be on Forrester to hold mid with that M4. Riders with a very heavy B presence here. Just one player over towards T-spawn of Deaths, and he's not playing up close and personal in towards the Palace as he usually would. Drops out a window smoke and actually just goes to back up his team quickly. This will be the B pounce, and that's where Lackey currently resides with Elian.
Time to pounce. Already, Davigi limping into the site. Many more bodies, though, from the Movistar Riders. Davigi does not get deterred in any capacity. Okay, lads, the bomb's not down yet, but that's soon to change. Planted as we speak. Second bite of the cherry or go? Yeah.
You're bang on. You're bang on. There's no point going into a 5-on-4 B retake like this. Just holding on to the weapons that you've garnered. The ones that you've invested in. Give yourself another chance at the next. And if you want it, maybe play for some exits, right? Like maybe just hang around in B apartments. Leave Elian here to see if he can catch them trying to scamper off catwalk to save. If you're able to get a kill and turn that into a rifle, great. But it looks like they're going extremely conservative. Up towards the Palace again. Holding on to what they have. Crowd's the only one having a bit of a looky-loo here. And now we'll call that 4. Now, it's felt hard to get to this point, but things are going to get easier from this point forward. And it is going to be the same double dip again. So if they can convert one more time in the same fashion, 5 rounds, now we're talking. They're back in this one in a big way.
I don't think Lackey's even going to get a thing. There's not a penny to spare, so it is going to be the full naked Lackey.
Please, sir.
Can I just have a decoy?
Just, yeah, oh, yeah.
I'll take off my silencer.
Oh, he bought a P250.
Oh, okay. Really is really investing into this one.
Well,
and Brad's even treated himself to a smoke.
We've seen him, right? We've seen Lackey. He doesn't have an issue operating without any utility. So maybe next round it'll just be the rifle and the armor. But here we go again. This time a bit more mid-presence. Flash over and go. Well, without the go.
I believe they call that one the flash over.
Yes, everyone's favorite.
Oh, Piggy. Mopoz charging, speeding straight through, and oh, this got scary for a second, and maybe more than just a second. Crad gets his second. Okay, Crad surely cooked here, nearly stabilizing his aim in the flame for another. Bringing the pain. Oh, it continues. Elian's knocked another head off his shoulders. Pyjamas gone. Well, you can see the benefits of going for a second bite, Chad. Already this one's sketchy and scary. Lackey's trying to be a beta, a master at it, if you will.
Oh, he's been tagged on up now. They know where he is at least. more shots
This could
through.
go wrong at any moment. Bomb spotted, walking close. Bench side, Lackey anticipating the walk up. If Alex does go and clear it, there's a universe where that bomb is lost, and this round is too. Plays the safer bet odds. Alex heard him. Punishes, and it's resolved. God, yeah, really, truly a test. And that was thanks to Crad in his openings as well.
Yeah, handled. It looks messy, but still, will be the 5th. And this is where the pain can really come on through. Take a look at the money for Entropiq now, and you completely understand why they're going for this timeout. Because when they invest, you have 3 players who are sitting at, 4.1, 4.3, right? Forrester, Lackey, and Nickelback. So for them, with the Silent Stem 4, that's great. Thank you very much, Valve. They can get themselves an extra nade, get themselves the armor, but it isn't going to be a full buy. So that means, do we need to throw something a little bit strange in? Do we need to go aggressive again? Do we want to fight for that mid control? But you need to know that you're going to be at a disadvantage with some of the nades. So that's the question. Do we want to sit back? Do we want to take the space? And it's an important juncture of the game, because if they lose this, it's very likely that the Riders close the gap to an 8-7 half, and then it's forgotten that Entropiq were leading by such a large margin. So an important round ahead. Of course they would invest, but it's that discussion. So no AWP for Elian here, but one for Sampaias on the other side of things. And you're going to see pretty quickly what type of defense is being opted for here. Jumping out the window, it's going to be aggressive.
Wow. Okay. Sampaias, yeah, not expecting that in any capacity. Davigi could ruin everything.
Can't let him get away.
He's heard them retreat, and it's all over. Red Rover.
Wait,
maybe a gap.
a huge
gap.
No one's looking. No one's going to be looking at all.
They've literally just been in middle. 3 of them. There's
Forrester.
no way this B player is anticipating this. Did he see him? Peripheral vision. Down and out. B side might and can still be open for business. The rotate in.
Stay cool.
They're bringing the bomb. He's going to use that smoke. Oh, the Riot's looking the wrong way.
Beautiful.
What an impactful round from Davigi. Whoa, that's it. Surely. Stick a fork in this one.
Save again. What are you meant to do right now? But if you're the Riders, shoes on the other foot. Send out the pack, hunt them, take these rifles away. Make it hurt, and Death does one more to find it. It's just, that was brilliant.
Like, you have to address the decision-making tree he was presented. Orpa's died. You've lost your Orpa as the opening death, and he manages to make that, and the info that came with that around.
Yeah, because you bang on, right? Do you go for the trade, which he could have?
Yeah.
He could have put his life on the line to go for the trade, but he went for the space instead. And if that didn't pay off and he just walked up short and died, it's like, well, you could have gone 4v4 right there, mate. But this here was magic, and Crad will get to hold on to an AK-47, but it's just one rifle carried through. Lost bonus, sure, it's there for Entropiq, but this is looking great for the Riders now.
I mean, that's that 8-7 that you threw into the pool as a possibility is looking like more and more of a reality. Mopoz throwing out an accidental scout. It's going to mean he doesn't have full util, so just a minor thing, but he does have just a couple of less nades than he would have ideally had.
His teammates could all donate him one. Yeah, so of some variety here.
Right.
So let's see how charitable they're feeling right now. But the mid smokes again, Window and Cat. Molly top mid. You rinse and repeat. The start of the rounds have been very similar.
Yeah, except Sampaias' heart is still beating in this round.
Yeah, he's had a rough go of it, unfortunately, Sampaias. I think that CT side at AWP is going to light things up, though.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. I think, and I wouldn't be surprised if the underperformance in his opening game of the Major, or its second, excuse me, because they did beat Renegades, but his underperformances in that game against VP could be haunting him. For a new player, your first Major.
Lots of pressure.
You know, and you are also one of the stars that has been carrying them through their qualification. So I can understand why there's a contrast in Sampaias now. There's a human component to this. Believe it or not, all of the names on your screen represent real human beings with lives as complex as your own.
Well, it's pretty complex right now because they've hit the brakes early, down to a minute on the clock, and retooling back towards this B bomb site. Similar setup we've seen out of Entropiq here. Forrester hiding, Lackey to bait, and the B hit to come on through.
Oh, okay, this could go wrong very quickly, and Lackey strikes, as does Forrester. This is the response from Entropiq. Calling upon Alex. He did it with the Tech 9. Can he do it again with the AK? Death's finished off. Elian retaking on a scout. I'm sure there's something for him to scoop up that's a little more threatening. Look at the angle he's lingering in. He does manage to catch a glimpse. Scout on AWP action. And Sampaias, we spoke his name. He has to have an impactful round here. He's exposed. He's exposed and down. Leaving only Alex. And what a response out of it, Entropiq. Down, but not out. 9 in the bank. They deny the Movistar Riders gap closer, and more prominence on the pistol as well.
Yeah, good stuff there, right? You want that going into the second half if you're Entropiq. You've had a good half. Yeah, they've battled back into things. You've been under the financial pressure and woes of the resets, but you get yourself one on the way out the door. and you're going to be happy with that. You can see right here on your screens the round recount. So 4 out of the last 5 going in the favor of the Spaniards. And topping the scoreboard would be Alex. But a lot of impact from Mopos, even though he has 4 kills, right? You think about the round that he won earlier with the clutch and the space that he took in a future. But here we go. This is where we're really going to heat on up. Switching sides. The defense now is investing quite heavily in utility here. Mopos with a smoke, a kit for him. Deaths with a full bag as well. A HE, flash, and a smoke grenade. And on the other side, they've got a bit as well. Nickelback and Lackey. They've invested in that, and Elian's been gifted a P250, so let's see how far this one goes.
Krad's pistol prowess has definitely inflated those headshot stats. Some great Deagle headshots, putting him up at, what, with 12 kills and a 75% headshot ratio. 1 to the dome, speaking of headshots, Sunpius has humbled Elian just a little bit.
Didn't through the corner. Re-peek. I'm surprised here that Sunpius, you know, didn't want to hang around. He's taking a look, he's going to get on out, and this one is slow. It's going to be a waterfall out in the apartments, but are they waiting for the mid-pressure, right? Nickelback can throw utility from the B apartments or the underpass, and another duel taken.
Elian's lucky to be alive after that one. The fact he was low, susceptible to even a double body shot. There's the mid-pressure you were asking about, and yeah, Sunpius doesn't commit to through the smoke. I think he considered it.
Yeah,
too late now.
Too many questions
Doesn't
now.
have the info. And that is a big one to find. Alex. Oh, Sunpius has been spotted. Gap in the smoke. Rumbles his position, and here they come. Water falling out. Still the clicks connect. Great from Sunpius. Issues now. Nickelback running out of teammates. He's going to try and close the gap. He's nearly isolated a duel, and it's Lackey that bodyguards him for a second. The Movistar Riders will take the pistol. Good
stuff from Sunpius right there. 2 big kills, right? The pressure was on. You could see what the idea was from Entropiq. Draw the eyes towards middle, make this A defense a little bit more susceptible. That was the point of the flash there coming in from Nickelback, but Sunpius hits 2 big ones and shuts them on down quite quickly there. Now, without a plant, a force buy for Entropiq is going to look very limp, right? And that's where you have to start asking yourself, well, do it better? We just take the save right now, and next round with the lost bonus, we can get the AKs out. That's the option they've decided to go with here. 1 flash. A Deagle, P250s, and well, that's about it for this one here. So whatever Entropiq get right now, a plant, fantastic. A couple of kills, great. If they win the round, that's a miracle. Movistar Riders should not be losing this one. They've opted as well to go with a lot of rifles, so they have a good idea of how Entropiq want to approach this one.
Like a manual burst fire for a second there. Thought he was going to do like a little burst of 3.
I think it's really important that they've upgraded into these rifles that they don't lose any, right? Maybe 1 you can get away with, but everybody needs to stay alive, because if you go for SMGs and you farm with extra cash, then sure, but if you go with rifles, you want to carry these through to the rifle round. So now they're going to have all the FAMASs and the M4s with full utility behind it, and it might be pretty even because they've denied the plant again. It is just Ellie in here. As I mentioned, any kills is good, right? Because that reinvestment for the Riders hurts early. Spots 1. Well, they know where he is now, and the cavalry is on the way, so Death's just the survivability is everything here, running towards connect their other teammates. Death wants the kill, but Davy will take it. And the score now reads 9-8. But here we go. The rifles will come out. The AK-47s can be equipped. There will be utility behind it. And I'm interested to see what Entropiq's approach is like, because the T side, we were casting them on Nuke. It was slow, right? It was slow. So let's see if that carries through here with their Mirage approach. Couple of mollies, couple of smokes to work with. So might want to stay together as a pack. Go for those trades. Window immediately smoked. Forrester fast, Sunpius into underpass.
Love that. Early and undetected, but that's a flash. That's an opening chance, and it's been rumbled. Alex caught a lovely timing, the nade and the bullets of Sunpius. Not only, though, a good frag. There's a potential trade, yeah. Krad with that info.
It's happening everywhere.
And look at that. The product of that chaos in middle is already a nearly 1 round. The only thing standing between them and conversion is getting to the A site. And David G might consider his options if he goes connector side. Just so concerned. There's so many uncertainties. Don't forget, Krad was at underpass, still is.
They're going A.
Yeah, and Elian could even be flanking jungle, so this really hinges on what Mopos get. Oops.
No one saw that, David G. It's all good.
Yeah, but he's gonna rumbled himself there. All these pin pulling has led to his.
Whoa!
no! And now he can actually play around with the smoke. It's not bad at all. Crowd strikes from that aforementioned underpass. And now Mopos, perhaps the unknown entity, can do a little more damage. No one is ready for this, and backs are turned.
Needs to be quick.
Oh, he's not ready for that Nickelback off angle. Did he catch a glimpse? Yeah, tip of the head. Tip of the head spotted. The spud of Nickelback doesn't come back to betray him. And that will be 10 for Entropiq.
All right, good response. The kills seemed like they just came their way, and then as soon as they knew that there was resistance towards middle, they forced the issue, getting out on towards that A site relatively quickly. It did get strange towards the tail end, but handled.
That whole exchange, you know, like Sunpius doesn't die if Alex finishes that frag or if Lackey didn't finish it in time. The only reason Sunpius is contributing there and not killing Crad in abs, blah, 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 you understand. It's all just in that time, like that 20 points of health he was left with. That's all it came down to. And you can see Nickelback catching that last headshot nicely at the end. So we're heading on into the 19th.
Just one little partial investment here from the Riders, and well, they're going to do their best to fight aggressive middle as Mopos.
I fear he's going to run out of smoke and not have many teammates to help him out here. Oh, spotted on the corner of the box. Lackey is playing a great game. He's a dangerous player, is Lackey. He doesn't often let the gimmies go.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mentioned it earlier, but I'm glad to see him performing at this level right now. That was the Hail Mary attempt from Mopos in mid. But they get the kill and they regroup. This is good Counter-Strike right now from Entropiq, playing the numbers. 3 players do still reside quite close towards this A side, up close towards a ramp. They need to get through deaths first. Alex and Sunpius will be able to peek on in as well. Here we go.
Wow, you couldn't really get much more blind than that.
No, this is beautiful now. The utility great, the deep smokes, the awareness. Pooch is going to be sitting there with a smile on his face that things are going swimmingly.
And I'd also just return to our question about whether it resembles Nuke. There's a little more flair to this, a little more pace as well.
Yeah, I suppose, right, when I made that comment,
I know what I'm thinking of. I know what you're thinking of.
Yeah, it's map dependent around the rush.
Of course, but it did also feel like Entropiq didn't have like a very a book swelling with options on their T side, but it already it has looked like these boys are very switched on playing their advantages. Admittedly, we haven't had a full gun round competitive yet. Let's see if this one shapes up differently. Sunpius back on his AWP.
Yeah, they're quick on the decision making here. It's been that way on the CT side as well.
That's how it's felt. It feels like this is, you know, more home soil for them. And I mean, taking a look at the head-to-head on the maps, Entropiq have played a great deal of Mirage. It's about their, what, 4th, 5th best played map, what do you expect in a best of 1. And it's mostly domestic opponents. The only recent result against a big name is a 16-0 against Gambit. And a 16-0 loss, I should just clarify.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. Alright, well this is quick from Lackey here. Mac 10 in hand, already going to be finding himself coming up through connector, so space early, minute 30 on the clock, and so many players behind.
I will say that with them coming through mid and connector, Daviji's org is very viable for those long-range contributions. Sunpius is his first. A silent spray from Alex, and Sunpius isn't finished just yet.
Oh.
Threatening, very threatening. And if you do get greedy, Sunpius, the angle he's holding, Nickelback gets info, the tip of the toes spotted, Alex still lingers. And Nickelback pushing in, grey screen, that was so brave. He had to take a risk. He had to take a little bit of a wild one, but the wild card, not very firm today.
Oh, okay. Well, the vent is broken, but to drop on down, he will make some sound cues here. So Elian cannot opt to go through the vent. He needs to pivot around. Now, he has plenty of time to play out this clutch, but a kill or two might have to come his way. Still, we'll have one member of Mopos to deal with over towards B, who's starting to push on through the apartment. So a gap manifesting right now, but Elian has no idea. Back up he goes, 30 seconds. Having to be flirting with the idea of going for this here. Otherwise, it's going to be a long 25 seconds of save, and that is looking likely now. But all in all, this is going to be the Movistar Riders. Oh, I did it again. The Movistar Riders bringing us back to an 11-9 scoreline. That's been close throughout, right? We've definitely had the Entropiq have the biggest of leads so far within this game. Oh, well, he's nowhere you're looking now, boys. They actually might be backpedaling into... Wait.
They're flashing.
They know he's in there? Oh, okay, well, lucky he doesn't go down there after time.
It was the perfect time for them to be doing that as well. Like, literally, the clock timed out as the flash popped. You really did. You did everything you could. Elian's just switched on, builds the mental picture of what's going down, and does turn that flash nicely. So,
I wonder if, because we didn't catch it from his POV, Elian dropped the smoke and it bounced off the wall and landed back towards Cat. That could be intentional, right, to stop them being picked from Catwalk as they're running up, or it could have been the one that we've seen teams dropping towards bench. They drop the bench over towards that A bomb site, so that what it means is you can actually scale up connector and have the vision obscured of exactly those positions. Yeah. So I'm curious if that was a factor that was just missed, right? And hard to know those details when you don't know what the call was meant to be. But they are able to buy again here in Entropiq. A Mac 10 for Nickelback this time. A Galil in the hands of Crab, but everybody else with AKs and utility. So no dramas here, and an important round about to unfold.
What a last name that is. Forrester. Igor Bezocheski.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
I think in my books, you've done a great job.
But I mean, you see how much space they give you on the forms for last name. This poor guy. And thank God he's called Igor. It's not, another long one.
Alright, looks like we got an A execute here on the docket. Everybody lining it up. Bomb is at the back of the pack, so it doesn't have to full commit, but the smokes are out.
Yeah. Sampice has caught a glimpse of it. 2 players in Palace. Death, that's a nice flash. He's isolated the forward Nickelback, and already 2 to the good. They're passing this test. It's Lackey that looks to claw back control. Oh, and a lovely gap in that smoke. Alex.
Very loose.
He has got a perfect opportunity to strike, and no return of fire.
They can just play the bomb here because the util's going to fade. What are you meant to do right now?
It would have to be a huge Movistar Riders slip up.
Oh, like and no Crad's crossed.
There's no way out unless Elian and this saved AK.
Oh, they got the bomb.
Do the whole
they
round
got the
the world
bomb.
maneuver.
They're
holding this though. Elian. He knows how AWPers work. He knows where you're gonna be, and he's caught the head.
Plant.
It's open for business now. Fakes it out. Needs CT info. Crad too low to get it himself.
Still searching.
Still getting info. He knows where 2 of them are. He's having a good shot at this, and Elian threatening. But the round will peter out upon his demise.
Gave it a risk or 2 there. Would have loved the plant. Would have loved getting that bomb down, but wanted to get another kill here. And yeah, on Crad. You don't love his chances. They know exactly where he was. If he can plant, then something salvage. But now he's spotted as well. The time whittling on down. The flank coming in through Palace position. Plant's good.
Yeah, just a little late on that walk. And now he's got Elian's AK to play with. Finished off. Mopos staying walking. He's playing for the round at that point as opposed to the denial. Imagine he's the first to fall. No one's taking contact. It could spiral. So, yeah, good response. They actually get the bomb down. I mean, we didn't think we'd be seeing anything after Elian and Crad were thrust into that disadvantage.
Not where the bomb was and not where the Riders decided to play after the bomb was down. I thought they'd be able to guard that quite efficiently there, but some smooth moves from Elian. And they do get the bomb down after all. And you can see the reason why I was saying that's important. There's still not enough cash, but there'd be even less without that plant. Nice little heads-up booster. These reactions that you're looking for. And this one here, nice shot, bang, as he just walks into the cusp of that smoke. But this could be a little bit of a light investment here from Entropiq. Just make sure they have enough money in the bank balance to buy again next round. But this is the chance for the Riders to tie things up 11-11. Looking like an A set piece again. So if they want, it looks very much like they're going to throw the A util and then have the 2 players crawl through the underpass to find the gaps here. So we'll keep our eyes on the Nickelback Crad combo. The A utility does fall. It does draw the eyes. It's on these 2 coming through the underpass.
Oh, he's looking the wrong way. Exposed himself to that Nickelback headshot. Alex has done well to at least keep them honest, but this is getting problematic now. Sunpius is so distracted. Crad, fortunately, does go down to Alex in the back.
They can plant.
Yeah, there's no real way to contest this. Oh. That's the answer, I suppose. And they right on the dome. Forrester low and put a whole lot lower. Bomb will still be planted. There's no contest, surely.
Elian and Lackey alive here.
And they just have to swing out on the flames. Both of them in the spray. Big round out of Alex as well, because that could have got worse. Could have got very sketchy. Is he up to 24? Am I reading that correctly?
Indeed. 24 kills for Alex right now. He's having a great showing here on Mirage. The other top
T-side impact was there, but it looks like he really has stepped it up to another level here on the defense.
Oh, for sure.
That was an ace.
Sure. Oh. Okay, all right.
That was 5 out of 5.
It was an eco, right? So we're not going to get as excited about those. But you could see the strategy that Entropiq were going for there, and because of that, it actually panned out enough for them to get the bomb on down. So in the long game of this one right here, it's a great looking buy now. Even a Krieg for Crad. Now we saw that on Nuke. It was hit and miss. Let's see if you can apply it here over on Mirage, because we're at the business end of this one now, and Surprise there to BP towards window. Miss smoke.
Bang. And Forrester's gone. Look at the punishment. Nickelback manages to immediately return the favor. And it's a hard commit to mid. Last time we saw the Movistar Riders hard commit like this, they were met by CT aggressions of their own. Now it's the shoe on the other foot.
Where do you pivot now? You lost another man here.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be mid to B now. And davidji, with his low HP, has been set up to at least contribute a little. The unchecked boost.
Oh, Crad smoked off for about 15 seconds here.
It will enable them to reposition to be safe from shore. I say safe from shore.
Lots of space.
Pause. Far from safe. The crosshair was there. The bullets are too.
It's on davidji
Brad
now.
will finish the job, and that boost, how on earth is he supposed to contribute more than one?
They need a bait from Destinies to help out.
Yeah, somehow draw attention away. Here they come. Multiple angles, and Nickelback
cleared.
so diligent. This one's perfect from Entropiq, just as things are tied up. And up to Alex, the superstar so far. He's hitting all of his shots, and only one remains. Oh, spots the elbow. He knows what you're up to. He's up against the AWP, forces him close to the pillar. Oh, and more info as well. Alex, surely not.
The Deagle out.
Looking to save him. Alien brave enough to peek after the shots had been hit. Alex, such a threat.
Having a game.
He's having one of those games. 26. He's looking for a 30 in regulation here comfortably, if he can keep this pace up.
Well, some of the casualties they lost against those pistols earlier, it comes back to bite them here immediately. A timeout taken from the Riders. Sure, Alex against the Eco gets the ace, but they lost the plant, they lost some bodies, and now their economy at a loss. You can get 5.7 on some pies. The AWP can come out. davidji can buy as well, but the other three might be a little bit light on.
Sorry. Hydration is important though, guys. I forgot to press the magic button.
I don't think we heard it.
You didn't?
No. I just saw you look on over. I was like, all right, I can hit the cough button.
No, I just heard a full, like, almost like a Looney Tune. Bloop.
Okay. All right, well, this is a big conversation right here, and they've actually gone for the hero AWP. This is a pivot moment of the game right now. Entropiq, off the back of the Riders timeout, have taken one of their own. So Hooch won't be able to chime in again here. And the fact that Sampaias has bought this AWP, there's a lot of eggs into this basket.
Ooh.
He needs to be active, right? They need to set him up. The pistols either need to find the info, and then you move that AWP around to find the kills, or he needs to choose where he wants to go for the fight. And he doesn't have a great spawn. Look here on the camera right now. He is the furthest away. He can't go for a palace pick. He's not going to be quick to anywhere on the map.
Now, I understand that you're saying he has to be active, but isn't there also like a second prong to this where he doesn't want to be committing to something where it can't be retrieved and saved?
Yeah, this is the thing. Are they buying this to try and win the round, or are they buying this just to
keep him honest?
Well,
yeah,
that's
okay,
the thing,
sure,
right?
sure,
So
sure.
if you're going to win the round right now, he needs to be active and finding picks. And the timeout taken from Entropiq, it's because they have some financial woes as well. You can see Krad's had to go into a Galil. That's the real only emission for them, but their bank balance is pretty skimp. So the Riders, if they can get some kills, they can keep them honest. But the round win here with the AWP, all carrying that through, integral now with Sampaias is very active.
Four CTs, including that AWP, committed to the first letter of the alphabet. Oh, and I love that from Death. It's unlikely he gets unchecked unless davidji can bait in nicely, thinking they catch a timing on him dropping his smoke, and Death mows him down with 12 bullets of fury.
Right now, Entropiq have no idea what they're dealing with. It could be a force buy. They don't know if there's an AWP. They have no idea what the purchase looks like, but they know that they're in the shadows in certain positions. So a couple of speculative shots towards middle, more smokes thrown on out. And it's all a bit of a ruse here as the bomb being picked on back up and heading over towards A, but this is going to be hard to break. It's their mid players.
He wouldn't have any, like he couldn't really be further from the contributions. It looks like they're actually going to send all the pistols to the A site.
That's a good smoke there to connect it. That's going to buy them a bit of extra time right now. This A ramp setup with the CZs is everything.
Alien, if he's the first to take contact, Nickelback will jump in. Drops the smoke. Oh, he's been spotted out. Death just lost all the potency, all the vigor. And the rest should fall into place nicely. Keep your eyes on Sampaias. Don't forget, he is the VIP. davidji.
Save now.
Yeah, running around with his knife out.
Oh, he goes down
Oh,
as well.
we've lost him as well. Yeah, Crad caught him through the window
That's
late.
huge. That's massive for Entropiq. Like, absolutely mental how big that is, because nobody on the Movistar Riders can drop Sampaias and AWP. It means he has to operate with maybe a scout here, right? Oh, he's gone for a deagle instead. So they can't run the CT setup in the most efficient way that you'd be hoping to do on the CT side. And that was a good setup from the Riders. They were actually in the right position to deal with some of this. The utility was well timed. The only thing against them was the Sampaias B rotation. Doubting themselves right here, but 13-11. It's a red carpet right now for Entropiq if they win this one.
Still an if. Some pace to Forest to play here, and he's just opened up the account.
Drive-by.
Hot pursuit now of 14. Movistar Riders have to stomach this disadvantage. At least Sunpius gets a rifle to play with now. The pride out of the stiff fingers of the now deceased Alex, forced to watch this one transpire. Round 25.
This is perfect as well. The numbers again. Entropiq have done this every time.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Paul Mopoz, a single smoke, and he's been caught out. He'll drop it to try and divide and looking to conquer. Davigi is in a good spot to at least contribute from short. That second reflexive smoke, and Mopoz is still handing out some body shots. Great reactions out of the Movistar Riders. Mopoz has been walked around. Perhaps Crad now an element of surprise. Davigi on short may not be anticipating this sort of angle. And neither was Crad. Mopoz, the patience, rewarded with another contribution. This is a one-man hold as he takes his third. Davigi contributes, but this is Mopoz's sight, and he makes that clear.
That's a huge opening.
Why do you think, Chad, back in your day, the brainwave, like I'm talking Counter-Strike wide, not just Fox M&R, why didn't we see more of those like reactive CT defensive smokes? Like, you know, we see how like it's a whole different meta game for the T's as they arrive when you see what Mopoz has done and he can disappear in the smoke and the void. Why did that brainwave not happen sooner in Counter-Strike?
I don't know.
Literally don't know.
There's a lot of things where like especially like the abusing of the clock, right?
Yeah.
Or even just how particular and perfect you can be with utility, right? Astralis really only brought that into fashion in 2018. And that's the game had already been out since 2012. So the evolution of this and those tiny details, those are the changes. But you bang on, like smokes were used as a wall to slow them down so the rotations could come. Yeah. Now smokes are used within the site because the game has been broken down into more details. You think about it. Before, the choke point was, well, if I let them get out of the B apartments, we've already lost, right? The idea was we lock them down in the B apartments, but now it is we can let them into the site, but we all need to understand what fights we're taking.
And maybe, you know, that brainwave starts when you realize how frustrating it is when you're in the site, but there's still 5 CTs alive.
You're buying
like, it's
time.
such a horrible feeling. You're like, what do we do now? I don't want to plant.
Well, Sunpius has got his AWP back, and this time Elian doesn't have his, so Shu on the other foot here. Looks like we have a few more twists and turns in this one.
He wants to stick around, bro. Oh, he could pluck this run boost. It's not an easy shot, and they've cancelled it upon extinguish. Interesting. They're coming back on in. Elian's averted his gaze, so now Lackey's across as well.
Oh, but Sunpius, I don't know if he's aware of this. He's not aware of this.
He's going to expose himself.
Oh, he's going to go down.
Yeah.
Lackey got him every day of the week. He just has to pick.
The timing on this boost has led to another opening death for Sunpius. He's throwing such an aggressive one into the mix, and yeah, with his knife out, booked. Lackey punishes. That's a really bitter pill for Sunpius to swallow, especially if this round now falls apart. And Death taking some chances, taking some fire. He's under heavy scrutiny now. Nickelback advancing. Elian as well wants trouble. Death just millimeters away from his demise here. And they're going to flash Alex. He's booked. The site is theirs. Nothing you can do now as the Riders are counting on a late rotate T-spawn. It's going to be a long one for Mopoz. Got his running shoes on, charging in. The bomb now down, 2 from CT. And it just looks horrible for the Spaniards.
Lucky's already taken a look here. They know that this flank's coming in before. They're prepared for this, but it all rests on Mopoz. You're right.
It's the drop down and the pre-aim. How good is his crosshair placement? He knows he gets a second because Lackey will have to adjust. 20 seconds. He doesn't want to make the sound cue until the team takes contact, but maybe they're just looking to cage them on the retreat.
15 seconds. It has to be a save right now.
Yeah,
they can't be going for this.
And I don't think Lackey even needs to move too far. Well, never mind. He'll actually just take the frag as well.
Huge round. Absolutely huge round. And it all comes down to that 1 second that Sunpius takes his eyes off top mid. It's just 1 second.
Was it to look at underpass?
He just pivoted back into connector there on the extinguish, right? I think he was just kind of gauge where the smoke was. And as soon as he moved away, the run boost happened that they had already flubbed once. If the run boost worked out the first time, he would have seen them.
You're right.
The fact that it didn't work and then he does it the second time, he does no idea that anything's across.
It genuinely leads to the round. A missed run boost. This is why Counter-Strike's gotten to the most crazy of levels.
But again, like Entropiq are in the power position one more time. They just need to land this knockout blow. 2 more rounds necessary here.
And this will put them into the opportunity. 2 best of 3s to secure a spot on the Legend stage.
It's a place you want to be here where the Riders, they're going to be back against the wall. Best of 3 survival.
Oh, lovely opportunity, and he's let it go. He's let it slip. Lackey switched on. He knows the only opportunity for him to get that info was from the boost, and now,
Alex.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot from Lackey. They're not ready for him. They've jumped past him. No. quite the second, but he does land one into the dome, I think. Nickelback finished off by Sunpius courtesy of that. I think it might have been the scout shot that initially did the damage, so Sunpius builds upon what he started. The HUD is frozen, so don't panic. It's going to be hard to keep track of exactly where we're at right now. Very hard, actually.
I think we're in about a 3-on-3 situation right now.
We'll have to use the X-ray names because we can't use the HUD names.
Well, we got a player over towards connector. We've got one Tetris here of Lackey. 2 players over towards that CT spawn position.
God bless, we're back.
And here we go.
2 CT and 45. Doesn't bode well for these CT players. Molly and Flash combo to take the cross. Morpos, oh, some damage inflicted, but they combine. And no denial on that plant as well. Entropiq looking set for success here, Chad. How on earth did the Riders find a way back in?
They can molly it. Davy G has one.
Okay. And Crad, is he susceptible to the one shot?
He's out.
Not, and he's already out. He's hunting, and the flank is there. Entropiq in hot pursuit of going 2-1. And having 2 opportunities in a best-of-3 environment to be legends at the PGL Major Stockholm.
This is good stuff right now. It has been a back and forth, but Entropiq were the ones in the first half who had that lead. They had that, it was actually taken away. The Movistar Riders had to work very, very hard to get themselves back into that first half, but they did. Entropiq again, taking a couple of steps ahead. Just one more round necessary, and check out the bank balance here. It is the worst spot the Riders could be finding themselves in. The high end for this purchase is 2.4. The last timeout is taken. They're just talking through whatever options they have, but on these pistols, they need someone to step up in a big way. A multi-kill from a Deagle. A couple of scout tags from Sunpius here. Somebody needs to be the hero for the Riders, or this one is done and dusted.
All right, folks. Strap in. Entropiq in the prime position. I mean, look at the buy they're playing up against. They've done it against the full buy many a time. Movistar Riders, their last resort.
Look at Forrester again, just so quick on this. No fear. What a change, no resistance. It's so quiet towards middle right now. All the space in the world to work with, hoping the kills come their way.
And if you're Alex as well, like, you're trying to hold middle, but essentially you're just going to be holding the smoke light for the entirety of this round. Staring at it, hoping to see it obscured by a sneaky, aggressive T in the window. It's not going to happen for him. Full mid at control, and even more so. So now they can park Forrester, and you know he's going to be a lovely late component, just as your attention's drawn elsewhere.
And notice how there's no CT info plays right now out of the Riders. They're just sitting and they're waiting. They're hoping that they hit these kills. So what I spoke about becomes more so the case. They need to hit these shots. An individual one and done is not enough. Losing the opening pick, it's not enough. They need to get this one done here early.
That's a contribution. The fact that Sunpius has gotten away with tagging and getting away. And Death's Deagle is at least doing something. Still, though, Entropiq names are in the feed. Sunpius looking to redeem himself to extend play. The scouts already contributed. Safe plant. Uncontested. Alex is the next victim. Down he goes with all of that sack of util. Mopos and Sunpius. The last on the chopping block. And now only Mopos. The rest just forced to watch as they will be condemned. Nice shot, a brilliant one, but that's all. 16, Entropiq secure it. They are now in the driver's seat of their own fate. 2 best of 3s, 2 chances to pick up that 1 win to lock in the Legends stage. Entropiq have been on the grind for some time, Chad. Like, they've been on the grind. We've seen the likes of Crad, Forrester, Starlight of Burn in Major 2019, actually.
Exactly.
Was the last Major was when we saw them for the first time.
Yeah, it was good to see them with that Dream Eaters team. Obviously, there's names like Sviat and stuff with them. But,
as well,
yeah,
Crad,
but I was talking about it yesterday where Nickelback came from with, it was Prosto, Pro 100, yes. Right? He came from there. Then you've got the likes of Lackey and Elian who were playing with Hobbit and Crizzen and stuff in Windstrike not that long ago. So rejigging the roster to get to this point, taking down Movistar Riders, you'd put both of these teams in the same basket, right? You'd say that they're both more underdog squads within the realms of this entire major, right? So it's unfortunate for the Riders here, but another close showing that they're competitive again. A couple of wobbles here, there, and everywhere, but really good stuff. from Entropiq here to pick this one up. I'm curious to see how much further they can push the issue, and this is where you really get tested now. These barriers of best of threes for elimination or progression, those decider games, is really important because the depth of map pool, it's huge, right? Sure, you can come in, you can play one map, you can play two, but you need to be able to have your weaknesses picked against you, be able to bounce back from that. So now you're right. Movistar Riders, they're going to have their back against the wall. Entropiq, they're going to get 2 cracks at it here. And look, this isn't going to be easy for anybody. But Entropiq showing some good Counter-Strike today. Didn't look too flustered. And I think, I want to say it again. Lackey online in a couple of the games that I was doing, it felt lackluster, it felt desperate, but the moves that he's making on land, they're probably similar to the ones that they make online, but they're profiting now, and that's good signs because Lackey had a really good game here.
Yeah, and the Buckhole system, do you remember, was it round 3 it's implemented for the seeding?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
okay.
it would have come into play for this one right now.
This now.
Yeah, so it's going to be curious. There's also the fact, I do believe that you can't play a team that you've already played before, so I don't want to speak too much, but for example, the Movistar Riders and Renegades are both going to find themselves in the 1-2.
Yeah.
I don't think, and I don't take municipal authority here, guys, but I don't think they can play each other. So there might have to be some jigging
also
around.
the strength of your opponent, right? So for example, I was looking at the fact that the only win Movistar Riders are boasting currently is that Renegades game. So it does just mean that the strength of their opponent that Renegades have just lost today, it is going to put them up against likely a bigger dog.
And we have Astralis versus GODSENT today as one of those games that's going to put either Astralis or GODSENT as the 1-2. So maybe they get an Astralis here that's starting to heat up with some form. But as I mentioned, I stayed up all night practicing this, so I'm going to do it every single time.
All right, man.
We're going to break again, guys. Hang around. We'll be back soon with Heroic versus Copenhagen Flames.
Banger.
Coming up next, Heroic versus Copenhagen Flames.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have got the best Danish team, and they're taking on Heroic today. I'm looking forward to seeing the Flames back in action, because my God, dude, if we just took if our sample size is last month and this one.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt, actually. Yeah, they're just the type. The RMR, for those people who may have missed it, they topped their group against like the likes of MOUZ Sports, Big. They were in the hardest group in the RMR. They went 5-0 in the best of ones, and then they made their way through and were able to qualify here to be here at the major, going up against a Heroic who have had their ups and downs. Look, for multiple reasons. Controversy, that's one of them. The other in terms of their type of Counter-Strike. But as we have the plucky Danes on our screens here, we got Yabi, we've got Zyphon. Those two are youngsters there. Nikodos, the AWPer. You have Hooksy, the in-game leader, and Roy, the apparent superstar of the team. A little bit of a chat last night with Bubsky on the tweets, and he was saying, yeah, Roy's always been mechanically awesome. He just wasn't always doing it against the very best. Well, now he's doing it every game against everybody.
A component of the tweet Bubsky gave as well was that he's noticed a drastic improvement. Like all this regular tier 1 competition, Roy's just been taking to it like a fish to water. Like he is loving all of these games against tier 1 opposition. And I'll tell you now, you doesn't get much more tier 1 right now in modern day Counter-Strike than the boys of Heroic. These guys can slay. If they have their way in the same way, we just saw Big kind of show up in a way they didn't yesterday. If Heroic show up in the way that I know they can, and admittedly, I haven't had evidence of it on LAN.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, I don't like throwing this around, but there's a clear difference between when we've seen them peak online, right, and their performances, and the type of Counter-Strike we've gotten from Heroic on LAN. And I'm sure they want to change that dialogue too, but we've got our videos on the screen right here, and it looks like we're going to be having some Vertigo Nuke in the mix for this one, and Overpass as the third and final map. So Vertigo is a curious one. I was actually having a conversation with Halvor last night, and he was saying if somebody picks this against Flames, he thinks that maybe they might just lose it. Like, now it's a good map for the Flames, but he was saying that their approach to this map, right, it's very A heavy, and they'll always fight for that ramp control. So I'm curious to see how this one pans on out. That's on the CT side. Then Nuke coming in, well, it's a Danish special for both teams, so we get two really good tactical maps here for the first two, and then Overpass. That I like this map pool.
I don't know about you, but like for me personally, I have Inferno obviously as the iconic third map decider, but Overpass is my hot number 2. Like super sexy games you can have in the decider if we get there. It's just there's a lot of tactical balances, lots of clutch opportunity. The map is so large, there's so many room for ratty plays, cheeky maneuvers. It's all on the cards if we do get to our third. But Vertigo Nuke, Chad, there isn't a normie map in sight.
No, and it's going to be juicy here because the Danes, actually, if you're not too familiar on these type of maps where it's a bit more strategical, it's a bit more utility heavy, they seem to thrive in these environments. So having the two of them going toe-to-toe, really excited to see that. And it looks like we might even be jumping into things. Here we go. We're up in spawn right now. You can see us just looking on down at the boys, but the buys are in. The pistol round's ready to go, and let's get this one underway because the winner of this one is through to the Legend stage during the likes of NIP, Na'Vi, FURIA, Gambit. They're all waiting in the wings. Who's going to join them first?
Yeah, I mean, so it's a stacked second stage of the competition, but we've got to get there first, and we're about to be locking in a team by the end of this best of 3 for that Legend stage. Heroic or the Flames. I'm just excited to see if these individuals who are the opposite of what we were talking about with some of the Movistar Riders, they just seem to have loved and thrived under the pressure and the upgrading competition.
Yeah, I think this one here is going to be a real biff, and already been biffed on down. Is refreshed to 14 HP. A pretty aggressive stance here from Cadian on the crane. Going to have his teammates more passive in the site to bait them on in. You can see refresh tucked on in. He should be that first point of contact, and Tessus jiggle peeking from the headshot box over towards the scaffolding position. Cadian starting to get a little bit aggressive here. We'll have a biff with Roy, who is playing the sandbag position. Headshot angle. Oh, and a shot from Cadian there to kick things off.
First 2 clicks of his mouse in the series, and he's already looked good. That was a slither gap just under the crane texture as well, like far from easy.
Well, that's Roy. That's the star of the show down here. Yabi, Zyphon, they can be pretty handy, and Nikodos on that AWP, not too bad either, but look at this space. They're just walking on through. Spotted now. Pressure on.
This time, and that's the smoke. So they're going to have about 20 seconds or so if they do choose to respect it. I imagine they will. 3-man setup, ready to react. Yeah, we're already seeing on this T side a stubbornness to them. Copenhagen Flames now dropping the smoke onto the site. That will leave Cadian less supported than he previously was. If they find this, or they don't, Zyphon really struggled to finish his meal there. And that, had it been a quick headshot with the isolated Heroic team, yeah, perfect for Cadian. It doesn't get cleaner than that. A couple of chipped away health pools, but everyone's happy, everyone reinvesting, and yeah, Copenhagen Flames down.
So I just want to talk about a couple of details here. This is only the second major with Vertigo in play, right? So if you're thinking about that, and maybe you're not too familiar with the map, one of the positions that becomes very jarring is where you saw Cadian taking those fights. Now, with the pistols, it's not the end of the world. You can't be wall-banged as much, but dropping that second smoke with the CTs did, it creates a wall. So if players come up a ramp, they can't just put Cadian in a position where he has to worry about behind him, which is front sight, and the push-up. So I really like the way that they addressed that just there, just with Util alone. And we'll focus back in on this one because it's going to be Nikodos into that scout. The rest with the Deagles and a couple of smoke grenades here. And if you're Copenhagen Flames, you're not going to want to sustain too much damage early. Refresh, nade out for a timing. Barrels on down and actually a little bit shy right there. So not as much damage as it could have done. Toes spotted. Eagle shot. Forced back. Tessa's hanging around and Life and doesn't miss. Another banger.
Whew, there's definitely talent for Zyphon. I'm not talking about Astralis talent. He didn't think that either.
Oh, they got the M4.
Yabi, what you got for us? Another young gun. Looking for some fun, and down goes Cadian. They're making this more than competitive. It's threatening. Refresh, yet to reload. He's got... can't give you a number, but I can give you a rough approximation. Few left in the mag. Concedes it.
Oh, deep smoke. You like that. Deep elevator smoke there. That's going to force them through the heaven position here. Or... oh, wait, Stown has the bomb. Stown's had the bomb this whole time.
Okay, well, Yabi's shot... you're not... he's... yeah. He's going to consider his options. He's dead. That's a brutal condemnation of the round that looked so promising for the Flames. But yeah, Stown having that information, and they've got both of them down here.
Oh, how does he get through this?
Around the world for this, and Stown just stands and delivers. Now, I want to highlight early, as his name's in the feed, it's a topic for discussion, that he was the only player that stood up for Heroic in their opening loss.
That was against TYLOO. In the first half against TYLOO on Inferno, he had like 22 kills in the first half, and nobody else on his team hit double digits, right? So Stown was this individual, and I was prefacing it as we were getting into that game, like if Stown shows up and he has a really good land, like we talk about so many players on this Heroic roster, at least in the online realms, being very high skill, but Stown was always the one within the team. I was like, he should be the star. Now, if he can find consistency of that form, beautiful, and that could be the changing factor here for Heroic. But that was a round that almost got out of control that he won by positioning and the bomb alone. So good stuff there from Stown, clowning on him a little bit there. And look at this heavy mid setup. Hello.
Nice from Zyphon again. He's just a threat at all points. Doesn't matter what weapon's in his hands. Deagle headshot provided, but what?
Cadian.
Nearly got caught out with that one. I think he was looking for a quick nade deep into mid, but thinks better of it now. Two Deagles in play, and yeah, make it one. It's a powerful angle, especially on those anti-force or anti-ecos.
Who'd you pick for this one? Did you do predictions?
I had Heroic as my 3-0.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, you might get that one. Shush with another lovely shot there. Yeah, it's hard to know what to expect with Heroic, right? Like, there's been so much around them. I think they're past all that now. Obviously, they have Exist here as the coach. Oh! Oh, felt like he had a lifetime to hit that one, didn't it?
I think he had like over a round timer. I think about 2 minutes to hit that shot.
Steadies his aim, gets the kill, and here we go. So Nikodos will have enough to get into the AWP, but opts to go for the AK-47.
Cadian's got such a tempting AWP buy. Yeah, okay. You can't resist. I don't blame him. And coming into the first real resistance out of Copenhagen Flames, he gets to throw his own flare and his own AWP presence down range. We know they've been knocking on the A ramp early. And Zyphon indicating there is going to be, once again, a lot of presence there. The short side smoked off. It enables Roy to get his legs up the early ramp. And Cadian's going for a crane peek, or at least a deep nade. That's nerdy. Nice little underhand. Rolls into Roy.
Yeah, it's hard to pick that. When you see that smoke that Roy's thrown, just landing on the side there of the scaffolding position, you can one way around it. Roy gets a bit of a free fight, and he's actually going forward.
Tessus, I can't believe he's actually going to peek on this. The flash is perfect, and they execute it to perfection. Like, was that still Zyphon smoke that he's been flashed out of? It could have been a re-smoke from the CTs, but regardless, an aggressive maneuver out of Heroic, and now, well, the 4-on-4 is established. Shush was eliminated. They're looking for a boost into the B site. Now, if there's a lazy angle on Stown...
Boys?
Not sure what's happening here, but Nikodos has actually got the world in his hands.
This is huge. This is huge. He still has the smoke as well. He's going to get all of this.
I mean,
They've over-rotated so heavy. He can be all the way up towards heaven. He can cut off the rotation here.
Oh, lordy.
They have no idea.
Just the sound
No idea.
Yeah, completely books him here. Does he have any trigger discipline in him? Or is he just going to take what he gets?
He knows there's two. He knows there's two.
Yeah. Round opportunity to finish it right here. Even checking for the flank. Tessus is tucked in snipers. He saw he was going to try and lose him in the smoke. Now, Nikodos reveals himself and Tessus just can't quite believe it. Down will finally silence him, but great reactions out of the Flames. I don't know where exactly, because you know steps are so rife in Vertigo. There must have been something for Nikodos to start taking liberties.
Well, we know that Heroic are really quick to rotate around, right? We know they're one of these very reactive teams. So right there, Nikodos just with positioning alone, the ball's there to walk on into the site on his lonesome, completely untradeable. Finding that room and finding the round. It's quite curious as well. Both of these Danish teams with Swedish coaches. Right now, Pitta obviously not behind the Copenhagen Flames, but is the coach of the team. And on the other side of things for Heroic, they've recently got Exist into the mix here. So that's a fun little tidbit for people to keep in mind. But there you go. That's the round. The first one on the board for the Flames. And we're keeping this one close.
Speaking of Exist and talking to the Ninjas and Majors, 5 major grand finals in consecutive fashion.
And 1 trophy.
And 1 trophy. Yeah, well, you didn't have to add that, did you?
Well, lots of heart. Well, yeah.
Well, you do, actually. Yeah, no, Alex, come on.
Lots of heartbreak. Lots of heartbreak.
Like that. I mean, it's just, it doesn't get more heartbreaking than that, really.
Exactly.
I mean, also, but that is the context for Get Right head in hands with the ESL Cologne trophy, right?
Yeah.
Was it Cologne? Yeah, Gamescom. All right, back into the action. That orb still prominent. This time, Cajun was dispatched towards B. Looks like he's going to be keeping himself honest. They've got a 4-man stack of the CTs here, and this boost, if they get it perfect, he won't be exposed until they strike. So this is a very well organized, well rehearsed. The 2 new additions to Heroic are partnering up for crime.
This is curious, right? Because this is such a heavy gamble early, right? The fact that they've just gone with 4 players here over towards A, hoping that they clamp down on their site, and they're going to B right now. So for Cadian, if they do full execute onto his position, well, let's see if they do the boost properly this time. So Yabi gets up on the higher position, jumps on the head of Hooksy, and hello.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, they did that perfectly. You can see that he had full accuracy, and it was a tiny little spick of his head when he chose to fight. Brilliant work out of them, at least to force Cadian out, and he's chosen to rotate off. Are they playing retake?
I think they're bluffing them here, right? The fact that you've seen the AWP, right? You know which bomb site is at. It's hoping that it forces them over towards A. And right now it is. There's still lots of time. So they can walk up here and flirt with this idea, but the trap that is still waiting over towards A is the drama.
Yeah, and I mean, Heroic are so dynamic. In contrast to the games we've just been casting, just seeing these CT icons are constantly moving, and now so are Copenhagen Flames at the 30-second mark. They once again show face at A and creep back for the very same boost. Stown didn't see it the first time. This will be brand new to him.
If they full execute right here onto the side, they still have to worry about Stown, and this is such a sneaky position, but not with the silenced M4.
And not with a boosted angle. Oh, they give up on it. Okay, here we go, lads.
Rotation's coming.
14 seconds. You've got to clear out Stown. Somehow, some way. Tess is already hitting shots. Stown does knock one down, and this falls apart for the Flames. A Hail Mary wallbang, trying to hold on to what he can, take a couple of CT buys out of the equation, but playing for their lives. Zyphon lives on, as does Nikodos. They will not get any rewards, but keep hold of what they have.
Okay, then. Well, that's a good response. Rogue took the gamble, and they stuck to their guns, and they rotated around late. So, really good stuff there. Not to get aggressive, not to give away any opening picks. They're not giving anything up to the Flames here. Still enough money for them to go for what should be a buy. Nikodos can drop an AK. The same can be said for Zyphon here, and Roy has enough money to buy himself. So, as far as the purchases go, it shouldn't be too many issues. But it will be a timeout taken just to discuss those exact options.
My pick'ems have disappeared.
They've disappeared?
Look.
No, click on the left one.
Oh, that was the legend stage. Okay.
But it is loading.
It is. Yeah.
They're not on your screen.
They don't exist anymore.
You got worried for a second, didn't you? I picked Heroic and they're winning for what?
No, I was thinking more about the future stages. I was looking forward to playing the game.
Okay,
and I have been neglecting to send my submissions for my predictions at all times.
We'll just autofill you. You get whatever the production's feeling.
Yeah, let the AI win for me.
It's like the monkeys doing the quizzes.
Yeah,
right?
they usually get better.
Yeah, they do. They just do C for every answer and get on through. But here we go. So an aggressive mid, little jaunt just here. Cadian
I mean, do you think he continues to clear?
I think if you're at this point right here, you can't stay forever because they will have to rotate at some point. So yeah, they have to decide right now, do we want to peak more aggressively or do we want to drop on back?
Tessus has been great so far on his like Scaff. It's a big responsibility on the A site, and he's already succeeded in the one way, or rather the flash and peek. Ooh, AWP shot heard. He'll drop his own smoke, and notice how deep that is. He'll be able to peek over that. Oh, that wasn't the AWP. He may not expect this, and Cadian very quick on the draw. So he's returned the favor. Zyphon down, forced to watch. We got 60 seconds in here. They come up the crane and down with a rain of bullets. Tessus not going to be able to string together 3. Hooksy safe from the flames. He will be able to connect 4, the Copenhagen boys. And this flash is decently well placed. Cadian at least forced off the line. Refresh swallows it. And they don't have 2 smokes, but the Molotov, or rather the flash and smoke combo, that's an incendiary to deny a default plant. Susceptible to a spray elsewhere.
They need to get up the ramp now. The smoke's going to start to fade, but they're looking for fights.
And Nikodos with an AWP no less. It's just not the weapon for these close quarters engagements. That's the nade, and this is the spray. Refresh commits his life to this.
Hooksy.
It's all onto Hooksy, and he doesn't last long. The team play is euphoric when it works. You just see heroic at everyone.
Progression, a passive one from Cadian. So back and forth is this rally of Utsil. Deep mollies as well to hold them at bay and do as much damage as they can.
Interesting. I think that was also, it stops them being boosted on that corner, which means Tessus is no threat or unthreatened.
They used a lot of nades here early though. Like, to take a look, Heroic have gone through all of their incendiaries at this point. It is just smokes left to defend with, and we still have a minute 15. Mid is where we turn our attention. Nikodos is out, has Zyphon with him, and they're actually going to set up the boost. Now, they won't see a whole lot here. You can see the position being taken from Stan. Now, this is a difficult angle.
5-2, but that was a double AWP set. Well, the timing could not be any better for Nikodos again. He's going to be behind him. His domestic rivals flanked, and I don't think they leave with a single weapon here, Chad. Nikodos is going to secure it.
Trying to save.
Oh, he spotted him. Nikodos loses all that potency in just a timing window. And that could have been a big difference maker in the scoreline. Don't forget, it's 5-1. Now to be 5-2, but that was a double AWP save. And they're getting away with it, I think.
Yeah, they should be safe here. So Tessus to hold on to one for Katie and the boss man, and it should be looking good here to stay competitive in the rounds here. But the volatility of the CT side, right, of them being all over the shop, that you can see is coming back to punish them in certain scenarios there, because the A bomb site very susceptible. Now they are dropping guns across. Cadian's been able to hand out an M4. If you're the likes of Stown, you could drop an MP9. Tessus can drop a FAMAS, and you know they could even go for 2. So the buy, it's going to happen, right? But it's not going to be as strong as it once was.
Yeah. So that Tessus frag that has enabled and facilitated this double AWP to be maintained into round 8. If they now proceed to beat the Flames with these 3 weapons, this is where that comes back to haunt him. He'll be thinking about that one into the end of the first half.
It's also interesting because the mind games here in the level of prep, like Heroic were well aware that Nikodos was in middle, and they actually spent quite a decent chunk of time trying to clear him out. But there's a point where you have to stop chasing your tail, because you have an idea that he was there, but imagine if he had evaporated, gone back down the ladder and was over towards A. You know, at one point you have to cut your losses.
We've seen rounds like that with Hampus, where he's actually committed to the site, but people know he's always in Arch, and they're clearing and running around the A site, still looking for him, bomb ticking on B. All right.
Now this is threatening right now. The T's are dropping their own smoke. That's to negate any Molotovs, and that's going to allow Yabi and Hooksy straight on in to peer on up towards this B bomb site. And Shush is actually giving up his position. They're threatening right now. Shush tucks tail, but they're pushing in.
They are. Yabi in pursuit of blood. High flash won't catch him. His presence on B has kept 2 CTs feet planted, and mid the responsibility of one of these AWPs. They know it's in play, and the backpack baits him. Zyphon using every trick in the book. Oh, nice frag. B site's open for business now. Shush
down.
Unable to contribute. It looks like the Flames have done enough. Nikodos late through mid. He loves it.
What a nuisance.
Yeah, just constantly. Like, that's supposed to be your channel to back into the site, but there's always second guessing. Is there going to be another ban there? Nikodos has provided, so has Yabi. And yeah, it's just going to be Cadian up to his old tricks, trying to hold on to what he can.
Oh, well, where is the... oh, it's just the A bomb site simulator and smoke spams. This is a team who is taking control of middle and towards B and pressuring both. And as you mentioned, taking territory away and forcing them through a funnel here. It's funny how the map can actually be played multiple different ways if you try.
You could just take it at face value and dismiss it and only play 6 maps in the pool, though.
You could. People are pretty good at that.
No, sorry, 5 maps in the pool, because we hate Ancient too, right?
That's right. Yeah, it was green.
Yeah.
We got to hate the green ones, but that is great. That is fantastic right there. So 5-3. And I'm liking this from Copenhagen Flames because they're showing a bit of depth here. I spoke about Roy being the superstar. The guy's going down on his own towards A. He's holding presence on that bomb site. He only has 1 kill, but the team are manifesting these rounds, some really good shots. I'm liking their approach here with on this T side, and it is just going to be the KD and AWP here. So this should realistically be the 4th round right now.
Same smoke, same routine. Different nade. That one will chunk them, humble them a little. Maybe the USPs can do a bit
Cadian's
more.
here.
Great shot. And oh, he may not be ready for Cadian. Yeah, the AWP has been found. Oh, and multiple bodies.
Gambit.
He's getting so much info, but his survival is integral. He can't even take another. That's AKs galore. 2 now in the mix.
Bomb's a little bit loose right now. They need to pick that up. And Nikodos in mid
I love it.
again.
I'm loving it. Everyone's going to want to be a mid player after watching this. Go on. Oh, he gets them both. A 3rd denied. Roy's dunked Teslas in the meantime, and they know where Cadian is. This 2v1 should be Roy's. And that's a big round from him. Quiet, but of course contributing, as you discussed. And this time, his A walk has resulted in a round lockdown.
Great reactions, right? They knew how many players were over towards that B bomb side. They were able to take the space elsewhere. Both Roy and Nikodos were on individual missions. Individual, right there. And you even saw the Molotov that Heroic threw out. They knew that he was going to be close. They banked a molly off the wall to be close, and he still gets 2 kills out of that. So really good stuff right now, and they put Heroic on the back foot here. They can purchase him, but lacking the AWP right now, so let's see if there's a change-up in the way they want to hold.
Chad, they've been together for a couple of months, and they're so legit.
It's really good Counter-Strike. It's a very good understanding of where the game is at the moment and the way that teams like to approach certain scenarios and different tells. And they don't look flustered. Now, I know we're not getting any camera shots of these guys right now. That's still from those practice rooms, but regardless, this is good CS. Oh, Cadian sees absolutely nothing.
Yeah, caught out.
He didn't even react.
Didn't even move his mouse. It's a potent little smoke you like to throw out there, Tessas. Get it deeper by that sandbags. Enables you to do all of this under the guise of it, but peek over it as well. You can see that's got layers to it, that.
They've got multiple one-ways out right now, so that will stall the Flames out, but actually going to push on through.
Roy's responsible for this. Just moved his crosshair away, now spotted out, has some support. A smoke to bail himself out of trouble.
The thing is, you can only do this for so long, and in the meantime, while they're putting on the resources over towards A, they're just walking in towards this B bomb site here, and nobody's home for Heroic.
They're cancelling the rotate, why?
They might even already be saving, right? This is one of these classic Heroic moments where you go for the gamble stack, you hope that you pick correctly, and if they hit the other side, you go for the save. They're in, it's clear. More utility right now to help Zypher get that bomb on down, and well, Hooksy has them pinned, but little does he know he's a dead man walking. Tessus gets the kill, and well, they have a good idea where Heroic reside. Do they want to hunt? Because the retake, that ain't happening.
No, but that's an interesting question. What's their funds looking like? Not dreamy. Certainly some extra cash once this round is converted. Stringing together some consecutive rounds here, and gap is officially closed. Boosted on this box, it used...
Yeah.
I mean, when it was a forklift, for some reason it was infinitely more strong.
Yeah.
Even though this is higher and got that lovely little like headshot protector. I don't know why, I just don't see it work.
I think as well, like as obviously the forklift being gone, because now there's less overlapping angles. So your first jiggle is the left side of that box as come from the bridge, right? Then your second is top of the box, and then your third is the slither gap between the box and the gap that you can see towards the ramp, right? Then you obviously have the hard clears, but like I think that's one of the things as well. The details on the players and the clears, everybody's clearing that. Oh, okay. Well, look, that's a good tip to everybody out there. If you're in the elevator room, don't be jumping around. You might block a teammate's smoke. Make sure you're not hitting your mouse wheel or your...
I don't suspect that had anything to do with the round lost, though. No ramp presence early, but B presence early. What are you up to, Stown? I thought he was going to go through it for a second. The flash from Shush not going to happen. Resmokes it actively, though, and it's going to stop the Yabby and Hooksy project.
But this is the thing, right? The tug of war right now. So all of that thrown on in to deny them walking through their own path of the smoke, but the feet have been spotted right there.
Oh, that could have been horrible, and it could still be. Tessus up to his usual tricks. And Roy bests him. He's been fooled once, but shame on you for expecting it to happen again. Here comes Refresh. It's a two-man hold currently. Heroic are yet to fully bite on this commit
Oh, they're past
play.
the one-way. Cadian screwed. So is Refresh. Refresh about to die in the back.
Didn't have a chance. Completely obscured. He doesn't get any info on that smoke. And yeah, this round surely over. The two rotating in. And they swallow nades. That's 2 dunks from Roy so far. We're only 10 rounds in.
Oh dear, and that was the damage done from Yabi over the cusp of the smoke over towards B that assisted in that right there. So let's call this one 6, and let's see if Shush can hold on to his rifle. Over towards the B bomb site with that silenced M4, but this is good. Not the best of starts out the gate here for the Flames, but now they're looking fantastic. Their reactions are great. Their communication and the way that they must be speaking with all the details of how much they're seeing the bodies, the understanding of what is open, what is closed. They're flowing across the map very nicely here. Now remember, we do have the A stream going on as well. Over there we have FaZe versus Virtus.pro. That's the other 2-0 matchup here. Winner of this one and that FaZe VP game will be the first 2 teams locked in to that Legend stage, joining, as I mentioned before, the likes of NIP, FURIA, Na'Vi, of course, Gambit, the big dogs, as it were. So a very, very important game right here. And I think if Copenhagen Flames are able to get through, not only through the virtue of the best of ones, where they've shown an absolute affinity for back over in the RMRs, but in a best of 3 against Heroic, a big team within the online era, these are legit wins. It can't be argued.
Yeah, there's no one disputing that. And you know, the fact that they were at the tip of everyone's tongue in terms of like biggest takeaways, biggest surprise, biggest rise, then that exactly at the end of the first day of the major, it's the same.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You thought before was a dream.
Doing it on the qualifiers one thing. I don't know why it's one thing, because the teams were stacked, but they did it, and they did it convincingly, and now they're doing it here. This, if you've just joined us, by the way, is a qualification for the Legend stage match. 2-0, undefeated both of these teams, and Copenhagen Flames, with a map veto that certainly looks like a team that have been playing for years together. Vertigo, Nuke, Overpass.
It's crazy, right? They've beaten Astralis and Big so far, and Heroic could be the 3rd, so all big names here.
Yeah, all top 10.
And I've taken a timeout for this Heroic, so what's the change-up going to be? Because a lot of these CT-sided gun rounds, it's been quite heavy, right? Let's do 4 players towards A, let's do 3 players towards B, let's have 2 players pushing middle, right? They've always been chopping and changing. The standard setup with this is 3A early, deny the rush, 1B, 1 mid, and then rotate a player around. So they're going a bit more for that, 1 mid, 1 B, and the man on B is Shush. Now here comes the boost again. We've seen them love this a couple of times here. Orpa's up in the Orpa spot. That was quick.
I wasn't so sure Shush are going to live through that. Nikados not far off the mark with a wrist breaker.
But now the fear is on, and at this point you need to start hedging a player back to slink over to help mid, so your mid defender off Stown can help over towards B, because you know there's presence there, a minimum of 2.
You notice that swap over? Roy's ran out of nades, so they move Hooksy back. He's going to now continue to try and sell this with steps, nades. Cadian's kept humble, has to keep his feet planted. Still only 2 to defend this B hit that they've already showed
Here
one.
they come, here they
This is
come.
clever. This is meta, and that's better. Shush takes the head off of Yabi. The commit's on its way, and so is the cavalry. Stown trying to slow them down.
Good shooting.
Good shooting indeed, and if Stown takes one as well, they're really running out of resources. Nikados does connect on the AWP, and he's looking to go 2v3. It was 2v4. He's quickly changed that. Interesting plan. It will save him from the incendiary initially. Cadian, ballsy. Oh, he's just safe. The hunt is on. Hooksy's got info. Cadian's got frags, and Cadian's got more than 1. Definitely need to pluralize with 2 in quick succession.
Great round from Cadian there, and even better stuff from Shush, right? For him to not just get 1 and done, he gets the first, he even gets a second there on the way on in. You can see the response of Stown, the utility drop, and that was a standard CT setup. There was nothing gimmicky or crazy about that one from Heroic. It was just by the book.
Yeah, and what Copenhagen Flames are doing and succeeding at is faking a fake. I mean, they're faking the fakey boys out, and it's working to the point when Cadian has to pull out some incredible retake plays like that. It's interesting. It definitely feels meta for Vertigo, considering all of the sound cues and the rotation speeds. It's fun to watch. This is some good counters. 12 rounds in already. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a mix-up now. Roy's on his way.
Do we head back towards A, though, right? Copenhagen Flames has done a lot of work through mid and B. A has been where they've been stopped on out. The battle between Tessus and Roy, it's fallen either side, and it does appear that our attention is drawn towards A now. They're creeping on up through the left-hand side of that smoke. Roy will be tasked with covering off towards the gap. They're walking up quickly. Hooksy on a timing. Tessus, the smoke fading, and there's a kill from Katie, and they both light it up.
Hooksy, though, he has kind of slipped the net, and Refresh actually catches him perfectly. Fries him up nicely. A little bit of beer batter involved, and yeah, this one is at least going to slow down for a moment. Cadian trying to maintain his presence.
Game of patience now.
It is, and I can't believe Cadian's actually considering it. Like, you have no reason to. You have no reason to. He's going to. Off the flash, looking for Yabi. Yabi tucks in, safe. Full call in the first, but now Nikodos trying to make a round out of this. He's got util to spare, so he wants to flash for Yabi's peak on short, right? Refresh is going to have to turn these. There's another coming, looking for the pop. Yabi does it dry. Slight shadow. It's easy for Refresh. Great placement of the crosshair, and now Nikodos running out of players. Never mind options, and there's a clean finish for Heroic.
There's a mental shift when you go back to the way that Cadian ran into the site and ran down both Nikodos and the likes of Hooksy, and then just here to take the fights. They want to fight. When they know where they are, they want to fight. They're showing that they're not afraid right now, and that's been clear in those 2 rounds. To jump up, to mantle up, to give that risk right there. It's clear that Heroic don't want to sit and wait and stew in their own juices. They want to make sure that they know what Copenhagen Flames are doing, and that makes sense, right? Because as you were talking about, they've been faking all across the map. You have to take a fight on one front. If you're going to gamble the site like you did, well, you're going to have to see if they're there at some point. Otherwise, they get into B. It's a 2-on-3. It's not an easy retake. But there is enough money for the Flames to buy again here. Nikodos can even get out the AWP, but at this point, a gear shift might be necessary, right? If they throw out something a little bit faster, they've been making it look the same. You know, in a lot of these rounds, they've been making it look the same. The B default smoke, the A lurk smoke to get Roy that scaff control. And then they're playing around that with different variations. But if you have a different strategy, if you have a change of pace, something maybe a bit quicker, would be great against these double orbs if it has picture-perfect utility in play.
There's no absence of that on these boys. Let's see what Hooksy's cooking up for us. Also, the mid presence, you know, like that late Nikodos stuff was working wonders. We haven't seen them return to that.
See all this utility right here to scaff, it's just to stall out that one-way smoke, right? It slows down Roy's progression, and as that smoke starts to fade, so does the one for Tesses. He can throw out more. So this is all just about maintaining that control. And then when these smokes fade, they can drop a second wave of the CT util and even fight and pick. I think they're going to. Oh, there it is. Tesses on the jiggle.
He's really stubborn in this position. And damn, Roy swallows the nade in pursuit of the frag, and he finds it. There's another on short. Cadian makes that clear. A deep incendiary, but now it's all onto Refresh and his smoke. It's just shy, just delayed a little. He can peek over the top of it from the fence.
Game of one ways this, isn't it? Because Refresh is going to use that one. He actually scampers away back towards top site. So, all right, the number advantage stays with the Flames.
Now, if we've learned anything about the Flames, it's not going to be just a full 5-man commit, right? I mean, I see Zyphon still with a full satchel of util. He's likely going to have to be dispatched towards the commit.
Just looking at this right now with 45 seconds left, I think they will go for the A play. Because if they were to go back now, there's so many unanswered questions. Have they pushed B? Have they pushed into ladder room? Could they even be in T-spawn? So it will be the all-in on A.
All right, well, at the 30-second mark, and the rotates definitely are not too close. Stack nades make it clear. The intention has been very, very apparent. Baits out Cadian. Not easy to do. Flashed offs down. They're doing everything. The nades are in the right place, Chad, and the round is starting to fall apart for Heroic. They might even pull the plug.
0 to 100 right there. 2 nades land, smokes drop, flashes, and Cadian's overwhelmed. And it looked like a round that was stalling out in their favor, right? And that's because you've seen them across the map. As you were mentioning, well, we haven't seen Copenhagen Flames go as a pack like that too often, and here it is.
Yeah, and it's you know, 0 to 100 is a perfect summary, because thinking about it, if you're Cadian, you're going from nothing, and then your teammates flashed, you've just been jiggled, you fired your shot, you're bolting, your teammate's blind, you know you've got about a 2-second window where the 5 men are closing in on you. Your bullets, unless they're all in a lovely single file straight line, it's just not going to be enough.
Well, the save, that should be good here. We will see Copenhagen Flames level things up 7-7, and they can even win the half here. Really good stuff, and it's clean, it's calm, it's collected. Don't know if it works the other way, Nikodos, but I
think I saw one clip of something. Was it a HE? I think I saw a
You can spam through there, but it's more often for the CTs to go up there with the Ts are spamming, right? Because they're saving each other's heads, being a little bit silly. But that was a big kill right there from Roy, and a second from Roy right there. So we haven't seen a lot from him. We haven't been saying his name a lot. He does have 9 kills, so wait, well, he's contributing just as much as everybody else, right?
He had like 1 and 7 when we checked in last.
So he's come alive. But it's not like there's a lot of kills on all the players right now on Copenhagen Flames, right?
Different variation going on now. Another one, another switch up. And the fact that the sandbags will not be extinguished confirms their suspicions that it is a more passive setup from Heroic. Now, B's worked for them at times. The only time it was rumbled was when Cadian stormed back into that site. But look at Shush.
There's a filthy angle right here.
It is. I mean, the only vulnerability he has is, as you can see on that right side, he's got an awkward stair fight, and they can easily catch a glimpse of him as they ascend the stairs. That is if they don't round the corner in pursuit of that boost, which is much more likely. Let's see how aware Yabby is.
That flash right there was a passive flash to make it seem like it was a standard sight hold, right? That's to help sell that Shush is here.
And Cadian can react and contribute. He might even bait him in if he takes a quick peek. Yeah, they're not going to be looking. Oh, brutal. Oh, they clear him. Cadian very quick to trade. 50-second mark, but that was the bomb spotted on the B side of the map.
Roy's found another here.
Go now. It looks like it's going back to A, and Roy...
He's straight in.
This is big.
He's straight in.
It's up to Tessus. Now, he's typically the short player, so chances are if he can strike at the right time, Roy's going to be looking the wrong way. Cadian elsewhere down.
That was through mid.
Yeah, Nikodos in mid again. Doesn't need an 8-gate to pull that one off.
They've got both of them here, Heroic.
Oh, the timing is so perfect. That was the window to deny and extend play. Tessus' frag could build a round out of this. Look at him go. Hunted on the reload. A great shot out of Roy, and it's just one. Very low HP on Nikodos. They need to be planting. Nikodos has to try and cage him as best he can. He will live through the nade. The wallbang combination could have sealed his fate, and Nikodos' Deeg secures it. They will take the half. What a battle, a Danish derby. Do tell your friends, this one is heating up. Vertigo, 8 for the Flames, 7 for Heroic. And this is just the first half of the first map for a spot in the Legends stage.
Yeah, this has been a good game so far. I love the back and forth. You know, I've liked the different variations as well that Heroic have thrown on out here. But the thing is, Heroic, for a lot of these gun rounds, were the ones chasing their tail, right? Whereas Copenhagen Flames, once they were able to establish themselves, you could clearly see, like, okay, the default, what plays they were able to pull off of that. And they were very stifling in certain situations with the pressure that they were applying. So a good understanding here, but it's as tight as you can get, inseparable at the half. Now, is either team going to pull away early here? Util out for the likes of Cadian and Refresh. There's P250 in the hands of Stown. The other just with their Glocks, and here we go. Not a defuse kit in sight on the CT side. 4 sets of Kevlar and Hooksy with the nades. He's going to flash to set them up. That's over she goes. Nikodos peeks, Roy as well, and they're blind as a bat.
Wow. Stubborn to stick around and actually swing into Refresh, but trusting the flash as well, because still doing the dance with Shush. So many steps. He hears so much going on, and he still continues to bring the fight. Roy, sharp shooter. 3 of the 5 required, but the damage is done. Hooksy falls. It's still Refresh and Down. They're threatening, but not quite up to the task. Not only winning the first half, but starting off their CT campaign with a pistol win.
You're right about that stubbornness, though, on the peak, right? To go for that type of a swing, and well, now Roy's separated himself from the rest of the pack, isn't he? Up to 14 kills. Looking good.
1-7 to 14-10.
Not shabby at all, is it? Now, Heroic with no plant, they can't go for one of those force buys where they drop AKs across. And yeah, you're right, trusting the flashes. You have to have a lot of faith right there that the utility is picture perfect. We're going to see some Tech-9s board on in, and, well, an A-Biff on the cards. Early nades up, gap smoke in. All is exchanged, and it is just a ruse. Back towards B quickly, but Copenhagen Flames are prepped for this. They have 2 players on the B bomb side. Their gap is actually middle.
Oh, and Loud up mid. They strike. Xiphon, a perfect angle to address it. And yeah, these Tech-9s are falling flat as a pancake.
Nothing.
0, zilch, nada, nothing. And now they'll just have to, well, swallow their pride and take an 11th on the chin.
I really like the way that they approach that there. The B defenders, 2 of which to stop a B rush, but also aware that the mid waterfall is open as well. So you have link players here, right? So Yabby is the B player. He's linked up with Xiphon, who's watching the the mid pushover, right? He's linked up with Hooksy, who's watching it from elevator, right? There's always a common thread, right? And that's really important, especially against a low buy like that. And we don't get a lower buy than this. Some Glocks, a P250, and a flash, and cutting noise early here. If you are Heroic, this is the type of round we talk about. We're baiting some nades out, finding a kill. That's the best you can hope for. A bit shy of the mark there, but they haven't even shown themselves just yet. So I think Heroic are a little bit worried about some hyper-aggression here.
What do you think's in those sling bags on Vertigo?
I think they're planning to have money.
Ah, yes, a heist of sorts.
Oh, wait, but it's a building being constructed.
Maybe it's all their Glock ammo. You've got like 100 bullets. Where are you keeping that?
That's true. Or maybe a change of uniform. right? So you know what they do? They've got
like Hitman. What they put their CT uniform on and just go camouflage.
But you know what's strange? Like these guys would be working like this if there was a restaurant. Shouldn't they be wearing like construction uniforms with like high vis and hard hats?
Oh, that would be, dude. Imagine the skin. What a bright yellow head. No one in the history of Counter-Strike wants a bright yellow head.
Well, look, if you're going to be infiltrating a construction site.
Yeah, touche, touche. I'm just thinking about the actual model. Wow, a little Glock dink. Roy's got backup. It could go wrong, you know.
Oh, peppered.
He went for the knife. Cajun's a greedy goose. Hoopsy's tamed the spray. Everyone's cool. 3 M4s are maintained.
Yeah, if you're Nicolas, you're probably like, oh, it's all good. I can buy my AWP now, boys. Don't worry about it. Or maybe Siphon, you can hook me up. But they do get the drop across, so all good. They do get the AWP out to play.
I don't know about you, but like my inner framing of Copenhagen Flames, and I think it's embodied by Nikodos's anime profile picture on Twitter. It's like these are the Zoomers that have been banging me out in matchmaking for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
They just got old enough to compete.
Yeah, they're like, all right, we're legal age now.
Yeah.
We'll see you in the server.
This bloody anime warming up, flanking the flankers, beating the fakey boys at their own game. Casually becoming the best team in Denmark and not even in the conversation.
Well, they will have beaten Astralis and Heroic today if they convert this one. So where's the question? And there he is. You speak his name. He gets an opening with the AWP. Cadian's down. Double mid setup. They're actually playing 2 mid, 2 B, 1 A. Roy is solo A. Okay.
Sure.
Interesting here.
Sure, man.
And more nade damage. Zyphon's found another. HG's coming through. This one is the House of Cards, and Heroic are inside. Flash forward. Yabby with more information. I love the risks that they're willing to take here. It all feels extremely coordinated out of this Flame side. One-way smoke drop from Shush. This is where you start to get a bit desperate looking for kills. Can apply some pressure, but Hooksy can just stay tucked in.
Yeah, I was going to say, he just doesn't have to move. He just hears it. I suppose the only vulnerability is that there's a potential for a slip, but Yabby's there as you described, a link player. He's still responsible for middle at times. Nikodos currently has a good idea, so...
Yeah, it's space. But as long as Hooksy doesn't move, it's fine.
And if they go wide on this...
Oh!
That's a problem. Zyphon is there to address it. He only gets the one. Shush has got backs turned, but Hooksy strikes. This is... it's contact all over the shop. But it's Heroic looking like they're on the back foot. Don't know who their foot is. And that's the end of that. Yeah, but you could see all the gaps being filled as they react, right? It's like Nikodos looks away, Zyphon returns, Nikodos to B, back to mid, Zyphon dies. It's just everything is covered at all times. But I don't know how much of that is active awareness or it's just filling in the gaps.
I'm going to credit them for it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that they're like playing at some well-oiled Counter-Strike right now. But you bang on, like in that situation, Zyphon has just jiggled out as Nikodos has worked away. But not only has he just jiggled out, he's even got a kill as well, right? So that's the difference. Like you can jiggle for info, or you can jiggle for the kill, and the kill is a lot. It's worth its weight in gold right there. And Heroic unable to get into these sites and get the bomb down, Alex. And you know the problem that we really start to come into, it doesn't matter if you're on the CT or the T side, but if you're not saving guns for the CTs, and on the Ts if you're not planting the bomb, that stimulation of the economy that we talk about here, you'll need a degree in this one day, I'm sure, is not there. So it's back down to the Tech 9s, a couple of Deagles, the light util, the loss bonus is the best thing going for them here, so the rifles will come out. But if the Flames just swat these guys away again, they'll be sitting pretty at a 13-7 scoreline here.
Yeah, Heroic haven't found a single way in. Not a single round, folks. Here in the second half, a very competitive T side was presented by the Flames. 8-7 on that half and really just building away from that. 4-0 as it currently stands.
They're ready for this. There's two of them here.
Yeah, of course they are. Nikodos couldn't have a better weapon for the job. He'll be able to get one. Might even get greedy for a second.
He can just pick up his teammate's contact here.
Fires off the shot, and oh dear, an AK falls into enemy hands. Nikodos drops his contingency plan.
They're going through.
Straight through. This is fast. They need to react. It's a shooting gallery for the Nikodos AWP, the Zyphon M4, and just like that, problem solved. Roy, lovely angle. You can see that that's just as you avert your gaze, he'll unload his mag. 13, Heroic 7.
I want to draw some comparisons here for everybody at home. Within that first half, one of the things that Copenhagen Flames did on their T side was when they put pressure on the other side, a gap was taken, whether it was walking up B, walking through middle, or walking through A, right? Nikodos in that first round that they posted, the reason they won that round was because it was a B hit where Nikodos actually has walked all the way through A and secured all the space, right? Here, when you look at it, Heroic are hitting these sites, and there's multiple members from Copenhagen Flames there every time. They're running into a wall. But the guns are back out, and this is where we need to see the difference maker. Tassus with a safe smoke, drops that one up, pushes through, and Nikodos peeks off the back of it.
Yeah, Nikodos playing with fire here.
With the AWP as well,
Yeah.
to hang out there. So very, very brave right now.
Does he plan to drop a one-way?
Has to drop something soon because he's pinned, and well, that's perfect.
Deep. Won't have any vision over that.
Oh, Roy.
Yeah, exposed. Oh, Nikodos has just saved their skin. That could have really spiraled. Well-placed util. Refresh can't wrap the smoke, he says, with bated breath. Oh, I heard a little lick of it before we swapped. Sounds like Refresh was up to no good. Back to B, though.
And right now, it is just one man on the side. A flash forward. Nothing given. A smoke as well. And that one right there landing at the top of the stairs. So that will buy them roughly 20 seconds.
You're not going through that. You can boost around it. Oh, and Nikodos has dealt with the A-lurk. Refresh.
He just repositioned and then re-peaked. Dry.
Some people like it that way. Oh, hinging a lot on this position, and again it goes unchecked. It's just criminally powerful.
But the whole time we didn't even catch the Zyphin push.
No.
He was behind them, right? And that was, they won the round based with that push alone, but what they had done for the rest, that was fantastic. 14-7, and I continue to be impressed by the Copenhagen Flames, and Heroic continue to be stumped here.
I mean, it's their pick for a reason, right? And who was it, the conversation you were talking about? Halvor was talking about.
Yeah, Vendetta.
Because not many people have been brave enough to take the Flames on Vertigo.
It's an interesting map here that now they're able to pick in the best of threes, right? And with teams who are... Oh, run boost here. Looks like we get a run boost over towards B. The Airlines. Canadian Airlines with that beautiful landing, but Abby says the luggage ain't ready yet. Gonna be waiting at that carousel for a little while longer.
Everything is well placed. Of course, they're bullets, but even that panicked, flustered incendiary stops the boost. It has to be cancelled.
Yeah, the details here are fantastic. Hooksy gets away. Tessus does his very best. And there's Nikodos again. Like, what do you say? What do you say?
I think we just have to keep highlighting how brilliant they're playing. Like, there are underdog runs, and there are just underdogs becoming tier 1.
This is the Cinderella story.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Look at them go.
They even got the mop and bucket out like Cinderella as well here. Just.
And here's Heroic, the ugly sister, not going to the ball. At least not yet. Damn. All right, folks. We could have a spotless CT half here. Copenhagen Flames looking to go undefeated in our second half of our first map of this best of 3 for Legend status.
Here's the thing as well, guys. Let me just compound this for you. They do move on to the pick of Nuke, which is Heroic, sure, but the Flames get to start on the CT side.
And
they get the
Heroic,
choice of side.
I don't know about your opinion. Mine obviously counts for nothing, but Nuke Heroic has it's not, you know, I don't see it and instantly think of mad Heroic success.
I think of Danes for sure.
Yes, but it hasn't always looked like, I've seen great heroic nukes. I've also seen kind of weird and wobbly ones. So we'll get into this. Of course, we're talking about the second map before this one's quite concluded. But I mean,
I don't think they've even got a plan, Alex. There's a good reason for it.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, you know, we're starting to get into the territory when we're watching that Astralis game. You're going to start saying owned and pooned and leaked and go roll back the years again.
Get a couple boom headshots in there.
Boom headshots.
FPS
Everyone knows you run faster with a knife.
It's good fun. Go watch that, guys, in the break.
I don't think they can anymore. I don't think we have a VCR tapes available.
I'm not that old.
Sorry. All right. Is this really going to be it? Is this going to be the thrashing that it's been so far? Or Heroic going to extend play, pull teeth, make this tough?
One more for the shutout. This would be an absolute shutout.
Heroic's T side, limp. Nothing to show for the time spent here on their attack. And Nikodos, the sandbags AWP, constantly mixing it up. Does he get anything more out of this? They're quite light on util. Roy, the babysitter. This is surely over. A missed shot. It's open for business. Someone needs to take a little bit of initiative and try and punish that space, because the rotate's on its way, and as soon as they arrive, it looks like the walk keys have been held. So Hooksy's going to confirm. It's a bit too quiet, lads.
Well, this is the thing. They've just dropped the one way as well. I wouldn't be surprised here if they start rotating back, or the other option is they all go forward as a crew and clear this out, just in case Heroic are doing that classic cutting noise, hitting that pause button. But they've sent Stown back up through the ladder.
Responsible for middle. At the moment, no one.
It's a B split, most likely, with Refresher's current position.
Hooksy's going to be there in time. The flash came from construction side. They might be focused on that. Elevator's late. The smoke even draws his attention at the perfect time. Strikes for the first. It's a big one. A hard commit from Hooksy. It's left him low.
Bomb spotted.
30 seconds, though. If Yabi is well trained, he's not giving him any more here.
He's hearing the steps. They're backed away. The fake of the ladder right there. They're going to go
back to mid.
B?
No.
Down as the bomb. Down as the bomb, and he's so low.
What's his intention? This is a risk and a half. If Yabi...
But there's no time!
He can literally win the round, and he has. Call it done. Nothing. Heroic left looking silly. Red-faced as rings ran around them. Copenhagen Flames in the domestic derby. A complete shutout on the defense. Now that is one way to make a statement and to continue to extend your statement of intent. Yeah, sure, you qualified the RMR. You looked like you were turning and popping heads, but now walking in towards the main event, and you're one map away from the Legends stage.
That's crazy, right? That is crazy. That CT side, right? It was their map choice, sure, but when you do it in that fashion, shutout, like that is crazy. And they didn't get a single... Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I need to go back and check the round timeline, but I don't remember a time they got into the site, right? I can't even think of that many rounds where they were getting it down to one-on-ones, one-on-twos, anything like that. It didn't feel like it existed. So a great showing from Copenhagen Flames, right? And they continued to impress. And right, the sound of surprise in our voice, you need to understand what we're dealing with here, right? This feels like it's happened overnight. It's like a Gambit story again, but now on land.
Yeah, and we've seen this. We've seen, you know, the Copenhagen Flames rise up. They've been more and more of a conversation topic as they continue to post, but it's just... Normally when you have stories and teams like this, you then get a really sobering reality check when they head into a server against someone like Heroic, and then Cadian's calling stupid, crazy Counter-Strike, and everyone looks a bit silly, and you just kind of, you know, you humble yourself. You kind of, you blunt your opinion a little of this Cinderella story. You lower your expectations of them. But if anything, Copenhagen continue to exceed our expectations, even when they're getting higher every day.
Well, here's the thing, right? We do have the best of 3 right now. So if Heroic, you know, this was the choice of the Flames, they're just super strong on this. We get to see if there is a bounce back from the side of Heroic going into the next map of play. We need Cadian to get the team, Exist, obviously the coach right now, get them activated for this, because they need to get into the next map starting on the T side where they have 0 rounds. In this series so far, they have 0 rounds, so a pistol would be great. The momentum to be able to carry from there is very, very good. But again, there's a lot on the line here. We've highlighted it once, we'll highlight it again. The Flames now are just 1 map away from qualifying for the Legends stage, whereas Heroic, sure, they're going to have a couple more chances. This is the 2-0 matches in the Swiss. These teams have both gone straight through the best of ones with ease. But this is where you make your bread. This is where you make your money. This is where you really make your say. And I love the type of Counter-Strike we've seen right here out of Copenhagen Flames, and I love the type of Counter-Strike we get out of Peak Heroic. So I'm hoping we get that arm wrestle, that tussle, because for the Danish Derby, right, the one that nobody expected, I would love to see a back and forth. I would love to see this one go the distance. So impressed again, and I want to be impressed some more, but this time from Heroic, because they're another team that I'd love to see in that next stage of play, showing their best CS, because within the online era, they've been a force.
Yeah, no, absolutely, they have. And some of the individuals, you know, speaking to Refresh, he's hyper aware of his comparison between online and LAN. Like, he knows, and he acknowledges that there is a discrepancy and that he has struggled to translate the same plays, but also he's the one that's taking all of those slightly nuanced, slightly non-percentage plays that he's been succeeding online. It seems like on LAN, just the recipe doesn't always add up.
I'm curious if you were to sit down and ask them what they think the difference is, because like for Copenhagen Flames, is it lack of pressure, the fact that we don't have any expectations for them? Is it Heroic knowing that all eyes are on them for multiple different reasons?
I don't know.
Lots of questions to ask.
Well, we'll get some answers when we come back from the break. We're going to be breaking it down when we do come back, heading into map 2, Heroic's pick, and we'll see if they even need a third to determine who's going to be locking in for the Legends stage.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Hello guys, we're back to continue the series between Heroic and Copenhagen Flames. I've just rehydrated, I've eaten.
We watered him like a plant.
I'm energized, I'm blossoming.
We put some fertilizer on him as well, so he's going to grow in this one here. You're going to see it in front of you.
That's pretty, that's pretty brutal.
I want you to be the best you can be.
Okay, well I'm looking to blossom and bloom, and so are the boys from Copenhagen Flames. Now I think Chad Butchill, that's kind of...
Butchill. I have a flat ass, so we don't really talk. Yeah, that's true as well.
It just sounds like another system. The Butchill system.
Yes.
We're using that one. It's where you all have a flat bottom.
And you watch Counter-Strike.
Are beautiful though, Chad. Don't worry about that. Now let's get into this one, and I think Chad Sponge Birchill.
There we go.
Will be able to educate you on what you may have missed. If they've just tuned in, best of 3, we're heading into a Heroics map pick.
Yeah, so we're going into Nuke, but Vertigo is kind of where we need to have the test of what just went on. Down in the first half, very competitive. Heroic and Copenhagen Flames separated by 1 round, but we move into the second half, and that's where Copenhagen Flames really showed up, and they looked extremely cohesive. There was never a gap. They were taking fights as a team, and everything clicked, right? They were just chugging along, and they completely shut out Heroic right there in the second half of that game. Now, I think it was 10 on the trot, so Heroic have not won a round in 10 rounds, moving into map number 2, where they will be, I do believe, starting on the T side of Nuke.
Safe assumption.
Yeah, how long can this CT wall of Copenhagen Flames continue for? Because they were looking great. Now, the pistol round, obviously much more of a leveling field here.
Like, yeah, but that's a really good point, that the CT lockout bleeds straight into a Nuke CT start.
Yeah, now we know that this map over time has become more and more, I don't want to say T-biased, but the Ts have been accruing many more rounds now than once upon a time. So we know all the different smoke walls and all of that. But if the game looks the same, and the Flames are able to stay linked together all the time, and they look like one organism there. They were moving around as a unit, a very good understanding. They never look frazzled, whereas Heroic didn't even get into a bomb site, right? So that's the difference maker right here, is if that can continue, Heroic need to wake themselves up. They need to fire themselves up, and I thought that change happened within the first half when Cadian started going aggressive and taking the fights. I think they might come out with a bit of pep in their step, right? We do know that Heroic in the past, remember those ramp rounds we had from them? It's a while ago now, but the first time we saw teams really doing it was Heroic with Tessus, like bunny hopping backwards out of ramp with his head down, right? Harder to hit. I think maybe something like that, quick out the gates, maybe something not too tricky, right? Because if you're Heroic right now, not only were you losing in terms of a strategical way, you were also struggling in terms of the individuals, right?
I was about to ask. I said I don't have it up, but individually, I mean, I wanted to see just like what the outliers were.
Top of the scoreboard was Roy and Nikodos for one side, and bottom of the scoreboard for Heroic was Stown, Refresh, and Shush. So we had Shush with 8, we had Stown and Refresh with 10 apiece. Now, there's not too much difference separating them from Tessus with 15 and Cadian with that of 14, but it's on the T side, like, they were just struggling to get traction across the map. Now, guys, we do have a little bit of a delay. We'll get into the game ASAP. We'll just bring you some of those highlights from the map we were just discussing. But when you take a look at the other side for Copenhagen Flames, it was, Roy and Nikodos with 20 apiece, Zyphon with 18, Yabi with 13, and Huxi with 10. But when you count the individuals out like that, it was more the way that they played off of each other which facilitated all those kills. It felt like more often than not they were contributing together, and when they weren't, they were using his space, like this genius right here, Nikodos through mid. He was a nuisance within that first half. So really happy with the type of Counter-Strike we're seeing, and this Cinderella story continues for Copenhagen Flames, who are now just 16 rounds away from the Legend stage.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to continue just to stroke Nikodos' ego a little further, just because this
I'm sure you'll love that.
Yeah, this is not only, a very capable AWPer, but he seems like just as capable and proficient with the rifle, to the point where, like, you truly could see them on some maps, on some T sides, just never whip it out. Like, he could, I imagine their Inferno, if they were whipping that out, you'd get, a very, very scary Nikodos on that rifle as well. Everyone's been pulling their weight. Like, there is no standouts necessarily. I think Roy, of course, is at the tip of our tongues just because of the ratings he's been posting in recent, not only in the qualification of the RMR, but also in the securing of the bag here. Because, 2-0 so far. This is a undefeated match, so we are going to be locking a team in for the Legend stage. One, as you said, 16 rounds away for Copenhagen Flames. Overpass if we need it.
Yeah, now, look, if we do get to the third, I'd be excited to see that as well. One of the things we've already casted was the Astralis versus Copenhagen Flames on Overpass. And if people remember, maybe if you don't, that's all right, that's why we're here. There was always a 3-man A setup coming out from Copenhagen Flames on their CT side. It was Nikodos, Roy, and Huxi over towards the bathrooms and long, locking it down. It was very jarring. Roy was pushing, quite aggressive. So if we do get there, a couple of things that could rumble Heroic, but that's a map where we've seen heroic strengths before, they'll always send one guy lurking late long or late bathrooms as they're hitting B and they take the space, they come back up through connector, right? Yeah. So lots of details, but we need to see if we're going to get there first.
Sure, and this is a very different kettle of fish. You know, and why not? We are at the Major. I used to love that Anders would also kind of appeal to newer viewers.
And boil fish.
An open, and accessible product, entertainment product. So my question just now is, you know, could you give everyone that TLDR for the nuke rotation game? That, you know, the conversion that you gave me for why nuke is one of my favorite maps to play now, which previously hated the guts of it.
Sure.
You kind of made it sound beautiful, the way the map plays. It's because it's unique to anything else we play. Vertigo is all about walking and footsteps and fakes and blah. This is all about forcing rotates, faking rotates, lingering lurks. It's
out of all the maps in the pool right now, I would say that nuke is the most like a chessboard, right? Because it comes down to what territory you're willing to take and you're willing to give up. Right? On the CT side, if you want to deny space being taken, you need to go aggressive and you need to go for the fights, which seems counterintuitive for the defenders. On the T side, we know just how important it is to get that lower control time and time again. And now we jump into the map and we might get an example of that with the ramp rush I was talking about.
Yeah, they're throwing bodies into the meat grinder 1-for-1. Zyphon stands good for the pair and down they go. Refresh descends the spearhead of the assault and taking window side control. It's a priority and looks like there'll be someone standing to deliver some resistance. It's Yabi clearing his corners with a very stylish little stall move. Uxie trades, and I can't believe how quickly we're into a 2v2, a game of very intense wingman to see if they can continue their CT undefeated streak. Don't forget, an unscathed CT half on Vertigo. Stound's piecing out.
He's dropped all the way back here. If he goes straight up the ladder, he should be able to plant safe.
Who's there? The rotate's on his way. Nikodos will potentially be able to address it up the vents.
Oh, it's a fake. He's coming back down.
Oh, and yeah, just as Huxi had his back turned because of all those sound cues, now the loud descent. Wow, well played. Heroic, give him a taste of their own medicine there. Playing with the doors, he's just going to get hunted, hard to track.
Oh!
Super nice conversion. Shush, assumed it was over. Stound was playing the bait, and he does secure it. Damn, comes down to the wire. It's Stound that steps up. That's a triple kill in the pistol and in clutch to secure it. The fake onto Huxi, by the way, inspired. Like, you know Huxi individually, never mind comms, he hears those steps directly above his head, and it's only 5 seconds that pass from the moment you've processed that information to the point he's shooting you the back of the head.
Yeah, that was great stuff right there from Heroic, and sometimes I feel like I know what I'm talking about there, especially with that ramp rush, right? They just changed that pace. It was almost the exact strategy that we've seen from Heroic throughout history, and a furious one, right? One where it came down to individuals hitting shots. This is where we want to see that gear shift for Heroic, as
oh, they were both managing to find a little safe haven on that.
Yeah, that's the one thing with that molly. It doesn't spread all the way on top of the hut. Now, you can throw different variations, just not as quick. But here's the force buy for Copenhagen Flames with the scout in the hands of Nikodos. The rest have upgraded into pistols, 2 CZs, 2 Deagles, and, well, Util that's already been lobbed on out early. Now, this is the difficult nature of this. The map control we're talking about, they haven't gone straight across to Secret. They're actually posturing to either fight through main or around towards ladder.
You still wall of smokes against the Deags and Scouts, or... Oh, no, never mind. You just throw an SMG into main and knock off her head.
That's
but
the bomb
Nikodos has done the same, and the bomb is loose on yard.
No man's
land.
land.
There are 3 CTs battening down the hatches around the explosive device. Yeah, sure, you got the sight, but you ain't got the bomb.
What do you do now? You have lots of time. You might have to backpedal all the way through lobby. Oh, they're going to boost.
Roof or...
They're going to boost.
Now, that would be cool.
Okay, so getting Stound up in a position they won't expect this. This is one of the... You would not be expecting this. There's
Especially,
no
look,
way.
They're throwing a main smoke. Like, so right now, if you're the Flames, you're thinking lobby, you're thinking silo, T-roof, maybe...
Down vent coming up secret.
Down vent secret. I genuinely think this is at the bottom. He's faking the ladder as well. He wants everyone to ignore heaven right now.
But the problem is if Stound can't find anybody, if they're hidden from this position is for naught. There's only 30 seconds now. If they were in the open, that would have been it.
You'll see their legs, and Shush has fallen. So this is all now onto the element of surprise of Stound. He has to be quick and loud about this. They may not have heard that, so it's still an element of surprise. Nikodos considering it. It could just be from that ramp push. Great, precise headshot, but he has to just place for the save. Has to just keep hold of that AK and ensure that the CTs can't equip it into the next.
That's crazy right there. Like, it looked like a good decision, right? But you got to account for the fact where Copenhagen Flames were playing from, and they weren't in no man's land. Not where that bomb is. You can see it there, still in yard where it lies. And I don't know who had it on their back initially. Maybe it was Cadian. I missed who it was, but it was Roy who got the opening kill. The bomb's down. The rest of the kills come in as they scuttle back to try and pick it up. And there you go, Heroic. There's one round, but that's all you're going to get. Copenhagen Flames win that force buy back, and well, maybe the force buy wars continue here. Purchases in, the AK's out, the Tech 9s are there, lots of smoke. Speaking about those smoke walls, a great approach you could do with the Tech 9s here, just the standard secret cross, get everybody down as fast as you like, and Well, doesn't look like they want to go for that. Quite the heavy lobby presence here. Might set Stown up for success. Have him look around with this AK for a pick or two. Imagine if they just 2-0, just pants heroic. They 16-6 Astralis. They 16-7 heroic on their map choice, and now on Nuke, they've just won the Force Buy here. What a story this is going to be.
It's almost like if you described exactly their story, I wouldn't have believed you. In terms of the time, the player's experience, the scalps, the events. Like, first LAN for some of them was last month.
Yeah, which is mental, right? You can definitely see the hard work paying off for them here right now. And well, they're taking ramp control. The shot from Nikodos doesn't land. He needs to get out of dodge. And there's the Link player, Roy there. The safety net picks it up. Down low. The AK about to be marooned at hell. But he gets away on 1 HP. Every POV we go to, a kill for the Flames.
And that AK is not going to last much longer. There you have it. A nice one from Hooksy, farming some frags, getting some cash as well, injected into his bank account. He's very flush coming into the next one and doesn't even need to invest. So the bonus round now in play of sort. MP9 Scout. There's still the recovered AK from Stown. The M4's in play as well for Roy and Zyphon.
That was worst case scenario. They didn't get a single kill. As you mentioned, they pick up the AK. And now Hooksy gets to keep the MP9 against the head armored opponent.
You're right. It's the worst of both worlds. Okay, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets let off the leash a little bit here, like some lobby aggression, some yard aggression.
He's the in-game leader.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, boys,
Hooksy, can I go aggressive? Can I go aggressive, mate? Yeah, you can, mate.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
There's an extra 1,200. Farming. You ever done any farming?
Oh, on Melly's horse farm.
On the Melly's horse farm. I think they call it stable.
I mowed the lawn.
They don't like grow horse. Oh, they might breed them.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But that's probably still in a stable.
But what were you doing? You're doing the hay?
Just mowing the lawn.
Do you have a pitchfork?
I had multiple things. I don't know. It was that long ago now, but
a hoe?
Yeah, one.
3-1. Oh, I couldn't keep it together. 3-1 the score.
Kenyon only has a P250 here, Alex. How do you feel about that for the first gun round of play?
I don't love it for him. Like, it's not the most fun you could be having in the Counter-Strike server right now for round 5. Oh! Down, you know, we're starting the cracks.
It hurts.
The cracks are starting to show. The fine china held together by super glue at this point for Heroic. There's something. Shush. Redemption. Short-lived. And again, the man advantage gone. Look at them, they're booked. Both tucked in on the vent. Roy laughing at them. And Refresh looking to do another one of his magical clutches. Good luck, have fun, mate. A Galil, 80 HP, and 3 adversaries. Bombs on site. He would have to wrap around, perhaps. He's got himself a nice upgrade. He's got ammo in it. Roy going all the way around. Going to be waiting out for the long game here. So he not only is able to respond to top site, he can also catch any secret walks. And he knows that the bomb has to be retrieved top site anyway. Nikodos can provide assistance. If he misses an AWP shot, there's a window where a double kill does occur. There's a window, and that hinging.
But no one's looking at the bomb
on this gap. Yeah, he technically could just walk.
Oh wait,
grab it and down the vent. Yeah, he might have a look though. Yabby's close. And Refresh is closer. Oh, okay. Good read. Like, he thread through that defense really nicely.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about, right? But it was on the jiggles there. So one of the things, you know, playing for info in those scenarios, you don't want to just sit static and give a lot of space. So he was the player looking for the most info in that scenario right there. But it didn't start great. Like, sure, we saw the Stown missed Molly. But then from there, the Shush got the opening and all the kills went their way. Roy with 2, Zyphon and Yabby chiming on in, and then the last man standing a Refresh. Well, they noted where he was very early in the piece. And here we go again. Like, Alex, when was the last time Heroic got a plant? Like, they didn't even get a plant on the pistol. You know what I mean?
Last series, mate.
Well, no, they didn't get a plant last series. Oh, last series. Yeah, sorry, yeah, my brain's catching up. Last map. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, guys. I'll do better. I'll be better.
You're right, though. Dude, imagine 2 halves without a plan.
Surely now.
Yeah, okay.
Oh!
I thought that was him. Yeah, Refresh does snap in. And just as you curse them.
It's gone down.
It's gone down.
The caster curse.
It's whatever you do, don't go walking under any ladders. You can't stack them up, you know.
Oh, Refresh is deafened.
He's dead.
I heard this.
Okay. Siphon would love to maintain this AWP, and I'm sure Heroic, especially with the nothing to lose of Cadian and Tessus, they're going to give it a good go. Siphon actively holding. You know, he knows that there's going to be a good incentive to hunt him down here.
You want to go pick up some guns as well if you can, right? Tessus could go and get that M4 that's just been dropped off of Refresh's body here. There he goes. He's even been boosted up to do so. Gives himself a different angle to fight towards spawn.
Needs to get out, I think.
And I think, yeah, this one will be done so. The flash is coming through. Xiphon should be able to just tuck on here away. 3, 2, 1, 0, and that'll be it. 4-2. So Heroic, there you go. There's a round. The bomb goes down, and that's a change of tune. That was just on the pistol upgrade. So fantastic stuff for them here. You never know. Copenhagen Flames, they could flick over to their T side and have a rough time of things, especially if we see ourselves in another close affair within the first half.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, losing the pistol, recovering as quickly as they have, though, it's already given us grounds to believe that they're not going to slow down. Oh, Sound trying to get down the fence, and Jabi immediately has denied that. And it's really important for the grand scheme of this T side that when you try the vent maneuver, it's punished.
Well, here's the thing, right? Getting him down the vent meant they could have done the smoke wall, which they just deployed, and gone down secret without any drummers. But I think they've actually missed their smoke wall. I don't know if we can get a cam of you. No, never mind. It looks perfect. On the radar, it looks like there's a huge gap, but that'll be across. Nobody behind it. Stepping on in. Nikodos, well, easy as you like. 3v5 now.
Short-lived celebrations for the Heroic camp.
The pistols work, but the gun round doesn't. Out squeaky they go.
It's very standard, bog standard crossfire. Nice little pop flash off the floor. Oh, and the peek off of it. It is. No other word for it. The util dump from Hooksy's all well-intentioned. He has, however, not accounted for Shush. And that leads to the site being a bit more under threat than it previously was. Cadian caught. All right, Shush, what have you got for us, mate? Not known to pull a 1v3 out of the hat all too often. Let's see what he's got for us. Siphon's his first victim, trying for the transfer and just biding their time to strike twice. And Nikodos posted up, a perfect catch. The pressure of Roy being close in that swing forces him straight into the AWPer's hands.
Great stuff. And just casual stuff there. It gets close. We do get another plant, so that's really good news for Heroic fans around the world. But maybe in the bad press, you can see that Cadian has 0 kills and you only have 1 right now for Tessa. So if those two start chipping on in and contributing here, then this one can be on like Donkey Kong. But the buy back for Copenhagen Flames is they keep themselves above water in the economy too. At this point, we need to kind of reflect on where the cash is at. Nikodos with 6.3. You've got there Roy with 3.3. The rest are going to be below that 3K mark all the way down to Xiphon with 500. So they're not going to be broken after 1. Heroic will need consecutive rounds here to get the most out of the Flames, and tucking across quite quickly there. Roy will call the secret cross earlier. Nikodos, he's so patient. The L block smokes. Now, how do you react to this? By pushing in. Noisy.
Yeah, Refresh is going to accelerate. He heard you. Oh, he hears more than just one. Knows Roy's main. Or maybe not. Excuse me. Loud. Oh, Xiphon. He has the assistant. Maybe Nikodos takes first contact, or nothing behind the Flames just yet. Nikodos is being flanked. Refresh is pulling something quite beautiful out here. The back of the AWPer turned and he immediately strikes. Xiphon vulnerable to that heaven side now. And they're coming in from top side. Heroic have hit in every part of the map at this point. Yard, ramp, and now top side. Coming in thick and fast. There's a big one from Shush. And it seems the answer was mass hysteria. They wanted every single member of Copenhagen Flames to not know where they're going to be hit.
They kept them active all across the map, didn't they? And the fact that Refresh hears those footsteps, right? So by Nikodos going close to the smoke and then deciding to backpedal, I think that was enough of a window for Refresh to close to then have the audible, right? Because if he saw those smokes and immediately pivots back towards CT spawn, maybe he gets away with it and he's not heard. But in that scenario, he was heard, he was found out, and Refresh with a round-winning play, right? The fact he gets that kill, and that was enough, like, he could have gone for so much more, right? He could have walked towards ramp, he could have gone up heaven. He knew that he had a massive gap right there. But getting that kill was a guaranteed 5v4 scenario, and then the team just had to piece it together from there. So a good call And a better maneuver there from Refresh as the score now 5-3. And as I mentioned, you're going to need to win consecutive rounds in a row to take these rifles away from Copenhagen Flames. They should have enough to buy again. Nikodos can be into the AWP. Roy can drop. There shouldn't be too many dramas right here, getting a very decent looking buy round. And we keep a 2-round difference right here.
Okay, so everyone will be equipped.
Do you go back, though, with the L-block smokes, right? Do you just go back to what worked, or do you throw something a little bit different? Because we've seen the vent dive attempt from Stown not work. You now have this Cadian AWP. Maybe you want to put a bit more eggs in his basket.
That's the super fast wall smokes. It doesn't get quicker than that.
And it can't be denied either.
So they are going to, for the first time this time, go heavy secret.
What's the rotation looking like here?
That's the question. So it was Molotov'd initially, so there is a guarantee that it's... Oh! Not going to be guarded by vents. Yabi confirms they've already got to deal with him. Roy's down as well. Like, they are so active here. They're ready.
And they want to fight.
Yabi's tucked on site. Like, Roy's here. Everyone winning. Everyone connecting. All ships in the night, but the backpack betrays him. Tessus gets the info. Roy so desperately seeked.
But the thing is, do they know it was Yabi lower? Because Roy rotated into his position. So they might not expect another hero already planted, I say. So the bullets suggest otherwise. Vent to top has become quite the common route for teams who take this secret control. And with Stown's position, it is just Hooksy to deal with, and he gets the toes.
He's been robbed there. He'd have loved the frag, and Nikodos is still bodyguarding. That's a hard shot to hit. He doesn't get long of a window. It's been smoked for now, and now looking to go strafe out wide. It was a brave maneuver, but it's been punished.
Might have to be another save here. I know they're low, but do they want to go with an AWP retake into the top site? The kit's in play. There's a smoke and a flash as well, but they need to find something soon. Drop the one-way from Nikodos. Have Yabi throw the flash, and away we go.
Swallow their own, yeah, and it's not planted nicely for Heavenside, so it's going to be brutal to clear that lobby out. Time-sensitive mission, 10 seconds. Yabi needs more than one, and they do space nicely. The round surely lost at this point. The spacing's decent enough. And there you have it, 4 for Heroic, tying things up. Just a single round now separating, and that was the 3 kills from Tessus, so getting himself off of that 1.
And it's broken. Copenhagen Flames here. I said they'd need consecutive, so there it is, right? You can see their 3K roughly across the board here for the Flames. And on the other side of things, no dramas with the buy. I don't know if Cadian is going to be opting for that AWP unless it's already on the floor. It's going to be a Mac 10 instead, so might be a bit of quickness to this, or knowing the financial status right now. Squeaky open. Stown trying his luck again here. Cadian straight in towards that hut position and hasn't spotted anything just yet. Going to send him forward in a bit of a search and rescue mission, see what's home. Oh, and he's peered on out. He's actually going quite quick on this, so luckily nobody's home. The stack of the site not to be, and they can just walk on in. So this is a change for Heroic now. They're starting to find paths of least resistance. Did he spot him? Well, he has now. That molly is going to stink. Walking on the hot coals. Nikodos falls. Cadian finds the first. The bomb down. The 40 seconds has begun, and this should be 5-5. No, this will be 5-5.
Yeah, get that should out of your mouth. There's nothing for them to do here. Roy just kind of try and keep hold of his Kev. Rest of them can go and see if they can, I don't know, knock an AK into their remit. They do land the dink, but Tessus is too quick. And he wants to finish the job, wants to make that CZ something a little bigger. Denied, though, at the door. And so 5-5. We'll get the weapons back out. Don't think Nikodos is going to be too... Oh, he is brave enough to go for the full I was going to say not glass cannon, the AWP and the Kevlar vest. And
no, util.
Completely barren util.
No bells, no whistles, but this is a very important round here going forward for the Flames, because if they lose this one and they don't save any guns, it will have to be just a partial upgrade, right? So this is the turning point of the first half right now for Copenhagen Flames. They need to post something, or they're going to find themselves on the receiving end of a few more rounds stomached.
Yeah, Heroic's wrath heating up for them in a big way. Yabi's lucky to have gotten away with that. Refresh up to his usual tricks.
Bit of the elbow smokes there. The bent elbow.
Interesting how he's going to use them to get into warehouse, but the gap is still there. Siphon tested in a very big way, and that Cadian gap, yeah, he has to cancel. This good awareness from Siphon. He's managed his angles, read the read, read the read, read the room well.
They own heaven.
And wrapping around now. So this really does put Yabi on notice. He's committed to the site. They're making it very loud, making it abundantly clear that the information that they have got and lost heaven control. Rejigging this a little more.
Are they going to try and go ramp here? Because the utility they do have is good, right? They can smoke off decon. They can molly in towards the dark or shadow positions. Even extra mollies to play with here as well. So there is enough util to take this. Action on Xiphon right now.
Nikodos in support. He's losing vision, but he's very reactive. Xiphon is going to be exposed. He's managed to tuck in. And Nikodos already making life difficult for Heroic. Pulling the plug.
Called the cancel. They still try for this one?
I'm not certain.
20 seconds
2v5,
left.
I mean.
The top side, they've been able to blow on over, but you're right, with the numbers, it's not going to be easy here. This loss bonus is plenty. Sorry, the residual cash is plenty, so it's not like it's the end of the world here. Looks like they will just hold on to these AKs.
But as you discussed, in terms of Flames controlling their fate here on the CT side, they've done so, and they've done it spotlessly.
Important round, and important for the fashion, right? This is good. They stood that test. They didn't wince. I like that setup towards lower. Both players had somewhere else to fall back to, right? Nikodos gets smoked off. I'll open the doors. Xiphon gets mollied out of position. I'll move under the ledge. Like they were well prepared in how they wanted to deal with that if it came their way. So a thought out setup there, and again we stay close. 6-5 scoreline remains in the Flames' favor here. Plenty of money for Heroic to get the buy back in. Cadian will equip the AWP this time round, and the AKs for the rest of them. So let's see. The L block with refresh was the success earlier that got them out of jail. And this is quick.
Oh, they used Cadian instead of a smoke. They used Cadian scoped up instead of a smoke in lieu of a one. And at this point,
this is really quick that they're down. They cut noise.
The pace is silent. Like they're already lower. 1 minute 25, and the ramp player still has yet to be summoned. I think he's starting to walk now. Yeah,
he's aware. He's between a rock and a hard place. This speed walk pace that Heroic are applying is going to be right in his face. Xiphon has more than a task ahead of him here. The rotation is far away.
It's hard to get out of this door, but they do have the luxury of Cadian.
Wait, someone just slinked down the vents.
Gambled, hedged his bets on the right side, and turned out to be the wrong side.
They're pushing for more here, Heroic. This is hungry.
I don't think Nikodos is going to be anticipating this, especially with the sound cues he's just given.
It looks like they're considering a save already here. Look how passive this is. They know that they're towards lower. Xiphon wasn't able to call a lot, but they're already pivoting back. And well, maybe it's the right call, the bomb. It's stranded. If they can deny it going lower, this could be huge.
This is the escort mission, trying to get it down the vents, and no one's looking.
No one's looking.
Oh, and it's down there to punish the knife. Roy trades, but this one looks like it's still that discussion you were starting.
It either felt that they knew that the bomb wasn't lower, or it felt like they were already thinking about saving because they'd lost the sight. But either way, the only way that Heroic were looking to go down here was through the vent, and it wasn't watched whatsoever. So they get away with one here, Heroic. And they made it look very simple in doing so. So they're going to tie things back up 6-6, and we continue just to go for tit for tat here today. Is it the mind games coming into this, the chessboard that I'm talking about? Territory being traded, the ways that you're taking that territory playing a massive part, the pace at which you're doing so. Even having a little bit of a look here as they want to try and save their T-side rifles over towards the secret position. Bomb goes off. Everybody stays alive, and enough money again for Copenhagen Flames to get back in with a buy. Nikodos can drop. Roy can do the same. It doesn't have to be through Nikodos here. They could do it through Yabi if they want to make sure they retain a little bit of extra cash for his AWPs going forward. But the break point here of this half has to be soon. Heroic are the ones sitting pretty. They have much more residual cash here. So if Copenhagen Flames continue to lose the sights in that fashion, they might have to save for 1 or 2 more rounds.
Yeah, and Heroic are putting in a good shift for their map pick, right? You're starting on the downtrodden T side of Nuke, and yeah, I think 6 a haul many teams would be satisfied with. And there's good grounds, given the funds and the equipment, that this could be a whole lot more. So that home turf advantage, it's relevant.
Yeah, there's a reason these guys pick these maps. We're not having the OG syndrome where you pick a map and you just seem to lose it every single time.
Yeah.
But L block being lined up here. Now we know what happened last time round. It was just Refresh creeping behind these. Now normally you creep behind these smokes into warehouse or you peel off into main. You don't traditionally go down secret where Roy currently holds, but Roy can be behind them as they make the decision if they want to wrap towards heaven. They smoke main, now the indication is being felt. They want that warehouse control. They want to apply pressure to heaven, and Roy's picking.
Oh, brave. It's down though. Taken down and they run boosted across.
Siphon's not ready for this.
Not at all. He's looking the other side of the warehouse. If he takes another glance, admittedly he might be more willing to accept or address the potential for that, but now Shush is on the hunt.
They're being suffocated here, it feels like. They're aware it's coming.
Yeah, the Anaconda of Heroic. I don't want
what a flash.
none of that. Zyphon.
Oh!
He's maybe got the off angle, but that's only for the first. Brilliant round out of Heroic. Look at the beauty in the flourish. Like the way that finishes, all of that, those moving pieces, and it just whirs into action.
Well, they got away with it again there, right? The space is being given to them here. Nicodas, I think you might even be losing this AWP here, mate. Refresh jumping on up. Refresh tagging on up, and the no-scopes won't land. Everything gone now from the Copenhagen Flames arsenal. Oh, they have to take a fight now. This has to be the change-up, right? I don't know if they need to do it now with the pistols or if they need to do it next round when they do have the full guns out. Maybe they will even float with the option of a buy right here. But the thing is, they do need to go take a fight, right? They need to make sure that they're holding on to certain amounts of real estate because at the moment, they are the ones out of position in a lot of these scenarios, and Heroic are getting away with it. Light upgrades for a few. How much can you squeeze out of these here? Because Heroic are marching forward. Nice flash for Nicodas here. You're going to see it's going to be a jump throw. It's quite deep and it thrusts them forward, but nobody home.
So many flashes. You just know there's commitment here. Not only is he aware of the finances, but he's had a very telegraphed aggress on yard. Siphon throws his body through the smoke.
Just 2 to find now. Just 1 to find now.
No, sorry. Just 5 to find now.
Oh, okay. The Nicodas. He's going to get a 1v5 with the Deagle.
Yeah, watch this
and
first
Kevlar.
shot. He'll convince you with the...
On 1 HP.
on 1 HP 1v5.
Well, he wanted to do it as stylish, but if he was going to win it, it had to be as stylish as humanly possible.
Like that perfect, in terms of numbers, it was like the device where he had 3 bullets, 3 HP, 3 kills.
Yeah, that was mental. That was crazy, that play. What huge. That was back in Berlin, right?
I think that was the last major.
2 years ago on Train. A phenomenal play. We've had some mental ones at the majors. If you haven't seen them before, I'm sure there's a lovely compilation of them online. But here we go. The final chance for Copenhagen Flames in this first half. Are we going to see them biff up a bit? Staunch up. Get ready for a fight.
Yeah. I mean, 2 of these players on Heroic have done quote-unquote graffiti-level plays in the warm-up to this major. Of course, graffiti's only to be secured at the tournament of this magnitude, and we are there. A 2-year hiatus. Refresh. A 1v5 against Liquid to extend play. Oh, and Hooksy. Oh, I can't believe he's not dead. Oh, and I can't believe neither's Yabi, finally. The frags come in. Heroic breakthrough. Starting to fall apart. Roy! What is that? He's pushed through and turned the round on its head. Finally dead. But, I mean, Flames were locked out for a second. Roy has just answered with a triple out of nowhere down the vent. Siphon's so fast.
He can take
They
his
won't
time on
expect this. There's a pace to this. No one's going to be looking for him. He can't deny the plant, but he certainly can give them a huge leg up in the advantage. Nicodas starting his crawl. Siphon strikes. And process of elimination dictates Refresh has to be up here in control. 25 for Refresh. Siphon widely confirms it. That's a great place nade with the doors. Nicodas' responsibility. He's playing this well, Refresh. He's given him an avenue to swing. Doesn't have to faff around with the doors. He just has to find his first diffuser. 10 seconds. He's knocked him off.
It's going to be close.
No kit. 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9.
Poor round that could have been right there, wasn't it? I can't believe it. Where the hell did Roy come from?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But no, don't forget that
Up
Refresh
the vent.
accommodated
Whoa.
that so brilliantly. What a recovery for Roy. And Refresh, the man that saves them, was the one to trade him.
Oh, boy. Like, you just see Roy appear like that in between three of them and get all 3 kills. You're thinking there's a real opportunity, and Xiphon as well, straight there, but Refresh with a lovely 1-on-2. And
great catch for the Obs team as well. You know, this minimap does not have the indicator, so catching that ascent and seeing those, that was a gift. God bless.
Hard to be ready for that one right there, but here we go. Okay, Heroic, they've set themselves up on the decent first half on that T side, 9-6. Now they get to defend. Copenhagen Flames are the ones to attack, and they've made their purchases here. Yabby with a smoke, a HE. There's a P250 in the hands of Nikodos and the likes of Xiphon here. Oxy with a couple of flashbangs for good measure. Squeaky blown open. Smoke towards main. Cadian's vision obscured. And it's towards Yard. They trundle quick on this.
Yeah, it's up to Yabby to deal with Tessus. And yeah, looking the wrong way. Didn't even consider it, considering the frags were... And the bodies were everywhere.
Where are they going? Are they they have to go back to top, right? Hooksy's in. It's called clear. If you go towards B, that's the unknown, and that's where they all rotated right now. They all just dropped immediately lower.
What
You're out of position.
What did they see to sell that?
It must have been as soon as Cadian swung on Yard. You know, he sees something there, and that's what confirms the call. But now you have to get in.
Good luck. And as soon as contact's taken hut, Yabby can start to click, and he has controlled his nerves, at least for the first click. Hooksy confirms, and Copenhagen Flames will take the pistol.
Beautiful stuff right there. Okay, well, good way to kick this one off. Now, they needed to win the force buy in the first half to get themselves on the board early. Now it's about seeing if they can continue to convert against Heroic, who have been looking good. It's been a change of dialogue from map number 1. But it doesn't look like Heroic are going to be keeping a clean sheet on their defense on their map pick. Already lost one early. Are going to bounce back immediately here with a force buy. Deagles for everybody, so no scouts. Nothing naughty. Lots of smokes, though. Trying to use them as a bit of a wall to delay. Speaking of wall, there's one out early.
Not going to delay Hooksy, I think. Round the elbow.
Look at the plume of smokes there. So much room for them to work with as well.
It's a very suppressing-looking wall for the CTs, isn't it? Just nothing but grey.
Yeah, it's quite shallow, right, for the T side. So it's probably has its pros and cons here, but Cadian's been thrown a smoke, so he's going to be able to go back down lower and apply another one towards this secret position. You can see it in his hands here. He's going to buy another roughly 18 seconds.
Will he wait for a Q or just use his intuition? Yeah, he's timed it well, very well.
Now here's the thing, right? Traditionally, if you're Copenhagen Flames, you would be thinking there's multiple members down towards the lower side because of this, but realistically, it is just Cadian. He's selling all of this. The only rotation point for his teammates is either going to be chasing them down secret or making it quickly down the vent. Now, what space can the Copenhagen Flames work on right now? Yabby's on a solo mission.
You can see how Cadian is deliberately trying to feel like more players. Like, he wants the ramp player to feel like there's someone watching him. The secret players want to feel like there's someone in the vents, and they are clearing it out now.
Vent to top would be the worst thing they could possibly do right now, and down Cadian too.
That's the frag. They'll at least have a look, right, and confirm that that was just Cadian. Smoke and mirrors. Certainly the former, quite literally.
And they're going to push Yabby here, see if they can get this Galil.
All right, he's got a nice little mini game within the game here.
One's up the ladder. Oh, he's ready for it.
Yeah, he's all right. He's switched on. Holding on for a moment longer. The Galil will fall into enemy hands. For a second. Maybe more. Maybe more. No, there it goes. Oh! Cover your eyes, kids.
Bit of a Batman off the ladder there. The Galil shush keeps running and goes all the way back deep in towards spawn. We still have 15 seconds left on the bomb, plus the round end timer. And okay, well, Hooksy's coming, and I've seen him run through a smoke with a MAC-10 on his hands more than once. Flash is good.
Oh, it's perfect. He actually does get vision back in time, but yeah, what a pop flash out of that plume. Boom.
9-8, and now it should be 9-9, right? You cannot invest if you're Heroic here. Your money's just not there. Light upgrades at this point. You know, some players, they're sitting there, if you shush, maybe think, oh, maybe I just get a P250, but going to need all that utility going forward. A flash equipped onto Tessus here.
Maybe Yard with a nice deep one over.
Yeah, this is where you really want to do something as a team, right? The eco stacks used to do once upon a time, you know, when it was full USPs. In the 1.6 and Source days, you still had to fully group up, right? You had to group up with the lion's share of your forces here. So Heroic trying to do the same and use a flash as their friend. And pushing ramp, they are noisy. And they
they have been spotted. Corralled now, stalled out. Nades coming through. There'll be no push through the radio room. Kills are just coming in now. Zyphon with one, Yabby with the other. They are dealing with this. This one will not get out of control right now, and things tied up 9-9 momentarily here. It's just how much more cash can Yabby grab for himself. USP at range, back of the head. You never love it, but Tessus does. He'll get an easy assist right there.
Yeah, that is unfun. Unfun to shoot and to track.
I think right now, with Tessus having the MAC-10, you'd actually just want to let him keep it, because if he wants to carry it through the next round, sure, bro, have it, right? You're going to be having rifles anyway here.
Buying
so
this helmet.
Yeah. So as long as they hold on to all their rifles and they don't give that over, it's all good to let Tessus have this. Whereas if your Tessus, you know you're buying in the next, you'd love to get another kill or two with it to either fund an upgrade or some extra cash. But I think we're going to put our guns down here, and we are going to call round number 18 done.
A parlay agreement is met.
9-9, okay. Well, this is where we get to start seeing the tone that's set from Copenhagen Flames, right? On the pistol round, it was a fake. They threw utility top, they went down towards secret, and then they even scuttled back up towards that top side. Tessus, not going to get it done. Nikodos ready and raring to go with that one. And then since then, right, the approaches here for Copenhagen Flames, you have to be a bit more like dipping your toe into the water against the force bind and the pistols, just so you don't get to a stack. So this is where I really want to see what approach, right? What is the early call going to be? Is it going to be something very slow, methodical, like their Vertigo? Remember, they were putting pressure towards B lobby with that of Yavi. They were putting pressure towards A ramp with that of Roy, and they were putting pressure towards middle with Nikodos. So they had a player everywhere. Now I'm curious to see what this is going to look like. So smoke's lined up immediately out of spawn here. Looks like the L block again. And Yabby was the one tasked with doing that on the anti-eco.
He's got the one-way. Glaving it. And the silo player will have communicated.
Good flash.
They flashed, he's jumped, he's swapped banisters. Now knows that there is presence on red. He's tagged them up as well. And Tessus buys time for his walk back. Really not bad for a poke. Now for the prod.
This is a lobby flash. Refresh is going to push.
Okay. Straight through. The door blown off. Reacts nice from Trophy. Keeps him honest. Lucky to have gotten away with that. Refresh walking with a wound on his feet.
This is really difficult now. Low player, top hut. You've still got one player pinned towards vent. Lots of utility remaining for Flames. And the pick on ints down. That's huge.
Just catches a perfect slither of Yabby just as he started to maneuver away. 40 seconds as they start to descend.
With the bomb at least.
Yeah, and Zyphon's arrival is not going to be easy. Cadian, I can't believe he's going to continue towards this AWPer. They've gotten past the first hurdle. Here's another one, though, and a multi-kill required out of Tessus. That's Hooksy with the bomb, no less. 20 seconds, and Cadian's handled business as well.
And he's third there.
Lovely.
That's only Cadian's third kill. Right, if he comes online on this CT side, there's another. Make that his fourth. Then now we can get cooking with gas here, because Cadian for a while was, you know, one of the highest rated players for Heroic. He was quite the force to be reckoned with, and as the emotional in-game leader he is, I feel when he's playing well, he can be calling well. So if he gets activated here, he might be able to start reading the Flames. But you could see that approach, and actually went over a round with Roy and Zyphon, where it had a similar fashion, where they dropped that one way and they had more players towards Yard and actually spammed them on through. Right, and we actually talked through some of the decision-making. So Flames did have their protocols in place. You could see their Hooksy spamming from the top rope of the silo position to try and assist Roy. But they have enough for guns. Top heart molly. So we can't see if anybody's dropping down the vent right now. From Nikodos here. They know that the Norp is out on the other side here, and he's just jumping around like there's no dramas.
He's past that safe angle that Cadian's adopted. Oh. Oh.
He tagged him?
No.
That was quick from Cadian there. Yeah. Made it in.
Yeah, that's lovely. Lovely shooting out of Shush. Ramp locked down. Heroic looking to extend their lead. Hinging now on Nikodos clearing through a smoke. It's faded already. A cursory glance from Stown could cost him. but he's through.
It's very individual right now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to come down to some individual prowess if this one does turn around. And ooh,
That's a gift.
Has given them the gift. Now, there is a bit of a tit for tat in that. They spotted the bomb lobby.
But he's got so much space here, Nicodemus. So much space to work with right now.
It's the unpredictable. If they go top with Heaven combined, it's pretty spicy.
30 seconds.
Yabby's got no util. T-Roof for now. We'll have to descend the ladder to join them lobby. But if he comes and takes the contact first, even main would be locked down. Oh, Hooks trying to manage his angles. Good shooting out of Stown. He's ready for it as well. Shut out. 4 hearts still beating for Heroic as they put the 11th on the board, and they're starting to humble them, not only in rounds, but in the economy as well. You can see the schmeckles are low. Copenhagen Flames might have to take a 12th on the chin here.
Yeah, maybe even a timeout here just to calm things down. Maybe not right now, but this was great. So it was a 2-player ramp hold, and Tessus was very noisy on that. That baited them into that shush angle. This was a gift, right? But as you mentioned, it was information out, and this was really good from Stown. The awareness that it could be Heaven. You could see exactly there, just ready and raring to go with that. So Deagle's upgraded. And you are getting a little bit stumped here on that T side of Copenhagen Flames. This is where you'd love an individual moment. A banger of a Deagle shot from Zyphon won't land. But Cadian's being peppered.
Oh, he's having some fun.
Oh.
Zyphon's has provided that aforementioned Deagle, but at what cost? It could lose every single teammate he had. So good luck, have fun. He's got 4 bullets, and there are 4 members left. So, you know, maths, he's got enough. And there's another Zyphon hitting 2 crackers. 12 secured.
All right, well, this is definitely a different conversation now. Stown with another good game. 22 kills for him so far. Tessus, Shush, they've got 13 apiece. Refresh with 12. And, yeah, Cadian, as I mentioned, he's been having a rough go with things here, but hasn't been an easy game.
I just realized we've been living in our, our best series. There was FaZe VP going down. It's still very much underway.
I think FaZe won Mirage, right? So
Yeah.
the second map was an Ancient?
A full 30 rounds. They're in Ancient right now, and it looks like they're as inseparable as they were on Mirage.
Okay, so a good series we have. That's also a team making their way through. But look at this from Cadian. Stown's already found one. Cadian's aggressive. He might not need to do anything.
Yeah, and Hooksy's already practically dead. He's the walk-in wounded. And a ghost, indeed, not just because of the white screen.
Oh, melting! 1 HP!
See that 1 HP, 1v5 we were talking about?
Yeah, look, they've had a couple of them have stepped up to the plate here today, but I think this is just another Heroic round, and this is now starting to look a lot like Vertigo on the CT side of the Flames here. Heroic are just shutting them down.
Yeah, locked out, and no plant. Not enough cash to splash for the full invest.
That's crazy that was a gun round. That felt like it was up against the Eco, how easy all those kills came. That was over before you miss it.
Interesting. Hooksy laying himself on the line, getting himself dropped in a AK to Roy. Zyphon's been equipped with a Galil.
Yeah, this is interesting right now.
This is like a kind of middle ground. They don't want to concede and bend the knee to another whitewash CT round. Heroic would have enough money to just constantly buy and buy. They want to humble them a little bit here.
Oh, he's through!
Roy, that was brave. Yabby burns him down combined. They have Warehouse so early into the piece now, Chad. 90 seconds on the clock. Your yard info is missing.
I guess that opening kill is great, but you're going to need another here. You're still limping as far as weapons and utility go. Refresh is up next. Roy on the lurk. Well, the timing here against Cadian is absolutely everything right now for Roy.
He's got on close. He's on his way up. Bomb spotted yard. Will Cadian have the capacity to maintain awareness of Roy? Oh! Yes, is the answer. A cursory glance on the Z-axis and bangs him out with the Deeg. That was the chance, surely dwindling now.
Refresh, more punishment here as well.
Back is turned of Zyphon. They're clearing their corners and Shush converting even more. Yeah, this looks like a lockout. Nice click. That'll be it. 14-4. I was about to say the Danes. Well, Heroic will take it. Denmark full represented here, and both teams demonstrating their capacity for brilliance here.
On their own map choices, right? That's good to see. You don't like it. Well, it's not you don't like it. We love a good competitive game of Counter-Strike, but if you pick a map, there needs to be a reason for it, and we're seeing it both here today. Great stuff from Cadian there, right?
Finding
right there,
the head.
head over ass right there for old mate.
Finding the head, it's like, it's just kind of trimming his... while he finds
He's
the head.
gentleman region.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, last chance saloon. I'd say this is it here for the Flames. Max loss bonus, sure. No plants. That's a bit of a worry. HooXi as well with some hard questions to ask. And surprisingly, this is the first time out of Copenhagen Flames. That does come as a bit of a shock right there. You saw that one middle of your screen. Yabby has enough for a purchase. HooXi's going to go into a Galil, so they're wielding 2 of those. And there's util to spare, but they haven't been able to find any traction here. So as you start to grip the edges and look for something to hang on to, where do Copenhagen Flames look to turn, right? Like, I'm not quite sure what the answer could be, because when they have gotten space, Heroic have handled it well. L block again by the looks of things. That's a smoke from Yabby to land in front of the Squeaky there, but by Tassus getting in the vent, he completely calls this one off.
Perfectly played.
Oh, they didn't get the yard smokes. Roche just taking space, so they're happy to keep him brave.
Flash is a perfect pop for Roy's close ang, but he actually starts his crawl.
Oh, well aware of the timing of that, weren't they?
Exactly what you're up to. It's
45.
almost like the flash in response from the D side was enough.
Yeah, just the delay on that last smoke as well. Stound just spamming as it bloomed. Perfect. They're just getting stalled out. This is great from Heroic.
They really have looked like indomitable once we've reached this kind of final run.
27 for Stound now. Putting in a hole.
He's definitely feeling the LAN environment.
Oh, no pushes this time. No shush coming all the way through to the back lobby to greet Yabby here. It's just going to have to be done the hard way. Refresh top hut.
Didn't see him.
The timing.
That's a well-placed molly. Forces the wide angle. Refresh greets them with a smile and hot lead. 2 dead, and now just 2 remain. It's hard to keep up with Heroic. 15-9. I think that vertigo has woken something in them. The CT lockout that they conceded, that they felt the wrath of the Copenhagen Flames. Well, now they're handing them a taste of the very same treatment.
Yeah, and I think this is great going into the final map here, so now you have to ask some mental questions. I know we have one more round of Counter-Strike to be played right here, but you can see reflected in the buy, it's not going to be fantastic for everybody. But these are the questions, right? Okay, so Copenhagen Flames, you've been rattled now. Heroic have shown, yeah, you're not just going to walk all over us. We're the big boys in this one. We are still the favorites regardless of the form that you're showing here. Over past the 3rd and deciding map within this series, and it's fast top.
HooXi throws his body on the line in pursuit of some degree of glory.
Just him.
Changing it up. It was just him. The Extinguish perhaps delaying the rotate, but they are on their way down Secret. Cadian Zorp continues to fill the feed. He was dead silent for a while. 006 now up to, what is it, 10. 2v2 as the dust settles. And perhaps our final round here on Nuke. To change our minds, as Zyphon and Roy, they are in pursuit of the plant. He's holding his nerve and holding a spray. Zyphon converts Decon a threat. Perfectly timed and a great shot for good measure. Head to head. Refresh versus Roy. Oh, and he is sharp.
Scorcher.
Yeah, just as the pixels enter his crosser, and quick on the reaction. Unfortunately, it doesn't immediately lead to any celebrations. As we discussed, we knew that Heroic were having a couple of clean ones back to back. The one that felt like a eco but was a buy. It's led to the point where Copenhagen Flames are going to have to do this the hardest possible way.
And I don't know how many times you could pull that same strategy off. Send the in-game leader out top, Hart, to sell a bit of a fake right there and have everybody else steamroll out ramp. I don't think that's the approach that's going to get you too many more rounds. You need to fall back to something a little bit more regimented here and again.
What haven't they tried?
Well, they're going for the smoke walls again because some of these rounds when they've gotten across, they've been very close to getting there, but 1 or 2 details against them or some great heads-up plays from Heroic here. Well-timed molly.
Beating it.
He's the only one.
Yeah, and down. Oh! Goes down! HooXi's hit a cracker there. He was in such an off angle and super anticipating the quick one. HooXi, look at the play, look at the pace. He smoked the site to feign the fact that they've got the bomb pressured already. And that could open up windows for Heroic reacting too quickly. They've paused in yard. They don't have numbers down lower. What happens now?
Yeah, well, look, the bomb, it needs to get across somehow, and you can see where Roy's parked. HooXi throwing that is to try and force rotations elsewhere, but sticking to their guns, Heroic haven't moved a muscle just now.
That's great restraint out of Heroic. I mean, just in the heat of the moment.
There is the gap for them to cross, though, right? We can see that there aren't any eyes for the secret cross. So they will make it across safely here. And with so many players and so much utility, multiple Molotovs can be thrown. You can cover off the vent rotation. You can cover up towards this ramp position. And we can see nobody's home. Not an episode of Home Alone. There's no traps in store here. Should be able to get that one down, no dramas. And there's still plenty of residual cash here. Do you go for this if you're heroic?
That was my next question to you. And well, if Yabi stands to a find of nearly a pair.
Yeah, not anymore, you don't.
Yeah, I think he's got this one on lock.
Okay, well, they have so many chances still. We'll make it 4 now to do this. You understand why Heroic are going in this fashion. But the awareness there, I would say if they take Yabi out in that scenario, he gets away, they could probably go for the 4-on-4. Now in the 3v4, the save comes on through, but last round, it was Hooksy running out Hut and causing the fake. This round, it was Hooksy running down Secret and getting the opener. So the in-game leader, through calls or kills, getting it done. And Flames are still in it here. We'll have to be overtime if they want to pick this map up. But some fight in them, just for the confidence sake alone, going into the final map here.
Yeah, well, it's not the Vertigo treatment anymore. Certainly, if they find another and humble this heroic economy, it's far from it. But it's not going to be easy. God, they got so much cash.
Isn't it mental?
It's crazy.
Like, that's the thing as well, because if you're heroic, you're kind of walking on eggshells right now. It's like, okay, well, if we lose the site early, then we will save, right? And then what's happening while they're losing these rounds and saving to have another bite is their loss bonus is building, right? So at this point, now that they get to say the timeout with Exist there, you could talk through exactly all of that. All right, guys, let's consider how we approach these rounds. If you want to get it done and you want to try and do it quickly, you can go aggressive, but think about what you'll be losing, right? The loss bonus is still in its early stages here. Whereas for Copenhagen Flames, they have to throw everything and the kitchen sink at them.
Yeah, second stage for Heroic there. You can see it indicated just under that utility. Overpass. A round away for Heroic. And a map that we saw Copenhagen Flames major debut on, seeing them take down Astralis 16-6. No slouches on it either. Heroic, quite the pool for this series. Let's see if Copenhagen Flames can pull anything else out of the hat. Cadian's throwing some aggression towards the trophy room. Wonder
this
if
might be fast, Alex.
that certainly looks to be. There's some util. And here's the push. Yabi brave straight through, and he's had time to adjust. Dinks exchange. Bodies are dropping left and right. Hooksy, they know exactly where he is. Nade thrown in his direction. Bomb loose on the site, and it's all onto this man. Players left and right. Heroic will wrap that one up, put a bow on it, and say Overpass is next. Okay, both teams winning their map picks, and it did definitely look a whole lot more convincing from the Heroic boys today.
Yeah, for sure right there, and I think that was a really strong showing right now. It looked pretty close there towards the end, but Sound gets himself 31 kills to round that one out, so another really good performance from him. But the fact this is close sets us up in a great position for the last map of Overpass. Now, if looking at the video and the way it went, I think that Copenhagen Flames would have had the choice between the last map, which means we don't do knife rounds at the majors. No knife rounds, so I think that means the Heroic get to pick the side. Now, if that is reflected, probably going to be starting on that CT side of Overpass here, but as we go through some of these highlights, you'll be able to see just how close this game was. It was definitely back and forth. It all started with that Copenhagen Flames force buy in the second. They were able to get themselves up within the early stages, but I think something that will probably come back to haunt them is that Tech 9 round that they ended up losing. That was a big one, right? That was a big one. We're talking about lack of plants, and then, as I said that, Heroic were able to get into the top site, get a plant, and get around, and that one right there kind of spiraled this half into Heroic's favor. You can see them clawing it back, and it was 6-6, but 9-6 was the final score within that first half, and I think that's where the heavy lifting was done.
Yeah, so that's a fair assumption. I think the rest was just locking it out, finishing it off. The finishing touches to a powerful T side. I mean, when you already see rounds, like, the economy was very mean to the Copenhagen Flames towards the tail end of that.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious as well. We need to keep our eyes, a bit of an AWPer watch, I suppose, right? So Nikodos, I think in the first half, he was finding a lot of impact, very patient with that AWP. Cadian, he was up struggle street for a lot of this. Right now, you can see at this juncture is 2 for 11. He did start to find a bit more traction as the game went on. But on a map like Overpass, where the CT-sided AWP is going to be very important, and in the past, we've seen Heroic do rounds where they literally just have Cadian holding A. He's going to have to hit a couple of shots here just to buy them time. So that's something that I want to be keeping my eyes on before we move into that third map of play. But this is now the question of who's going to be able to mentally reset quicker, right? Like, because you 1-1, it's essentially now going into that best of one environment. Flames don't seem like they have too many dramas in the best of ones, but there's been a lot of Counter-Strike play before they've gotten to this point here today. So, yeah, look, I think that we're happy that we're going the distance. It's great to see a competitive series because the other Danish derby we had was a 16-6.
It was, yeah, but I mean, you know, already I do feel like this is a heroic that bleeds, not just because of Vertigo, but like the
even with the TYLOO game.
The TYLOO game, exactly. Like give credit to TYLOO, give credit to Copenhagen Flames, but still heroic, just trying to get the cogs whirring in exactly the same fashion as they can and have in a different realm.
Yeah, I just think with their quick play and their snap decisions, it's very difficult to replicate that to the full success. Now, this map, Overpass, coming up next, they do like to pull a fake here, there, and everywhere. So if they're able to get away with a couple here against Hooksy and his boys, maybe that type of heroic play will shine through on the third map. And remember, there's a lot on the line with this game. This will lock in the first team alongside of the FaZe VP game to join the Legends. There's 8 teams waiting. We need to find 8 more, and we'll find out after the break. We'll be right back.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
PGL Major Stockholm 2021, and it is the third map of our first best of 3 here on the B stream for the second day of play. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall. Big stuff on the line. The team that wins up here on Overpass wraps it all up and locks themselves in for the Legends stage. Now it is the 2 best teams in Denmark right now. Astralis, AWOL, not sure what's going down there, but at this point in time, 2021, Heroic up against a team full of young and rookie blood in some of their first major. They qualified for it not too long ago in the last EU RMR, and now they're 1 map away from Legends stage.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, that whole story right here. Now, if we just continue this through, we had them stomp out, I would say, on their first map that they picked, Vertigo. Then bouncing on back was Heroic on that of Nuke. And now as we turn our attention to Overpass here, we will have Heroic starting on the CT side, Copenhagen Flames on the T side, and this is where both of the teams have had their woes on the T half. So let's see. Is there going to be much difference here? I've already spoken about the quirks of Copenhagen Flames on their CT side. Let's see how they get out the gates here. Cadian quickly towards Connector, using the audible in his favor, and he's going to get on out of dodge as quick as he can. Scampers back, takes a shot. Well, he's immediately rotating towards the site, hoping his teammates can greet him shortly. Cavalry's here, Stown and Tessus.
The power of that one bullet. you know, they cut noise, they have to clear the corners, they know there's presence toilets. Perhaps would have taken a couple more liberties had he not.
It's quite quick on this again here from the Flames. Up very quick here, so if there's any glance, any look, they're ready for it.
So Heroic, it'd be hard to dispute that they're not. Refresh has got a full belt of utility, and that's the bomb spotted. Cadian's little glance as Roy resists the temptation. Catching a chance onto Cadian, will have to bite his tongue now. Jumping into the jaws of the Danes. It's going to be Heroic with 3 quick frags. They're trying to pivot back, but it's unlikely that Siphon swinging open this door is going to get him much further. There was still Shush on site. Oh, a missed shot. Siphon gets a chance. A small chance. A headshot angle adopted. And now what was a 2v4 is a 2v3 after plant. There's something to be said for this. Down, however, continues where he left off. He's the highest rated player in the series. And a 1v3 for Yabi. He knows where 2 of them are. And oh my god, a couple of missed shots gives him another window into the potential of the clutch. But there you have it. Heroic will take the pistol of map 3.
Okay, good stuff there to kick it off, and some good aim as well, right? It got very, very, I want to say gross over towards the top of A, but Heroic standing tall, staying strong and getting themselves that. Now the plant here, we have seen Copenhagen Flames when they get the plant, they like to drop across a couple of these AKs or buy them with the Khalils. They can operate with their little a baby gun rounds, right? So Khalils, Deagles, Scout for Nikodos is a potential here as well. See how they want to equip themselves here. You can see it all getting tossed across the util, the
Roy has been given the real luxury package. I say that as actually he throws his nades to Xiphon. I guess he figures with the pistol that makes sense, gives him some more room to move. So juggling it all around, they're happy with what they've got, so it is still threatening.
Yeah, no extinguish there as well. So Tessus is actually going to have a look forward and even throw a very deep grenade there right onto the toes of Roy with that Galil. So that's going to sting. That's unconfirmed damage. And a second nade. Hello.
Oh, it's perfect. Heroic. Okay. Coming in frisky.
Things were already going to be pretty difficult against 3 MP9s and 2 M4s, but now 3 players very, very soft. Roy below half health. Nikodos and Hooksy both operating with about 70. And unfortunately, that utility that they're throwing out, it's not going to find them anything. The sound cues is all. That Heroic go, okay, well, they're working for default map control right now towards A. Hopefully that's enough to keep Cadian and Tessus planted as they do turn their attention towards this B bomb site.
Oh, and Yabi's just going. Gives it a best shot. Does take one. And Refresh just tries to fill the void. Tucks in tight. The amount of nade damage they sustained, like you can understand why all these speculative shots are being thrown out. It's just Stown through the smoke. He's dropping early util, wants to stop a grouped up short take. 35 on the clock. Like, this is still the second round.
It feels like right now they do have to go towards B unless Hooksy can find something now, and as that glance towards A sees nothing, they will all just be through this one position of the sandbag. It's about to be a blender on B.
Timing is everything. He's ahead of the flash. Perfect. Refresh has full vision. His push gives him vision, gives him the round. I think he's done enough, yeah, especially now Cadian confirms it. The bomb, there's not enough time, too many bodies, and there is a second. A threatening one from Heroic. Like, that was really quite brutal to stomach for the boys of the Flames. They really didn't get to have a particular opportunity in any point, at any juncture.
Yeah, it felt like with those nades, it forced them back immediately, right? They didn't even want to take a chance over towards A. So
and
really
you highlighted the no extinguish. Just like, as in, you could see what they were doing with that information.
Yeah, like if you go for that extinguish, then as a CT, you can't just push up so aggressively, right? Because they could have crossed towards playground. But now having to take on an eco, Copenhagen Flames will send Roy through the flames.
Can do that as well.
Yeah, with the Glock, I think he probably not too concerned about how this one's going to shape on up.
Imagine if he gets a cheeky knife. Oh! Nearly the 3. Glock double dink. Lovely find. He could also... Yeah, talk about the knife. Ah, doesn't want to make the sound cue and does strike at least to force the rebuy. That's 2 frags on a pure eco, Chad.
Not bad, not bad. Look, the Deagle is equipped for Nikodos right now that he's picked up. I'm sure Hooksy would love to get something in his hands. They're going to play these out as if it's winnable, but it's not looking likely. Unable to find where the gun has gone. And there it is. Galil in hands now. Quite nice combo there with the stickers on that Galil. They've just called it clear towards B. So backyard push, flash towards sewer. If Hooksy can kill Tassus. No, he can't. I was going to say we had a chance here, but now it's just Nikodos. He's going to have to go noisy out. 45 seconds and dead's down. Click to the head. And 3-0 Heroic. Picking up where they left off over there on Nuke. Looking good.
Yeah, looking stable.
I think that's the thing as well, right? Because what we would traditionally talk about with domestic matchups is how they're sometimes a little bit strange. But one of the things is, like, Heroic, they're not like the old generation. It's really just Cadian here. And you could make an argument Stound's been around for some time now. But Shush, Refresh, Tassus, they've been on our screens in dribs and drabs.
Cadian was playing at the first major.
Yeah, he beat me in the in the BYOC.
And then he was on the analyst desk for some of the second and third, so...
Yeah, but where I'm going with this is I think they feel like the big dogs on campus in this, you know. So playing like that is a good way to really hurt the Flames.
Speaking of Flames and nerdy stuff in general, there's actually a really interesting molly I saw recently that some pros have been throwing. The molly's through the wall, it gets stuck in the pipe, and actually burns that whole corner that Tessus and Cadian are currently operating in. Now, I don't know how many pros have been going through it in the scrims, but if this becomes a common setup from Heroic, it'd be interesting to see if anyone does Molotov it out, because it's such a fantastic way to clear a hard-to-clear corner. Not this round, though. Easy as that.
Run across the screen. Thank you very much, Cadian says. Just a shooting gallery. But they know now that there's an AWP connector, so now heading up long. Good to see them using the other side of the map here, Flames, and have a lot of space. 3 players coming up the rear. Here's Zyphon, but peering into the side already.
Fresh is a threat. 6 kills to his name already, looking to make it 7. Already tagged up Yabi heavily, but they do connect. They're through. Nades well placed. Yabi lives on. He's looking to plant low HP. Juggling that bomb, perhaps, the plan. And now Yabi's dead as well. Tessus double kill. And a 4v4 instantly just falls into disarray. Roy only cut up for the first, and Heroic continue this defensive spree that we started to get a taste of on map 2.
This is good now, right? There was a couple of issues. You can see if you are going to play a setup like that and you have multiple members down there in connector and nobody watching long, well, there's a clear avenue. But it's not about what gaps you leave open. It's about what gaps you leave open and the whole team knows about, right? So Refresh, you can see as he comes back up those stairs, he's jiggling. He's aware that there could be pressure through that avenue. So things are looking good for Heroic at this juncture. Copenhagen Flames find themselves just down to pistols here. And if they can't break into B and they can't make their way into A, well, I guess you're running out of options. Actually, you're completely out of options. So, here we go, over towards the B bomb side. A little bit of an explosion with a nade and a couple of flashes is likely here. There's the nade.
Monster re-smoked, which means all attention can be focused here on short. They avoid the flash, but they can't avoid the bullets. There's a chance. It's a small window now starting to be slammed. Shot! Zyphon rips it open. Pops their heads off. Can he survive the nade? Just about. The flame too much. Has to go wide. He's still alive. But now we've got a little bit of threat here. Nikodos would have to do what Zyphon has just. He's the one that has to be the playmaker. Crosshairs in the right place. Tessus duking it out with him. He's up against the biggest guns in the game with only the sidearm, and yeah, Cadian confirms its presence. The AWP in heaven, and Tessa's spotted there too, so he's got the info. And he's going to be hunted down. Cadian, oof, bodyguarded nicely. Tessa's not letting anything slip away there.
Nice shots there from Zyphon, though. A couple of bangers, right, just to keep it interesting, to make sure Heroic stay on their toes. The 1 and the 2, yeah, really nice stuff there. Some great clicks of the mouse.
Counter-strafe's perfect as well. All right, that's a 5-0 start from Heroic, flying out of these gates. Absolutely sailing. We'll get to see that T-side AWP in play. Nikados, we've seen him try it once on that long take. Interested to see how he chooses to ply his trade. Aha, a boot.
Oh,
just a second too late. Could maybe stick around hoping for a second. Sometimes maybe even the spam. Monsters re-smoke, the train cancels their plans.
But hold up a second, look at this. Look how far Stown's pushed up. He's all the way down long into this corner here, and this is difficult to clear. Copenhagen Flames, after mounting the tower, have to know that A presence is possible, but this far, this tight of an angle right here, this is going to be a diligent clear right now for the Flames.
You're right. How well trained are the new breed?
And if they don't overstep that mark, Stown can call everything clear. They can keep 3 players over towards the B site, and Cadian can even start flirting with the idea of rotating down.
What a luxury. I love the setup right now from Heroic. It's got everything. Like, you get to have numbers on B, early warning for any presence party, and you've got Cadian in support of that.
He's rotating as well.
Is he left?
Yeah, he's left. He's all the way down. At this point, it's great. Just leave Stown. You're basically leaving A open. If they do go back, Stown will flank, but 4 players to lock out this B site.
Brutal.
This is going to be rough right now.
Yeah, I mean, even the full exec into 2 can be trifled with. Good flash, forces the AWPer off the line, but they're on the way straight into the stack. Nikados and Yabi giving it their best shot. Nikados now AWP up close, and he's quick enough. Will he get past Cadian? Pops his head straight into the crosshairs. And Roy, 2 very different angles of assault for him, but he's got a good timing window to actually get this bomb down. Cadian last seen at ABC. He's hidden by the pillar for now. Now safe from the monster flank and dueling with Cadian. He's not ready for jail. Oh, he gets a warning. He's dancing with both of them here. Head on a swivel. Very uncomfortable duel. Oh, the bot's out. Stown, it's far from over. Stown will shut it down. And we continue to see Heroic go unscathed here on the defense.
That is crazy. Just into the management of a lot of the angles there that Roy was taking was fantastic.
And the presence of mind to know that if he's not in the corner, if he gets that info on the crab walk, he could isolate the duel and commit. I mean, it was all looking really, really, I mean, expert level, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like they're professional and they're paid to play this video game.
That right there would have been a massive round from Roy, but Heroic, they keep this clean sheet, 6-0, settling in quite nicely now, and that was with the stack. It got that close with the B stack and the perfect setup, so maybe a couple more moments like that, and the Flames can break on through. Cadian lining up the deep molly. Tessa's going to be doing the same, so 2 of which laid and over towards the playground position. Roy, between both sets of incendiaries, and into Stown again, who's pushed all the way through. Roy looks like he knows something's up this time. That's a passive angle to assume early. It hasn't been the 4-player totem boost.
I think they liked this setup, didn't they?
Got them a lot.
Gave them so much. It did go down to a 1v2 despite a 4-man stack.
Here's the thing, like, Nikados has to clear this, but it's such a wide clear. Did Roy hear something early? I don't know.
It's just such an uncommon clear. Despite the flash, he's looking the wrong way.
The flash was perfect, just not for that angle.
And he's gotten away with it, gotten away. Murder in the cold blood. Cadian did connect with his AWP as well onto Zyphon's underpass project. And they're just going to contact walk in, which is actually going to catch Tessus off guard. He adjusts and adapts nicely. Hooksy could be caught out, though, by the return of Cadian to the site. You've got 35 seconds to shake this one up, and that door is blown off. So he's a constant threat. Hooksy will have to commit to short to be safe, and he is still lingering between the 2 options there. Nikados' chances are squandered. And that's up to Hooksy, looking to lead by example. A 20-second 1v3. Doesn't have the time for this. Cadian's got his pistol out, looking to finish the job. Peek on the contact, and oof, a chance to adjust at the bare minimum, but yeah. The opportunity goes awry. 7 on the run.
Ooh, starting to get some warning bells going off right now for the Flames. Have they run out of juice? Are they not here? Are they not able to go through the distance of a full best of 3?
I'd have loved a timeout.
Well, look, this is the thing, right? Because some of these rounds have been getting down to the wire. It's probably worth a discussion in a timeout. You know, just to chat, hey, do we want to continue to push the issue? Do we want to go for something a bit set-piecey? Now it's not late out of spawn, but what's the idea? This is one of those rounds, and I've spoken about them. You just all go around and pick, you know, some deagles, a scout. You're just looking for kills. That's really it. And I think HooXi's identified that maybe something is up with those long pushes. He's right to do so, but this time round, Stown is not pushing. Actually, Stown's not even there. He's on the other side of the map holding B. It's Tessus and Cadian.
Bet CT all, but Roy clears this corner 100%. Oh no, HooXi just didn't mind. It's been held this whole time.
I think that's why he went so quick. Like, that would have been identified. Right? They would, yeah, he's pushed all. I'm sure that corner has a name.
Now
Tessus
is actually the first contact.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So it must have been something that was spawn-based with Stown for him to just, like, gallivant up. Oh. Can't miss another one,
Oh,
Cadian.
he's just doing the close quarters stuff. It does lead an AWP to fall into enemy hands, but Tessus is under feeling no threat, no scrutiny. Gives up the control and trying to force the issue is Roy. A good read of the situation from Tessus, dumping his util to priority for him, and Stown's got the keys to lock the door behind them.
Makes sense. Give it to the primary AWP.
See what you can get done with it. Heroic have got such a good idea as to where you are as well, so never mind just the man disadvantage.
Starting to look a bit more like the Heroic we know and love, right?
Isn't
They're
it?
taking spaces, they're looking for fights, they're still doing it with a plan and a purpose.
Throwing away the AWP. Not interested in letting have that recovered for him. And we'll just prioritize doing a bit more damage. That nade landed perfectly square between the last two players. And we are up to 8. That is a 1/2 in the first 8 rounds. It does not get more dominant than that.
It's good stuff to see here. I do like the idea of getting rid of that AWP just to force that further investment out of Heroic. Now, that's only going to have ramifications if the Flames start winning rounds, and it doesn't feel like they have to win too many. 2 on the trot, right? You're going to break Heroic, then we're going to really feel how much that hurts to lose the AWP in the fashion like that. A handle from Tessus here, and let's get back into this one and get underway.
Standard util, sailing through the sky and extinguished this time from Roy. Turns the flash, it's graceful. There's more util from the T's as well to buy space, and taking space is Tessus.
Be careful, Tessus. Stown's pushed this a lot.
Again, they're so willing to play 4B. Tessus is on
Run
an
boost.
island. He can maybe hear this, track this. Oh, multiple targets. Doesn't nearly take down the first already. The second is vulnerable. Crosshairs now in the right place. Thinks him through the rocky curve. Finish it off with a nade if he's not careful. Just weathering the storm of the one man A hold. And the fact of the matter is he took so long with that duel. We've got a full rotation now. That stack on B is no more.
With the 4-on-4, you're more than happy to play the 2-2 split right here. You saw the bomb, you knew you did some damage. And Stown's already taken space. Just having to get through waves of the CTs to even get close towards this A bomb site right now. You can see Cadian playing topside with that AWP. Looks he picks up the AWP on the other side, but is he just going to hold pressure and presence? There's 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, they juggled the bomb, so they want HooXi to just maintain long presence, and it looks like Stown's going looking. Doesn't want to commit to the potential. As wide as he can.
Might get caught in the open here.
Oh, he clips his wings. Jumps for the info to confirm he's rounded the corner, and you can see the CT smoke is just to imply he may have gone back to Dicebox, but he's actually going through! Aggression dealt with. More required. A miss from Cadian, but he's so fine. Siphon! The world's longest flashbang. Doing the dance in the corner. Cadian gets a second bite, and we will get the bomb down with a second to spare. The well-placed nade will soften him up further.
Oh, the
combined with the wallbang. Heroic have got an absolute lust for blood. They will not relent. Refresh opting to go bankside. Low health on the remaining 2 from the Copenhagen Flames, but this is the best shot we've seen at them finding their first here. 20 seconds and ticking. Both there. Good catch from HooXi, and he gets away. That should be enough to rot the clock now. They can just dance around him. He's trying his best, but There you have it. The Flames break their silence in round 9.
Big stuff from the in-game leader right there. 3 kills for him, as you mentioned, lead by example. And that right there is going to put them in a position where they can start working on breaking this heroic team. And well, they've done enough to break Katie, and 2.5 for him. The rest will have enough to buy here.
Good job throwing away that AWP, huh?
Yeah, as you can see the ramifications, right? So here now we're looking at what is going to be a timeout for Heroic just to discuss their options. But just some of the little details here that went against Flames and they still won the round, like that tag onto Stown, but not the kill, right? And then the fact there that Zyphon's so blind running into the side that Cadian whiffs the shot and gets a second chance.
Yeah, not only that, it was Stown's little underhand smoke. He's then begging for a flash. He's low HP. He goes for the Hail Mary to catch him off guard, and it wasn't far from working.
They got 2 AWPs out here. Look how far they just stretched their cash, Heroic. That is mental, right? I'm expecting to see 4 M4s and Katie in there sitting with maybe a pistol or something to his name. They've given Shush an MP9 with a full bag of util. Everybody's got some armor to work with here. There's 2 M4s and 2 AWPs.
They've done very well there.
Yeah, that's money management.
Yeah. Oh, A+ in economics, for sure.
Another nade to soften up. Roy cops that one to the dome.
There will be lighter util, so like, ooh, as I say that, there's some well-placed utility. Has put a HE between the legs of Yabi. Shrapnel to the sack. Roy low. But these AWPs could come as a surprise, Chad.
I think they're talking about the run boost again. It didn't work great for them first time. Nico's just going to peek, and well, now they know there's an AWP in play.
Tessus, it's not uncommon to find him here, aggressive long toilets. Do they flash or do they do it dry? Oh, he doesn't have the shadow advantage. He should go down. Back his turn, they strike. Okay, first blood drawn. Now Copenhagen Flames can truly get themselves back into this half if they can break through the remaining 4. Finance is stretched thin, as is Stown. Looking in multiple angles. It is a long side take. Hooksy living on. He's weathered the flash. Look at Yabi's position to deal with this rotate. And Refresh feeds him ahead. Stown for the clear. Will connect. Shush's MP9 has contributed as well. And now Nikados has to do it all. Can't adjust the quick scope. So close to breaking through, but Heroic just laugh it off.
And that's Stown, the secondary AWP for the team with 3 massive kills in that one right there. The second must have been something massive. It was a wallbang kill coming on through too. But that's just stifled them. You're thinking, okay, yeah, maybe they have a buy, maybe. Yep, double AWPs. You mentioned lack of util. They make up for that with the 2 AWPs in the mix. And now the timeout goes back the other way. Copenhagen Flames, they can't quite believe it. That was everything they needed. They win that one. They break Heroic. They get themselves back into things. They could be staring down the barrel of 5 rounds if they're able to just get on top. But now it's going to be real rough. Heroic up to 9.
Those are some proper Viking names, or at least last names. Madsen and Nielsen in the head-to-head there. Son of Neil, son of Mads. I'm son of Richard. And you're...
From a birch tree.
A birch tree.
A birch tree on a hill.
On a hill. It's quite romantic, really. All right. This one, I mean, I'm not ringing the alarm bell. I've gotten it out of the box, and it's in my hand.
If there's double AWPs, maybe a fast B could be the play, right? Because now you know you're not going to be running into 4 rifles on the B bomb site with 1 AWPer overseeing business on A. A quicker B play, maybe, just maybe, you can get past the defense here. Doesn't look like that's the case, though, does it?
Not quite. Fast monster smoke, fast AWP presence as well in the party position.
Well, back to B, so feigning presence towards A. Well, actually not feigning, actually pushing the issue, you can see.
They want it to feel the same. They want it to feel like the same pressure that Tessus and Stown have previously felt. Firing off shots, making no secret of their presence. This is a clear intention to force a rotate, and I can see Tessus back on his way.
Cadian's going as well. Cadian just started moving.
Yeah, because it just feels so familiar. This is exactly where they just had a 4-man long take. So, contact, yeah. Shush is not looking. They have sold it. Faked out. Up against the men that have been pulling that off more often than not into the site now. Where's the bomb?
They didn't commit. They're just chilling. They're waiting for a reaction to Heroic right now, who are standing to their guns, waiting on A, looking for Roy, and he's grabbed 1. Cadian gets the trade, but the site's still
That's
open.
info, bro. They know. At least 2. 1 currently absent. They don't know where the unaccounted for is. Actually, that's a lie. Stown and Cadian both accounted for.
They just save the AWPs again. They have to.
They'd love to.
That money's in a miserable spot. And
there is a gap. Hooksy's threaded it perfectly, and now one of the 2 falls into enemy hands. He's getting a bit too flamboyant with that one. It will cost him that at the bare minimum.
I'd say it'd give them 20 seconds to chase, and Nikodos, you know what, he wants to pick on up. So how close can he get to that AWP? Yabby on the other side of the door. Footsteps heard. And goodbye, Cadian. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, well, the Orps recovered nicely. Yeah, I suspect he thought they were all coming, charging towards the toilet side.
Well, broken, right? Heroic, they pull out the gimme of the double Orps. Yeah, they get that one away, but Copenhagen Flames, they respond, and you bang on with that fake call. Kit spotted Yabby. Great job on that MAC-10. And then, look, they could have just run into B, but if they did just run into B and there were players there and they lost and then they weren't able to trade, that's good presence of mind to just chill for an extra second or two. There's a lot of pressure on the Flames right now. And now lots of pressure on Heroic, who have taken their second time out. This is where you force buy. This is double eco territory, right? Most teams in this situation would force buy because they get the 1,400 loss into this round. In the next round, they get the 1,900 loss. So with that in mind, you may as well push the issue.
And a viable percentage leaning towards Copenhagen 4. See how they opt for the buy. It's down on 1,400 as you highlight. There's 2 members on that double eco territory.
Are they not going to purchase here? All right. I thought they would have gone all in because next round they get 1,900, right?
You can do the math yourself.
Yeah, it's not going to be a lot of cash. I guess it's going to be interesting to see if they go for maybe the full eco now, then a half upgrade next, and then a full buy in the following. I don't know what Heroic have decided upon here, but a connector stack is definitely the play.
All right. Well, if they're going for stack nades, which they could be with that positioning, they're also very close to back up Roy. That AK retrieval, should he get caught out, they'll hear those nades though. So Heroic, who's going to move first? Oh, here they come. The pack. Roy holding down MOUZ 1, only 2. Now the weapon has fallen into enemy hands, but very short-lived. Quickly, once again, ripped out of their palms. Tessus is wielding it now and not allowed to retreat either. So good control. Copenhagen Flames not falling foul to any funny business, and that's the end of that. AK, will they get it into Hooksy's hands in time? Looks like they have.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, well, this is what we were talking about. 4.3, 4.4, 4.4, and then 3.3 and, well, what was about 3.3. And it looks like they are investing. 2 M4s already purchased, 2 FAMASs. Okay, well, the cheaper price of the FAMAS, you're seeing that coming on through. And what probably wouldn't resemble a rifle round once upon a time does exactly that. And it has a decent amount of utility as well. But it is going to get bled through quick. This isn't like the other time, Alex, when there was double AWPs in lieu of the utility. So a lot in here.
Astralis GODSENT has just gone live, folks.
Okay, well,
so if you're interested in keeping track of Astralis' elimination game.
Champions of the last major.
That's champions.
Imagine if they were the first eliminated of this one.
Something about a bed.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, we just saw this exact play out of the Flames. They walk on through, they jump on up, and they double nade from this position. But over towards the Wood of Monster, nobody's home. Triple nades coming in from 2 different, two different directions on it as well.
Well, I mean, there is no shortage of pressure right now on B. You can see the reaction. And look at that T smoke. Actually, a very interesting one to open a channel to fight Graffiti, Heaven, Bridge. Up on the barrels. Shush could have an angle on Jail. He does. Hooksy may not be anticipating an angle like this. It's just over the top angle. A molly to fill the gap. Flashes are there. How is he still going? Shush stands so vigilant. The stalwart defender of B. And now it's practically reset. Slate wiped clean. Roy, head on a swivel and adjusts. Unbelievable. He's found that. Yabby again catches refresh. So this is going anyone's way. Zyphon has won it out for the Flames. At least to buy time for a plant and to extend their odds.
Cadian's giving it a crack. Or at least he's thinking about it. Here he comes on in. Roy disconnected. Waiting for the Cadian push. Zyphon on the site, and he's gotten out of dodge. They're playing the bomb.
Well, this makes sense, right? Knowing Roy is so far away to actually contribute, Zyphon's going to play for the first sound cue. Hope that the hunt from Cadian takes long enough that the second's a guarantee. So wait for the tickle. One of you needs to be separate from the pack. You can't allow a double peek to line up at 15-second mark. So running out of time here, Cadian. Oh, and they actively flash on the first. That's nice. Making good use of what remained in their utility belts.
Great stuff right there, and that's the 4th right now. And because of that purchase that they decided to go for on the Heroic side of things, they now have to take another save, right? So they will be able to buy on in for the final round of the half here, but it's not going to be great considering where the scoreline was at. We were talking 8-0. Well, it's very likely that this could be a 9-6 first half.
And we were talking about running out of juice. Maybe they just had to go down to the basement and find the second cart.
Okay, well, these guys they're about the age of juices.
Yeah, in fact, I bet that they've done school projects and presentations about their favorite streamers.
Yep. My favorite streamer is XQC.
I like to donate, so he's on the front page.
Well, this one's going to be handled, guys. Don't you worry about that one. I just want to make a note. The setup that Heroic ran on their CT side in the previous round, where they had one player near divider, right? They had one player on the upper deck of the bathrooms but covering the doorway, and one in the upper deck of the bathrooms covering long. That is a setup you will see Copenhagen Flames run on their CT side, and that is what facilitates Roy to be quite a jarring presence. So just keep that little note, because we're not too far away from the second half, and if you are just joining us, we don't have ad breaks here at the PGL Stockholm Major. We just keep the action flowing. And the final round of play with no CT side at AWP. Feels like a lifetime ago since Stown was pushing all the way up, taking all that long info, right? It's completely shifted now.
A lot of juicy info there, though. Short water still under Heroic's remit. Playground sweep undergoing its usual protocols. Tassus is going to be, Cadian is going to be tucked in for the first contact in that underpass. We could even see the nade from Stown deployed to open up the door to enable him to contribute further. Oh, it's gone already, so yeah. A sightline available if they maintained that boost. Cadian not asking for any assistance just yet. Cypher starting his crawl, and he's found the headshot. Cadian just a momentary lapse of judgment, takes a look. Siphon will catch him, and now Tassus, he's actually committed to this.
It's all on Tassus here. He needs multiple kills.
He's hard committed to this, and he's hoping that crosshairs will be elsewhere towards the dice boxes, hoping he can catch them with the element of surprise.
Well, they might just walk straight past him here. They might not even clear his angle.
And shush, if I understand what he's doing right, he's looking to bait. Just a whisper, a couple of bullets, a glance, someone screaming sight close. And Refresh is even coming in from the behind. Timing. There's so much on the line. Yabi, the bomb carrier no less. At least there's a trade. Tessa springs to action as well. Roy's quick. This is insanely fast. Such a quick sequence. And now with 20 seconds left, they can go down. You can see Hooksy's indecision. Nikodos is trying to sell a fake. I don't think they're interested. They're not going to buy it. They still have Shush. Stown on this site. And now with the smoke down and the bomb too, this will be a 10-round finish. Well reacted to. Heroic do manage to pull it back into contention. Will leave with the double digits, that advantage maintained.
Well, I think they were really banking on Heroic to over-rotate, because we see them very quick across the map here, but Stown sticking to his guns, and another good performance from him within the first half. 13 kills at this juncture of play, but it feels like everybody contributing now. 14 for Tassus, you've got 12 in for Refresh. 11 for Cadian and 10 for Shush. Everybody showing up on that side of things, and as the scores on the doors, you can see that Orpa Nikodos, yeah, kind of a quiet first half, but considering how things went, wasn't easy for him to find much traction with that AWP. This CT side is where he can really start to make this difference. But 5 rounds, considering how it was going, yeah, you're going to be happy with that. Copenhagen Flames, this is the last ditch attempt. Remember, winner of this, locked in for the Legends stage. FaZe did it just earlier. Pistol round is live. P250 for Stout. Util for Cadian. Yabi spots one and even hangs around. He's lingering.
Despite that weak half, Yabi did contribute 3 opening kills, but despite not giving up a single one. If he can maintain a strong defensive presence here, and wow, a lot of info. Hooksy doesn't manage to connect the shot though. He needs some assistance and fast. What a pop flash. It doesn't manifest into anything great. Yabi again contributes a trade this time. But to play for the retake without the kit is not a lot of fun. I think Hooksy had one.
That bomb down.
And that's Roy keeping a firm grasp of the round. Cadian's flank is perhaps the only thing they can count upon. Okay, a 1v3 established. Now this has to be the Flames. A fake. Cadian chooses to call the bluff completely. And Roy, he does not relent at all. The dude is sharp. And for a team that, I mean, what is it? I think they are categorically the youngest on average, but he's pushing the mid-20s.
He's 27.
Yeah, 27, yeah. But everyone else just brings the average right back down.
Yeah, he's don't definitely doing his best to
representing.
Yeah, make sure they can get into all the clubs and the movies and all that kind of stuff. Taking his sons
He
with
buys
him.
them the Haribo.
But that's some big shots from him. And a round where HooXi was completely isolated on that B bomb site. Think about how much room Heroic had to set up for their post plants right there. Even Canadian, even Cadian able to close the door behind them. But conservative here. They got the plants. And we do talk about most teams who are dropping the AKs across and whatnot, but Heroic aren't playing for that right now. They're just going to hold on to some upgraded pistols. Only 2 P250s, the rest are on Glocks. Next round will be the Byron. HooXi gets a chance to farm with the MP9 again.
Let's do some quick maths, shall we? 6 times table, not even relevant. 6 times 0 is 0.
Indeed it is.
Nikados. Opportunities to clean house, no issues here. Roy's on the way for any necessary backup. God, you're not breaking that, are you? You're really not breaking through. They're giving it a good shot, trying to get a kill out of there. Not going to happen. So, only the SMG lost. No complaints from the Flames. Cash now ready to splash from Heroic.
So no AWPs in play right here. They're just going to be rifles for everybody. Yabi holding on to the MP9.
Don't know what that Jules percentage is representing. 33% what? Well, he's definitely not lost one. Cadian's walking through the underpass, and that is a CT extinguish on short, so they really are just pushing everything.
Whoa.
Yeah, Yabi, cool your jets. Gets out of dodge.
They've had everybody trying to fight over towards B, right? They even had Roy through connector right now, but this has already been worked on out. They're quickly making their way towards A. It's a race.
Yeah, HooXi's on dice. They usually molly that position, but I think he's... Oh, yeah, safe. Double molly bank instead. HooXi have been eliminated, beheaded. Too many men. They do contribute evenly. Stown does a lot with a little there. The last man on the site faking it as well. The double kill now getting the bomb down for good measure. Refresh was so disconnected from the pack, so Stown has single-handedly pulled this back into a now very, very comfortable 1v2.
Oh.
Just like that, the 11th is secured.
There was a chance there.
Yeah, big one.
And you could see what Copenhagen Flames went for. Like, normally you'd try that kind of a maneuver on a bonus round. I don't think that one fell into the category by any means, but very aggressive. They were taking the fight to Heroic. They were deciding exactly where they wanted the pace to go. But they will get a buy back in again. All right, this is the Nikados AWP. And Stown continues to have his impact felt in the server here today.
Yeah, he's been feeling himself. I mean, for someone that looks mechanically gifted online, put him on that 1 MS definitely seems to be being rewarded. He's got the individual confidence to go buckets and spades. And talking of individual confidence, oozing out of every pore for Nikados, and a huge glimpse of information. The short presence smoked off. The door could swing open, and it has. A connect through the door, but Stown continues to be a thorn in the side of the Flames. Yabi aggressive to get the info. They have retreated. They're getting so much information during these exchanges.
It's all-ins. There was no way out right there. The door was locked behind them. The aggression was the only way through, and now they find themselves in a 3-on-3. But the advantage does lie with the Flames as far as HP. See there, the low of Cadian. Refresh is also chipped on down, but it's going to come down to positioning. And look how far forward Yabi is. If they're not completely silent going back through T-spawn or through that connected position, Yabi might have a field day here on the site. HooXi resides with the MP9, and Zyphon currently patrolling towards the top of A. He can be on a fast rotate. And Yabi's actually pushing it. He's heard the jump. He's heard the util being lobbed on out. Yabi can be the difference maker right here.
And he's confirmed Cadian's there. Like the gunshots right now, it means Yabi can pick up the pace. HooXi's desperately trying to hold on 3 HP. And they're all going short side. Yabi should have this info. Molly for the barrels will do nothing.
But if he's not there in time, they're going to be worried about the flank.
Bides his time. Oh! Flubs his lines! Needs to convert and has. Only one remains, and it's Refresh. Looking the wrong way with Yabi. Does adjust nicely, and a great recovery. That's 3 kills. And a round the Copenhagen Flames were desperate for. They've humbled Heroic. This gap will close.
That is mental. You could see there was a second there because of the way that Cadian went down. It was when he was already through the door. So I'm sure Cadian wasn't even exactly sure he went down from, because the spam came on through. He died through the wall. And then there was the indecision for the trade. Wasn't quite sure where to look. And that nets him the kills right there. So the timing is the detail right here that's come on out on top, but this started super chaotically. Nikodos pushing all the way down and towards the underpass of the AWP and then getting marooned. There was no way out. The only way was forward towards T-Spawn, but didn't want to take that fight towards the ladder with the AWP. And speaking of fight, Stound's got himself an AK here.
Well, that's a reward for all those extra kills he's been accruing.
Well, they're putting a lot onto this, right? It's the same situation. You don't want the CT economy to get too far away. So with this purchase, they're aware that in the next round, Shush is not going to be operating with everything that he needs. But if Stound can get a kill, 2, maybe even a plant, that's what you're looking for in this type of scenario here for Heroic. And with how he's been playing out some of these scenarios, maybe they could get even a little bit more buyback from the Flames. They haven't been able to get an AWP in the hands of Nikodos again, so it's not going to be the easiest of rounds for them by any means. Silently down the ladder here from Stound with that AK-47 and prevalence time and time again for the Flames to play in connector, to blow off that door. This isn't the A setups that I was highlighting. It's not the aggressive A plays that we saw at the Copenhagen Flames against Astralis. This is much different look on the CT side.
Oh, they might time it well. Nikodos is eliminated. Just spotted out another. Roy stands his ground. Tessus, that P250, that extra investment gives him that one-shot headshot. And now 2 bodies dropped.
3 rifles available here. Heroic pick up a lot.
I mean, you were talking about making it cost, right? Getting a couple of kills, get the bomb down. That was the objective. But now they can exceed their very own expectations. I love this from Hooksy, the re-aggression. I'm not certain on the sound cue distance for that. Caden's passive, expecting the re-aggress, or at least anticipating something of that ilk.
That's a lot to put on the MP9 here, and he's jumping around, making no secret of his position.
He wants info, but he's going to get a rude shock as he rounds the corner.
No head armor, that's the best thing he has to boast right now.
Pins confirm his suspicions. The whole squad.
No rotation.
Gets at least the first. Struggles for the second. They're both flashed, though. He's allowed to get away. Hunting Tessus, great pre-fire to punish. Only 2 remain for Heroic. 10 seconds. This should very well beat the Flames round, but Refresh and Shush, do they have time?
Oh, they can just live. They can just live. They can't plant. They have to save these rifles right now. Oh, thank God they get away with that. Copenhagen Flames, by not pulling the trigger, by not putting their head up, they're able to secure the round. And Hooksy literally did that alone there in that situation. It didn't look good at all, right? The fact that the MP9 was having to jump around to just be that hyper aware of all those... You don't want to be in that. That's a horrible place to be. So he's done so much.
And to be in the site and realize that your best bet with the weapon and the circumstance was to go forward.
Oh, dearie me. You can see right here, Shush, he's only got a deagle, no armor, right?
That's the price you pay.
Yeah, and sure, they've kept Copenhagen Flames in a precarious position right now.
Still no AWP. Good nade damage. That'll chip away. That'll even the odds for those Augs headshots, those M4s as well.
Well, this is different.
It is. And Nikodos is in a prime position to be a turret now.
Huge gap here, though. Massive gap. If you want to continue the walk here through mid, up through bathrooms, they basically laid out the red carpet.
Yeah, very. If they just do like the Vitality-esque walk, would be the play right now. But they're flying blind.
But they're locked into long because they can get flanked now.
Lost his head, spotted out. Okay, staying dynamic, staying mobile. He's won his duel. Roy goes unchecked, and Hooksy's even caught Tessus. His toilets advance. The retreat is punished. Roy, though, is the element of surprise.
They're going B.
Yeah, and he'll have info on that as soon as he rounds the party corner. Zyphon's ready. Is he alone? Not quite. Yabby tucked in close. On the monster position. Heaven Smoke confirms their suspicions. Turns the flash with grace. Not the second, though. Forced to tuck in. They could both go down. Yabby does adjust, at least delays. They hunt for the second. Bomb is committed to that duel. It's all onto Stound. 2 adversaries remain and a bomb to be planted. Roy, do you wait for your teammate? Do you choose to strike on your own? Stound's back is turned. He chooses to opt for the former. A quick strike. Retrieve a couple of extra goodies. You got extra time to burn through an AUG. A little more expensive.
You're right with that question right there for Roy, because look, it was quick for him to get there, but if Stown had just sat after he planted and looked towards short, then it becomes a very winnable one-on-one, right? But the thing is, if you're Roy and he's planting, you want to make sure that he's locked to that side of the site. It makes the job for both of you on the retake a lot easier, so you can understand the decision-making right there, but the opportunity for it to go wrong, always there. 11 to 10, only one round in it now, and the plant going down with the loss bonus in play does facilitate another heroic buy. They're in a good position as long as they keep getting into the sites and they keep getting the bomb down. They're going to stay in a similar position with buys like this, whether it's AKs, whether it's Galils. It's still going to be something that can be a threat to Copenhagen Flames, who are still trying to stabilize. And part of that is bringing back out this AWP for Nikodos here.
Oh, this reeks of a quickie. Look at them, UMPs, 5 members of the heroic squad barrage towards the B side of the map. The deep lurk smoke, looking to try and push through that gap, active on short to defend and completely catches TeSeS unawares, pulling back out of the site, detaching further and further these duels. And a 3-man water setup. How do they break through this? The trade still favoring the Flames. This T utility changing the shape of the battlefield, but not the end result. Shush in jail. He's counting on Cadian to make some space, and space has been made. Nikodos needs this. Struggles to get it. The jump doesn't quite secure the kill. And a shadow advantage not going to save him. Wow. Keeping a cool head on their shoulders during that one.
Yeah, but no plant, right? I said the plant was essential there to keep the buys looking as threatening as possible, but that right there, like you called it off of the UMP, the fast B play. I can't believe TeSeS wasn't ready for something in his face. You know, he's just running around the corner like there's nobody willing to greet him, and that was the opening right there from Zyphon. That's where it all kicked on off, and the one ways that were dropped, it didn't seem to matter. They were just corralled. Really good positioning there, and Nikodos lucky to convert that one.
10 HP at the end of that.
But here we go. So you have a question if you're heroic, and that is their last timeout called. With the scoreline sitting at 11-11, they can't choose to take any more pauses here.
It's been a bit of a drought. I mean, don't forget that the half of the map started like 8-0, if I'm not mistaken, 7-0.
Well, they've only won one T round. We've already seen this one before for both teams having quite spotty T sides.
Oh my.
But Copenhagen Flames, they activated late within their T half here, so there's still hope for heroic in this. They've gone for a interesting looking buy. 4 players with the half purchase, TeSeS with the all in. It's looking very B heavy again. So they did the extinguish. They have to note any presence, but the balls on Copenhagen Flames, it is massive. They are taking fights. They are taking space, and this information they can use to lock down the B bomb site. Footsteps heard.
He's got guts, hasn't he, Roy?
He's not afraid of anything right now. They're all there.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to come down to how long you can delay them for this flank to win the round. Oh, interesting. He actually just wants to quickly get the answer elsewhere. Enables a stack. You'll start to see a rotate, I imagine.
Might be too late.
Here comes the commit. Trying to delay. Wait for that rotate. They're running dry on nades. It's just the bullets now to defend their honor. Loads of them in that smoke, and TeSeS does well. Zyphon does better. Just a USP does connect the dots. Only Stown and his Tech 9 giving it a go. Oh, it did get hectic, but Copenhagen Flames keep their head above water and flush heroics down the toilet.
Well, they've grabbed the lead here, Flames, and look, that was...
Whirly 3000.
That was a chance there for Heroic to get a plant and get a bit more cash here, but as you can see, the AKs come back out. It's just shush onto a Galil. He continues to take emissions here in the buys for his teammates. Cadian gets the AWP out, which might change the approach of this, but it looked a lot more threatening than it was, right? They're running on in. These pistols unable to get through the smoke that they've dropped as that defensive wall, and this was with Roy picking the wrong flank.
And that was the smoke. Yeah, that, again, another demonstration of those reactive CT smokes and the power that they provide. They had nothing left. Those 15 so seconds that you bought, forcing the fights into a channel where you could connect as a unit. Really nice work, and now an advantage to the Flames.
They've gone to this A setup. They've pulled it out now. The entire half has been much more B heavy. This is the setup I'm talking about. 3 towards the bathrooms. 1 watching Divider, 1 watching the front entrance, and 1 watching over towards Long. This setup right here is how they rumbled Astralis. And it looks like Heroic have been stumped at B that many times. They're heading towards A.
It's the perfect time to whip it out. Perfect time. You'll run boost across, but this is more and more of a commitment. Now Zyphon is going to be susceptible to some very beautiful pop flashes you can throw in. You can see he's desperately trying to just jiggle out for info. Does have a shadow advantage here, and the flash is in. Zyphon is blind as a bat, and it's up to Roy, again delivers. He tames the spray for a double headshot. He's being hunted. Surely not ready for more. Somebody stop him! Again, Roy saves the Flames. A crucial juncture of the game. And he might get another. Damage inflicted. It's all onto Cadian's head now. 38 points of health and a dream. The high flash, the utility, trying to facilitate the cross and perhaps the plant. HooXi not willing to force the issue. Has info on the left side box and just gives it up. Oh, he can win this. And HooXi denies. All that hard work from Roy for an actual conversion in the end. They're looking hunting for a rifle, see if they can find that AWP.
That's beautiful, right? You're talking about how Zyphon is susceptible to the flash, and he was. But the thing is, with Roy in his position, he's naturally anti-flash.
Of course he is.
But he pivots so quick, because think about this. You're focusing on your crosshair. Your teammate calls he's blind. You swing around and you get 2 on the spray.
And then deal with your initial angle on that duel with half health. Brilliant. What a beast.
That was the setup, right, that was just really rumbling Astralis, and they have pushed Heroic into this. You go B, you go B, you go B, you cannot get in. What do? You have to change it up. And the setup, you could see there with Refresh coming in, he's aware of the setup because he was worried about the bathrooms on the right. So they know what they were going into. Just unable to rumble it here.
Double incendiary. They want to fight. The extinguish would get you nowhere. Still dropped. Still a threat.
Back to B.
Might have to.
But look at the setup now again. They have 3 players towards B. They have 1 in connector and just 1 overseeing A. Every time they're in the right place.
And they're doing it the hard way. Another one on the aggress, keeping it level. Zyphon throwing some aggression into the mix. The wallbang not far off the mark either. Oh, Shush has got smoke, so he's guised and safe.
Does Roy want to push the issue here?
More often than not, I'd answer with a yes, but
He
there is a
loves
little
the
gap
aggression.
on that.
The timing!
How does he time it to perfection?
He's a savant with it.
He is.
They know he's there. They know he's
Straight up
pinned,
got a
but how are you
crystal
going to deal
ball,
with
bro.
him?
He's reading the tarot card.
What are they meant to do? He's there the entire time. If you get thrust into B, he's behind you. You have to deal with him. 45 seconds on the clock, and he peeks again.
Oh, you greedy, greedy boy. So they have to have one player. It's a 2-1 split of their defensive resources. Here comes the heroic commit off the flashes. Yabi's safe from it. You got Graffiti and Nikodos up in heaven for support.
Yabi's on his lonesome, really.
Ooh, and he's missed his first chance. There will be no safe haven to plant, and this is the clear. This is the clear. Yabi unprepared for it, and the bodies do drop in favor of heroic. Nikodos, last spotted. Could you wallbang the sandbags? The answer's no. Struggles to connect the first on the retreat, so hopes and dreams starting to fade, as will his commitment.
Logical conclusion, and you have to give credit to the double swing, right? You walk into the site, you get no contact. The AWPer is taking pot shots from heaven, and you start to think to yourself, have they gambled A? Have they stacked the A bomb site? But the fact that they're so diligent on the clear, they clear out the water position and are aware for the swing from Graffiti as well. That's massive right there from Heroic. The details for both of these teams right now is on point. They're not giving anything up, and they're not being lazy with it, right? They understand that there's always something lying in wait around that corner. 13-12, we can't get closer than this.
Interestingly enough as well, this is the first time these teams have played against each other.
The head-to-head for so many of these teams, I think coming into day 1 of the initial matchups, there were only 2 teams out of all the 8 matchups that had any head-to-head.
That is
So 2 matchups, sorry.
Yeah.
2 out of, so yeah.
2 out of the grand total.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think that's, we have so many teams from all these different regions, but specifically with this being 2 Danish teams, right?
Yeah. Well, not only on, and compounding on that is, it makes sense when you've had a 2-year hiatus and everyone has, chopped and changed their rosters, risen and lost power.
This is a massive round right now. There's no money left for Copenhagen Flames. Lost bonus 1,900 into the next. This round means everything.
And he's going for aggressive maneuvers. The most expensive gun, but it may not be punished in a very big way. They know that's not Nikodos. Last spotted, and he's bringing more aggression into the mix, Chad. This is some serious ballsy counter-strike. Nikodos has bailed them out of the disadvantage early.
And forced them back to B again. There's still 2 here, locking down Monster. The rotation's coming in as well. Heroic, you've got so much time on the clock, but you're down a man. You have no space.
Smoked off for now. You wouldn't, would you?
The nose flash and go.
Thinking about it. He's got barrels lined up. The re-smoke. And they don't have any answers, really. I mean, no playground intel right now. Just jumping around the toilets. It could be anywhere. This Molotov implies something, and it's a really nice one to force him off the close angle. Nerdy from KD and Flash to follow suit. They've cleared close, now they can Flash to progress.
Heaven smoke. Here comes the Flash.
Roy should have an impactful frag here. He'll be safe from the Flash. Hooksy. Oh, they nearly lined up. Refresh trades. We are into the 2v2, and there's still time for them to work this out. As a unit, KD and Refresh partner up, and it's a double AWP defense. You need to push it. You need to take a risk, a gamble. The angle's great. It's brilliant from Zyphon in his blind spot, and they strike. In unison, they bring it across the line, and there was so much on the line.
What a massive round, right? As I mentioned, the loss bonus right there, and the fact that they've gone for that with the double AWP retake. They're the worst weapons for the job. You got to roll back to Immortals at PGL Krakow 2017 to see two guys retaking the B-bomb site with AWP.
How does Nikodos not lose his cool when his babysitter, his escort, is shot in the backside?
And can continue forward, right? The heads-up Counter-Strike right there. They were falling back. He took the space away, and he gave them the number advantage. This kill right here, this defines the round. This defines the round. It got close, sure. It got down to the 2v2, but that is huge right there. The plant, it's back in. The loss bonus still in the favor of Heroic here, and still teetering on the knife's edge as the Flames. They get an MP9 in the hands of Yabi here. They've opted for no AWPs, Alex. They've got rid of both AWPs.
What? You're right.
This is a choice.
An active decision.
To get rid of the double AWPs.
They know, I mean, it couldn't have been more apparent as the two AWPs fill the feed before the defuse that there's a double AWP round next, right? So they are anticipating an anti-double AWP, you know, expecting something perhaps quite quick.
This is strange, though, to get rid of both. I could see getting rid of, you know, one, but both now no longer in play.
I wonder.
Well, it's back towards A, and right now that bomb site is relatively weak.
Do you know the best weapon for the job to defend a toilet's take? It's been thrown out the map twice.
Yeah, now this is a little bit problematic. If you are Heroic, you're going to rinse through a bit more utility and be more diligent. So the clock might actually work against them here if they take too long to clear these corners. We're now sub 60 seconds.
This is very avant-garde, though.
This is curious.
In the third map of your legend status best of 3.
Very curious.
There's probably a couple of in-game leaders who are watching this in the legend stage, wondering what's going on. And now, oh, Roy. I mean, that's info.
Spotted 3.
Bomb spotted, 3 there. Damage done, but a man disadvantage, and you got 30 seconds here. Gamble, full commit. Hooksy, it's the most pre-fired corner in all of Overpass. And he's sitting there, hoping to be the one man to defend it. He's got backup now, still gets to contribute. Stan with the bomb running out of health. It's up to Refresh, and he's gone too. The Flames have done enough. There's not a single AWP in the feed, boys. It's just Shush. He's the last to fall, and 15 is secured. 3 opportunities now. 3 series points for legend status from the rookies here in Stockholm.
Oh, and they stomach the opening death right there. They're getting it done the hard way here, and now the AWP comes back out. Down in the dumps. Remember how this half started. Remember how this map started. They were in a hole. They weren't anywhere to be found. I thought they were out of gas. They got plenty of gas. They've just saved it for the perfect moment here. And now Heroic, they're the ones against the ropes. A MAC-10 for Katie, and utilities light on. Galil's in the mix. The Flames, 1 round away. Three through connector. Presence over towards B. The opening death is in. Stounce down. He's the hero. Yabi taking fire.
Yeah, but he's actually gotten away with that. The trade was just shy of the mark.
They found the gap. They're up through. Roy's calling this clear, but they're going to walk on towards this A bomb site. And Nikodos is just dropping back.
Where is he?
Smoking monster now. He might get caught off with the jump. He's seen something.
That's enough. To be hesitant, tags up another as well. The nade could finish the job, and they are closing this gap. He does dunk Shush. Finishes what his first bullet started. Another from Nikodos. He wants the legend stage. He can feel it. He could smell it in the same way he could feel this qualification. What a brilliant play. Copenhagen Flames, baby. The first team to qualify all the way to the legend stage. The top 16 teams in the world. And no easy feat. Astralis, Big Clan, and Heroic. The 2 best teams in your region and Big Clan top 13.
It's legit. Like, that is legit. All of their wins. They didn't get any gimmies. They didn't get any of these teams, you know, that were down the bottom of the barrel from these smaller regions. These are big names, all European Counter-Strike, all the top dogs.
And I have to bite my tongue because I'm so hyped for them. I'm so, like, I know how much it means to them, and I know that there's some people that are just so ready to they want to see them fail. It's like, you'll never do it in a best of 3, and I just want to like shake them and be like, enjoy it, you twat.
It's so good to see as well across this map pool, right? Their Vertigo, they looked great. They shut them out. You go into Nuke as that second map of play, and they were up against it, but they never gave up on the fight. And then this third map here, look at the scoreline that's going to slowly start to trickle up on this replay. You're not going to believe it. They were down in a massive hole. Heroic was set to win this map, and then they get a reasonable first half. They walk away with a 10-5 scoreline, but look at this 4-0. I think it was 8-0.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, their taste of victory was the first map. It's not like you know how it feels. It's been a while by the time you get to this point in the half. Look, it's 7-0, it's 8-0. You're conceding opening deaths.
It was Hooksy who stepped up, right, to get them their first round. I think he had these multiple kills here with that Scavenge AWP off of Nikodos. That got them going, but then they lost in response. This one right here was the bounce back, and it actually broke Heroic, and this opened the levy for the T-half rounds, 9-4, looking like they could even find 9-6, but 5 was the best they could muster. And then we just had the constant back and forth, and then that decision to get rid of both AWPs so late. I don't understand. I don't know. I wonder if that was a mistake. I wonder if that was intentional. Either way, it worked out bloody brilliant.
Yeah, so many questions about that one. I don't think I ever, in the years we've spent in front of the microphones talking about this video game, seen a team throw away both upon a double orb save.
Especially when you have someone who's showing so much proficiency to close out the game. Nikodos on that AWP.
Just finished off the entire game.
Exactly. Like, absolutely mental scenes here today. And these guys, the Copenhagen Flames, the amount of work that they're put in, it's visible. Yeah. You can see in the variations of their play, they were offering up so many different looks. The conditioning that they had with on their CT side, shut him out of B time and time again. And Roy, this was a huge round right here, right? Where the scoreline was at when he whipped around, gets 2 kills, finds the third. It was just a constant back and forth, and a series that definitely delivered here today.
They can contend at a major competition level on at least 3 maps. We've seen the Vertigo, we've seen the Overpass, we've seen victories as well, of course, on Nuke up against Big Clan. That's at least 3 in their map pool. Now, admittedly, there will be some discrepancies. You've got some absolute titans waiting for you in the next stage of competition.
Yeah, Navi's there, NIP looking pretty good at the moment as well. Gambit as well. Like, Gambit are the ones who just created this storyline, and now Copenhagen Flames are doing it again, right? These kids from out of nowhere just making their way to the big stage. So the next stage of Counter-Strike is going to be epic, but we still got more games today.
We do. And of course, if you want to just fill your time, twiddle your fingers during the break, you can go ahead and check out that secondary stream, or primary stream, excuse me. It's got a big one starting. Astralis up against GODSENT, and I understand they have dominated their way through the first map.
Oh dear. Okay, we'll check that out. We're going to a break. See you later.
Peace.
Coming up next, Pain Gaming versus Sharks Esports.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Nothing better than a B stream, baby. That's because you got two beauties on B. It's me and Jason, and we're going to have a good time. We've got some Brazilians on the B stream. Everything's working out today. Today is brought to you by
You've been working on that in
B.
the green room for a while, haven't you?
I have not, actually. I have not. I just thought of this. It's like Sesame Street. Today is brought to you by the number B.
Yeah, yeah. That's an old school reference. I like that. I don't know if the kids know that one these days. Yeah, this is going to be a great matchup, as you said. So the whole B theme with the Brazilian teams. What's beautiful about this as well is, I mean, not only do you obviously have the importance and the pressure and the excitement of it being a major matchup, but you also get the inter-regional effect of Brazilian team against Brazilian team.
Yes.
There's so much pride that goes in this. This is like, you got shit-talking rights for a long time if you win this game.
Absolutely the truth. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, when we look at this on paper, Sharks came through from the South American RMR, but that's because a lot of the other Brazilian teams were, by virtue of not being able to travel with COVID, FURIA, Pain, all those guys, they're all playing up in North America. So they kind of got granted that easy access. Although that said, they still beat MIBR, which was, that organization's gone down a lot. But on paper, you favor Pain, no question about it. You think that's all right, that has to be it, surely. But as you say, that national rivalry, they always seem to battle each other better than you would expect. Not if you're not from Brazil and don't follow that scene that closely. So, and the other thing is, Brazilian Counter-Strike is typically pretty exciting, so I think we're in for a good game either way.
Especially, as you mentioned, with two teams that have kind of both been a little bit, potentially just practicing against each other, where you're not able to play against FURIA as much as you'd like, maybe not able to play against MIBR as much as you'd like, but these two teams able to just practice against each other all the time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind, this is an elimination match. This is getting important now. Best of three, we do get in. We just saw the veto on screen, so, we're going to have a little bit more to talk about than yesterday, and more importantly, we start out... Well, it says, okay, I'm sorry, I was reading the middle one I didn't see. So Vertigo, Ancient Nuke, I thought I was going to say, it says Ancient, but we're on Vertigo.
I thought you just read the words instead of looking at the map that's in the background.
Well, that's why I was like, wait a minute. Until he turned around, I was like,
this isn't
Ancient. All right, listen, I don't know why I went to the middle first. You just read left to right. Who knows?
Ooh. Classic pistol round A-Rush can be difficult to stop, and you could see Pain Gaming now backing away just a little bit. Gonna play retake on this, so Sharks gonna have a chance to get into the bomb site, tapping, waiting for the nades. It's just one that come in, it wouldn't have put him down, but that's a good way to dodge some damage.
PGL down. Pank's got the shot on him. Is this the first best of three with these three maps all in it? Because Vertigo, not played as often as a lot of others. Ancient's obviously new, and Nuke is the decider, an elevated map again, so very untraditional, but very, very quick. As we say, the Brazilian teams on this map already going to work. Zevi's got Hards out down, and Neck is last alive in a 1-on-4. There is low HP on 3 of the players. Low about, I'll call Reelzen's HP reasonable, but JNT, the one with 100 HP, takes the duel and takes the win with it. The headshot on the Glock, and Sharks take the first round. Is it Young Sharks today? Did they they got younger?
No, that is a sponsor. Maniac and I figured it out yesterday.
Ah, okay.
I can't remember what it's called, to be quite honest with you.
Right, we'll
but yeah, Sharks. Look, if you're going to play retake on the CT side of Vertigo on a pistol round like that, you better have the utility. You better have a Molotov to be able to toss over and delay that plant. We saw the 1 nade come out. You better have 2 nades to try and delay that plant to kill the bomb planter if you possibly can. But kind of execute a 5-on-5 retake with the bomb down without a whole lot of utility. That is a tough thing to make happen, and obviously they failed this time. Scout tag to start the round is quite nice. We'll see if they can build upon it.
Yeah, and inside that lane, I think is going to get a little closer. Smoke still down at the top of Scaffold, though. No one's going to be able to push through, and meanwhile, they'll rotate back downstairs over toward B instead. Look at this push-up from Hardzal, though, because we didn't see this yesterday on Vertigo as much. I think there's only 1 round, and we saw awkward utility exchange that left them pretty useless in this position when we saw the Spaniards on the map. But this time, Hardzal does get baited in for 1. PKL able to trade off and make sure Reelzen goes down, excuse me, as Pank now works his way onto the side. Zevi's along with him, wants to swing. He's got the AK up close. The smoke goes deep. That covers off the right side as well as the mid-connector, but PKL's got both shots on a 5-7, and just like that, it's the CTs on the Eco, not normally the Ts with the better buy in round 2 that actually win up the round.
Yeah, some fine work with that 5-7. All starting with the scout tag as well. Good return for Pain Gaming. Just shrugging off that loss of the pistol, 1-1. Who did you predict for this one, Matthew?
Pain. I did go Pain.
I did as well.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm doing on predictions today. I haven't really been watching all of them.
I have Sharks as my 0-3 in the pick'ems.
Oh, well, all right.
So this is a big match for me, Matt. This is huge.
I don't think I've ever done pick'ems.
Really?
I don't know. Yeah, I make predictions and tell people and stuff, but I've never done them. I don't know why.
Okay, that's fair play. SMG going to work, chewing up JNT. And, ooh, another kill coming in for Neck as the Deagle headshot working well. He's down low HP, gets spammed. That's a good response, but still a man disadvantage for the Sharks on the attacking side.
Deagle spam as well. You love to see that. Vincere went to swing back out to the lane and get a peek. Meanwhile, PKL's making sure the front side of the ramp. And the bomb site itself is covered, so they don't get trapped. Remember, there used to be a connector at that corner where you could actually fall back to elevators. They took that out.
Yep.
I think that was actually a good decision. That's one I approve of because it makes the CTs have to like weigh their consequences a little bit more. You know, the pros and cons of playing that position. Exactly that. So you do need a teammate to anchor the position instead of just being able to juke and jive as you please. PK will close out the round, and Pain Gaming take the lead 2-1.
We did this yesterday. I would like to do it again just to be sure at the start of the game. So if you're on Twitter and you want to help us out, yeah, let's go over these names because we did Pain yesterday. I feel like we should do Sharks.
Yeah, okay.
Zevi, JNT, Pank.
I was going with Pank, like panic, but Pank.
I was going Pank as in pancake.
Okay, yeah, cool. Pancreatitis.
Reels
yeah.
in?
Reels in. All right, this is the hard one. You take it.
I
know you were baiting me into that, so I just threw you right back
Maybe he'll take the last one.
Yeah. Lukazoy?
Yeah, that works. Lukazoy. I don't think that's it at all, actually. Vincere is going to back away. A lot of damage, only the 1 kill. Galil doing decent work chewing up a couple of players. He's going to back off for the moment, and Shark's going to take this one slow. Happy with the kill and going to back away and readdress with them Glocks.
It's all about where you break the syllable, right? Because it could be Luke Ozzy.
Luke Ozzy?
I would say like Aoizi. Or, because it's Portuguese, you know, they got that infliction kind of thing going on. There's probably an accent we don't see in the game. Or it's Luca Ozzy.
Luca Ozzy.
Right?
We could just go with Luca until we're so
cheat
corrected.
On that one.
Yeah.
Do you watch Luca, the new like Disney movie? Pretty cool. Pretty cute. I watched it.
I've never heard of this film.
It's like Pixar.
Cool.
Or maybe it's not Pixar. Maybe it's the new competitor of Pixar. I can't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. PKL. He's going to fall off of the mid-connector, rotate back around to try and see if they're going to ramp on him from the doorway instead of the elevated position. And indeed they will, but he is ready. He's got all 3 with the M4A1S. And Nickers will come back through and take down Luca.
3-1. Quickly for the defense, and the AK-47s are going to come out. 5 of them, I believe, across the whole team. Yeah, pretty well managed from Pain Gaming, not losing a whole lot. Just Vincere went down, just a Galil loss, so no big deal. He's going to pick up the M4A1S. AWP in the hands of Safi. Trying to remember who had a great game for Pain Gaming yesterday in their match. I can't really recall.
PKL had a few good, decent moments, but I want to say, you know, Neckes was kind of near the top. And you're right, it was tough to say because obviously they're in the losing bracket for a reason. They didn't exactly excel. Safi, I thought, was okay in the AWP.
Well,
but yeah, there was no one that really stood out for me in particular.
He's going to be taking us to class again today. We'll see. He's a big piece of this Pain Gaming team and their success. See what he can bring to the table. JNT's already brought down to 19 health, so he's playing real passive over towards that B bomb site. And I mean, kind of what we saw yesterday in the VP game on this map as well, and obviously what we know from watching Vertigo is that B player being able to open up an option to fall back and rotate, you know, underneath the map and being able to pressure those stairs is such a big deal. Your player's on low HP, very low utility, and doesn't want to challenge a whole lot. That kind of removes a little bit of danger, a facet from your offense that you'd like to have. And Sharks have about 52 seconds left on the clock to figure out exactly where they want to go. A lot of utility left for Pain Gaming. So they've got options. Like if they ever start feeling uncomfortable at one of the bomb sites, they can back away. They've got 3 smokes for a retake. They've got, 4 flashbangs for a retake. 1 HE grenade is just used now, but they've got a lot of variety they can throw into how they want to play any of these situations once Sharks pick where they attack.
So smokes and Molotovs going over, seeing a lot more aggression toward mid from Sharks today than we saw in yesterday's matchup that we had the pleasure of casting on the map.
Oh, this is cool. They're not actually going up to jump over. They're actually going through CT spawn. That catches Neckes off guard. He was coming cautiously, but there's still 2 players at this bomb site. Good first kill from Vincere. Got to manage the new angle. There's still a player back in quad. They seem to know he's there. Hardzao can't get it done. Just the 1 frag, but now the flank, and now Safi's got a chance. There's no time for the bomb plant. He got him off the plant, and Safi saves the day at the last second. 4-1 for Pain's defense.
4-1 indeed. That's a solid defensive effort. I think splitting mid in this map is something I want to see more because how quickly can you get to either bomb site once you get that whole front lobby position? It's so easy to do. Like you say, you can divide. You said they weren't going to wrap through. They weren't going to boost up over. Neckes is suddenly in trouble on B, and then they still swing A back through connector. I mean, I really think that there's a lot you can exploit in that strat, but yet they hold it down.
I think certainly at this level, I think in the higher levels of Counter-Strike, it's much more difficult to pull
To
off.
get it.
Yeah.
People don't even let you get there is the thing, right?
It's a portion of the map that's generally reserved for lurking. Not always, but generally. 4-1, 3-round lead for Pain. And you can see it pop up there. If you want to go split screen, bring up Stream A and another tab, another monitor. Astralis is taking on GODSENT, an elimination match for those two teams as well. Astralis made short work of them in the first map of the series. Also on Vertigo, though. So if you're a Vertigo fan, definitely pull that up.
Yeah, look, it's definitely making its way into the map pool as like a very. I'd like to see the map stats at the end of this major, because now obviously this is the first major, first sort of big LAN, I guess you could say, because Cologne was played at LAN, but that was a while ago. But that Ancients had enough time to be developed.
Yeah.
So I want to see sort of who's still leading away from
We're going to see a lot more Ancient, I think, once we get to playoffs in the next stage.
I totally agree, but I think Vertigo is actually going to be seen quite frequently throughout. I think it's had enough time now. And Safi gets only one before Luca responds into him with the AK. Pank does come back with the Tech 9, and that puts Big Uzera into a position of rotation from the elevator position. He can't afford to stay out toward elbow, toward that lane position where Pank's now trying to fire back at him, and the bomb goes down naturally as they have the whole forward side of the site. No rotation underneath. Not yet. They're all coming back over straight. Oh, I take that back. Excuse me. PKL is down there. So I was going to say, you'd expect someone from B to try and swing and lock them on that ramp position. But he's still trying to buy time. He needs his teammates to buy some distraction at this point.
He's waiting for them to use the utility. Pull something away. No one's watching this. Oh, if you're Zevi, you're pissed. PKL's going to go down, but there is a slight opening. Going to be tough. It has to be this defuse in the smoke. Tapping it. There goes his teammate. Hardzao is going to go down as well. Way too many guns aiming at that position. And Sharks might get away with one, taking their eyes off that flank at the wrong moment.
Yeah, there's 4 players.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's going to be pissed. He's like,
got to look at that. I think he was due for more there as well. I think, unfortunately, PKL missed his opportunity to get 2.
Yeah, could have very easily been 2.
That back half of the site, which means exactly this. Smoke can go down. Well, we saw it in the last round for Sharks. As soon as you push them back, you can get a plant pretty quickly, but he does have a slight gap to see through toward the ramp.
Here we go. Sappy's backing away, and ooh, they have players everywhere. This hit is not...
But fair play.
Tough scenario. You can even go for the spam on the plant there, obviously, but that would expose you if he was to just fake plant and peek it. 5-3, tough clutch for Hardzao to win. And a decision for Pain. First kind of real decision they have to make in terms of their economy. They avoided it in the previous round, but kind of on the verge of being able to have a full buy. You can see Hardzao picking up SMG. They might just go for a small investment, armor and some upgraded pistols, a little bit of utility. Actually, not really. Just a few upgraded pistols in the SMG.
So just like that, the economy crumbles. Luca, ooh, sneaking in. I always
get a little nervous.
Just when we can see a gap. Obviously, he's waiting for the flashbang, but turns his back. Just Counter-Strike things, right? What if he peeks you at the exact second you turn your back before the flash comes in? Gets 2 clean ones in the back of your head. Like, it just frustrates you. But yeah, he got through. It was clean in the end, and they have a 5-on-3.
There's that push again towards the B bomb site. Obviously, much less dangerous in this kind of a scenario for Sharks, who are just kind of taking their time and slow playing it as they progress up the A bomb site. They've got the manpower as well, so I believe they even have Pank way back looking for the flank, and he spotted one. A little bit of blood on the wall. Can't handle the spray. That's unfortunate. He would like to have that one back, but still no danger of actually losing the round. They are in danger of giving an AK-47 over, but it's handled.
Pushing back down. Yeah, gun dropped immediately. And we're all good. I think we're like hearing highlights, but not seeing. Gunshots running.
I think it's just you. It's just going on in your head.
Is it?
No, I hear it.
Okay, I was like, am I like getting some audio track
just
that you're
the messenger.
not? Like, don't gaslight me, Jason.
It's all good. Just a bit of fun. Op in the hands of Safi. They ran a double op earlier already in this game when they had the money built up, so we'll see if they can handle the one op setup and maybe try and get back to that, which seemed to be something they enjoyed. One op at the B bomb site, one over at A. And this time looks like Sharks want to attack towards the stairs. I don't want to say they've ignored it, but this hasn't really been the point of attention to start their rounds on Vertigo so far. So this is a bit of a switch up for them, and PKL's already kind of shifting away to keep his eyes on mid, so for a moment Hardzao's a bit alone. But it is all 5 players to attack the stairs.
Hardzao is going to be very awkwardly dancing between utility. Oh my goodness, he had to get that surely. He had a free opportunity. Two players in front of him, they weren't staring him down. They're able to turn it, and the AWP gets the shot. They get one in return. PKL doing a very good job from the top side of middle and rotating back in and supporting that B position. No bomb plant yet. They might try and go for it just now as the smoke goes in. Pank, the one to put it in position. Right side, though, open for Catwalk, deep in the site as well. Big Yazera has to be pretty smart on this because his teammate in front, PKL, is low enough on HP and only has that from Osta retake.
No utility, Matt. No flashes.
One kit, at least, but you're right. They have nothing else to get him in that position. They pretty much have to bait off of that information. Thankfully, J&T low on HP. He's going to fall off of it. No one from Heaven will be able to spot him. Goes back up, still finds the kill instead. Heaven does get the response, but it's Safi to get Pank, and they've got one to find. It's Zevi. He started it with a kill on top of the site, and he will end it because... Oh, he's got to find it. Did he get it in time?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he's all good. That was sketchy, though. I pointed out the no utility because you have that player at the electrical box with a smoke behind him as well. His teammates are cut off. You'd love to just toss a flash and see if you can get a clean peek, a clean fight to thin the herd before you can begin the retake, and just obviously not available to him. That makes that tough. Very, very close clutch, but a good win for Pain Gaming. However, still struggling a little bit with their money. Still not going to be the prettiest buy in the world. Timeout is called by Pain. See if they can come up with a plan to carry this forward, make sure they can string a couple rounds together and start feeling good about their money, feel good about their economy and the future of this half.
As you can see, smartly on the graphic, this is picked by Sharks. So it's good to see them getting some rounds in, starting to come alive a little bit in this game. Because you don't want to lose your map pick in a knockout best of 3.
No, that's never a good feeling. I mean, losing any map in a knockout series is pretty crappy.
Yes. I understand what you've tried to point out, that I was redundant.
No, I wasn't. That one wasn't targeted at you. That's just a happy little accident.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Big Yazera through the smoke. MP9 knocks Luca's head off, but then he gets burned from the grave from the man that he killed. So Satan came back.
It's actually kind of funny. Safi is 2-0 in opening kills towards this portion of the map, obviously, but he's also been traded out. I think both of those times he's got the opening kill. Big Yazera as well. I think that puts him 3 at opening kills, but again, traded immediately after he gets it. So yeah, kind of sucks for Sharks. They're losing those opening kills, but it's good that at least a few of the times they've been able to return the trade and keep things even in a 4-on-4. And now they're going to move up with the cover of that AWP.
Zevi the one to watch it. Safi's AWP, meanwhile, sneaks back in A. Presumably goes to Heaven at that point to see the ramp. In case the smokes come down. Okay, he's actually going to go for the double boost spot instead.
Oh, missed flash.
Yep.
Missed flash, and Neck is still peaks. No one's there, thankfully.
Well, thankfully, because he also ticked on the Molotov, so they would have heard that. I think they're still expecting it because the boost from J&T is staring down the lane. Neckes is smart enough not to go any further forward. That could have been hugely problematic for Pain Gaming on the defensive side. Now watch for... They still have their eye on the flank because they know PKL's gone that way so many times. I was going to say, watch for PKL to be a factor in this, but he's still holding back at B right now. He's still holding by the E-box, so he's waiting for his teammates to make the call because it's been quiet everywhere else, and it doesn't even matter. They're not going to need him. They're going to get it all done before that. I say they're not going to need him. He still gets a kill. All right, fair enough. Fine. Prove me wrong. But good hold by Pain Gaming.
Yeah, well, Sharks are sitting also exactly in like the worst position on that ramp. That is like the dead zone. If you stall yourselves out in this situation, and you could see why. If you look before those 2 kills come in, there's no utility. So they're sitting there having a conversation about who's going to smoke what, who's going to Molotov what, who's flashing where, and they've got nothing to allow them to have any kind of an opportunity to move forward. And instead, they're just sat in the worst zone. And it takes so long that Pain's like, all right, whatever, you guys aren't coming, we'll just boost up, see what we can find, and it nets him a double kill. Unfortunate, but a couple rounds coming down to Sharks just mismanaging utility as they try and progress towards that A-bomb site. Just Glocks. Have a bit of a chat.
Yeah, talk about things.
The old French timeout.
Do you think, like, this is such a minute point that has nothing to do with esports, but just for, like, trolling purposes. You know how, like, when you go in the porta potties, you shut the door, it goes red?
Oh, yeah.
Like
when
the
you,
little,
when
like,
you
it
slide the
says
lock?
it's occupied,
yeah, okay.
basically, when you go in there in Counter-Strike.
Yep.
Do you think you should be allowed to, like, throw a pistol and shut the door and it goes red because of that? Because then it's, like, as if you, like, locked it and then shut it to trick people.
I gotcha. Yeah. Let's...
Again,
you know,
completely irrelevant point, but, you know, just thinking, you know, creativity.
I like it. We can do it. I don't think it would have really any impact at all. So why not have a bit of fun with it?
All right, sweet. I'll message Val.
Listen, bro, I really need you to fix those porta potties.
I need to fix this AK right now from Big Uzira. My God, he only gets 1 kill, and I'm not sure where the rest of the bullets went. It's firing through the wall.
Mark, but he had a chance for a double kill to bring that back.
Come on, your situation in a hurry, but instead it's 8-4 now for Pain.
Yeah, they're playing a pretty solid game so far against Sharks. Had a couple glimpses of some of that shaky aim, some of that shaky spray control, but it's all good. Safi this time starting over at the B-bomb site, trying to switch things up, give a new look to it, misses the shot, and he's punished. So is HardZao trying to capitalize. The support flashes from PGL go to just allowing himself to have a moment to get into the site, to get a better angle, try and find a kill, and he's got to be aggressive, just misses the mark, but he had a chance for a double kill to bring that back. Unfortunately, I think that's the round pretty much slipped out of control, though Big Uzera wants to at least contest, but he might be way too committed.
Back away. Concede the site, and with money still not established, look for exit kills on the other side perhaps, but this is Sharks getting another round 5. Now an Reelson. He's going to hear all this. Easy 2 kill. Yeah, trigger discipline. I love seeing it. We didn't see enough of it yesterday.
Oh,
but now he's confused. Which way does he look? Hey, he's got them both. Nicely done. No guns saved.
I bet there was a moment, though, where he was a bit worried when that player disappeared behind yellow.
No.
He's like, oh, God, please no. 3-round lead as it gets cut into. And again, money for Pain Gaming. Not great. Still going to buy up around it. A couple players with, we're right around 5K. Are they going to buy up around that AWP they dropped over, or just rely on the hero op? Regardless, the aggression towards the B-bomb site with Safi switching positions doesn't pan out. So trying to give a new look, and they're punished for it. Just the one hero AWP dropped by Nekaz. Safi will have an op in the next round as well, as he's got 3,800 in the bank. Looking for this boost to provide something. And all 5 players from Sharks here for the attack.
Boost deterred by a simple Molotov. Smart thinking to be aware of it. Heavy, good spot on Safi. Able to see him just jumping up on top of the double box position. Big Uzira. Close up, P2000. But it's 2021, man. That gun is dated. It didn't even fire a bullet.
No, got nothing. Yeah, man, that's a big investment into the op as well for Pain Gaming that doesn't really have any impact whatsoever. Which is a bummer, but like I said, with the money built up and that being dropped over, he's going to have one in this round anyways. It's just poor Nekaz who's just kind of relegated back to an SMG. That's actually Big Uzera. Instead of going for a rifle and having Nekaz on a pistol, he drops the MP9 over and they both grab one.
Poor Nekaz is poor. But let's see what the SMGs can do, because we've already seen some spam through the smoke work out in their favor. We saw a headshot very quickly under Luca. Oh, this is going to be a fast play, changing it up. Safi's ready. AWP hits one, falls back. Big Uzira gets to sandbags as well. We did see HardZao play that position once already and not get checked. So there's a very real chance this could work for them. They haven't been dispelling a lot of utility in that area as well. Speaking of HardZao, we go back over toward B, and that's where he's playing. Now we have J&T holding the stairs, right? Now they can't push out as easily.
Not yet. They are a man down, however. Sharks, that is, in this last round of the first half. Looks like they kind of want to apply a little bit of pressure. We haven't seen this too much. Pank looking like he wants to challenge and maybe find a one-on-one duel. Timing on that was just perfect. When does the peek from HardZao come in? There's another kill going the way of Pain, so a 5-on-3. They're silently walking up the stairs. HardZao, this is all down to timing. He's been spotted by PGL. They have no idea HardZao's here, and that's a nice, clean, easy kill. 1 versus 4, and surely Zevi's not going to be able to handle it, and he's just being toyed with at this point.
That's so frustrating. I thought he was actually going to walk up and just going to clean no-scope, and then he just gets baited around. He scopes in. They know it's the op, and they're just going to swarm him. Well done from Pain Gaming to take it 9-6 in the first half. Sharks did present a few awkward situations for them. Got away with one round as well, arguably, that flank you talked about from underneath where he only got the one onto Zevi. But it's Pain that's in control, and PKL that leads the way. 18 kills for him. Good start. That, again, you pointed out he was at like 12 very early. The flank.
Yeah, like 7 rounds in.
Yeah, he was able to just walk around wherever he wanted.
Yeah, he had a couple of those nice flanks, and you could see it made Sharks nervous the rest of the half. Every time they went to that ramp, they're already like looking at their flank. They're like, please no, not again. Not a third time. All right, second half pistol coming in hot. Sharks on the CT side switching over. They've got Realzin leading the way with 11. Pank and JNT both at 10.
Glad it's the Realzin and not the fake one.
Me too. Needs official after his name. Realzin official.
Not gonna lie, like I think my PUBG account's like Sadokist. No, it's my Apex account is Sadokist Real because someone took my other one and I was like, I don't know what to put. Look, it's better than Butterbutt, which is my Pokemon name. Okay.
Yeah.
It said Sadokist was not a real word.
It's better than
and like
Butterbutt.
all kinds of people have no good names, so I just went Butterbutt. Whatever.
All right, Plant's going to get tapped. No nades coming in. Actually, the nade is returned from the T side to do good chip damage onto the defense, who's, again, as we saw in the first half, playing retake in a 5-on-5. They've got some smokes to block off a few choke points, one flashbang to get things started, but it's not going to be easy. Neck is waiting. Player on the bomb as well to be able to hide into the smoke. Ooh, an improvised boost. And the retake hasn't even begun yet, despite the utility being used. There it is.
Sick boost. Oh, okay, they jumped through, which forces them off of it, but they still have a sexy crossfire set up ready for it. That's a pretty clever boost because it sees directly into that box. Even the position where you tuck away to try and hide and control the headshot angle. Speaking of headshots, though, it all comes back. Pain Gaming obliterate the opposition when they arrive on the site. Zebi the last to go down, and it's 10-6.
Yeah, nicely done from Pain. Patiently waiting, not trying to pressure through those smokes whatsoever, knowing the CTs have to come to you. 4-round lead now. First half pistol was won by Sharks, but the second round was taken away by Pain Gaming, so they've done a pretty good job establishing some control in the early portions of this half, and Sharks are going to forego the second round buy from the CT side. Give themselves a better buy in the third round. There's the first kill. Neck is just handling business, no real challenges there.
Safi and Neck is trying to work their way back in. Mid-take. I admit, Jason.
Here we go.
It's kind of growing on me even since yesterday.
What?
In Vertigo.
Okay.
Still I don't know.
Just took 24 hours, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a man of my principles. I really stick to my guns, you know?
It's become a very cool map over the years.
There's still I don't know. Maybe I have to sit and brainstorm. All of my ideas will probably be terrible,
you need to
but
do
there's things that I would change still.
This is well, you can't think like that because you're never going to be able to just walk in and tinker and change yourself, right? But
sure.
what made me kind of fall in love with this map after I initially very much didn't enjoy it, but actually this is one of those maps that's like fun to play.
What is it when Cold Zero fell off in the show match? Because that was fun too.
That was funny.
Sorry. Anyway, carry on. It's fun to play.
It's just a fun map to play, like matchmaking, pugging, whatever it might be. Well, it's fun when you have teammates and you're communicating, and then that made me fall in love with it enough to really enjoy
with
casting.
Chad and Henry a lot? Yeah, I was gonna say because they always talked about how they like.
They were hardcore Vertigo people for a while.
Yeah, they like
and then Ancient
exclusively went Vertigo.
Then we switched into an Ancient team.
I think Ancient's awesome. It's coming up next. I'm excited for that too.
Yeah.
Are you going with Jaguar or Cheetah?
That's a really good question.
Because there's no Jaguars apparently in South America, so.
Yeah, but I've seen the videos of Jaguars like jumping into the river and pulling out crocodiles by their neck, so that's cool. So we should just go with Jaguar. I mean, Cheetahs are pretty baller too, but Jaguars are that's craziness.
It's like, you know, if you live in Alabama, I think everyone under the age of 14 can do that.
Those are alligators.
Maybe. Oh, all right. Sorry.
Come on, Matt.
How dare I? They're the ones that are angry because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush, right?
Nice. Shout out Adam Sandler.
What? Andy Samberg? What? Nade. Oh, he's already gone. They caught him. Couldn't retreat fast enough. Tough position to be in when you're the sole CT player and there's no smoke utility to hold it off. They're even going to Molotov the sandbags to make absolutely sure no one from Sharks is lurking behind them. Let me slow it down a little bit because now Vertigo, typically, I think the fastest average, or the shortest, I should say, average round time. It's the fastest contact of any map, but we're under the minute mark, and there's only been one kill in the round.
Yeah, those A-ramp battles they get crazy. They get pretty fun. Now, no nades for Sharks. So if this bomb site's taken, they really don't have a whole lot of options for the retake, and they have nothing to slow them down. They have nothing to make it more difficult. They just have to stand their ground and fight, and it's only going to net 1 kill on the defensive side and make that 2 right at the end of the magazine. Bomb's going to be planted, but Luca's only got 1 HP.
Oh,
Ooh.
they heard it. They heard it. He failed the first jump up and immediately sprayed in to get 2 PKL with the kills through the smoke. They wanted to try and go for that wall boost to see above to the backside of the catwalk. Doesn't work out for them, and Zevi now knows he's in a bit of a problem.
That's actually even just like a popular spot now to spam. When you enter into the bomb site and you have that smoke down, you like don't even have to see anyone there. You're just like, I'm just going to shoot into this corner. What I think is the corner, what I think is this boost.
Fair. It is a pretty strong boost, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think in that case, the sound might have helped it, but
yeah,
you're right.
absolutely
Maybe he was already staring it down.
Zevi just going to save the op.
Well, he will. He'll hold on to that. So we go 12-6 for Pain on what is Sharks' map choice.
I don't want to say it's like out of reach yet, but it's
getting there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just saved an AWP. You don't have any real economy to go around it. They are going to buy naturally SMGs and try and force what they can out of it. Not impossible to win with those, as we know. But it's not the best position to be in. Okay, that I don't know if you heard him or not. Actually, looking at that, he might have just, like you said, swung and fired it.
It's just such a that boost can be so deadly and just ruin your dreams. Like, why not spam it? It's relatively safe to just kind of hold that corner and spam it. 12-6. I like the small investment. Obviously, Sharks can buy in the next round with the losing bonus built up, but you did have the AWP, so get some weapons that can kind of complement it. But again, losing a player so early on in the round, difficult to play with the deficit in both manpower and in terms of weapons. And I believe, again, with Nekas getting that kill, that looks like a mid-push.
I think I just clued in, Jason. This was the room that I was sat in when I casted the 78-round Dendity versus Pixelfire game.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Bringing back some PTSD?
No, it was the greatest day of my life.
I was in Austin, Texas, at an Airbnb doing DreamHack Austin. We had DreamHack get us an Airbnb.
I remember
we had a hot tub in the backyard. Yeah, we set up the laptop and we were watching you guys cast.
Yeah, me
like
and Henry's
12
life
overtimes.
gets sucked out of our like.
I'm not gonna lie, that was one of those days where it's just like I kind of feel bad, but at the same time it makes me feel good about myself.
But there was a turning point where we were like the same thing. We're like we're dying here. Like this is ridiculous. And then we were just like, this is a meme. Let's just embrace it. Go down with it too. And there was that moment.
Yeah, when your only option is giving up.
Yeah. If you don't laugh, you'll cry.
All right, Pack has gotta. If they want a chance of winning this, he needs obviously at least 1 kill, but more than anything, needs to just stay alive so that the AWP can be put into position. Coming up now, there's the AWP, and now a second follow-up. This is beautiful, but where's the rest of the manpower from Pain? You're pulling off an execute here, and they only set up 2 people with the bomb. Now you have to be committed. Now this is sketchy, and look at the time. 12 seconds on the clock. Good shot from Safi, but a lot more to do.
Rails in, still inside of the site. 5-7. Second time. Excuse me, that's P250, isn't it? I'm sorry. This is the second time we've seen that gun work. But Safi trying to make it amends with the fact that the round is lost, has an AWP, and he goes down after the time as well. That's going to be a huge problem in the future. They have money enough right now, but that'll break them down ever so slightly. And we go 12-7. Sharks pull one back. You said it was getting close. That's a good way to get out of it.
Yeah, that's a really weird round from Pain Gaming, considering what we've seen from them. But that was like not a committed hit, not really cognizant or pressured at all by the time running down. It didn't seem like Pain, for whatever reason, was really interested in winning that round. Regardless, still lead. A pretty decent lead of 5 rounds at 12-7. Spam coming through, and somehow Luca dodges a lot of it at 51 HP. And Sharks probably just desperate to play around 5-on-5.
Yeah, that'd be nice. You know, you show up to be a team sport, and you get that one guy that's always in the penalty box in hockey, and it's like, come on, dude. Now we just got our penalty kill unit out there. I don't even get any ice time. Oh, actually, I was usually the guy in the penalty box, to be fair, so I was the guy.
You were the dickhead.
Oh, man. Let me tell you.
It does not surprise me at all that you were the guy in the penalty box.
Oh, all the time. I was a lippy little dude. It was great, too, because like, I'd lip, and then I just looked to the big guy on my team and be like, hey, this guy wants to fight me now. You can just come over and stick up for me.
Yeah, take over.
Cheers, bro. Sorry to put you in that situation, but...
I pissed this guy off. Now it's your turn.
Well, Again, a slow round. I'm very surprised by how slow Pain is approaching this T side. It's not what we're used to seeing on Vertigo, and it's not really doing well for their utility, to be fair. Sharks are running it low.
PKL's masking that they're taking control towards A to set up a hit, though. That's what Molotov means behind the sandbags. And it's actually, I mean, Sharks already had a pretty passive defense at this bomb site, so everything's perfect. And again, look at the nades on the defensive side. They don't have a whole lot for the retake, so that kill's critical. One more would be quite nice, but oh, they swing around. Good cover from Hardzal. But Luka is going to try and get creative, and the rest of the defense is here, and they all fall down. It's 12-8.
That man has got some sturdy legs. 51 floors above, and he's walking along a handrail around the smokes, but cleverly done. Gets one kill. That's good enough to allow his teammates back in the front side of the site, and Sharks find 2 rounds in succession. That will now put us just 4 rounds between both teams. Leading the way over on the Sharks side as well is Reelzen with 15 kills. His name's Reelzen, but he's the junior, so he's not the real. Like, wouldn't his dad then be like the Reelzen? Because he's junior.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll just put my crowbar back in my pocket.
Yeah, I see it now.
Yes. We got there in the end.
I was looking for like the JR, like the junior, like a full name and then junior.
Yeah, I think
it's just his name.
That's his name. Yeah, it's just even more confusing for everyone. What's your full name? Antonio Jr.? Yeah, full name. No, Junior. Even more confusing for everyone. What's your full name? Antonio Jr.? Yeah, full name. No, Junior.
Antonio.
Yeah, I need your last name, sir. Junior.
It's like an Abbott and Costello skit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what.
Who's on first?
Yeah.
PKL leading the way. Yeah, talk about a reference that will not land in today's audience. Xavi missing a couple of shots as the Glocks make their way in towards the bomb site. Defense handles it from there. They do get close, but no cigar, and Biggie Zera goes down last.
Last but not least, he was fond in our hearts that round. 3 rounds between them. Pain Gaming going to get guns back out this time, though. And it's I'm starting to see why Sharks picked this map against them, because their T side is leaving me a little bit concerned.
It started out well.
Well, sure, but they got the momentum off the pistol round. They had a decent pistol setup. You're right. They did have that crossfire, the close boost. They had a plan going into that. But since then, it's almost like they're hesitating.
Yeah, that one like anti-eco round or anti-force by round attacking against the pistols and the one-op was very strange. That was a head scratcher for me. I was super confused. PKL, Altov is gonna force these guys back. But a few rounds we've seen Sharks without utility for retakes, and they're spending a lot to hold on to this A ramp.
JNT. Holding this wall position below the crane, and that's Luca's job to hold them and help him in because they're walking around. Luca's been forced out by Molotov. PKL is able to spot his shoulder and goes one further. That's fine. You don't need execution if you've just got straight entry kills.
I would love to see Luca's POV when his teammate goes down, because like that spot that JNT's playing is, in my mind, I would say not good.
100%
hesitate to be too critical.
On your teammate.
It makes sense that you're trying it if you have someone behind you at the sandbags to have some kind of a stack, but it didn't even seem like Luca was, in my mind, I would say not good.
100%
hesitate to be too critical.
On your teammate.
It makes sense that you're trying it if you have someone behind you at the sandbags to have some kind of a stack, but it didn't even seem like Luca was put into play when JNT went down. So I don't know if he was jiggle peeking. I don't know what was happening, but regardless, a nice double kill entry for PKL.
Gives them something to work with. He went down to 4 HP in the process, but that's fine. He still has a Molotov. He's going to throw that now, give his teammates a bit more to work with, and check through the wall. That X-ray shows us Nekis is in a great lurk position, again, trying to utilize mid. Being slow about it. Look at that B site as well. 3 in there. So he's in a great position. He's not aware of that yet, but I don't even think they're going to rotate on this. I think Sharks just hold and save. I know they've got a decent amount of bank. Well, I say that. They've got a good amount on Zevi, but they don't on Pank and Reelzen. So this is the end of the round. Anything you'd like to say about that one, Jason?
No, I mean, look, you get a knockout punch like that with a miscue on the initial setup, and this is bound to happen. That's all I got.
It was good. We'll work on it.
13-9 is going to be the score. As Pain looking to take this into Ancient with a 1-map lead in this, if you're just joining us, elimination match best of 3. Loser goes home. It's a long way home. Actually, you know, if you're one of these teams you get knocked out, you might as well stick around and just practice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you do. I say that. I asked,
but if the possibility's there. I mean,
yeah, because I said the same thing during the. I think it was actually Gamers Without Borders, was it, that Bad News Bears came over for, or was it one of the, what was Bad News Bears last over for? One of the RMRs, perhaps. Oh, Pro League, when they came over for that, and I was doing player interviews, I think it was.
Okay.
I can't recall now. I'd have to look back at which
that was probably Pro League.
Yeah, anyway, I talked to them about it, and, you know, our practice is hard in North America. It's a bit, you know, turbulent at the moment. Are you guys going to stay over? And obviously, at the time, they didn't have any budget, financial reason to do so, so they couldn't. So yeah, as long as it's a possibility for them and they can afford to stick around and, you know, pay the hotel fees and whatnot, and have a setup still available to them at the major from the practice rooms, which they may not. That's the other thing, because keep in mind, so and then maybe you go to an internet cafe. But you're right, getting the practice in Europe. Oh, there you go. There's the reason we're on a delay right now. That man's just disappeared.
Hop over to Serbia and get in the FURIA setup.
Yeah,
like take it over for a couple weeks.
Brazilians, they would probably welcome that from their compatriots. But also the other thing with it is the teams in the major itself want to practice as well, and oftentimes they want to practice against teams that aren't in the major because they don't want to give anything away to potential competition.
Plenty of those teams in Europe.
Yep.
It's wild.
So that's a very good point that if they can stay, they should.
B-Stream update, if you guys aren't
really bad yesterday.
It wasn't their best look, yeah.
I still picked them because, like, that's a very good point that if they can stay, they should.
B-Stream update, if you guys aren't doing the 2-tab, the 2-monitor thing, Astralis is up 10-8 on the second map of Vertigo over GODSENT.
It sucks for GODSENT. Funny enough, it was them that had the interview we saw yesterday where they were like, oh, we don't care who we play, you know, if we're going to win the major,
yeah, we were memeing about it, too.
Yeah, we were like, yeah, they all say that until they get in a really awkward situation. And sure enough, they get Astralis today.
Yeah, until Astralis goes 0-2.
I mean, Astralis did look really bad yesterday.
It wasn't their best look, yeah.
I still picked them because, like, it's... In what world did they go out of a major 0-3? I mean, it's 10-8 and it's map 2. They could still lose this map and potentially still lose the series, so I shouldn't speak too soon. But, yeah.
No, it does just seem crazy. Like, saying the words out loud, it doesn't seem like a possibility.
Yeah, like a bad day for Astralis is still what you would consider top 16 at a major.
Yeah. Yeah.
That map also Vertigo, as you mentioned earlier. Here we go. We got our reset. We've got Zevi back in the server, and we're ready to roll.
Ready to roll. Just match medicing. What else we got? What else we got to talk about?
I don't know. I think I would like to be a match medic. That seems much easier than being a real medic. You know, med school and all that.
Yeah, probably a little bit less studying that goes into it as well.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Schoolwork.
I mean, typically my schoolwork was impeded upon by my gaming time, so I feel like this is more up my alley anyway.
Yeah, amen, brother. Amen. Nicely done from PKL. 94 ADR. 22 rounds played. Looking good. There's your boy Antonio Jr.
He is my boy.
Young Network
Gaming?
Growth? Gaming?
Young Network Growth. Okay. We've had and then he came back. And then now we've lost. I'm so bad. This is the worst. Why have I just roped myself into this corner? Because every time you're like, oh, process of elimination, this will be easy. And even when it's like Astralis, you're like, I don't know who it is. I can't think of their 5 players right now. Like, it's just ridiculous.
It's your boy Hardzal.
That is Hardzal. There you go. Thank you.
He's coming back soon.
He should be. Yeah.
23 kills on PKL, man.
Pretty solid. Again, a lot of that comes from the first half when he was rotating rather aggressively. But even his entry kills, I mean, we touched on it. Their T side hasn't looked that impressive yet, but you go back to the last round, he just walks up ramp and just obliterates 2. And I agree, that setup was super questionable. Like, if you're going to play in that corner, you 1,000%, if you're Luca's perspective, 1,000% have to be there to support him and flash him in or bait him in. Just do anything. If he gets Molotov'd out, he goes the safe way out, which means he actually tightens the angle. Swing the other way and take the fight so J&T can at least pop out with you or something.
That's why I said I wanted to see his POV, because I don't know if he was like maybe just jiggling back and forth and the timing kind of sucked. Maybe he had like a nade out in his hands. Yeah. Not that that would be like a good option, but it would just at least be an explanation for it.
Yeah, you're not in a fight or flight position. Like, you are in a fight position. If you are in that position, you have to do something to let J&T get away with it. Switch into the knife. You run faster with the knife, Jason. Everyone knows that.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. He's back. Was he back?
I think that was my favorite. I don't see him back.
I thought I saw a flicker. I was excited. There he is.
Oh, you were right.
Yeah.
Nice. I think that's my favorite FPS Doug reference is actually when he's just running down the street with a knife.
Are there other FPS drug references?
Well, my hands are shaking.
Active?
My hands are shaking. Like, everyone references that, but I think the funnier one's like, what do you mean? Everyone runs faster with a knife.
I know he's on Twitter. I don't know like what he does. I don't know if he's like if he creates content. I've heard that like he gets like he goes out to like actual like events like the PAXs and stuff like that.
He gets like an appearance kind of thing. He's
all off one like the original video game meme video.
Well, that's the thing. That's a prime example of like brilliant idea that came too soon. Like, imagine that in like 2011, 12 when Twitch was popping off and like.
Yeah, I don't even think that was on like YouTube until like, I think that was like E-Bombs World.
Yeah, like YouTube's
like
popping off.
Stuff.
Like those guys they were ahead of their time. Proof in the fact that people still reference it all the time.
It's so catchy. Well, you know, back then as well, there was only like 5 viral videos you could really reference.
True.
we really stretched a lot of those as many as they could go. Yeah.
That is a nice art, you might say. Wrong.
That was great.
Yeah, that one was really good.
All right, we're back in the game. 13-9, delays are over. Sharks trying to come back in their own map pick here on Vertigo.
Ooh, that. Okay. Smoke down, the Molotov extinguished already. That could have been an awkward situation. That would have isolated PKL a little bit more, but Reelson still sitting back. No one getting aggressive on the front side of the ramp, so he's pretty much on his own in that default position. Back down the ladder, so they're going to swing back over, and this does look increasingly like it's going to be an A hit. A minute on the clock, no one even losing any HP yet. So very slow from Pain Gaming on these rounds. I was just about to point out the fact that J&T, thank you, Observer, was actually working his way up by the crane to try and set that crossfire with Reelson, so he's got a little bit more to work with. The Molotov behind sandbags.
It's good delaying as well from that smoke. Zevy's going to take the angle with an AWP. Plenty of nades still on the Pain side of things. This can be a very, very deadly execute. They've gained a lot of space for free on this A ramp, which is why they have so many nades right now. Look at all the Molotovs. They can do a crazy, crazy execute onto this bomb site. And you have 3 players kind of trapped in this very narrow alleyway, and here we come.
PKL backs it all off. He saw the shoulder, thought he was going to get peeked, but Zevy's already got 2. Safi and Hardzao down. Nekis finds 1 in return. Leaves us in at 2-on-3. Make it just 1. He is removed. Luca with the kill. And again, Pain Gaming just look a little bit lost. They don't have a clear vision of what they want. The round that they won was PKL getting fortunate to catch 2 people in the open. They waited to find picks that time, but didn't really get assertive.
Yeah, no, there's no real utility kind of forcing that defense back, pushing up and taking some of the space that you force them away from. Obviously helped out a little bit or a lot of it, I should say, by the double kill, the double up. Not double up, but just the double kill from Zevy. 13-10, and yeah, this is, I mean, with this lead, like you're happy obviously if you're Pain, but it's just being like constantly just chipped away just a little bit. And you're right, this T side is not nearly as efficient as we would probably like after the first half that Pain had. So things are going to start getting a little bit dicey as Sharks bring this back, especially if they can pull this round off and decimate that Pain Gaming economy. Then all of a sudden you're feeling real good in this comeback if you're Sharks.
Nade out. And off the edge of the map. I didn't even hear it explode. PKL took 1 damage from that. Okay. Cool. So anyway, grenades in CSGO, good investment. Reelson's going to hold back at the corner from the lane. PKL, there it is again. Again, they're not doing much. He's sitting in the corner, and they gift him 2 kills. like, it's not like they have executions. They're just being gifted. Look where they died.
Yeah, I think I touched on this yesterday. That kind of like that temptation to kind of get aggressive in the mid round towards the top of this ramp and go find some kills and go find a fight. It always feels like it's going to work out, and it's actually a pretty difficult fight for the CT side. And I think they just get caught trying to set something up.
Yeah, either you've got to have the position already, and I understand your point, but now that you've lost 2 multi-kills to PKL, probably don't do that anymore. But just leave it be. Zevi at least gets him down, but we might see some action over toward B instead on the entries because that forces the rotation. They're aware of it now. Rotates coming back through CT spawn. Biggie Zera's got Pank already, excuse me, as Zevi still waits with 3 targets potentially to fire at directly on the site itself, but smokes go down. Zevi's going to get aggressive with the AWP. Fires close on the E-box just in case someone tentatively is waiting, but this will be forced into a save, and Pain Gaming fortunately will find themselves one more round, and they are just trying to crawl across the finish line at this point in time.
I think you're
So the E-box just in case someone tentatively is waiting, but this will be forced into a save, and Pain Gaming fortunately will find themselves one more round, and they are just trying to crawl across the finish line at this point in time.
I think you're spot on. I think the conversation that Sharks is having right now is, okay, JNT and Luca, you've tried, a couple different aggressive setups, a couple different aggressive plays on that A ramp. Both times have led to a double kill onto PKL, who's having a great game. Just stop. We're doing fine. We don't need the aggression. We're winning the rounds that we're playing 5-on-5. So no more gifts. No more giving that over. Just play a standard passive round for a little bit, and let's close this gap before we start mixing things up. Tough part now, Pain Gaming on the hunt. You got to appreciate this, and yeah, Zevi a little bit too exposed. Reelzen's going to get the first, but not the second. That's everything taken from the Sharks defense.
And then AWP picked up as well for Safi to continue to use. Which presumably means they'll just play picks again. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's the thing that's won you the 2 gun rounds so far.
Third timeout called by the Sharks in this game. And they've got, again, a nice little decision to make. They actually have an okay amount of money on 3 players. It's like, how do you want to play this? Do you want to try and come back with 5 rounds straight with weapons, or do you want to try and keep them off 15 for as long as possible? Because I think if you're Sharks, you might just do like a half investment. Pistols upgraded.
Yeah, the problem is they're only on the first round loss bonus, so
they're
it's
all
not like
in.
Yeah, and it's even a half buy wouldn't have yielded them much in the next round. So they'll go for it. The other aspect is what you talked about. Do you go all aggressive on ramp, or they're not getting enough information even on B to suggest that, oh, well, okay, if we want to play passive ramp, maybe our B players can get far enough forward, because the times that they have gone, they've just died to picks by 1 player. It's not like they even see anyone else that they're like, okay, we know their setup now. Like,
yeah. All right, PKL still going to challenge. He's done so good. Huge kill for Reelzen to get. A little bit of luck goes his way. They'll take it. Through the smoke. More than happy to have that frag. 5-on-4 for the defense. And Pain's going to have to play around where they have not gotten control of a ramp. I think pretty much every time they've gone there, they've had some semblance and some presence. So what do they do now? Going to try and Molotov and force someone into the open. A little bit of pressure applied over to this B bomb site. A boost up as well. There's the fight he wanted, but just barely disappearing behind the box's pack.
So rotate again. More slow strategy play from Pain. I mean, they got the hot hand down. That's the best thing that could have happened because he has opened up both of the key rounds. Back toward the ramp once more. Reelzen still in that corner, smoke down to protect him, but he's got to be very careful about it. He can see underneath. Good trade. Biggie Zero finds him immediately, and now there's no one else directly on the site itself. Luca's close, but not forward, so he can still be smoked. Oh, he's really? Okay.
I get it. Again, no nades, so you don't really have peek. It nets a good kill, and Hardzao has no options. He knows eventually the peek is going to come in. An 11th round for Sharks.
Well done. Got PKL early, and fair play. I guess you pointed out there's no utility. The AWP goes up, rather, but Lucas just had such limited success of getting back in toward the A ramp that I'm like, oh, God, like, here we go again. Either way, it works out. So 14-11. And as we say, it does feel like Pain's just trying to, like, please just get one more round. Please just get one more round.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't look like they're actually in control of this game at this point.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't feel like desperate, but it is kind of like, just give me the gift so I don't have to do it. So I don't have to do the work. And they're going to take a timeout as their economy is in the gutter. 4,300 on Big Zero. That's the most they've got. Everyone else is middling of the 2,000s. So likely a Glock round, maybe a little bit of utility, maybe a little bit of danger with some better pistols, but nothing crazy that Pain is bringing forward. And look, this is a great time for a round like this if you're Sharks, because you're just thinking, man, if we can just get one buffer, like give us enough money to buy twice in a row, even if we lose, that's going to make you feel so much more comfortable in the later stages of this game. 5 rounds left in the map. Pain just need 2 rounds to take it.
Hardzao will be the man holding it on to the B stairs, trying to create some sort of nuisance at B. Bottom ramp, not surprising to see a presence there as well. Decoys, man, I'm hearing decoys. They are the best grenades in the game.
Oh yeah?
Absolutely.
Give me your best decoy strategy.
Throw it at the other person when they have 3 HP left. Let it hit them for 1 and then blow up for 2. That's what I would do. Oh,
Ooh.
Pank, nice shot. Biggie Zero is gone.
Yeah, nice death matching there. It's a fun battle to take with an AK-47, an unarmored Glock at the stairs. You get to feel no danger. All right, Pain just trying to get a little bit clever, maybe pull a little bit of cheese with the boost up. Pank is kind of aware of the possibility.
He might be late to have realized it, though.
He didn't spot it for sure.
Yeah, he might not realize they actually already accomplished that goal. So Hardzao's in a pretty decent position. With that said, what do you make of the whole new addition of being able to drop grenades? Well, hold on. They're actually going to go. I thought they were going to wait a little longer. Pank takes down Hardzao, so it doesn't matter if he was aware of it or not. He reacted to it when he ran around the corner, and it's just basically a shooting gallery at this point in time. Good accuracy from Pank all the way back on the catwalk. Yeah, grenades, dropping them.
It's interesting. Obviously, as someone who's played Counter-Strike for a very long time, on some level,
It's against the...
Yeah, I'm very much against any change. But, I mean, I also live in the real world where some change has to come into play. I think it's cool. I'm actually excited. I just didn't like the timing of it. But, I mean, look, it's already happened, so there's no point in complaining about that. I'm curious to see what kind of creativity, because you know teams are going to have been, like, in their pre-major boot camps, maybe just find one trick. Maybe find like a trick you can use across multiple maps. Maybe find a strategy on a map where you can use that to your advantage and bring it out in a big match where opposition hasn't necessarily seen it. We obviously have the cool thing on Dust 2 with Alexi B getting massive nade damage, just being dropped HE grenades so he can just chuck them all himself. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was thinking too. Like, you drop smokes. Like, let's say a person who goes down in a clutch is the person that smoked down, and people see it and look away, and then you haven't actually used it, and you can pick it up again. Okay, we've got a bit of a fast round finally from Pain Gaming. Minute and 35, and we're pretty much already at the conclusion of it. It's going to conclude in the favor of Sharks, though, surely, as it's just PKL left in a 1-on-4. He's going to try and lurk late toward the scaffolding and lane position.
That's what makes those mid plays. Well, this one is just kind of not even really a mid play, just a mid rush from Pain Gaming, and Zevi's in a perfect position with that AWP. I think maybe Pain's thinking, look, if we just rush mid, this op's been over towards A ramp a lot. Maybe we just avoid them altogether. Maybe we find a favorable fight, but the change of pace doesn't work, and now it just looks a little bit silly in hindsight, which is unfortunate. But Sharks have brought this back to within 1 round, and JNT is going to get that final kill.
Not bad at all. Is that like gin and tonic? That's G&T, I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. Well, gin's made with like juniper, right?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Thanks for telling me things I didn't know. You alcohol snob. Well, yeah, and again, Sharks definitely look a little bit more composed. Not perfect. I would argue at some points neither team was trying to win in this half because the mistakes from Sharks at A ramp, but they have definitely controlled that, and Kibosh the problem. Zevi's going to go aggressive this time. Real's in as well, so it's not even the 2 suspects we typically talk about over here. It's not going to be JNT. It's not going to be Luke, although there is JNT now as he comes back down the ramp and fires into the smoke. No damage dealt as of yet, but they are just up against pistols at this point.
Luke has been relegated to support duty over towards the B-bomb site and spotting mid. They're like, listen, you died twice in the A ramp. Just go to mid, look at the corner, throw a flashbang if we need it.
Stay there until we tell you. Don't talk until spoken to.
Zevi with the AWP had the opening kill in the previous, actually the opening 2 kills, excuse me. I think he provided an opening 2 rounds ago as well down this A ramp. Just up against pistols. Not even Deagles, just the P250s for Pain Gaming side. Plenty of flashbangs. They have to do this on the run. Now that they've been spotted, that's a good dink to force Reels in back. but counter utility is going to be so strong. So it's nice to see Pain make that presence, make it feel aggressive, make it feel dangerous, and then just stop. Because you know that Shark's going to have to return some utility.
It's like, man, do you want this AK? No? All right, I'll take it back. Fine.
This is a I don't know, 18 HP up on this boost.
I mean, it's an AK at least, so maybe they're trying to utilize a headshot angle above the boxes. It gives them a bit more protection.
Might be hoping for the smokes to come down, the standard smokes. I don't think there's going to be them, but
wow,
listen, it's all good. Yeah, Zevi again with the opening kill with that AWP, and Reelson gets an easy one even with low health.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward shooting gallery at this point in time. Zevi can't close it, but he goes for the double boost instead over top of the main box and takes down Vincere with the pistol. Even on the pistol round, very slow. We'll see what we get in this now that we're going to be back to guns, because this is the make or break moment for Pain Gaming. And if they have an execution, I haven't really seen an execution yet from them on this T side.
They're starting to fall into kind of the same trap that we saw Sharks on their T side. Just so many rounds played, it feels like. Zevi in these past like 4 or 5 rounds has really done a good job of finding this first kill with the AWP. He's kind of come online quite a bit, which is very, very nice for Sharks throughout this comeback. And you have to say, Pain Gaming, you're right, they had that good start after winning the pistol the first 3 rounds. They haven't been able to string 2 rounds together this entire half. It's not been a pretty T-side. 8-2 run for Sharks to bring this back. Glad we have another Shark logo in the major, though.
I was actually like waiting. I wasn't sure if you were going to bring it up. I was going to say it when we started this game. The whole Vegas Squadron, the predictions.
They don't have the same feel as Vegas Squadron, but, you know.
Jumping of the Shark references if we wanted to.
It's nice to see.
Yep. Are you a San Jose Sharks fan?
No.
Oh, all right. Cool.
You should have known that already.
Man, you're a Chicago fan, aren't you? Blackhawks? Oh, Detroit, right. Yeah, how are they? Actually, to be fair, Chicago's doing even worse than they are this season, so welcome to the rebuild.
Yeah, well, we did have like 23 straight years in the playoffs, so it's all good.
It's true. Yeah, they brought in the Russians. The first team to really embrace the Russians. Vincere embracing darkness at this point because he's been smoked out of position and can't really continue to try and peek toward the top of the ramp. Again, we reached the minute mark with no one down in the rounds, and Pain just continuing to kind of creep forward. But they get another gift, though. They get another pick. They don't have to do much for these, do they?
No, and I mean, there's no one really there from Sharks to even help Reelson. He's in his own position, and look, they're going to have their eyes on that. Reelson got a pretty critical kill earlier on in this half from that same exact spot. I think they've seen players playing there at least twice throughout this half, so yeah, obviously attention there. Counter Molotovs and counter utility being spent by Sharks to slow this down. There's 30 seconds on the clock, and a couple times, Pain Gaming have let the clock run down way too far to have success. PKL might have to come through this during the execute.
JNT trying to use a little bit of elevation, get out of the headshot position, but they're going to walk in behind. He's still blinded up. That gets 2 kills for Vincere.
Ball's down.
Nekes has gone down. Bomb, you're right, was dropped in the process. That 1 kill from Zevi through the smoke, but they managed to recover it. They'll get it planted in time, but a tag through the wall as well. Hit Vincere, and they managed to at least recover the situation. It's just Pank left alive. And as Pain Gaming, after all of this, found 15 first, I think overtime's very likely the way that this game is unfolded. This half especially has unfolded, but Pank going to try and do what he can with this. They've got money enough for another buy, so we might as well try and limit the weapons, but he's spotted out by none other than PKL.
Yeah, but now you're in a situation, if you're Pain, I don't know if they have a timeout left. Maybe you want to call it? Yeah, I was going to say, just pull the trigger and call that final timeout because you have struggled on this T-half. Make sure you're on the same page to close this out right now because this has not been a good half for you. You want to get it done with. 15-14 off a nice A exec. Hardzao, shout out to him. That flashbang is perfect. Luca and JNT just so blind, nothing they could ever hope to do. So one more chance, one opportunity for Pain Gaming to shut down Sharks on their pick of Vertigo, go up 1-0 in this elimination series.
Yeah, elimination series, and we did say on paper that Pain Gaming was the favorite coming into this, but never rule out a domestic battle. They always just seem to deliver.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, they just and mix and match that, not just each team being within those specific respective brackets. You could have a tier 1 playing a tier 3 and somehow it'd be close.
Yeah, there's something special about regional matchups for whatever reason. There's a little bit more calm from Pain Gaming to start things. Oh, and there it is.
Wow. Around
the edge of the smoke. Safi goes down.
Well, Sharks trying to force out overtime in what has been a fairly successful half to claw them back. Pank, nade. I don't think it's going to bounce the... Oh, okay, all right, that was perfect. I thought it was going to catch the rail and go the other way, but I don't think there's a collision on the middle wires, so there you go.
No, you've been so hopeful about so many grenades, and they always bounce in the wrong direction,
Man,
and this time you finally give up on it.
Yeah, that's terrible. Not going to do any damage. 100 HP orc nade somehow.
PGL had a chance there. Did good damage onto Zevi, but can't find it. He's going to go back for more. That might have been a little too much. A little bit too much. You didn't need to find that kill. You already had a 2-man advantage, but he got tempted back into it.
That's tough. Nekus wants to get up toward middle, but we can see exactly what he's facing against Pank. If he gets taken down by this, though, the round's back. Ooh, I think he was spotted.
He was.
He saw it as well, though. He backed off.
25 seconds. I don't know where you go. Looks like they're falling back, but they're going to have to run. Like, this is going to be so telegraphed. That means Nekus is going to have to put some pressure towards mid to stop these rotations, and even he's backing off a little bit. Smoke coming out. He's hoping to keep their attention. There's one defender here, and Pratt can just hide. They don't have time to clear him. This surely should be a CT round, and indeed it is. We're going to overtime.
Again, Pain Gaming, if they don't get early picks, they have no round. They can't open air exploit the map. They don't have a set piece, it almost seems like.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously very much struggled in 4 and 5s throughout that entire half. If they lose that first player, they don't really kind of know where to attack on the map to kind of regain.
It was almost a little bit painful to watch, Jason.
Ooh. 23 kills on Zevi. Came alive in the second half. Luca with 21. Other side of things for Pain Gaming, it is 26 kills on PGL, who has had a fantastic game. 20 on Hardzao to follow that up. I think both teams have used all their timeouts as well. Sharks may have one more.
Shout out to Copenhagen Flames as well, by the way. Through at 3-0.
Oh, yes.
That's, I know people were surprised I said it, but like I just as easily could have seen them going 0-3. Through at 3-0.
Oh, yes.
That's, I know people were surprised I said it, but like I just as easily could have seen them going 0-3.
Yeah, they've really, I mean, they caught fire at what, the IM fall.
Sure,
it was
absolutely like one event, and like otherwise they were nowhere.
I didn't have full faith they would be able to keep it up, but yeah, you're right. Give them credit where it's due.
Like I suppose with that as like a reference, maybe I was a little bit hard to, and like you could have said, okay, shit, they'd make it through, but 3-0, no way.
Yeah,
foolishly done, well done by them. And they even just took another company's logo. It's insane.
Yeah, sure did. All right, 15-15 overtime here on Vertigo. Between the two Brazilian squads. Looks like fast pace towards the A bomb site. Smoke thrown out from T spawn. JNT gets blind, has to back away. Decisions for Sharks, where do they go and how fast does Pain Gaming continue to push forward? A little bit of nade damage and they're gonna back away. So the fast paced play is stopped. It pulled 4 defenders to this side of the map. It even caused Pack to cheat over and look towards mid. There's still 4 players there as well for the defense.
I mean, this is the time you want to try and execute, though. This is exactly the opportunities they need to be taking, because they seem to make a little bit of a splash early in the round, even without kills, but then it just stops. Oh, PKL was in a decent position, but that's a tough one. Aiming straight up like that, the rotational axis of the aim gets a little awkward on the mouse mats, and he'll go down. No recovery or no trade potential either. No one else that was close enough with it.
Listen, if he gets that kill, Shark sticks around at the A bomb site. PK has plenty of utility to cause a fake. That's actually such a massive frag for Sharks to be able to grab. Now it's back to the A bomb site as well. They knew they had the space on a ramp to set up this kind of a set piece. They need to get in. No flashbang this time. No God Flash for this part of the bomb site, and they're going down. They're getting mowed down sometimes through the smoke. 16-15 for Sharks.
I am not at all I impressed by Pain at all in this T side. Like, this is just... It stops at the corner of the ramp. Like, they don't have good set utility at all to try and take that default position, which is like, if you're that far, that should seem like the easiest spot to isolate, even if there's no one there. Like, cover that off, surely. Well, let's see how it goes, because Sharks now has the lead. They forced out the overtime. They started out on the CT side, which seemingly is a lot better for them. And again, it is their map pick, but it is a major. Yes, it's early stages in the major, and we're going to see quite a widespread open playing field at this specific major, given all the circumstances of the online era, the lack of travel, the different sort of, I guess, competition teams have had coming into this as their practice. So we might not see the same depth, but normally if this was a major and I said, like, come on, I know it might not be your favorite map, but you got to at least know how to, like, have something, like one piece on it. Maybe I'll be nicer to them this time. I'll just say it without saying I'm saying it.
Yep. That's the way to go.
Oh my goodness, is he really? Really?
Yep.
Was okay.
From 100 to 0. Big Uzera goes down. Man, this is it's pretty crazy. I mean, if you think about it, in regulation, they win the pistol, the ensuing save round. The third round was an early force buy or early buy from Sharks. And then the only 2 gun rounds they really felt like they got until the end was the double kills from PKL that were just gifts kind of given to them. I mean, yeah, you're right. They're really having a hard time finding something they can do to get them a kill. Pretty much they're relying on a mistake from Sharks. And they're going to fall back into a standard A exec as well. Oh, that's a good flash. There's no smokes, though. And there's 3 players, which just makes this a firing squad. Even boosted up. Pain is going to get absolutely nothing. You got plenty... Ooh, don't have plenty of money. He goes down as well. Oh yeah, we're in 10K start money for the majors.
Yep, we are.
We've gone back. That's...
You know what? It's actually fine now because the biggest issue with it was Dust 2, where you could basically load up on a bunch of snipers and just fire down. I suppose, actually, excuse me, I'm saying 10K, 16K, that was a bigger issue.
Yeah.
What's the latest? 12.5. That's what I was thinking, excuse me.
Okay.
Is that a lot of people are trending toward and saying is actually working better because it's still punishing, but it's not devastating for the third round. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, that's what I was thinking in my head when you said 10K. Yeah, 10K is a little low, actually, in my opinion, for that same reason. I don't really want to see saves in overtime, in my opinion.
2-round lead for the defense, and if you're Pain Gaming, it's just please nobody get picked off. But A has stopped working for him. A might have never really worked for him. Mid rush didn't work a few rounds back. So now towards the B play. Neck is 2 players in mid, setting up utility. Molotov to delay any kind of a split coming in. They're going to go right through it, though. And Luca's just standing around the corner. He's got a teammate to distract. That's the bomb. In a mid split, and the bomb goes mid. It's basically impossible to recover. And that's 3 rounds straight in overtime for Sharks on defense, 18-15.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think that Pain got away with, like you say, the pistol. The ensuing round after that, they got a bit of momentum, but that was a very sort of false storyline and narrative of what was actually happening on their T side. So they've got a lot of work to do. Yes, they won the first half. Yes, CT side wasn't as bad for them, but we'll see if they can pull that off because we know PKL is the one that they've been relying on to do that even. And that was all through flanks, if you remember, at B, which at the end of the half was dealt with more correctly, in my opinion. They started being more aware of it, limiting that opportunity, and that was when they started to even get a bit of momentum on their T side respectively. So Sharks definitely in control on this map 1. Vertigo, it's our first overtime of the major. Jason, I'm sure we'll see lots. We always do at a major.
Yeah.
As we get into the...
Plenty more of these coming.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's, yeah, we're getting into the thick of the legend stage specifically is where you see them. And keep in mind, Pain Gaming, it's worth noting, we're 2 rounds away in each of their respective games from actually winning. They lost 14-16, 14-16 twice to be in this 0-2. They could have just as easily been 2-0.
Yeah. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
And now they find themselves in overtime, like the closest losses ever.
Well, they not only find themselves in overtime, they find themselves fighting for double overtime. They can't make a single mistake in this second half of OT. 19 is the magic number we're looking for. Sharks equally not exactly a spectacular T side in the first half, but they won 5 gun rounds throughout the half. So perhaps can feel a little bit better about it in OT. Still very slow and cautious. 50 seconds on the clock. There's a couple times they stalled out here, which gave an opening to PKL to push the B bomb site and find an early flank. This time he hasn't kind of started moving. They are playing aggressively towards the top of the stairs, but it's just going to be these 3 defenders at the A bomb site.
Safi didn't quite see the head. That time does, no mistake on it as well. And that brings Big Vincere in. That's a little better to get a teammate into position on the ramp. One gets the kill. Other one slides out. Luca take notes. JNT down. And Pain Gaming take a round and go up 16-18.
All right, 2 more. Safi getting a little bit crazy. Thought that jump was wild. I thought he was picked out of the sky, but yeah, having the teammates there to keep that space. Important to note, both these teams out of timeouts as well in these overtimes.
Yes, yeah, very good point.
They used all 4 timeouts each side in regulation just to get here. So everything that happens now is no coach input. It's all just off the top of your head.
I had to remind myself what that noise was we just heard. Obviously a dropping of a Molotov or a nade passed over. New information for my very smooth brain to process.
Smooth-brained individual.
Look, I have a room temperature IQ, okay?
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius. Definitely Celsius. And I'm from Canada. It's cold.
It does get cold.
What happens if it gets into the negatives in the room? Am I...
Well,
that's...
you know.
Yeah.
Molotov down from Peak. That's not going to do anything. That's not going to do anything at all. That's a massive mistake. That Molotov didn't block off a single thing. Big Vincere is desperately just trying to hang on and stay alive. Needs his teammates to come over. They don't have any flashbangs for him, so he might have to just get creative. There is a smoke down, but again, he's cordoned off, and Pain Gaming have to go for this retake.
Smoke still waiting in place at the E-box. Big Vincere has one on the outside of Catwalk as well, and he wants to try and take advantage of it. I think he even backed up to make sure he wasn't going to walk off there. He was like, where's the edge of that Catwalk? Let me just make sure I hold my nerve here. But Sharks with the man advantage and a bomb down early have a fantastic chance to wrap this up. And you're calling it done on that kill from Zevi. It looks very likely. The retake desperately hurling and thrown toward the site. Safi now left alone, only gets 1. And Sharks with the comeback that seemed obvious once we got into the gun rounds on their respective CT side. Well done from them. And that's their first map victory. Obviously, like I say, for poor old Pain, it's their 3rd straight map loss in a very close fashion.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, I was going to say that hurts. That's painful, but God bless.
I know it happens. This cable's very heavy.
Yeah,
I'll just hold it.
We could kind of feel that coming. The T side was really rough from Pain. I mean, you could just see it, and that's unfortunate because they played a pretty solid CT side and they looked good individually. PKL had a great game that kind of goes to waste, but yeah, once you get onto that offensive side, just didn't seem like they had a whole lot of plans, and obviously had a really difficult time recovering from man disadvantages as well.
Pretty nice shot. PKL definitely was the standout from Pain in this individual matchup. Unfortunately, kind of the only standout in a lot of ways. In a lot of the rounds they won, specifically we go back to that T side, were reliant on mistakes being made, I think, from Sharks, giving up too much space, giving up those dry peaks, and PKL getting the multi-kills on the back of them.
Yep.
But overall from Sharks, yeah, very well done. Again, won the South American RMR to get here. They got the single spot from that RMR to be at this event, and definitely want to make the most of it. So dragging this series into unknown territory now as we go to Ancient. We haven't seen that, you and I, in this major yet.
No, we haven't yet. I'm excited to get it underway, but I mean, it's one of the things that teams of this caliber, this is one of the areas where sometimes they can struggle, is a map pool, is a deep map pool. I mean, maybe, you know, this could just be a map Pain's not super comfortable with. Who knows when we go over to Ancient, maybe it's the same thing on the opposite way for Sharks. So it's going to be an interesting series.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of say you're playing in different regions. This was a bit awkward for Reelson, who thought he was going to get a clean 2 kills. It turned out it was not too bad, but the trigger discipline almost haunted him there. And this was a decent pistol setup as well. That was about the best thing we saw from Pain on their T side, was that crossfire with the close boost. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Typically, you get to a major, you've qualified for a major, you're preparing, you have some depth in your map pool, right? In other words, in a best of 5, sure, you may not have 5 full maps. In a best of 3, typically you can veto in a way that gets you somewhere you're familiar. So it was a little concerning to see that much, you know, lack of execution on the T side.
Well, it could have just been a bad game. Could have been a little bit rough. Could have been an off half for Pain Gaming. This is actually, I mean, with Sharks going up one map, I had Pain winning this. This is actually a pretty decent upset in the making. Sharks is ranked 58th in the world. Pain Gaming is 34th. So this would not be a bad overreach from Sharks whatsoever.
Crazy aspect of it is that EG's rated lower than both, but yet come in with the legend status.
Are they really?
Yeah, aren't they like 60th right now, I think? Or maybe
I'm
they're
not
50th.
sure.
I could be wrong on that. Either way, it's kind of tough to gauge that because obviously with the situation with Corona, with COVID, teams we're not seeing a lot of intercontinental play.
Yep.
So we're rating them to the respective opponents, but we don't really know where that is. So that's kind of why it's nice to have this major. We're kind of going to get the established order back, perhaps.
Get everything figured out. That would be cool. Either way.
I would love to figure everything out. I have no idea what's going on right now.
Well, I got you. Don't worry.
All right, cool.
We're going to go to a break, and then we'll kind of update Matt on what's happening and what's going on. And we'll see you guys back here for map number 2. It's going to be Ancient. Stay tuned.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Well, one map potentially left for Pain in this event if they don't pull up their socks. They've been so close. I mentioned it. They were 2 rounds away from winning their opening map. They were 2 rounds away from winning their second map, and they went to overtime in the last one, but their backs are against the wall. This is elimination. My name is Butterbutt, and this is Jason Moses in the Tool.
How did you come up with that name?
Look, I was like, oh, it's Pokemon. Sadokist isn't a real word. They must want friendly names. Butterbutt. This is how my mind works.
Yeah, you feel good about that one?
Yeah, it's fine, actually. I embrace it.
All right. Butterbutt, thank you for that. Well, look, the nice thing for Pain is at least this is a best of 3. At least it's a series, not a BO1. They've got another chance, potentially another 2 chances to move on, but they've got to win here on Ancient, their pick, which has to make them feel comfortable. Obviously, going to be pretty disheartening, though, because it felt like they had a pretty decent grip on Vertigo for some time.
Yeah, it seemed that way, I think, but that was a bit of an illusion by the fact that they started out on the CT side.
True.
Their T side was pretty. If they started T side, they just would have been absolutely wrecked, and we wouldn't have been saying that.
That's a good point.
Either way, we get on Sanctions. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. You beautifully green and somewhat dark map, but man, I like you. As Luca already tries to make contact in through Jaguar. No such luck so far. And meanwhile, Pank back toward the stairs and the ramp on B is trying to spot rather aggressively as he crosses the open site. Very open site, I will say. That's one thing I would like is that pillar could be knocked over maybe because it would just get a little bit more cover for planting the bomb. But they're going to try and go for a set piece over top with smoke. Zevi still holding off inside that window position.
Slow played. Ooh, good shot from PKL. That's a loud way to make the entrance, but they're coming through the smoke, and trades are very good for Pain. Bomb is going to be planted. There's a little bit of a gap here and reels in as the smoke fades. Got to be cautious. Flashbang coming in. No one's peeking with it, though. It was perfect, and not a single person wanted the kill. He does go down eventually, so all is not lost. And a 1-0 start for Pain.
Yeah, very well done from them. Much better already looking from their T side. They were able to get some smokes out and get a set in. And as a result, they'll go up with the opening pistol in the game. Immediately, they're going to bring out AKs. Well, 1 so far, I should say, Hardzal. And then 2 MAC-10s, but a good amount of utility once more. MP9 already for Luca. All right, they're going all in on the T side, or CT side as well, excuse me.
Previous map, they actually saved in the second round, went for the third round rifle buy on the CT side. And this time, yeah, they're just getting right into it. Deagle's picked up, CZ. Set an MP9 also. There's one of your nade drops back to a teammate so he can have use of it as the other player gets aggressive, but there's the MP9. Good flashbangs, gave him an opportunity. Zevi's got to clean up the kill, and Nekaz is just desperately trying to save a life. Oh, he's going to get knifed. He's going to get blind knifed. Zevi's done it inside the smoke.
That is sick. I think that's the first knife we've seen this major, in UNI that is. There might have been some others in the other games I missed, but either way, it's going to get turned around. PKL and Hardzal turn it around and get the kills themselves. That's going to give Zevi a good amount of cash. Remember, he has been on the AWP. Not a bad man to find the knife if you're going to pick one. Smoke down, though, reels in. Tries to just bust out through it as he jumps from the cave to the pillar, and PKL will put him down in that exact spot. Meanwhile, J and T will rotate from boxes and head in toward Jaguar, Church, Cheetah. Now to dark. We're going Jaguar. I like Jaguar. Shagwire?
No.
Nope. He left us for poker.
Yeah, he did.
I get 1 kill on the CZ-75 to grab the AK-47, and I think that's a victory in itself. He's going to try to get away with this gun because he knows they're going to be pursuing him down ramp. Smartly doesn't confront Hardzal immediately.
I don't know if Pain even want to really try and take it away. Maybe this MAC-10, but they've lost a lot in this round. PKL's going to start investigating. It's all down to timing. Which way is J&T looking? And he's going to be a free frag, and there's the AK back in that. Oh, no, excuse me. Bomb goes off, and PKL goes down. Lose 4 players, but they've got the victory. That's a bit harsh, but I don't think Sharks, I mean, in theory, they could go for it again, but that would be pretty aggressive for the early stages of this game. It's a pretty cool aggressive execute as well outside of the B bomb site, pushing forward in that fashion to net them those kills.
Yeah, I still think there's quite a bit the CTs can do for aggression on this map.
Yes.
They obviously have the quicker access toward middle. And because of that, it makes, unless the T's want to play a retake game or if it, they can get positioned toward Donut, it makes the rotations quite long. So you can definitely get aggressive. Again, it reminds me of Cash in that way. If you have mid control, you can definitely stifle the T's ability to swing.
There's only so long you can hold on to it. I mean, also much like Cass, like when you run out of the utility that you used to take it, it's pretty dangerous to stick around and be there. regardless, this round's going to be nice and easy for Pain. They've already taken over the B bomb site and even pushed forward and cleared pretty much everything. All that's left is for someone to grab the bomb and bring it up the rear.
Let's not get into your personal interests here, James. Nekka's already back at the square, smoke down as well toward the back alley. They won't be able to rotate into that very easily, so as such, bomb will be planted. Now they'll go, and it's just a shooting gallery as Nekka's rotates all the way around from first to second alley and finds them. He's just a square dancer. Something you might know about. Well, I guess you're from the northern states. Not
yeah, we didn't do a whole lot of square dancing.
We can do some later.
In my life. I've never actually done it. Have you done it?
No. We'll figure it out. We'll watch a YouTube video. Stunna's definitely square danced. Are you kidding me? High school prom, that was definitely something you would have done.
Just look at the guy's face. He's a square dancer.
He's just a square. Shout out to Stunna. Love you, bro. Know you're watching. New father, is he not?
Yeah. We can still call him new.
Well, is it not new? Is it? I thought it was like within the last
I don't know at the time.
couple of months.
I don't know if there's like a yeah.
Yeah, when does new expire for babies, right? According to my Instagram and Facebook, never, because they just keep posting photos forever and ever and ever.
Naturally. All right, well, no mid presence you talked about from the CT side, but the Ts are certainly out pretty quick. Flashbang is going to force him back for the moment, but they were standing and ready to take any kind of a fight. I think one of their smokes actually, oh, nope, I was going to say it missed based off the mini-map, but in this view, it's perfect.
Good spot to play for PKL because, again, that mid-presence going to give them something to work with. Unfortunately, Zevi's already taken down. Oh, Boogie's there. I love this. This is sick. If they try and boost above toward that ramp position, Zevi's in a stellar spot, and he can even swing off of this. Has Pillar to his right to watch on Cave. And Luca's in that doorway, ready to go. Molotov, he'll see that getting thrown in toward the Jaguar position. Can easily smoke cover on top of that right now. That'll extinguish, so he doesn't even have to worry about it bouncing too far. And it closes out the cave hole. And they've gone all in toward this rotation as well, losing that one player. They've given up on that mid. PKL's not there, but look at the push to Donut. Reelson's got a lot of real estate toward A, even if they get in. Now they could, therefore, rotate J and T a little bit sooner, but they don't have enough information as to what's going on at Long B.
One kill here from Zevi is huge.
Shadow.
He's already got the advantage, and yeah, there's the first one. That was nice and easy. He's got so many teammates, but actually, they're kind of cordoned in the same position. It won't matter. It's a slaughter. Nobody from Pain even makes it up the ramp. Good hold from Sharks. All 5 players survive.
Everyone still wants 128 tick matchmaking, and I agree. It's a long time overdue, but I would rather have client-side shadows. There's some third-party programs out there that are great applications. You can still get your 128 fix. 128 tick fix if you need it. Yeah, that one got me there a little bit. Sorry.
It's all
good. But I would like client-side shadows. To me, that's a huge one. And sure, at this level, they learn them and they're aware of them, but it's like you have to go out of your way to learn them and be aware of them, especially for casual players, not let alone the pros.
Yeah, I mean, if you get killed in the same peak like 1,000 times, you'll start to put it together.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let me look at the sky. Okay, the direction of the sun is this way. It's this time of day on the map, which means I have 1 foot of grace on my short shadow. Okay, got it. JNT, he's going to have a problem because they've already walked in. First time we've seen a straight contact play onto A. 3 smokes down. Now, that is the issue with the A take. You do need to hold a lot of utility just to cover off all of the angles, and they didn't quite get in through. We saw Reelson trying to play the front side of the site, but didn't quite get in through toward Donut to try and stifle the possibility of a split take. They got that covered off, and it's going to make the retake impossible, so they're not even going to go for it on the Shark side, and Payne's going to find a 4-1 lead.
That's a pretty hard setup, I feel, to hold that bomb site. Typically, when you see some of the top teams playing in this map, you know, you have players in the temple position, have players in this corner box, the big box as well. You have, like, a multitude of angles. You can have a sneaky player kind of bide his time. So it'll be interesting to see Sharks, if they go that route as well, just later on, if this was just, you know, a call for this particular round, or if that's a setup they go back to a number of times, that could be really dangerous for that bomb site. Either way, it's just a straight-up execute, double kill, easy plant. Payne's back on the board. Now, thankfully, because Sharks won the previous round with all the 5 players, they got plenty of money to drop some rifles over, so going to be another strong buy for the defense. For the counter-terrorists.
Terrorists? You forgot your T?
Counter-terrorists.
There you go. Hooked on phonics.
You say it.
Terrorists? Oh, you want me to get the counter-terrorists in there?
You don't ever just, you know, you don't do a soft T at all, ever?
No, there's 5 of them in my name.
I'm going to remember you said that. I'm going to listen to the whole major.
Matthew has soft T's.
Yeah.
But Trivet.
It's a hard T.
There's 5 T's in my name, bro. I don't mess around. You could almost say I'm the real tea time.
You could say, some would say that, for sure. Okay, here we go. Here's the temple setup. Reels in. Ooh, they're actually going to get aggressive. Mid-round aggression. This is so dangerous. Oh, the ult's going to work. Even scopes in, knows the follow-up. That's a good double up. Nice backup from Reels in to get the trade. His position is compromised, but a pretty tough angle until...
I think that's... Oh, it's perfect. I thought that was a bit deep. I thought that was actually going to leave a slight gap.
Nah, that's been tested. They got that one down perfectly. So cordoned off for the moment by a pair of smokes. The bomb is going to get planted in the closest corner. Some safety finally for the terrorist team to plant the bomb.
Fair play. Good spot of boost as well for Hardzal. Gives him an off angle to spot if anyone's going to come in toward that totem. Or that temple, excuse me. Remember, throwing that smoke inside where we did see does mean you have to take the position, donut, this area to get that lineup.
Ooh.
Nekez is back there. This actually works well, though. They've countered it. His Molotov's already been extinguished. I'm sure no, it hasn't. He's got just enough on it. That just means Luka, though, can go to the other side of it. The smoke is plumed on that position, and Sharks, a good retake, considering the amount of execution that went down, utility that was spent to get the bomb planted, but they still had enough. And usually you plant in a position where you do get that lineup, but good smoke to counter the Molotov play.
Yeah, it certainly was. That Molotov was never going to make it work, so they had the lineup if to throw the Molotov, but maybe not to stop the bomb. Some good shooting from Sharks as well in the initial contact and on the retake. 2-4 as they respond in kind and build up a little bit of money on 4 players. So, Pain Gaming's gone 1 for 1 in the pair of A executes that they've just busted out. Ooh, Pant gonna get aggressive. There's the pop flash right around the Molotov. Nekez is hiding inside of the smoke, 25 HP. If Pant sticks around, he's going to be rewarded with at least 1.
Yeah, I think he's a bit close to throw that. And again, pin pulling, you could hear all sorts. But you're right, if he had stuck around, it was a bit tenuous with the Molotov still being down because he couldn't quite get to the corner. But obviously, Molotovs are 7 seconds. Smokes are about, well, a little longer, they say technically, but they start to lose their effectiveness in about 14 seconds or so.
Okay. That's a nice crossfire setup here. We were wondering about Sharks' map pool. It's kind of one of the ideas that we had. This is a cool play as well through the smoke. Actually, this is a really interesting round from Sharks.
But Luka went down despite slipping through. I thought he might be better for 1 or 2 there because he did get obviously behind Nekez, but they've gone to rotate back toward the box position. And they still have Zevi going back down. You're right. This is relentless. Sharks is taking advantage of the situation completely. And once again, we're seeing Pain stifled. Now, I'm not going to harp on them like it's Vertigo, like they don't have a plan, because we've seen some decent execution so far from them. But this round, they were just caught out completely.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those rounds that if you're Sharks, that's a round that makes you feel good about the future because I mean, remember, they busted out that aggression, I think, in the second round where they're able to get a knife kill and a couple frags here. Now, this aggression just completely shuts down Pain. Even a nice crossfire and a 2 for 0 trade in middle as well. Then they had Zevi follow up with some aggression with the AWP. So that part of the map now, they've shown Pain that they're willing to push forward and they're willing to fight for that kind of control. That'll be something Pain has in the back of their head moving forward into this half as well. Rodrigo Bittencourt.
Just felt like reading his name, did you?
Bittencourt really jumped off the screen to me. I don't know why. I was drawn to it.
Be a good lawyer. Be like
There was nowhere really to go with that.
Bittencourt, Did you get Bittencourt? Hire me. I'll represent you.
Just some cheesy billboard advertisement.
Yeah. I figured you, of all people, the American that like to, profit off of people's misfortune, would be well on top of that one.
Yeah, we all like to do that. That's the thing. Each and every one of us Americans.
Well, generalized stereotypes aside, Jason, we do have a Counter-Strike match going on, and Luka, again, working his way out from Jaguar, is going to hold from boxes. Very tense because he's not sure which way of the two to look and get stinked up. A little bit of info that they're inside of... Oh, he's going to kill himself. My God. It's not that bad, man. We can live through it. The panic is unreal.
Oh, that's a rough sequence.
The panic is unreal.
That's...
He gets dinged, almost nades himself, throws a panic smoke, and then leaves a gap in it and dies. All right, cool. Thanks for the M4. That's all Pain Gaming is going to be thinking to themselves because Nekez, has the AK now to work with. Big Yazera has gone down. They've at least got that back into control. But yeah, that was rough.
We should play that as the replay after every single round in this game. Actually, we should just have that on
we've
loop.
all been there once or twice.
Just call it up. Production, bring up the Luca round.
That is unreal. I hope Twitch chat, you've already clipped that and you're already making your memes.
I hope he's laughing it off. Because it's not the kind of round you want to bust out in a major. Reels in, some trouble heading his way, but 3 Glocks are the first ones leading, so makes things a bit easier. And AWP from Sharks is going to work out. They have a double up setup now, JNT and Zevi with that. And Zevi was beasting with it on the CT side of Vertigo in the previous map, and he's actually started out with a hot hand here, 7-3, and the Ops done some fine work on Ancient.
Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, we get the other side of it. Fair enough. I thought we were actually going to get the replay of it. I was getting stoked.
Go
That's
back,
pretty
production.
sick.
Give
To
us
be
the
fair,
whole thing.
I know it's an anti-ego spray down, but yeah, good kills from Reels holding his nerve toward Donut. Just give him some confidence, build up those kills a little bit. Sits now on 6. That was 3 of them. Meanwhile, Luca's going to try and do a little better this time toward middle. In fact, going down toward elbow. Has a teammate with him. This is another aggressive play, so they're going to stick with this. It worked last time in the gun round. Why not go for more? Safi just got smoked off that angle, or flashed off that angle. If he was a second sooner on that peak, I think you have something on it.
And you could see, I touched on that earlier as well. If you're going to bust out mid-aggression like that, there's a time limit on that. As soon as your utility starts to fade with the various choke points in mid, then you kind of got to back away. So they peeked. They took that peek with the flashbang, saw they didn't have the fight what they wanted, and they bailed out super quick with no hesitation. So
the other side of that, too, though, is as well, you also force the T's to potentially have to use more utility to take it back or to take it early if they want it. And we know how much utility is required specifically on A just to take the site.
Yes, very true. Very true. Okay, some more mid-round aggression, but they're actually working behind him. They've already moved through Jaguar. They've already moved through the murder hole. So this push better have a lot of success to it because they are sandwiched. Rock in a hard place. Nekaz is going to get the first. Pack gets 1, and now backs away because his teammate has secured his retreat. That is a huge kill to get.
Yeah, JNT just bailed him out big time because he was stuck. He did well to get the first kill himself, was still aware there was a threat behind him, but JNT doesn't get that. He's done. He's pinched. Completely gone. And they knew the smokes were still down toward that connector as well, which made it more awkward. But look at this late rotation. How is this? I know it's a 3. I was going to say 2-on-2. You'd think strength in numbers, they'll play the retake fair. I guess there's no real fault in this, but you'd think you might have someone rotated over toward middle a little closer to this. Either way, they have 3 kits. And they've got the first kill as well. Safi goes down, JNT to find it. And Pain Gaming are in trouble again. Sharks are showing up on Ancient. And again, to be so close to success in this tournament so far, and to find yourself with the back against the wall, this is not where they would have wanted to be. Diffuse coming in, they have the kit on it. He sees it, not enough to get the headshot, and they'll body block, still spraying desperately. Diffuse done, couldn't happen. And Hardzal's got to be careful now not to go down after the time. Pank doesn't overcommit to the push.
That's a very close round, but rounds like that slip away from you and just kind of where you have an opportunity to win them, those start to build up. And if you're Pain, you're going to start feeling that, especially going back to Vertigo. And this is where the pressure of the scenario starts really weighing heavily on you. Elimination game at the major, your map pick. You lost the previous map. Ooh. Would not be jealous of the situation Pain is in right now. 5-4 for Sharks. Off the back of some very cool aggressive decisions on this CT side, Ancient, and they're going to be, they're just relentless with it. Luca's not going to push up the whole way this time. They almost got punished in the previous round, so maybe they're thinking, all right, let's cool our jets a little bit. We've shown a lot of aggressive stances, a lot of our aggressive plays. We can come back to them down the road, but let's play a couple standard rounds to normalize things just a bit.
So Luca gets a little more passive this time, goes back into the cave. Yeah, you're right. You don't want to get too... it's not so much the if it ain't broken, don't fix it mentality. It's the let's not overplay a single thing. Yeah. You still have the options later. You need to keep a bit of mystery and mystique to the game style that you show.
Well, Zevi's actually pretty close up with the AWP peering down the ramp. This netted him a kill previously when Pain attacked this position. They've only got the 1 smoke as well, so even attacking this bomb site, they don't have all the nades and all the utility they would like. The bomb is actually moving past T-spawn right now back towards the A bomb site.
Savvy waiting. That shadow, that's the spot. Easy. easy. That one's almost too much. Maybe just get rid of shadows altogether.
They need to re-tinker that flashbang that they just used as well, though, because Zevi didn't even get a little bit blind, and it looked like PGL was at least expecting that. However, this was all a fake, all a ruse, and now they're into the A bomb site. The defense got pulled away. JNT's going to try and recover, and actually, he might just want to try and hold on to this position before his teammates arrive. If he goes down, it's certainly over. Hardzal's going to grab one on the rotation. Big Uzera's going to find JNT, and the tables have turned.
They have my house. Safi does at least get Luka back. Pank waiting to try and make this 1v2 work. Try to go for the site itself with a nade to try and get the defuse, but he's lost track of where Safi's gone, and by the time he figures it out, he's already sat and ready with the AK. 5-5, we get tied back up.
Yeah, good movement from Safi in that clutch, but man, it's got to be a bummer if you're Sharks. You feel like you had all the success throughout that round, and just maybe an early cheat towards that bomb site after this kill. You can see JNT's pretty committed to moving towards that B bomb site. He feels the hit coming, and man, was he wrong. 5-5, we're all tied up. Good audible in the mid-round from Pain Gaming.
Boost action. Jump Luka through again aggressively toward the boxes. Doesn't want to stick around, just sees if anyone's there. There's no one, so he wraps back in toward cave. Confirms no aggression to mid, confirms no one at boxes.
Okay.
Self-Pank. All right, through smoke, gets Nickus down, and Luka's knowing that they're at that position now going to go back and put a bit more utility out. I want to see that Luka round again.
Don't we all? Poor guy. Shouldn't pile on, but it was funny. Tucked into the corner for the moment. Again, maintaining presence at B is Pain, but the bomb and the rest of the team is moving towards that A bomb site. Big Uzera's going to get a kill. That's huge. That's Luka over in Jaguar, and now this gets a little bit dicey. JNT's going to have a big job to do. And this is that position we saw in the first gun round for Sharks. This is that setup. One player coming from Donut, one player at the plant boxes. Molotov'd out. It didn't work the first time around. This time, however, it's a double kill from JNT, and that should secure the round. That should be it in theory. 30 seconds. Possible to recover, but it's low percentage.
Safi still holding it. Gets JNT down. Big Uzera, meanwhile, finds Reelson. That's going to give them a better chance again. Holding out this site, but unfortunately, still gets planted in. Big Uzera's got Zevi. Now we get the one-on-one. Pank sees it immediately, and Safi had no time to recover, no time to reset. Smoke's dissipated a little bit too soon. And I don't know about you, but my sound is quite delayed, which was throwing me off a bit, but nonetheless, the bomb is being diffused. I will go with seeing is believing, and I don't believe a word that you have to say, Jason.
That's a nice little 1v2 clutch for Pank, especially considering he started the round spamming through smoke and finding an early just blind kill. But boy, Sharks are just barely maintaining this lead. Every time Pain get close, they take it right back. 9 kills on Pank, 8 on Zevi. No one's really blowing up the scoreboard on either team. Pretty close affair. 6-5, still in the favor of Sharks, going into round 12.
Pank is quickly. Oh, thought it was going to be quickly, but he could hear the Molotovs coming, so he just wants to go for the flash. Mac 10 in. He's got those FaZe stickers on. They went 3-0. He's trying to avoid going 0-3. And goodness me, a lot of blue in the kill feed. Finally, Safi gets one, but Zevi is there. Sharks looking good. Pain, look, T side, you could argue, okay, CT side might be a little bit easier still. Again, the utility, we talk about sort of that discrepancy for the Ts and how much is required on this map. But you're playing for your life in a major. There's pressure no matter what side of the map you're on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, pressure in every decision you make. 2-round lead now for Sharks. 3 players, actually, excuse me, 4 players headed towards the B bombs. There might be some aggression here. They might want to try and pinch towards mid because Reelson, there's no one at A. Reelson and now JNT, they were at those mid stairs. I think they wanted to set up this play, that aggression with Luka. But they call it off at the last second. I think Luka's probably saying, look, they're already out mid. There's a couple players already made it to Donut. You guys got to get over to the A bomb site. And everyone from Sharks is now rotating, but is it too late?
JNT, close position, inefficient on the first, still manages to follow it up as Hardzow comes in from long. They will at least get 2 back. Zevi gets the shot in return. Smoke a little bit late. In fact, Molotov down instead. And I didn't catch if that Molotov actually was to block a bouncing, or was that thrown T-side as well? Because you'd think you'd want Vision gone at that point for the take as opposed to a retake rotation. But Luca's going to catch out Big Zera. I have seen a few people. I'm trying to think of who. I want to say it was Nico that did it.
Okay.
I've seen people try and
things.
Well, I've seen a lot of things. Trust me, some things we don't need to talk about. But no, like Nuke, right? The outside bounce smoke, you throw the Molotov down on purpose. Yeah. We saw it on Inferno when the skybox was open on Banana back in the day. That was sick too.
Oh yeah.
But like, I have seen a player. I can't remember who it was. Throw a smoke Molotov intentionally inside of the B site to leave Vision open in certain spots. So I didn't catch that one that time. I didn't see the setup for it. Either way. Zevi had Vision when Hardzow would have wished he didn't.
PGL's really being thrown into the fire on this map, and I mean, you can tell he's just the hard entry player for Pain Gaming. If you go back to watching on Vertigo, he was the one trying to initiate some of the early contact. Same here. This time it looked a little bit silly getting out there with the Tech 9 with no teammates with him. However, 4v4. You'll take that if you're Pain Gaming, but Sharks have a pretty decent setup. Deep lines of sight with these M4s. Ability to fall back and be passive after contact. They have plenty of options still available to them, and only 2 smokes, no flashbangs for Pain Gaming.
Reel's in a little bit impatient. Don't be misled, those X-rays are much further away on the map than directly in front of that wall. They're over toward the cave position instead. 49 seconds on the clock. Haven't seen too much CT activity toward Wood because they're putting so much pressure in cave, but you can play it more passively on this A side as well. Zevi's obviously happy to take these duels with the EWP. We've also seen as he doesn't land that shot, smokes down, 2 get crossed over, but he still swings wide to find 1 more. Pistol's not going to have much to say, I think, inside of the site. Oh, I'd take it back. All right, Pank. Point I was going to say is you can actually play this more passively with a player at Wood that's just listening for the utility or footsteps on the other side of that wooden wall, but obviously the aggression's been working for Sharks. They still get a bomb plant out of this.
Yeah, this is not a well-played round from Sharks, and now they've put themselves in a tough situation, especially with that M4 being dropped over. That was way, way too aggressive towards top ramp. And this is a chance for Pain to just steal one away for no good reason. Retake smoke going to fall down top ramp. That's going to force a decision, and they both back behind the smoke. That might make things easier. Here's the boost up over it, but they still can't see all the way. Reelsin is going to capitalize on that. Big Uzera going to try and spam, but he's way off. He is so far off. That's a dream. So an opportunity for Pain, but thankfully for Sharks, they took it right back. They recovered from the mistake, and they've got a 4-round lead heading in the last round of the first half.
It almost sucks the other way, right? I mean, you built the narrative right. They were the team that should have had the advantage. They had all the weapons, and they gave an opportunity, but then Pain's so close. Those are the opportunities that swing games so much, and they couldn't close it.
It's that angle from Pack, just at like the right in front of the planting pillar, the default plant pillar, where he's just looking at the top of the ramp. Like, you don't need to do that. You know at that point they have pistols. Just back away. You can give them the plant if you need to, but don't die. Give them a 3-on-3 and a rifle for the post plant. That was actually a very, very scary situation.
Just want to point out something on the HUD that I actually really enjoy. It's easier for us today in this setup. The studios have slightly different monitor setups. Nice shot, Luca, through the wall. Good read that time. Making amends for his previous efforts at that position. But I like the gun sort of depletion of white to gray for the ammo left over. I think that's really cool. It was tough to see yesterday for me, which is why I didn't really mention it, because I couldn't get a feel for it. But today, we're seeing it a little more clear as you guys are at home today in this studio, and it's pretty awesome.
Nice subtle detail.
Yeah, it's very cool. I like that addition.
All right, Safi aggressively pushed up mid. Bombs all the way back in T-spawn, so hold your horses. This round isn't even close to being over because Hardzal's going to have to be cognizant of the flanks and fall back to pick that up. But with mid control, I mean, you imagine he's just going to meet up with his teammates in mid and head towards Donut to attack that A-bomb site.
Reels in, trying to rotate over and give some support on A. JNT is the one that's just elevated slightly inside of that totem position. Shots out, Zevi misses, double peek, he goes down. JNT gets 1, but he's traded by Safi as well, who's looking much better on the EWP in this map than he did on Vertigo. Ooh, is Luca giving a chance to Pank because he got one, but not enough. Pain Gaming able to close out the final round of the half. They'll go 9-6, a very workable scoreline. And don't forget, Nuke is the third map, should we go that far. But we've got, I think, still quite a bit left in this one.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what kind of a T-side Sharks are going to have on this, because this is a pretty good first half, all things considered. 9-6. And if you go back to Vertigo, they certainly had the better T-side there. Now I'll be curious with this being Payne's map pick. 11 kills on Luka, Zevi, and everything just changed on me. And Pank. That's the last one.
Yeah, when it swaps sides on you. There was one event where the top was correct, the bottom was wrong, but the colors were still right, and that really messed with me. Anyway, back to mid.
Anywho.
Yeah. Now that you know the real troubles in my first world problem life. So that smoke doesn't go all the way in. It's the single smoke that they want to try and... It's a compromise. I might have been a miss, actually. I think there was 2 down. That was a miss. Okay, I thought it was going to be this smoke where they're trying to cover off as many choke points as possible. It's pistol round, so you can leave a bit of gaps. You're just trying to close the distance with it. But that was just a straight-up miss.
Oh,
so
they're in
that's
trouble.
Important to note, because if that's the way the half's going to start for them, that's going to be worse when the guns come out. But PKL gets taken down, and they go back toward middle to catch out what was a potential flank. PKL, we know he loves to do those. Big Yazira is the next in line at the site, but has to concede the bomb plants. Pank gonna be the one that challenges this by getting very close and stressful. Nice shot from that range with a Glock. Reels in, absolutely annihilates him, but now Hardzal comes in, finds the close player, smokes as well, and they're both inside Donut.
Yeah.
This is a huge problem to cover off that bomb. The good news is, oh, I take it back. Hardzal does have a kit. He can hold this. They're going to. Body block against Glocks. This is done.
Oh, here we go, right through.
Oh, they got him. They got him, but he's got the kit
got
this time. That's a good trade, because they went for the right player. You're spot on. If that was a 10-second defuse, they probably get away with that, but the kit makes the difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, the real problem there is positioning 2 players in Donut with that kind of a plant that's not for you. Obviously, no clue that last player is going to have a smoke, but even without the smoke, that's still a very dangerous position to be in a 2-on-2. So Sharks, a decent enough pistol round and good trades, just out-positioning themselves in the later stages of that pistol round in the post plant.
It was a good read to sort of realize the threat of middle as well. Turned around and stifled that first. So Payne get the second pistol. They've won both now in this map, it's important to note. They did not on Vertigo, but they did win the second round.
Oh, PKL's in trouble. PKL's in trouble. Yeah, Lucas sees that opportunity, and he picks up the pace. He's not letting you get away when he has that kind of an advantage. Safi's got an AWP already. He might just lose it. Now I think they have to save. With your op at that low HP, looking at a retake, you just say, good luck, bro. Good luck, Big Uzera. We're out.
They'll get Luka down at least as well, but yeah, you're right. Especially when you've got an MP9 that can go aggressively toward it. You mentioned the low HP. Decent positioning for Big Uzera to potentially upgrade on that MP9 as well and pick up a bit of utility. So he'll perhaps even a gun upgrade if he gets a kill, but he'll stick around for that purpose. So Sharks with a good response. Not only is it a really early op buy, but like they went for 1 AK. It wasn't like a super strong T buy either. They went for a bit of utility, which helped them. But look at J&T, like he's already farming up on that SMG. Pank as well.
Yeah, I mean, just honestly, just a cool entry from Luka. Coming up the ramp, he sees where the flashbang is going. He sees when he turns the corner that he's got a huge advantage and that he can close the gap. And obviously, you know, the defender, PKL's defender, was over towards Jaguar and Murder Hole. Like, he wasn't going to be able to fall back and help out. He wasn't going to be able to toss a smoke or a flashbang to give you time. So just straight punish.
And the site has sick potential for crossfire.
Oh, yeah.
Too. So Big Uzera this time, the incendiary over and onto the ramp from his teammate means that they'll lock Luka. And I believe that was J&T next to him in position. I thought maybe they'd push a little bit more aggressively through Jaguar to try and pinch that, but they aren't. They're just going to sit back in the cave itself. It's actually Big Uzera that's there. PKL's gone. He gets removed. Saf gets one. So that AWP, only good for one. Stayed into the rounds, but it's removed already, and Luka does so on the AK, and they've got control of the entire rotations at the back alley.
Yeah, this is a bit awkward. I mean, I hesitate and I feel bad saying maybe they should save again already, but maybe they should save again already. Good kill from Negas. That is going to actually allow them to go for it if they would like to. It's going to be a tough call to make.
It's going to be a very tough call to make at this point in time, as our monitor went black. So I am having a large problem trying to make the call. No, it's back now. We're all good.
We're all good.
It was fitting that you said that.
As soon as I said it.
Yeah, tough call to make. Yeah, very tough. Yep, can't see anything.
Some would say impossible, really.
I was gonna. The funny thing is, it was just because you said that line, I couldn't not point it out. Normally, I would just try and BS my way through that because I would just expect it to come back eventually. But too good. Had to go with that one. There you go, the problems we have in our casting world. But 11-7, Sharks off to a fantastic start of this second half, having, as I mentioned, not won the second pistol. And
look, these first rounds, Sharks putting a lot of pressure on that B bomb site, and it's nothing sophisticated. It's nothing like it's nothing that they're reading. They're just like, okay, let's just go A, contact it up the ramp.
I'll commend a bit of discipline from Sharks not to overcommit to running down that AWP as well that was dropped, but they let the CTs get away with it. I would have thought you'd play Protect on that a little bit more, just given the fact that it's such an expensive gun that they invested into.
Yeah.
And Saf got a kill with it. You had him down. He wasn't that far past the back alley. Like, you could have gone toward that at square and actually got away with it. But right now, bomb will get planted yet again. Smoke's, I believe, still down on the site. Probably some flashbangs and a couple of dinks coming through. Yes, I will admit, the monitor has gone by. Let's see.
I was wondering how long you were going to hold on to that.
I was going to try, but I was like, I said smoke's down. I don't know if they're right. Let's see if I can listen. That bomb's still ticking as they continue to wait inside of the site. We hear a chicken. Always a good sign, because if there is a chicken, there's calm. There's
yeah,
peacefulness.
someone's chilling next to that chicken.
Absolutely, trying to bait that one out. And it doesn't sound like they're going to be going for this. Presumably that AWP is still in play, and therefore they're trying to save it. At least I nailed that one, Jason, because that's exactly the case. They get a little bit closer to the bomb on A, looking for the exit kills, but they'll run away. In fact, they hold. Oh, no, that's actually significant. The AWP stays alive. PGL PKL doesn't really matter that much. They didn't have anything really invested into the round, but they took one more T player down, so that becomes costly for Sharks. But we go to a 12-7 scoreline.
12-7. Let's see what Payne's going to have with us. AWP on Safi. Rifles around it on the board. And I believe a timeout being called as well.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's probably the right thing to do for Payne Gaming. Again, so close, yet so far in this major, and this is not at all what they would have expected today. You can't take anything for granted in a major, especially, as we say, in these regional rivalries. And, yeah, Sharks, I'm proud of them. It's good to see, because I think a lot of people would have had them on the outside of this tournament.
I did. They're my own 3-pick.
Oh, this
and
is
I
just
predicted
painful.
Payne to win today. So if Sharks wins, they destroy me on 2 predictions.
Yeah, I would be wrong in the Payne
It's
prediction
the old
today, but
twofer.
see, this is why I don't do pick'ems, man.
Yeah.
No stress. I would be bold like you if I did pick'ems.
Listen, I got no stress in my pick'ems.
I think that may have been technical because they just did a quick medic there as well. So I'm not sure. We didn't get our graphic to suggest that it was tactical, so I'll go with it.
No, I did take a.
You took a stab
in
at
the
that
dark,
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It was wrong. All right, 5-round lead for Sharks. And a 1-map lead in the series. Looking to stay alive in this opening stage of the PGL Major. Early Molotovs down from the Payne defense, keeping the attack at bay just for the moment, allowing them to set up anything aggressive. But actually, they chuck the utility and just kind of back away slowly. One player, Donut, is the most aggressive stance taken by the Payne defense. Look like we're going to get a Sharks exec.
Hard Zao. That's a really open position to play. Spamming the smoke, obviously no tracers. I do think it's a tough position. I'll get into it in a second. He's made the right decision, and that's the more conservative play. Rotate back so you can control your peaks. I do think there's a position that's more available for the CTs to play at that big box in the corner behind right where Luka just looked. Exactly this. He's going to play it now for the takes, but I think the CTs can actually utilize that more than we're seeing.
You'll see it as a ton when we get to some of the more established teams and more experienced teams. That position is occupied quite frequently. That is a psychotic aggressive play. I like it. It obviously doesn't work out. Now it puts his team in a really tough place. 3 players to defend against a 5-man retake, and JNT better be disgusting on his timing. PKL better.
He's got this. PKL's far enough now. He's going to think it's gone. He can hear him running from that close. He is the only one left alive, though, on a 1-on-4. That's a problem because now they're going to be checking everywhere else and expecting that he has gone on the flank, and PKL wise to it.
Yeah, and it's kind of a, you obviously, if you're JNT, don't count on your players going down too fast, but like, you know, you want them to stay alive a little bit longer as you slow play it.
Yeah, if he gets 5 more seconds of distraction there, he probably gets 1 or 2.
And unfortunately, when that next kill happens, he's not in a position where he can really pick up the pace. That was the kill that was just like, whoa, calm down, my friend.
So Pain get 1 more on the board. It's a bit of a, I understand why you do it. You're down 2 men, you've got low HP on 1 player, and you need to do something to try and, rather than it just be a traded retake situation where you're already down on men, you try to find some counter picks, but it's also such a tough situation to be in that flank, and there's nothing worse than seeing your teammate die and not being in a position to do anything yet, and you're just like, wow, this didn't work. I'm useless now.
Yep.
It sucks.
Yeah, it is a pretty awful feeling. 12-8. Pain looking to come back into this. They don't have a whole lot of money built up. They'd like a little bit more, but they do have a little bit of room to work with in that regard. Just pistols for Sharks.
Sandieri already on the ramp. PKL's going to throw a nade on top of that as well in case they try to rush up and do more damage to it, but they aren't going to do that just yet. Now, this is the wood position that we talked about, but PKL, they've actually sensed that and fired through it. Very spammable, but again, you get a lot of audible cues from playing in that position.
It's always nice to get a little bit of that chip damage, too, down to 47 HP.
I'm surprised. So they have a flash. PKL's got a smoke and a flash. Nekaz was pushed up middle. They know they're getting spammed through that wood. I don't know why you try. Maybe don't even go for double flash over and let Nekaz try and get a peek in that position. He has the support to do it.
Those nades didn't go exactly where they wanted them, but it was a cool idea. Double nade into that corner. They just didn't make it all the way around the staircase. And yeah, now moving forward, Sharks don't really have a plan after that, and they're just getting whittled down. 1 through the smoke. Is it going to yield much? And the other 3 players just waiting for their opportunity to peek in. Deagles could do a little bit of econ damage, I guess, is what you're hoping for at the moment. Maybe you get lucky and you find an opportunity that you might be able to build upon, but nah, not the case. Big G's are up. Final 3 kills of the round. And they're just within 3 rounds of striking distance.
Yeah, they're getting in there now. I mean, they've got a control of the economy. There will be guns again this time for Sharks, but starting to build a bit of a surplus as well, which is extremely important. Double op setup as well. Remember how much Safi held onto that op early on? It was a very big risk to go for it that early when they're down and you're facing elimination, and you create quite a hole to crawl out of, but they've done that now. And double op on this map, I think, is extremely viable on the CT side.
It'll be up to Sharks to take it away from them. And the other thing, too, remember, a lot of the success Sharks had in the early gun rounds was, good aggression, good trade, though, from Pank. Some of the success that Sharks did have was just marching up that A ramp, contact plays towards the A bomb site, an odd timing on a really, really fast pop flash hit. Against the AWPs, those plays are harder to pull off, so Sharks are going to have to develop a different method of success on this map.
So the battle at the box is done. And we come out equal on either side. Oh, this is a good push. Or is it? It needs something to go with it. PKL's on his own. Spamming the door, clean, no flash. All right. Safi's there to at least get the trade, but that could have gone very poor. Now the good news is that's bombed down. And it's in vision, it's easily recoverable. I'm not going to go that far with it, but it buys time, and they know that they have to rotate over to get it. Safi's well aware he's going to position himself in behind the stairs. This boost is so strong. Now, double op is
peculiar, but this is why. That's pillar, and I'll get back to this. That pillar with that boost is so easy to line up that shot, almost too easy, and it denies the plant. So you can see J&T shuffles slightly to the left. Thankfully, Luka, therefore, is able to push through the second lane and take down Safi as a result, and they can still make a round from this as J&T fades away. I think that pillar being sort of 3 blocks high means it's too narrow and too tall, because even a smoke on it, you can see the top of it. I know what you're thinking, Jason, but it might be skinny and real short in my case, okay? But it's real short. But it's 3 blocks high. If they broke one off, now you make the cover wider, which makes a little bit more room to jiggle and juke for both sides of the site. And it takes away that very obvious lineup with the smoke. So something I would look into. Nonetheless, J&T holds on to it, and Sharks are able to get the round. But that could have been very, very awkward. I admire Luka's push to make sure that they covered off, knowing that J&T had to shuffle his plant position as well.
I admired Luka just doing a little hop step through that smoke to the op shot of, I believe it was Safi. Yeah, as soon as he takes the shot, just trying to guess through the smoke, Luka's like, I'll take that opportunity. I'll step through and make sure we got a little bit of safety. That boost ain't going to come back again, so good clutch from J&T and Luka. 13-9. Still a double op setup, but I mean, they had to really invest a lot to get into it. No armor on Hardzao, no utility on Hardzao. Only one flashbang on Safi. Oh, and he's got one.
Sick.
That's quick.
That is a perfect start. Exactly what Pain need to respond as well, because we just talked about them getting back in with the economy. Now they're on last buy, double op again, and you're going down to 14 rounds.
Would you expect another double op setup, though, if you're Sharks?
I don't know that you would. And the good news is it's Safi that's the one that went aggressive and got the kill. He's the standard opper. So it's not like you're like, oh, Hardzao's got one. They clearly have 2.
Only one smoke left for this T side, though, so they're going to have to get a little bit creative with how they want to exec upon this. That smoke is on J&T, and he's backed all the way off, and that's a missed opportunity for Hardzao. Smoke is going to come in. I don't know if it's going to do enough, though. It's just the one, and it's at Temple. That might still give Hardzao a clear line of sight until the flashbang comes in. Neck has needed something. He's got 0, nothing. And Hardzao still waiting patiently. Another missed shot. And oh, this is a disaster for the Pain defense.
I think that double ops cost them, not because of the economic structure, but Hardzao just could not hit the shots. What a frustratingly close round for him. Nades going deep as well as PKL tries to recover the second op, but they have to back away from this surely. Hardzao, he wants to make amends with his misses and try and avenge his own mistakes. Redemption. It certainly would be. They committed to it. Panks got PKL down. He's not even going to get toward that Galil, and I think Hardzao's done for. Did they spot him?
No, he can't get away, though.
There's no way he can. They're completely surrounded him.
Unless he gets this kill. Ooh, and now they know. And they'll never let him get out after that. They're going to chase him. He's got to work. He's got to earn his escape.
That's unfortunate. What, did he shoot 5 shots? Didn't hit any? I mean, the last few, fair enough. Like, those are scrappy, but the first 2.
Yep. He had his opportunity. He had his chances. For sure. That was a big win, though. That was the good opener that they needed in a 4-on-5 as well. Good win from Sharks.
Oh, that flash timing was just off too, eh? Oh, that would have been a huge difference. Tough angle to find because he already went wide peeking, but yeah, 2 rounds to go for Sharks to screw your pick'ems and predictions and pull off the upset. Missed Molotov going toward middle.
I wonder if the Brazilian community would consider this an upset.
Yeah, that's always it. Like, we sometimes look on paper, and like I say, it's tough for us to read because we see it very differently, but there might be more in that. That's just incredible.
Dude, Reelson was like, I'm out, peace. And J&T's like, why? I'll take this. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'll take all those kills. Thanks, man.
Fight.
Puts him at the top of the scoreboard as well.
Respect. 19 kills on J&T, 18 on Luka. And Sharks have 6 opportunities to close this map and close the series and send Pain Gaming packing.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really expected them to have a deep run in the major per se, but I don't think they would have wanted to find themselves in this position or expect to find themselves in this position today. And unfortunately for Brazil, you know, they're in the double situation because they've lost GODSENT already to Astralis today, and this is 2 Brazilian teams. I know we talked about it yesterday, such a fall from grace of what they used to be, winning majors with the Luminosity, Keed Stars, you know, MIBR, SK lineup. But in a sense, there's also more Brazilian teams overall that we're seeing. So the foundation's getting wider.
Yeah,
it's just not as tall.
Yeah. You and your wide and tall.
I don't know, man. Look, okay, it might be a needle, but it works like a sewing machine.
Really stuck on the brain, isn't it? 15-9. No ops this time. They've wanted the double op setup and they just don't have the ability. 1 minute left in the round, perhaps 1 minute left in Payne's Major.
Big Uzira sneaks away from smoke. He'll hold inside of the cave behind the box. That gives him a bit of a peek angle out toward the ramp as well, but that's where PKL now tries to get aggressive. Tense times, this is it. This is all they've got. Flash goes, or rather, excuse me, smoke goes over. You can see the grenades. Shadow, Molotov to cover off Wood. Won't quite go as far. He'll step into it even to find the kill. Nekez supports it. Now we've got something as Big Uzira chimes in. Zevi only with one, but immediately traded. We've got at least one more round in this game.
That was heavily telegraphed. Look how many blue dots on the screen at that B bomb set. I think all 5 players from Payne were ready for that hit. They knew it was coming the whole time. So that's it's the first step forward for Payne Gaming, and now just 5 chances for Sharks to close it out. But yeah, this whole defense, they had success everywhere. And by the time anyone's actually coming up that ramp, yes, looking at the minimap, all 5 players are here, ready to fight. You're not winning that round.
And a calculated decision by Sharks because, okay, all right, guys, never mind. All right, I knew you had money. I thought they were actually going to sit it out for one.
Nah.
They've got tons. I genuinely thought they might. I don't know why I did, but like we built up a surplus of 2 rounds. But yeah, fair enough. All right, bye. It makes more sense.
Maybe just give them one. You're like, you know, handicap.
I mean, yeah, I guess. The other aspect of that is if you do it, obviously you give them a chance to build their economy too, and you want to keep that as tight as possible in these situations. There's plenty of money right now on the CT side. They've all got kits. They've all got decent utility. And we've got the round underway. Luke is going to start his way over towards the B ramp. He's going to go through a Molotov that gets extinguished very fittingly and timingly, and gets absolutely cut down. Big Uzira with 2. Bomb as well inside of the cave position. He's probably going to back off that Big Uzira, though. He knows that there's going to be more aggression in that direction. So Bomb will be quickly scooped up and recovered, but what a start from him. 2 kills, 21 in the game now total. And I think that puts him in the lead. Yeah, it does, way past PGL, because he hasn't been nearly as hot as last game.
That initial peak from Sharks looked very slow. I'm wondering if he got like tagged by the flashman that came in. Ooh, this could be interesting. JNT creeping up. Ooh, it catches Hardzowl. Not expecting it, but Nekez was there for the immediate trade afterwards, and Realzen's going to work his way through the smoke around Donut. Never would expect that. There's no way if you're Nekez to expect that one, but they've got to beat Safi here. He's the only defender. Can they do anything to force him off this angle?
You can't possibly lose. Nice shot, Safi. He has held his nerve. Now he hits 21 kills as well. You can't possibly lose a round like this. You can't possibly go out of the major on a round like this. You had such an advantage. Zevi! Oh, he's turned it around. Donut is working. Put the frosting on it because 2 more kills in that position. And guess what? He's bailing, he's rotating, he's wrapping, but he does not have the bomb. But it is a one-on-one. AWP versus AWP. Throw the HP out the window.
Yeah, I mean, even that, regardless, like, this is exactly what you do if you're in a low HP one-on-one clutch. Is you've moved across the map, you've made it all down to timing because you don't have the advantage of HP in a fight. Now, Safi's got the information. They called over that he's dinked. He's swapped out to an AK-47, and there, I mean, this is too long of a rotation. I don't think there's any way Zevi can get into this. Smoke is going to go down on the site, but he has got no idea. Safi's and Donut, and thus ends it. Just like a donut, he almost made you eat your words.
You know what? I love donuts, so I would have been down with that. Either way, that was insanely close considering. I mean, if that's the way they went out of the major, oh.
Was there like a nade that blew up that like slowed down that peak? It just felt.
I think I didn't pay attention to it on the replay. I thought I did see a Molotov come over that actually hit one of the bodies. Yeah, I could have swore I did, but
that initial peak.
I'm sure someone in chat saw it quicker than we did, and is probably screaming that we didn't. But you're right. There was something awkward going on there.
All right, 3rd time out for the Sharks. No plant is really going to hurt any aspirations they have to a buy in this round. So, look, they could go for. I mean, Luca's got enough money if he wanted to go for like a Galil or an AK-47, but they've already done that on Realzen. And Luca, is just going to get the Deagle and armor. So Sharks bringing a little bit of danger into this round, but hovering between like 2,500, 2,000 on JNT. 4 more chances for Sharks. This is Payne's map pick. If they can bring us to overtime, it would be a 6-round comeback to force it.
Zhao holding with the M4 at the boxes. That is an incredibly fast shot
foolish with the deagle, and Luca's going to double it up. Forget his round earlier on. This is his round now as JNT gets taken down by Big Yazira, nearly making that M4 work. It does do a significant portion of damage. They still have the man advantage as well, as Zevi awkwardly gets in another battle. Big Yazira, man, whew, he's coming close to death, but somehow survives again.
Oh, if they throw away those 2 entries, that'd be heartbreaking. Luca's got the M4, but only 19 HP.
This is a good bait and switch. Oh, never mind, it's not. PKL's found the angle that he needed. That box is awkwardly positioned for a reason. Nowhere to hide, and he spots the boost as well. PKL might have done enough to recover it. Luca, the man who started this, is going to bail. He wants to hold on to the M4, and so close again in an unlikely round. Sharks can't quite close it, so we go 15-12.
That is so crazy. I know you don't have the weapons, but man, to get these 2 entries this clean, look how far away the defense is after this second kill. You've got so much time to set up in a post-plant position, and it just felt like none of them actually got into any kind of safety. It's a really good job by Big Yazira. We'll say that. It's not all criticism on Sharks, but Big Yazira handling Donut with great aplomb.
It's a hungry man, sweet tooth. What's your favorite donut, Jason?
The Long John.
What is the Long John?
Longer donut. It's got a chocolate frosting on top, and it's got like cream or custard.
We call it a bow tie.
Bear claw, some people call it, I think.
A bow tie in Canada at Tim Hortons.
No, bear claw's something different. Anyways, enough about...
I like the vanilla dip, just saying.
Enough about sweets.
One with the sprinkles on it, because I'm still a kid.
Those are legit.
They are legit, man. It's because as a kid, I always used to get them as a treat after early morning practice in hockey, so I've just been like, that's my donut. Sticking with that for life.
Go-to donut.
Yeah.
Superstitious, man. There's the double nade towards the corner. Nobody's there. Safi does take a little bit of damage, but he's in the middle, right out in the open. Nade wasn't even intended to him, but it still hit him. We saw previously, actually, those nades missed their mark, and I think actually that's what did the damage, is the fact those nades are a little bit off.
Heavy, very cautious toward the ramp position, even goes back through connector door, but they'll head toward middle. Don't want to give up too much ground on ramp. No one really pursuing it as of yet, though. They are still holding, but they are getting a little more inquisitive toward the cave position. It's actually going to be Big Yazira that's there. Where's Safi with the already taking damage? This time Hardzal makes no mistake. That's the shot he missed last time. Meanwhile, Nekez is up close as well. Yeah, it was. Sorry, excuse me. But I thought was that not toward Donut as well?
No,
it was. Yeah,
it was.
It wasn't the same angle from him, but same position that he was intending to. But he gets it this time. Safi is still rotated back over, but we might get a bomb plant out of this. Rifles as well. That flash. Safi didn't quite go far enough on it, but he did see it on the repeak and nades out. Good rotation on the flank, and Payne pulling it back late. My God, they left it to the bitter end, but now they'll find 3 in a row.
Yeah, some of these retakes have been very, very nice. Obviously, previously it was up against Glocks. This time's against the weapons, and they still handled it so well. Ops doing good work. 3 kills in total for him in the round. Safi, again, a fantastic vertigo. He's doing it one more time here on Ancient. 24 kills for Safi, 24 kills for Big Yazira as well.
Yeah, Safi's looking much better than he did on Vertigo, where it's, I think, to be fair, Vertigo's a lot more uncomfortable with an AWP. As we look through, interestingly enough, Safi has a better headshot percentage than PKL and Nekez this game, but he's the AWP player. Typically, they're the ones with the lowest headshot percentage.
Yeah, well, I mean, PKL is also the hectic guy going into the craziness, like coming through smokes, pop flashed in, you don't know where they are, so it's sometimes hard to have a high headshot rating in that hard entry role.
Yeah, conversely, look at Zevi, who's the op player on the other side, right?
Yeah.
7%. That's more what I'm used to, like, seeing.
Alper's not known for their headshots. Here we go, round 29, 2 more chances for Sharks. Close out the map and the series. Stay alive at the Major for at least another day. Dropping the smoke to a teammate so he can throw 2 smokes, allow another body on the entrance. And this is Sharks going back to what worked for them in the first original gun rounds, but it's going to be harder against an op, and there's a miss from Safi. He just saw the top of the haircut.
It's not only a miss, but PKL rotated out because they had control of cave. So the single kill and a smoke down, they have control of the site, but they overpush it. There's absolutely no need. I completely agree. Why?
Oh, they're bailing out completely. This is insanity. Big Yazira's going to get a multi here. Oh, he misses the shot. Misses the first bullet. That's not good, but now Nekus is in a good position. He's going to get a multi. No, he misses his shots.
What is
he
going
misses
on?
all of them. Oh, nerves. Nerves are coming into play here, Matt.
It has to be. I mean, they got a kill on a solo Operate A that just barely missed. Had a great smoke down, and PKL, excuse me, not PKL, he's still around, he's just gone down now, but PKL pushes through and manages to get the kill from it originally. It doesn't make much sense, and yet they rotate back, having gotten the site, and you're right, missed shots everywhere, and they still somehow have the man advantage, but bomb planted, and it is all on to Reelson to close this out for Sharks, and they're looking toward Donut. They haven't cleared yet toward Totem. In fact, the smoke's going that direction, indicate they have no clue where he is. AWP up close, easy first kill. Second just has to play the time, but Hardzow's too close, and he's got plenty of time to defuse it. 15-14. Oh my goodness, could we have another overtime on the cards?
Yeah, he put himself in a tough position as well. That's one of those positions where you're probably going to get that first kill, but you got nowhere to go afterwards. It's just stand your ground and hit the shot, and unfortunately, he missed it. Look, both these teams, unfortunately, Sharks is out of timeouts, and there's no reason for Pain to call one. But if you're Sharks, it's like, all right, guys, everyone calm down. Everyone breathe. Everyone just get focused up again. Some crazy, crazy things are happening. Look how that round comes down to a 2-on-2 and then a 1v1, and then you're saying, I wish I could take back me jumping through a smoke at the B-bomb site.
Yeah. If you were that confident no one was there, you wouldn't have needed the smoke in the first place. Well, lots of utility expended early to try and take over some mid presence as well as boxes, and Nekez is the one that has gone aggressively down toward the bottom of middle. He's going to go back up. This could be an exchange.
What a bold position to play by yourself.
Hugely. I mean, PKL doesn't have a lot of, oh, no trigger. Oh, he's got away with it. That flash actually was much better than I thought. It looked like it went very high in the sky and therefore was too deep. But Pain, a massive lead, 4-on-2. And Pank's trying to wrap back around. Saf has him. And as Safi gets that kill, it's just JNT. And I think, Jason, if I am not mistaken, we have another overtime game on our hands.
Man, it's that previous round. It's round 29. That's the one. That's the one that Sharks had completed. And just unforced errors. And Sharks can't close it out. Look, that's 6 rounds straight for Pain Gaming at the end to bring us to OT. Fair play. In those 6 rounds as well, 3 defuses, 3 retakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they got the sites. This round, okay, fair enough, it was a late plant and there wasn't a lot to go with, but the previous round seemed... With that kill on Safi and the situation, I was like, that's
a gift. Like, it has to be.
Well, it's the other way around now because Pain Gaming were the ones that were trying to crawl across the finish line on Vertigo, and then when overtime hit, it seemed obvious the Sharks were winning. Now I'm not so sure. It's not so much that Sharks haven't had good moments in this game on either half. It's that they fell flat, didn't close it, and Pain has actually come alive. I think they've looked better. They're the ones that are developing into this game as opposed to Sharks falling out of it. So Zebi, a quick and aggressive play. Molotov down to cover off anyone that wants to push through Cave, and Big Yuzira is on the other side of it as he sits at Jaguar. Puts a smoke out himself, but not going to really act on that, just trying to contain his opposition at this point. How many smokes left CT side? Just 2. Hardzao and Nekez, that's your B players.
Oh god, that's a lot of spam. That's a lot of damage on a Big Yuzera. Tuck yourself into a little corner. Don't be exposed to the bullets through wood.
And cry.
Fetal position.
Well, he's on the AWP now. I think that's probably why.
Yes. But look what it's done to the defense. No one's actually in the B-bomb site.
Yeah, there's the 2 smokes they have are both on that side of the map as well. They have no real defensive utility anymore on A. And then you can drop smokes now, run one over and throw them at it.
They've smoked off Donut. This has forced both defenders in Donut and at the A-bomb site to drop their smokes to delay things. It's even kind of starting to pull Big Yuzera into a position where he can rotate to help out in mid. This means there's only 2 defenders now, and again, they're not in the bomb site. They're going to get smoked off. They're going to get blinded, and this is going to have to be a retake. And remember, Big Yuzera can't take a straight bullet, but here comes that boost again.
Yeah, it's so strong. Oh, it's so strong, and not only that, Big Yuzera's found Luca through the smoke, which was the only man that was looking for it. They planted safely, far and wide, so that they couldn't get caught off by that boost, which was a good read by Sharks. But now they've got to hold this at a 4-on-4. 30 seconds left on the bomb.
No nades.
Reelson will get up behind the stairs, and you're absolutely right, there's no nades for anyone. They've all been used. We saw how much utility. I mean, you talked about how it was forcing rotation. Zevi's gotten 2. Watch out for the flank, though. Neck is coming in from B. He's got 2 in front of him. Easy trigger discipline because he would have heard JNT jumping and makes no mistake on it. Now they have the advantage, but Realson has the AK, and he held the whole time. Finally, Sharks get the round. It's 1-2 late, but it does give them the advantage in overtime.
I hate to focus on the negatives, but there's the pressure is getting to some of these guys. No one watching that flank. 2 players in that room, and none of them turning around to watch Jaguar, to watch Murder Hole. That flank could have been everything, and it almost was. But then on top of that, you look the other direction, and it's even the op coming into the bomb site for a 2-on-1 to get to defuse, and he's got his knife out. No one's paying attention. So, man, this is getting scrappy down the stretch, and sloppy Counter-Strike, but it sometimes turns into exciting Counter-Strike. Fast mid-take, good kill from Luka in the opening.
Murder squad in middle firing to that smoke that goes up toward top middle. Vincere is tagged. They know he's here. They do get the trade. It would have been obviously preferred that Luka just got it clean, but at least it opens up a bit of space for them.
We normally don't have to touch on this anymore, but with the 10K overtime rules, if Sharks are to win this round, the final round of overtime for the CT side, they will be fighting with nothing, with upgraded pistols, maybe a shotgun or an SMG, but it's not going to be pretty. So Pain have to play this where if they get out-positioned, they have to play to save this, which we haven't had to see in overtime for quite some time. Molotov's down to slow things. Sharks pressuring for an execute, and that's pulled the A defender away. This is great. JNT's actually in Temple already. I don't know if he saw the donut player. He glanced over, but it might have just been X-Ray. Now he can cut off rotations in towards CT spawn, but so can Safi.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a problem, though, because he's stuck up there in that top middle room right now, and Pank spotted him.
They have no idea what's going on. Pain.
I don't either, Jason, but that's just my life in general.
They do now. They can hear the footsteps. Hardzow's calling it out, but they know there's one player in mid to still deal with. Now they know there's one player in Temple. The bomb is going to get planted. They can't stop it, and Zevi's got a deep angle with the op. Ooh, this is uncomfortable for Pain. They might just lose everything.
Pank trying to get close. Shut down the gap. Hardzow's lost track of where he was. He didn't think he was that close. Missed shots again, but still manages to hold his nerve with the AK.
Run.
Safi managed to get away from it, you're right, but it was called he was leaving middle. He could only go to one connection point, and they had the op staring directly down at PKL's out. Mix6 bugging out and going home. And it's going to be 17-15.
And this is going to be the only real weapon they have in the next round. Although, fair play, 8 seconds still to hunt him down. Plus a couple seconds after the time, PKL's going to plant himself in the corner in the water. He's being hunted. He's being chased down. They're relentless, and they're going to get it right at the end. Oh, that's crushing. That was one of the few rays of hope that Pain Gaming had to hold on to. And look, 2,400 on Safi the Opper, 2,400 on Hardzao. Nekaz has the most at 3,800. This is not a pretty situation to be in.
It's not. Let's see if Pain can maybe try and replicate a little bit of that early aggression we saw in the first half from Sharks on their CT side, though, because if they can get close with these SMGs, I wouldn't be surprised if they could pull off around the way that this game has gone so far. Safi, Big Yazira setting up a crossfire in toward Jaguar. So that gives the SMGs a little bit to work with. And that makes it a little more awkward. His teammate at least bails him out by extinguishing the flames, but doesn't stick around for the crossfire. Tries to bail out of it. Awkward from both sides. He's going to go in with a knife. We might get a second one in the series. Safi responded. He expected it, and Pank goes down. A shiv to the side of the gut. Thank you for your appendix. I will sell that on the market later. But for now, it is still going to be a 4-on-3.
These guys are crazy. Imagine that being how you play in a situation in overtime.
Oh my God.
Double kill. Oh, JNT gives up his position. I don't actually think that Nekaz knew he was there until the smoke came out, and then he was like, oh, okay. Split up, though, and Big Uzera only goes 1 for 1.
Nekaz is giving away his position quite quickly, but no bomb plant yet. No bomb plant at all, perhaps. FaMoss wins out against Real. I mean, sure, yeah, that pillar's a tight position to play, but Gets caught with utility out of all things when he could have just taken the clean duel. Neck is going to go around, rotate, knows that bomb's down, and obviously JNT's got to come this direction. But he's looked away at the wrong time. Oh my god. We could have had a close game, and now it's wide open. Sharks 3 rounds in the lead.
Oh no.
Just want to point out that also means Pain Gaming has not won a round in overtime yet.
Yeah, they got blanked on Vertigo, didn't they? Heartbreaking. And you mentioned a couple close losses as well in the 2 games leading up to this series.
That's crazy.
I don't know. These 3 rounds of overtime we've played, and perhaps the final, like the last 5 rounds of this game, have been so scrappy.
This is when I get to have fun and go nuts, but you as the analyst is like, I don't know what to say. Henry used to hate this. He'd be like, what am I supposed to do right now?
I'd tear my hair out if I had any.
You can tear mine out, sweetie.
God bless. Didn't even miss a beat. Here we go. Second half of overtime underway. Sharks just need 1. That's all they're looking for. And they did a I mean, obviously, solid job on their CT side. Let's see what they've got in store for us here. 1 AWP picked up on Zevi. Safi's got his as well. This is new. I feel like we saw Pain get into this position, but not really actually push forward to pressure it at any point during regulation. So this might be a new look, although the nade work gives it away. Molotov to ensure that they cannot split towards the A bomb site. And yeah, that's a low percentage fight to take.
Well, it's given the advantage again to Pain. I shouldn't say again, to Pain on this first half, but that's immediately nullified. It's Luca's. I like how we just went with Luca. Lucazi, I was going to try it that time. We still don't really know, but he gets the kill in return.
Luca's he's a big-time player at the moment for this team in overtime. He's had some very, remember those 2 deagle kills as well towards the end of regulation. This has opened up PKL for the flank, though. It's a nice position to be in. Doesn't even need to necessarily flank, because JNT might just walk into him. Good kill from Luca. Oh, he continues. Even the dink onto Hardzao. And reels in left quickly alone in a 1v2, potentially for the map.
Yeah, but Hardzao, very low HP. 7 right now is the one that's holding the bomb. Fortunately, they've got enough space. He should be able to get that down. And Reelzin's still not sure where they are because he's still closing out on these corners. That's going to buy a bit of time for Pain Gaming. Smartly, they're going to split this up a bit as well. Now, they need to play the trade. They need to actually... I'm surprised they're going this far with it. Hardzao needs to play in a position where he can actually almost get the information. So he's going to rotate around and get closer to PKL at this point in time, which is the right call considering he's got to be the one to go first, and he's got to get traded. Oh, the lineup, that wouldn't be what they wanted, but he does get away with it in the end. Reelzin only managing the 1.
It's a good thing he actually got out of that murder hole, because you're right, that would have been double up territory, especially considering only 1 bullet would have dropped him. Could have been from a teammate or his opponent. Good win for Pain. Now Sharks in the same situation. If they go down here, if they're to lose this round, their 3rd and final chance in overtime is going to be with some pretty weak weaponry. I think it was, what, like 3 SMGs, a FAMAS, and a pistol for Pain Gaming in the first half of overtime. Timeout called from Pain. They've actually only used 1 in this whole map. And they had that 6-round comeback. Sharks are all out.
Yeah, I mean, Pain's almost all out of this event, but Sharks, you're right. This 10K overtime, forgive me earlier, because I thought just in my head that you said 12.5, because the way, I don't know, the way that it's been discussed.
You said 12.5.
I know, you did say 10, but I was registering it as 12.5 because I was, it's just been a topic I've seen brought up a lot lately, and I do wish that we would have gone more that route. I think Dust 2 is the biggest issue with the 16K overtime in general, because obviously you could spam auto snipers and ops down middle. That's less of a problem now. What is a problem for Pain is that they've lost the opening pick, and on top of that, Reelzin's going to do some more damage with utility. Hardzao just gets tanked by that nade.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Reelzin throws that smoke after he gets the opening kill, and it's a bad smoke. It's way too deep, and then it's a bad follow-up decision, re-peeking into the off, and this is causing this aggressive play that looks so good for Sharks in regulation to look real ugly. They've lost a lot, and this push from Pank is surely going to get punished as well. You're never going to clear this. Oh, are you? You do. You do, and you're ready for the follow-up, but you can't connect. JNT, 1v2, but he could have a real quick timing on this flank.
JNT
Justin Nicholas Timberlake. I don't know if that's his middle name, but
It's probably not any of his names.
it's all on him right now because, as you say, money becomes the factor. $1,200 residual for him. And a 1 versus 2, both low enough that the M4 is a huge factor. Wood position, AWP, gun barrel could show if he's not careful. He's spotted instead. Big Zero gets the crossfire. Pain Gaming's right back in this, and with one more round, we'll get double overtime.
The big question is what can they actually fight with? What are they going to bring into the battle? M4 on Luka, FAMAS on JNT. I mean, they've got a couple more rifles than Pain had to play with a few rounds back, so it feels like it'd be a better chance. No kits across the CT side.
Nade out aggressively again from Luka. He's going to put the smoke there as well and push his own position. Spaying it. He's got to be careful. PKL's there. They're not going to push back through it. It would be just as risky, considering Luka could have a teammate supporting his position, but as we know, he doesn't, and as such, I think both teams will back away. They're aware of it. His shots slowly fading.
4 players here for Pain. It looks like for the moment they want this to be the end game. It's just, yeah.
I was going to say, that's a risk as well to take the M4 any further than that, too, because that's the best rifle. Well, the M4A1S as well, I suppose, but that's the best rifle they have.
What? They both have nades out. Ooh. There's a lot of crazy aggressive risks that Sharks are taking. They're going to win at least the first battle.
Oh my God.
And the second one, that's the bomb. This could be the map. All off this risky push. Risky picking up the weapon, and he's finally punished. Luka, I can't believe he's sticking around.
He was within a half a second of being able to fire that AK, and his crosshair placement was there. The gun just wasn't ready. Safi, meanwhile, takes down Pank, but Luka stays. You're right. That's huge. Doubling the flash in. Luka backs. He's like, we didn't get the kill. Zevi gets stuck, and he's like, screw it. I'm doubling down. And he runs out with the MP9. All right, bomb does get planted. However, Luka is locked. He has a problem because he's stuck in cave. They know he's there. Hardzow's going to watch it. And if he tries to go back for the retake, Hardzow's ready to get the kill. I'm not even sure. Oh, he's smart enough. He's wise enough because they've heard each other a while ago, and he's aware. So that exchange is one thing, but Safi snuck in behind. Meanwhile, Reelzin is really the factor at this point in time as he's got to work no kit on either. Exactly that. They've got 5 seconds to get on this bomb. They tap it. It's not going to be enough. This is going to go to double overtime. Flash out. Safi peeks. Done. Call it. 18-18, double overtime. They're just getting that much closer to heartbreak Pain. I mean, how many ways can you lose games? Well, still in this one. Perhaps they can force out map 3. Nuke is still waiting by, but Sharks, again, we just finished saying that Pain got blanked in overtime. They just did the same on their CT side.
Yeah, but this one feels a little bit different. Pain got blanked and rocked in their overtime, but it felt like Sharks actually gave up more advantages. It felt like they actually got themselves into positions to win the round, win the map, win the series, and they let it slip away. You know, just like some of the risks they're taking are paying off miraculously at times, just not enough to get them over the hump of actually taking the round. 22 is now the magic number for you lovely viewers at home.
So Molotov down in front of J&T.
6 Molotovs down.
All right, listen, mister, I know everything that's going on. I meant what we were looking at, okay? What, do you think you're God
I
or
wasn't
something?
correcting you. I was just letting you know. Just, just saying.
All right, it's fine.
6.
J&T with the counter incendiary. That went deep. That's going to prevent them from going to the box. Like, they're still going to rush forward. Look at that smoke gap as well. They're going to push through it. J&T's blind. Gives Nekaz the chance for the kill, but Reelzin realizes and comes back around, but unfortunately realize. Jason, and the nade will take him out of the round.
Oh, they're waiting for these peaks as well around the smoke. They're waiting for these follow-up fights. This is actually kind of cool from Pain. They've hit the brakes, gotten a little bit patient, knowing Sharks have been very, very aggressive in their decision-making. What do you do if you're Sharks? It's so quiet. All of a sudden, there's the glimpse. Zevi with the first kill. Doesn't realize they're so close beside him, but no one from Pain wants to risk coming in towards Temple. And yeah, with this much quiet, I guess if do you think maybe they've fallen back? Oh, this could be perfect from Zevi. The timing, though, he's looked away.
Gets 13 HP, easily collected upon. Back to a 1-on-2. AK picked up. Knows that one's obviously inside a temple based on that. Second nade came over from further, so he has to be to the left. Unless he thinks it's the same person that threw it from the stairwell. He's going to clear. Molotov thrown out. They know he's coming from Donut. Hard's out. Does not need to overcommit to a peek too soon. Smoke's going to go down on top of the bomb. They'll have to check it. It plumes quite well. It covers off a bit to his right. Does Hard's out beacon? I can't quite see his position, but he's not going to. They have the lineup. He's holding it anyway, but just barely. Safi finds it. The two of them together, surely you'd expect him to go down.
Yeah, 60 bullets. That guy's going to be found inside the smoke, and Pain Gaming take their first lead of any of the overtimes in the series so far. 19-18, 1 round up.
I did say this is the room that I was in for the 78-round game. We've had overtime both of these maps so far. Jason, should we just like switch studios? You know, make sure this ends today, because this could go the distance.
Yeah, you might have cursed us on this one.
That's the room. I just finished saying, why are you blaming me?
Because if you didn't bring it up, it would have never happened. Safi's going to burn down to 75 and back away.
JNT holding out this time. A little bit closer to the entry of Long A. That's one push we haven't seen, and I understand why. It's a lot further to go around the perimeter of the map. You typically see this, Reels in getting up in toward Donut. But we haven't seen anyone from the defensive side push that long position and try and go for that huge flank. And mostly because you're already past a choke point on the B ramp, and you're just going to retake mid the same way from boxes. So it's not as relevant, but it can still get you information at the very least. Luca, bit of spam. PKL, middle, was he? Oh, okay, I was going to say, was he about to get picked when he was looking away toward top mid? Still found the kill. Safi's got Zevi as well. Pain Gaming, rolling again. Now, Sharks are going to be the ones under pressure because they could lose 2 back-to-back, and look at the money. Worth noting as well, so far, every single round in overtime has been one on the T side.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Which is interesting because they actually had some pretty decent CT sides in regulation. Pack getting spammed. He knows he's got players coming up the ramp, doesn't know where to look and when. And this round's going to fall flat again unless JNT,
no,
excuse me, 1v5, needed that kill.
I think if he knows the Opper's low HP, he doesn't swing that wide.
Yeah.
Safi gets away with it, but he was one shot from dead as well. It would have needed to be an ace either way, but that was a good effort.
The last two players were very low health. The other remaining player after the Opera was low on
Timberlake was better solo, Jason. That's all I'm saying.
That's a fair point. 20-18. Final round of the first half of overtime. Or first half of second overtime. It's getting complicated now.
Yeah, a little bit. We're somewhere in the world of the score.
Ooh, using his own Molotov to try and peek over.
No.
Yeah, this isn't ideal. All the aggression. And look, I don't even blame him for trying it. Obviously, the desperate weapons.
That's a good call, though, because he knows he doesn't get a headshot, but he's done damage, and they have an SMG. Run him down. That's an AWP. Bait out a shot. He's dead. He's done. That's actually pretty good recovery.
It's not a recovery
Super
yet.
unorthodox.
Oh, now it's a recovery.
And Reelson's just done damage. Oh, good shot from Hardzao. I was going to say, that could have been collected on. And it is JNT going solo once again.
This could be so god tier. JNT actually made this rotation so quick, he jumped it preemptively.
Oh, he's in. Hardzao didn't see his head. He's got this. Bomb's coming. PKL straight duel, and JNT pulls off the only CT round so far in overtime. And I know that was crazy to go through with the deagle he committed, but it was the follow-up with the SMG. That's balls.
That's desperation is what that is. Either way, 2-on-5 converted into a victory with a stellar decision-making and a great 1v2 clutch from JNT. 31 kills on JNT, Matt. 35 on Safi and Big
Yeah, I mean, everyone's getting up there now, right? Everyone's above 20. We've had so many rounds, 39 rounds played. We jump into round 40.
Maths.
It's our... Look.
I got yelled at earlier, that's why I did it to you.
Yeah, but you and I are the North Americans.
True.
Can we just agree to
You're right.
Stuff it to them?
That's bad form on my part. I take it back.
Yeah. Although I still say Zed in Canada, so sorry.
That's fine.
I also say sorry in Canada.
You say sorry.
Eh?
All right. Let's see what Sharks have on this T side. Matt mentioned earlier they did blank Pain in the first overtime. 3-0 on their T side. The spam has done good damage, and it's done it again, this time to PKL, down to just below half HP.
Shots back through from Wooden again. PKL's up close. This wall position is actually decent as well because it's a hard one to cover. You've got 4 angles you get to before that. But you got to be careful not to be too close, not to have a shoulder show or a big shiny forehead, Jason, as Pank gets taken down.
That's a very risky way to go for an entry kill. Through the smoke, up the ramp. Have to recover now. 4v5. Running low on nades. 2 smokes, 4 flashbangs, and a Molotov to use for the rest of the round for Sharks. And I think losing that player towards A ramp, they were like, all right, we'll go elsewhere. We've been forced away. We've lost that battle. We've lost any advantage. So smoke towards Donuts, smoke towards the mid stairs, has given them control and safety in mid. But that's both their smokes used just to get this control. And how do you get where you want to go next?
EWP very passive, finally seeing that top mid room come into play. Haven't seen it a lot all match, to be fair. Safi has one, falls away. That brings Zevi in to the crosshairs of Zero. JNT only good for 1. Nekas responds, so Pain Gaming find 21 and map point again.
It's triple overtime or it's a third map. And look, fair play to Pain Gaming. They had, what, 6 rounds in a row to force overtime, and then they had to win 3 straight in the second half. They've essentially been on the verge of elimination in this major for 9 rounds in this game so far, and they survived all of them to get to this point.
And if I'm not mistaken as well, they've only had 1 map point themselves so far in the series. This would be their second. 15-14 is what they got to on Vertigo. Zevi, he takes down Big Yazira. Sharks not going to let this one go easily. 21-21, we do it all again in overtime. Safi was looking for someone toward the bottom of the ramp, but Lucas Zero. Lucas, I'm just going to go back to Luca. All right, it's getting late in this game. But he's got the kill instead. I was like, Lucas Zero? What, Cold Zero? What?
Yeah, everyone's a Zero in this server. All right, hit the brakes. Get picked off by the op through a wall. That's the wood wall.
That absolutely was, yeah.
Banged out. Gonna go for another. Why not test it? Luca's got a kill on the other side of the map, and that means Reelson with the bomb is gonna press the issue into the A bomb site. And they've got the money. They can go for it. 2 on 4 in probably a post plant, although it's a little bit slow going down. We'll see what Pain can bring to the table.
PKL does get 1, make it 2, swings in, clotheslines. Luca, Pain Gaming, they want to make this retake work. Was a 4 on 2 when the bomb went down. That quickly changed. There's still 27 seconds left on the explosive device.
Oh, that smoke gives him the cover to just hold the Molotov. That's brutal.
And it goes now, but that's still pretty early. 18 seconds on it. You'd expect that to be a tap.
It at least lets the smoke disappear. So he's bought himself time to clear his vision.
PKL on it. This time they're going to hold. Oh, they've got to peek this. They've got to go. He has. He puts him down 1-on-1, and JNT knew exactly where Hard Zero was. So immediately we have another round, and a very close one at that for Sharks.
And remember, he had the huge 1-on-2 clutch just earlier to keep them alive in this game as well. He's delivering in the clutch moments for Sharks down the stretch. One more chance to force a triple, a third overtime. Pain's got plenty of money. Finally, a third round on the CT side where you're not just destitute. They've got a double AWP, full utility, 3 kits. And we're underway. Default spread for Sharks to start the round. 3 towards B. And 2 players passive, looking for mid aggression, looking for A aggression.
Luca, well aware of the aggression that's gone both directions through the Jaguar position, will sit back and make sure no one is even going to get that close. I do like how this room's been quite intricate to the play on this map because it's not a mid and it's not directly a connector to a site.
Yeah.
It's a connector to a connector, if you will, and yet it's such a point of contention.
Connector squared. That doesn't make sense. We'll never do that one again.
Yeah.
2021. Just under a minute remaining in the round. Sharks give up that default spread, bring 2 players back towards B. 3 players up the ramp, 2 coming through Jaguar to split into this site where they need to control. PKL is going to be first up at the top of this ramp. He's jiggle peeking for the moment, dropping. Ooh, he hasn't dropped the smoke. Now he's going to do it. He knows it's coming.
Boost? Yeah, I think Sevi wants to go for the boost, but it's too. That smoke's actually really well placed. I don't think you'd see it
30 seconds.
At all. PKL backs away. Shot through. Pank's found Big Yazira, and they jump out. PKL's left in the open. He's got to get back behind the stairs. Does so. Buys himself some space from those coming up the ramp, but not from Pank himself, who finds the kill. Savvy, one back. Had a good game so far compared to the start that he did have again on Vertigo. Seems ages ago now, and he follows up on Zevi. That bomb? It didn't get planted. That's incredible. Safi and Hardzal find the kills. Pain Gaming find the map. That bomb goes down. Fair enough, the second kill came through right away, but that might have been a little bit different in terms of how aggressive they want to be. Pain Gaming survive, and they finally get themselves a map in this major because, again, they've been so close on so many occasions.
Yeah, it's good to see him actually get through with that win. I mean, like I said, that's a gutsy win from Pain to survive 9 match points, 9 series points, 9 elimination points in the entirety of the major, and to be able to come back and win it in double overtime. Pretty impressive. Those ops came through in the end. Safi was great.
And not only that, they got blanked in the first overtime.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they were, not only did they have to come back
6
and win
rounds
it in double overtime, they came back from another match point situation. So, yeah, fair play to them. They survived. Sharks may have missed a chance to close out this series.
They missed.
I think we're going to find out on Nuke pretty quickly, but
they missed a lot of chances to close out this map. Even if you go back to regulation, the one sticks out of my mind is round 29. You're going up 3-0 going into your CT side in overtime, and you can't get a single round. They had some advantages in those rounds that they could have won this. So the opportunities were there, and if they end up losing this series, Matt, I think they're going to be kicking themselves.
Oh, yeah, you're exactly right. Round 29, they jumped through the smoke. I don't know if we'll see it here in this highlight package. Probably going to be quite a long and elaborate one. But yeah, they killed Safi on the site, smoke out perfectly. Easy plant, man advantage. Like, you've just owned them and gave it away.
Yeah, there were some scenarios that are just like must close out once. But, I mean, it's cool to see both. I mean, look, this game got real ugly and real scrappy, and it wasn't exactly the best Counter-Strike in the world. But, I mean, as we all know, we've seen these matches over the years, and especially at majors, like with everything on the line, they just turn into just fun. It's just everyone fragging out. And I think a lot of the players in this server delivered in some of those intense moments. Even if it's not the prettiest situations, they scrapped themselves out of it and performed well for their team. So, it just heartbreaking seeing Sharks up 6-0, massive upset. Yeah. Just let it go.
If it's going to the highlights, it's going to be here in a second because now we're obviously on 15 rounds here for Sharks, so you'll get a pretty good look at it in just a second. So hopefully I say that, but nonetheless, Zevi looking good. Everything was looking great. We're not going to get a chance to see it. In fact, you're going to have to look at me instead. Sorry, I'm sorry about that.
This is both teams winning their opponent's map picks.
Good point.
They've stolen them both away. We end the series on Nuke being the third and deciding map, which I think you were asking for some of the map stats. This was, I believe, at the beginning of the day, Nuke was the most played map throughout the group stage after the first day. I'm not sure if it still is now in the second day, but it was up there.
But that, again, that comes by the virtue of you take out all of the classic maps. Nuke was always the outsider. You're adding an unorthodox
black
map.
sheep of maps.
Nuke just gets closer to being more normal compared to, Ancient's new Vertigo that's just Vertigo. Yeah, that's crazy. I think we need to take a break because I need to get some food into me, get some energy back, and get ready for an exciting map 3 in what is the last match of today and the first elimination match on our B stream. We've already had one team go home. It was GODSENT. We're about to find out who our second is. We'll see.
It's going to be Brazilians.
It's going to be Brazilians. Sorry, Brazil.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Well, if we're going to go the distance early in the major, let's have some fun with it. And it has been a good and fun affair so far, I would say. Brazilian Bash on stream B, although I think we're on stream A now, too, because they're long gone.
We're on every stream. We're on all the streams.
We are the stream.
Yeah. Well, 3 overtimes.
We're a river.
Tributary. We got 3 overtimes in 2 maps so far. Nuke is going to be the final and deciding map of this series. It'll be the final battleground between these 2 teams. One of them's going home. We're going to figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have thought it was Pain many occasions on that last map. Certainly when it was, 15-9, 15-10, 15-11, 15-12, any of those times maybe? No? Okay, fair enough. So then let's go to overtime. Oh, you blanked them in the first half. Great. Wrap it up, boys. No, couldn't do it. And then now if they don't win this series, they're going to be so upset with that because they had every chance to do so. Pain might escape something here to pull off a victory in map number 3.
Both these teams are going to be incredibly heartbroken after this. Like, no matter what. Both of these maps have been so incredibly close that no matter who's losing this, all you're going to be thinking about is the chances you missed, the small mistakes that you made that you felt were a good play in the moment that just backfired on you, and then you realize you can't take it back. Like that's going to be the pain tonight.
I do feel like it's always worse when you win map 1 and you come so close on map 2 because it's like, we literally, it wasn't like, we could have won that map. It's like, we could have won the series.
Yeah.
And then you just go down that spiral, whereas the team that wins map 2 is like, all right, we're back in this. And then they lose map 3. They're like, okay, we had a bad start, but at least we gave ourselves a chance. That is, whoa.
Way to go, PGL.
Wow. Wait, what perspective are we looking at ourselves from? Who's sitting on this roof right now? I want to know who's up here.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that is cool. That is very cool.
Pulling all the stops on day 2. Save the gold. Save the gold.
Yeah, really. What are we going to do when we get to the arena?
Where would you be on Inferno?
Where would we be, Jason?
Yeah.
This is, we would be, well, he's already spoiled it, so he told us. I would have thought we would have been in the door by Boiler where there's the computer with 1.5 on it.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that would be cool. We could have just had us on that monitor. That's already
nice.
on the map. But you don't want to kill that homage either, so.
Yeah.
I think we're such angels that we should just be in the church.
Yes, perfect. Good call on that one.
Thanks.
Well, enough about us. This map is going to be all about Pain. Yeah, keep going about us. Pain and Sharks, 3rd and final map of this series. Both these teams coming into this. Look, this is major experience for these teams, for these organizations as well. First time at like a huge event of this stature as well. A lot of pressure on these guys' shoulders, and we saw some of that pressure causing cracks, causing mistakes, causing nerves, missing shots, bad decisions.
Yeah, a lot of it. There was a lot of sloppy, like you said, Counter-Strike in the first half of that game and the side. Like,
it didn't really get like that sloppy until the very end, until you get to like the last.
There was one round by Luka. I'm just gonna say, like,
yeah.
Luckily that wasn't like crunch time because then he would be under way more scrutiny for it. But yeah, it wasn't like. It was still there. The round is still round 29 for both teams, even because not only did they jump through the smoke and give away a huge advantage and then back out of the site, but then it was like, oh, well, this is a wrap up, and then the CT still had to come down and clutch the plant. Like that, they should have won that right then and there when they rotated around. I think Biggie Zero missed a few shots.
That's the thing. Sharks had so many opportunities to close it out, and it would be crushing if they get themselves into a good position here on Nuke in this 3rd map and can't pull it out either. That'd be really tough to deal with. Honestly, I don't know what to expect out of Nuke between these 2 teams. This is a complete blank slate for me.
Really quick right now, can you wave your hand? See, my monitor's 144 hertz. Yours is like 60. I got the better monitor.
That's how you want to play this, huh?
Yeah. I thought I'd check. Mine's also better white balance. Oh, no, wait, sorry. That's just your shiny head. I thought my white balancing was better on my monitor. Sorry. That's just low. I'm sorry.
That's like your 4th ball joke. You
appreciate it.
Way to bring it back.
Nuke is, I think, an interesting deciding map as well because it can be very momentum based, and I think right now Pain just swung the momentum hugely in their favor. And that's the wind out of the sails completely for Sharks.
At least on Ancient, it was a bigger factor. A little bit on Vertigo from what I recall. I mean, I'm curious to see on Nuke the double op setup for both of these teams. It seemed to be something they really like kind of going into when they have the economy for it, and I mean it's worked wonders. Safi and Hardzal on the one side doing a lot of work with that. So I mean I'm curious to see if they'll try and bust that on a Nuke a little bit more difficult at times on the map, but it can still be effective.
And Hardzal actually was okay. There was the one round we were harping on him because it was early in the game. They went for the double op after the.
Not really harping. He did miss. He missed
a lot. But then there was a few rounds he did do quite well also. So it's
he brought it back.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like that one round highlighted his whole entire performance with it. Maybe I should have gone instead of wind out of sails. I should have gone with like the currents are changed. The tides have just changed. The currents have shifted. You know, Sharks, they're not really above the water in the wind, are they?
I gotcha. Yeah. You're going for the whole aquatic animal angle.
Yeah. I would be a jellyfish if I was an aquatic animal.
Like a box jellyfish or like a regular?
Nah,
jellyfish?
just one of the shitty, annoying ones that like you have to pee on just to get the itching away. Not one that would kill you. Not anything cool.
That's not true. The peeing thing.
You mean I let people pee on me all those times for no reason?
Yeah, just because you like it.
Wow. Wow, Mom and Dad, you told me that was the way it worked. That's their fault.
So we've gotten a jellyfish pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but
where do you go from there?
I derailed you hard there, didn't I? You were just like, wow, what do I do? What do I do now? Who is this guy?
I usually cast with Anders. I know how to get myself out of some odd situations.
That's actually crazy.
Jellyfish.
I'm the one derailing you when you work with that guy's theories and conspiracies. Like, that's incredible. I don't know if that's a compliment to me or an insult, but we should just be on our way in a second. We're just waiting for one more player. Nuke, you are right bringing the ops into it. Vertigo, I think, it's like we're on the opposite end of the spectrum. Yes, we're on another vertical map in terms of bomb sites and positioning and all that, but it's more op prevalent on Nuke, and the double op, you're right, can definitely come into it.
I'm curious. I feel like I have just like a hunch, and this could end up just being not true at all. I think we're going to see a lot of like upper executes in this game. I think we're going to see a lot of craziness, a lot of just like kind of start the rounds out a little bit slow, not too many risks, especially because you think with inexperienced teams, high pressure situation, like you're going to feel as an inexperienced player a burden to not make a mistake and not kind of go for super risky plays. So I think we're going to see a bit more like standard, like just chill for like 20-30 seconds, and then we're just going to do an execute.
Well, we know Payne's very comfortable doing that on the T side. Yeah. They have been the slower of the two teams on the T side, no question. Vertigo especially, but I think partly because on Vertigo they may not have had too much up there.
It seemed like their playbook kind of, they ran through their playbook pretty quick.
Yes, absolutely. It might have been a coloring book that they actually put. they brought the wrong one to the game. But
roulette.
But you might be right that Sharks could slow it down. That said, they've had some great success with their aggression as well, specifically on the CT side. Not quite as easy to do on Nuke. Especially because if you go down a man early on Nuke, you really thin yourself quite a bit. You expose.
It's hurting.
It does. Again, I said it yesterday. I'm going to harp on about it. It's the basic. If you cause the CTs to have to rotate and you get them moving, that is how you get space on the T side. And that all starts from an opening pick. So we're going to get into it. It's Sharks that will be on the T side first, and Payne Gaming will be on the defensive.
Yeah, and that's you got to be happy with that one if you're Payne starting on the CT side. A little bit of comfort for you. Freeze time coming to a close, but T-side is just now buying. Okay, 2 flashbangs Molotov, flashbang smoke, and nade on Pack. Here we go. Third and deciding map has begun. Sharks gonna head towards lobby. Upper pop.
Has to be. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it has to be. They're gonna go through huts. Movement up above from heaven. That's not going to give them the chance to spot the doorway when they come in. PGL still makes a good shot. The Big Uzira very, very stuck at this point. Flash as well. He'll back away. Another shot does come through, at least for the CTs in the meantime, and already a flank as well, getting in towards Squeaky. JNT wants to retake shots. Hiko, did you teach him that sort of reaction? Because now he's got to back away. It's the USP to pick up instead, but they hold the hut, and Luca's gone nuts inside of the site as well as JNT can settle down, hold off, and they can play the bomb. He wants to catch the cross. Low HP JNT goes for more. That lowers him, but not well enough. And Luca's got to be so careful. Thankfully, if the Glocky's got bullets to spare, but not enough time. And life, 12 seconds they're on it in time, and they've got a kid anyway. A well-placed round by Payne, but that got awkward.
That did. What a shot from JNT. That's wild. I got to feel bad for Pan because I actually think he read the situation super well. They got into that upper...
By the way.
What's up?
I gave an homage to Anders.
Yeah, I saw that.
I got to pay my respect.
I'm sure he's loving it. Yeah, Pack read the situation so well, he actually realized they got into the bomb site for free. There was no real contention, just one player in mini, and that means more than likely look for that fast flank, and he got there in time, just couldn't land any of the shots, just got absolutely deleted, but whew, close round. 1-0 for Payne taking the pistol.
Hard Zhao over toward the ramp. And as he is the ramp player, you're right, the op can certainly be prevalent in that position as well as Reelson. Just hanging out inside of the smoke right now. Just being that smoke criminal. Look at him, he's got the knife out and everything. He's like, yeah, come on through, man, I'm ready. Oh, is he? Oh, okay, that's one of those ones that X-Ray I couldn't really tell how much was revealed because that smoke was getting thin at the top. I thought he might have been spotted there.
Yeah, it looked like there was a chance. See his little booties. Quiet on the map. One player creeping outside towards red box. PKL's taking a bit of a bit of fire. That's going to prompt a smoke to be tossed towards door to give him a little bit of safety, a little bit of comfort. Outside Mini, there's the first engagement, but he doesn't want to commit to that fight. Backs away. SMG's going to work, and PKL, good job in Mini. This round's going to drift away. No armor. Sharks waiting for the AK-47s, the rifles in the next round with that plant and the pistol. Big Uzera has only got one before he goes down. So 2-0 will be the scoreline. Perhaps.
Nielsen's got other ideas, but I think with him now down and Zevi, considering suicide outside, will get taken down by Safi in the end. Had to die at that point in time to get some money.
All right, here we go. First gun round. Let's see what Sharks are going to open up with. Plenty of nades, plenty of utility. They have full access to whatever playbook or whatever page in the playbook they want to go to. It's all available to them. Rifles did stay alive as well for the Pain defense. Only lost a pair of SMGs. Not the biggest deal in the world. Here we go. 3 players in. This looks exactly like the pistol round so far, although a little bit more emphasis towards door at the early stages. Looking to see if they can get lucky with anyone testing this smoke, and they almost do. Neck is almost ate a bullet.
He's still willing to sit on the floor by the pillars. The smoke will go out in front of Squeaky. With the AUG is holding at the stairs secret. Molotov goes deep. I don't know if he was just trying to reposition or if he was trying to body block that to give himself space, but he's got up above it anyway. And he's got a lineup that doesn't work in his favor. The AK finds the duel instead, and you can hear it just pierce through his very fragile, futile helmet against an AK-47.
Ooh, Hardtail's got a job to do, but I mean, it's only 2 players downstairs. There's still 3 players coming in ramp, so PKL, he can help in this situation if he can thin the herd at all, and he can't. Now it's Hardzal, and now you've only got this one position to play, and you've got so many different angles to worry about. If he can delay 1 or 2 kills, buy time for his teammates, but it's not to be. Big Uzera, Nekaz is too low on HP. He's going to call for the save immediately. First round on the board quickly for Sharks.
Yeah, very well done. Well struck at the split, and the outside position works. No AWPs go up on the CT side. There won't be in the next round either. So already indications of a close game. What do you think? Another overtime game, Jason?
Listen, it feels like it could be a possibility. Well, I mean, it's part of the thing. Like, if this was maybe just like a random like online tournament that we've had over the course of the past year, if this was just kind of like maybe a smaller like LAN event, maybe just like a regional event back in Brazil, like Sharks probably would have closed that out at 15-9, right? They wouldn't have been feeling nearly as much pressure. That's a huge assumption to make, obviously, but
I like it. So apparently that is the second observer that's doing, not actual physical, but the observing computer that's doing some sort of recordings. And
we're getting that like follow-up explosion.
Yeah, and the sound on it, it's getting a delay for us. But it's, you know, it's kind of cool, you know, echoed explosions.
It really drives the point home.
How scary this really is. For both these teams, I think right now it's pretty scary, but we'll PKL get back into it with him outside. Smoke down, he's going to get aggressive as well. Doesn't quite go to the hub cubby. Instead, he's going to stay in front of the red crate. Very open position. Using that smoke as a shield. A1S as well, just to note. Oh, that's so close. Big Zero was fine to spam into that, but didn't do it soon enough. And now Luca's got a huge positional advantage.
What does he want to do with it, though? Where does he want to take it? At the moment, just kind of holding vents, making sure nobody can rotate downstairs. But his team still has to find a way to meet up with them. You've got a scout in Big Garage, and you've got PKL and Mini again. Big Uzera climbing down the ladder to head towards ramp room. And Luca's still just chilling and lower. Oh, there's a huge gap in that. Ooh, he's going to get a freebie. They got to get the bomb inside the smoke. Another one.
Oh, that's poor. Now, this is where Luca can really shine, though, because the problem is he's holding the vent still. If they're going to come outside and they're going to lose players in that direction, you got to go take the ramp, surely. Or at least get to control room to hold the rotations so you're ahead of it?
Well, I mean, at the moment, they got, with a 5-on-3, they got like a million different options. Like, they're sitting very comfortably in this round of that double kill outside. And they've already got 2 players down lower with a pretty brutal setup.
Yeah, it's a solid crossfire. It's like Luka was, joined with the rest of them at this point. They never knew he was there ahead of time because he didn't really get a chance to do anything with it. I guess he's expecting when they do go secret, someone rotates immediately down the vents, but Luka's going to get one now, goes out immediately after. And Biggie Zero finds the kill on a Pank as well. And we go 3-1 for Pain Gaming. Scout for Safi.
Yeah, couldn't afford the AWP and might as well keep it now. Pretty decent win. This, man, that's a tough smoke to win on like your second gun round. That's going to be frustrating, right? Immediately, especially as the in-game leader calling a tactic and having a gap like that in the smoke. I'm assuming they realize it by how precise those shots came in. It's 3-1 for Pain. And a really early timeout for Sharks. With their last buy at the moment as they invest everything. So we'll see what they come up with.
It's a good point. It is pretty early to go with it, but obviously that gap in the smoke might have rattled them, or the fact that Luka was in great position but didn't know what to do with it. Maybe he saw something that they could have done differently to give him space, but I think he expected that if they're going to kill 2 going outside and they're behind the smoke, they're committed to secret. The fastest rotation's vents, so I can kind of understand his justification of staying there, but like, man, who's going to cover the ramp? Who's going to get forward enough in the site? Like, I feel like you need to put yourself in a position where you're almost guaranteed to see someone.
Yeah.
Get behind enemy lines, some would say.
Shout out Owen Wilson. His neck is...
Is he in that?
Yeah, I think he is.
Wow.
You like that?
Is he in that?
Pretty sure he's the main character. Listen. We'll figure it out later. PKL.
I'm figuring it out right now. I'm already on Google.
Luka's gone down first. Very passive. They'll back away to set up smokes for outside.
Holy heck, it is. Yeah. Wow. That wasn't even me making fun of Owen Wilson for saying wow all the time. I did not know that was him in that movie. I forgot. That's crazy. So used to seeing him in like Wedding Crashers and such. Apparently in the book, Menor or whatever, the female was actually the better sniper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is a cool play from PKL. Okay, that part wasn't that cool. Everything up to that point was pretty sweet. I liked the idea. I liked the aggression. I thought he was going to get behind the blue box and just kind of chill and wait, but he wanted to walk through that. He was thinking that was going to be a fake. And now Big Uzer is forced into an awkward position. This round has gone south real quick for Pain. Ooh, Sharks were given a gift, and they're going to capitalize.
Bomb plants. Hardzao going to back away from it. You're right. Walking through the smoke, giving away too early, and Sharks will get their second round, so the timeout does lead to at least one more victory. One-round game, 3-2. Already getting a slower pace to this, naturally, than Vertigo. That was ages ago at this point in time, but even the last couple of rounds on Ancient were very quick, and when the action came in, very fast. You didn't get a lot of sustained man advantages. It seemed like once one kill came in, the floodgates opened. Not so much the case on Nuke so far, things and a lot more saves as well, so we're getting things drawn out. But you did say that it's the one map to decide it for these two teams now. You expect them to be a little more nervous and
yeah, and also, I mean, I think there's just been there's also, you're going to see a few more situations where like the out positioning just means you don't really have a stance to get back into the round, especially with the verticality of Nuke. We see it so many times. If you miss a timing on a rotation or a team beats you to a position down low especially, you can get locked out of that bomb site real quick. You can get options taken away from you before you even realize it. 3-2, and it's Pain Gaming's turn to call an early timeout as they're in a similar situation. They can buy up in this, but it's going to be it's going to take all the cash that they have. So wanting to talk things over, not wanting to get decimated this early on.
so lots of chats. Look back at the scores. 2 overtime games that got us here. 19-16 in favor of Sharks, and then 22-20 in favor of Pain. And you did say they won each other's map. It seemed that way in regulation. It was actually they did win their own maps.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I thought when you said it, I didn't even question that. Now I realize. But it's because it went to overtime and it was a comeback from each of the teams, respectively, that should have lost their own match.
Oh, yeah, it was Pain that picked Ancient.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
No, it's cool. The crazy part about that is when you actually put it into perspective, both teams that had the comeback in regulation went on to win it in overtime, and it was their map, so they were slow to get into it. So, but the decider map is close so far. BiggyZero's in a perfect position, but can't find the shot. Reelson finds him instead, and Luca's got PKL. Meanwhile, Hardzow's gone to work. He got one back, only one back. Nekes goes down, and Safi is on his own, and I think heading for home alone.
Yeah, it's got to be a save, especially because they hear the footsteps down low. They know exactly where he is. So, yeah, he'll just chill. Survive the bomb blast in there. There's that upper execute. Just good trading. Actually, I mean, decent kills coming in for Pain, but Shark's able to respond each and every time on their way into the bomb site. We're going to be all tied up, and the tough part is Pain just took that timeout to get on the same page to avoid the economic disaster, and they just couldn't do it. They're going to be very, very low, if not completely out of money in this next round. Good kill in garbage time for Safi. Maybe an AK-47 that he wants to pick up. Waiting for the bomb explosion, waiting to see if anyone else from Sharks is going to be hunting him. Ooh, and that AK blew up way too far away. He doesn't want anything to do with it. So 3-3.
And still not really a stable economy on either side. The CT's very limited again this time. And I don't know that they're even going to force on this because they're on a second round loss bonus. They'll get the third this time. Puts them just in range of finally bringing out the AWP for Safi, who did at least bring the Galil over, but I feel like they're starting to realize that AWP is going to have to be earned, and it's going to be important because so far Sharks have kept them very honest and have kept it very close, and that might be the difference maker. So swallow it now and get the economy back in control.
I like this from Safi. Just, I mean, obviously it's kind of really the only option he had. No chance of winning that round, but just automatic. He saved it the previous round. Save it again. It's a Galil. Drop it over to a teammate, and you're going to have money for an AWP in the next round. And if he could find an AK-47 this time, that'd be magnificent.
We need a Zeus kill. I want a Zeus kill.
Oh dear. That's pretty much the Galil right there in a nutshell.
I like that he just knifed the wall, and like I would have shot the pistol a few times. It was almost like he was baiting them that direction, and then I was expecting him to pull out the Zeus and just be like, haha, gotcha.
Well, he picked up the kit right at the end. Finding savings where he can, a coupon clipper. And Sharks are up by 1.
Good old coupons. Yeah, take the lead for the first time since the pistol.
Here we go. BiggyZero up in Raptors. PKL coming through Mini. And that gap is just covered right at the end with the third smoke. Flashbangs out. Safi can't find any clean shots, any clean lines of sight. Good damage, though, on Zevi and Luca, but they're already downstairs. They're not slowing. They're not worried whatsoever. One player drops into dark.
Zhao, orange box, going to move out with the smokes now down at double. And
he moved out loud, though.
He did. That was quite loud. Friggin' elephant. BiggyZero, though, is going to sneak up. Now, that's the other part of this, is you have that new box position. You can jump up from the corner. Hardzow's does that, and now he has BiggyZero with him. Shots are coming through. That was actually through the floor below BiggyZero. 6 HP. You can see the bullet holes in the corner. They're trying to spam down from the toxic doorway. Hardzow does get panked back, but hang on, because he's not done there. He's got to turn the other direction. BiggyZero's gone to the wallbang. They did finally find him. But look at the AK bullets going through. Hardzow is calm and composed as he finds another kill. I think he's even confused as to where the heck these shots are all coming from.
I think he's confused because he's like, they're not even really attacking the bomb site. They're just trying to spam. Like, no one's actually pressuring to take over the site. It's just spraying through the rafters and crossing your fingers, and that strategy is going to fall flat in this round. Safi's got an off on this angle. Yeah, and Reelson, I mean, there's nothing he can do.
That was kind of weird, right? You're that close to the site and you spam like mad when you potentially could have gone in with like a 1-2 trade.
Again, it's kind of, I mean, it's about utility. To take that lower bomb site is what kind of makes it difficult. So depending on what nades you have, you don't always feel super comfortable taking that. And Pain's actually, you know, it was kind of interesting to see, like, Sharks took Secret so quickly. They ran all the way past the vents down the stairs as if they had beat a timing, but they didn't actually apply the pressure to the site. They, like, weren't confident enough that they beat the timing to actually pull off some kind of an execute, and then it gave Pain Gaming time to get 2 players in that lower site. And then you're just stalled out. Luca gonna go for a battle on top of Hunt, and he's won that. Now gonna move forward into the smoke and down the vent.
Oh.
He's naded by a teammate.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, that couldn't come in fast enough that the HE was going down the vents. And Sharks hand one right back to
I
Pain.
feel like even if it did, what are you gonna do? You're in like a little narrow corridor shaft. Like
Yeah.
you're getting shafted
even
at
if
that point.
even if he communicates it, like, there's really no way your brain is gonna register it to pull you out.
You're
that
already
time.
at full panic trying to get out of the situation. That's brutal. T-side as well, you give away the advantage like that.
That was a good nade, though. It was one of, like, the best nades we've seen in the series. Landed right on him.
Yeah, not bad. After me criticizing how terrible nades have been,
Yeah.
you kill your teammate with one. Okay. Well, a bit of a gander toward ramp potentially then as they start to set themselves up inside radio. You've got Hard Zao over there, back in his default position. Safi, interestingly, is gone back to the dance floor at upper. He's not going to hold outside despite being down a man where he could have the AWP and cover the most expansive region. Push through Squeaky, though, could certainly give them a lot of information. Hardzao's got to be careful. Smart play. Doesn't overcommit. Missed the first few shots. Knows he's got a teammate that's pinching them in. Just needs to buy time. By space. Gets one. Reels in only, though, to respond. And bomb recovered. And Safi, being on the dance floor above, is able to come down immediately inside of the vents. Only see one side of the vent from there. Oh, my God. He gives Pank a 6 spank. And down he goes as Big Yazira gets the follow-up. And Safi with the AWP is the difference indeed.
That is a filthy first shot. The jump around the corner as well to get the information, and that was a quick shot. Sharks call an immediate timeout. Good recovery from Pain. They're doing a good job of getting down to that lower bomb site and being able to recover it and hold on to it, despite the fact that it's been a decent amount of emphasis on it from Sharks. And another timeout called by the T side.
A lot of early timeouts, but you can see because it's so close economically right now. It's so back and forth, and the situation in this series, no one wants to wait till it's too late to call these. I mean, it's going to look kind of silly when we're sitting here if it's still close late and you're like, wow, they can't call timeouts, but like you just don't want to give anyone a lead right now.
Well, yeah, with the way this series has gone, first 2 maps going not only, you know, the distance of all 30, but both of them reaching overtime. I think you'd want to save a couple of those, so probably are going to have to be a little bit economic with the timeouts they have left in case they want to change things up late in this game in the second half. Just enough utility to pull off an upper exec. Here it comes. Nekis feeling the pressure on top of the hut, going to relocate, give himself some distance. That's a good follow-up onto Zevi. A 2-round lead now, 6-4.
7 kills now for Safi. Same with PKL, but it's Hard Zao holding at the ramp. That's been the difference maker. And here you go, Jason. You talked about a double op setup is going to be in that position. Presumably that position. I mean, it makes good sense, but I have to clarify that I don't know everything and that it's probably going to be true that I'll say it and I'll be wrong. So I assume he'll be in that position, Jason.
You assume.
Man, Safi loves being aggressive. And the cool thing about it, though, is when they do the double op, seems to be when he does it. And like we said earlier, if he's the one that makes contact and he's the regular opper, it's not like you're like, oh, they have 2 guaranteed. We've seen the other one now. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It's also, I mean, he's just giving them good. I mean, a good job from the opper, giving them different looks. This time, obviously, nobody spotted him going towards the door, but looking for a different opening kill, and then the option from there to fall down vents and head towards secret stairs, especially where PKL knows nobody has progressed far enough to have any danger. Now he's calling out Safi. Smoke wall has dropped. Safi's going to peek up the stairs. Spam coming through the smoke, and PKL still hasn't seen anyone. He knows, he feels the presence. There's a shot from Safi missing. Molotov to keep himself safe. Oh, PKL didn't notice it, but he does recover in time. Got more fights to take, but can't win anything else.
Reels him with the response straight away, but Nekez has pulled back the advantage. Okay, he was fair. He fell onto that on purpose. I thought he was going to try and actually stay up there and wait for them to push underneath, but he feels more comfortable playing with Pyjamas. Now that does give a potential wrap for Heaven, as the T's have gone all the way around. That's why, and that timing was very close. They've rotated Hardzao back out from the ramp position to cover off Highway. Luca's got 2 on the site. They've given it up. Safi has to go all the work again. Those ones are odd. When you're waiting to line the player up and he starts to move just when you're about to shoot, those are the ones you can miss. Hardzao, speaking of misses in the last map, no mistake this time, but they've turned it around. The double off setup leads to a rifle grab, and Safi saves it one more time.
They're really fortunate. Pain put themselves in a really tough spot. Those upper defenders, Nekez and Big Uzera, were really, really uncomfortable, especially when Big Uzera drops from Heaven into the bomb site. You had the Opper from Ramp Room kind of turn and swivel to make sure they couldn't go up the ladder, but it doesn't stop anyone from just jumping up on the barrels outside and going on the roof to get in. So Big Uzera, like, there was nothing actually preventing him from being wrapped upon. And then you see a player in Hut, then you see a player in Mini, then you see a player coming behind you, and it's a nightmare scenario. Hardzao, speaking of nightmare scenario, op with so many players coming at him, but he's got Safi, he's got Big Uzera to buy himself time. He's dropped, but they're still fighting. Coming through the flames, that's the bomb. And Safi is having a lights out game so far.
Man, oh man, it definitely was worth them to take it on the chin. I think, what was it, round 6 when they elected to save, despite having like $2,500. They had 32 on Safi, who already carried a gun over, but now you see why. The AWP is making all of the difference for Pain Gaming. And man, oh man, Sharks, the chance to close out this series on the last map, played so well to get themselves in that position, and starting to slip away a little bit. They'll have money this time to work with, and they'll go all AKs. Good amount of utility as well.
Well, the cool thing is, the question becomes, what are you, now that you've seen the double up setup, what are you going to do about it? Where are you going to go? And I don't even think this is particularly a bad call. Upper exec, get into the bomb site, get the bomb planted, force those ups into a retake, but not if Safi has anything to say about it. He is up to 14 kills in this game so far. All 4 players in the bomb site. Finally, Zevi evacuates, but he's the only one who felt any real pressure to get out of there. Still 3 players just playing behind the silo, all susceptible to a pop flash.
Oh, flash goes up. Smoke down, that's going to buy a little bit more space. Look at Safi again, man, oh man.
No one watching the ramp flank.
This guy's foolish. He's just like flanking, he's pushing, he's doing everything with the AWP you could possibly do, and he's making it work again. Oh, yeah, I'm a fan. This guy is having a lights out game right now. He's up to 17 kills, and we just finished round 13.
Yeah, but I think the scary thing is not just him being on fire, Hardzao playing good as well, but we're seeing Sharks lose focus in a similar way to what happened on Ancient. You've got 3 players in the bomb site, 4 alive. Your 4th player is in the door room, not watching the flank whatsoever. So that's a free flank from an Opper coming from ramp room in towards the lobby. He just gets a freebie of a kill, and then you don't have any, I mean, everyone's in the bomb site, and then it just gets a little bit easier. The range of the ops can just peek into the bomb site. You've got to kind of take a little bit of, you got to be a little bit aggressive if you're all stuck there. Tough scenario, and Sharks just not getting themselves into good post-plant positions. 9-4, 5-round lead.
So the AK's out again. And we get back into it immediately. Double op setup yet to be deterred, and Safi will go inside Annex this time? Yes, he will. Used to be a lot more common when there was the window in the HUD that you could see in the lobby with, but he's still going to play this door position, which they've naded out of position already. Molotov through it, no smoke on it. Anyone walks, oh, he's going to go right in. He's 100%. He's feeling this. And he goes, knows they're going to be there. Nearly got 2 for that. Nearly got a lineup. A collateral position, but Nekez is right behind him, and he just walks in, waltzes in. And where are the other 2? Up on the roof, getting ready to deploy utility to take a site they're not even going to get anywhere near.
This is great, though. I mean, this is exactly what you want if you're Pain Gaming. Safi's your star player. He's been one of your best performers coming into the major. And the fact that he's delivering here, 18-4, he's just a nightmare with the AWP. Sharks have no clue how to handle him. And then it's just lifting the confidence of the rest of the team as well. You can see it in the way they're taking fights. Everyone on Pain is feeling good and feeling confident. And this is starting to get brutal. 10-4. After such a hard-fought series, Sharks digging themselves a hole they'll have to get out of in the second half.
Safi waiting for an angle again. Not quite this time. He goes down. So does HardZao. That's been your double setup. They played it in the same position this time to be unorthodox once more. Now they still have that second off. I take it back. Excuse me, they don't. I thought when we went by that player model, he was holding one, but it's clearly an M4. So they at least have some support on that side of the map. 3 HP, though, for Safi to use. That's going to be okay considering it's on the op, but very tenuous in these tight angles and corridors, and I think nades and utility become his biggest threat right now. Or if he had missed that pallet jump, that would have stuck too.
That would have been so funny. I would have died. I would have lost my mind.
Was it Pimp that did that off of rafters once? He jumped, his head hit the ceiling, he fell all the way down and died. I thought it was Pimp.
I forget who it was.
I think it was on his Liquid days.
It might have been. I'm sure.
Yeah, you see, the observers can thank you. I thought so. Yeah, man, I love that it was Jacob. I gotta make fun of him for that more.
Another gap. Ooh, not as big of one. PGL didn't see anything. But the danger is going to force Nekaz to drop down vents. One player downstairs making his way to the lower bomb site. Pack might be calling it clear. The other 3 players headed towards ramp room to meet up with him, but Big Uzera, he's boosted. He was put up here by Safi earlier after the aggression towards radio. And there he goes. The Opper trying to get aggressive. Maybe the call was a bit premature that they were coming ramp. Nekaz, he finds one. So does PKL. All of a sudden, it's just Zevi and JNT, 2 versus 3, and they desperately need this 5th round.
Zevi sneaking, already pre-scoped toward the annex position. PKL continuing to shoulder peek in the sight. Is going to give himself up to face the shot. That lets him swing. He's not yet aware, though, that JNT is also up close, but he makes no mistake on that either. And it's another retake success as we go 11-4 at the half for Pain Gaming. Not a bad position to put themselves in at all while trying to survive in this event.
Yeah, off the back of a phenomenal half from Safi. 18-5 is what he ends at. HardZao had a great start, cooled off a little bit, or Safi just took everything. 13-5 for HardZao. PKL even ending with 12 kills also. Sharks got a huge job to do. I don't know if it was the T side, maybe just a little uncomfortable on Nuke, but regardless, I don't know if it would have mattered with the way that Safi was pushing them out of their game.
So we'll get things going immediately again on the pistol. I think the live odds have certainly swung heavily over the last few rounds, especially of this game, and you can understand why. Not quite the first half 20 bomb for Safi, but close enough 18. Pank once more will be outside, no smokes down. They just want to run this by. PKL's jumps over top. Problem is now, that's going to divide them. Which way do they look? The player at Annex didn't even go out. Didn't even spot them getting towards Secret. Instead, they go all the way around. They've got the whole map to play with. Nekaz, what a shot toward heaven, and he's already up above to look back toward. Now it starts to slip a bit, and we go to a 2-on-2 as Pank stabilizes that by taking out Big Uzera.
Nice shots with the USP to bring this back into a 2-on-2. I believe it was a 3v5 for Sharks at one point, but they've made this doable. No kit picked up, no utility. HardZao and Safi, two of the great star players for Pain in this third map. Ooh, misses the initial shot. It's awkward, it's extended, and they've got both. Good kills from HardZao. 12-4, and now if you're Sharks, you take a deep breath and you start praying.
Yeah, I don't know how you really approach this. We saw how close the economy was in the first. I mean, I think Vi is the right call. Try and limit it. They're still on 12. Try and break them back immediately and get some momentum on your side. But CT side, that's always much more difficult to do. Realzin needs to be careful. A bit too slow, that draw time on the CZ, even though he got the nade out. And they're well aware of the rotation fact from the highway, from lockers, and get the kills that correspond as Pank is left alone in a 1-on-5.
We need to find out what kind of halftime speech was given, or between map speech was given right before Nuke.
You remember the time Bobby Boucher showed up at halftime and the Mud Dogs won the Super Bowl?
That's great.
That had to be the half.
Yeah, it's not bad. Way to call that out from memory. But, man, I mean, this looks like a completely different Pain Gaming on Nuke than what we saw on Ancient, what we saw on Vertigo. These guys seem so convincing, so confident, so ready for every single fight, and nobody's letting go of W.
Oh, Pank's going to sneak around, at least get one. Get the AK and run. Where does he go? Can't go to... he is going to go to CT. I thought that'd be a risk just because anyone outside catches him in that rotation. Good spray at that range.
Yeah, really nice garbage time kills. 3 of them. And getting an AK-47. Look, at this juncture, everything matters. Everything counts. Any tool that you can get. Not going to be happy, but whatever. So he's got AK armor. He's picking up some nades around it as well. It's not going to hurt his buy in the next round, but the rest of his team's got to sit out. So really, it's just like, what are we doing with this AK-47, boys? What's your favorite fight? Let's set you up.
Smoke covers off outside. Nade goes through it. So we've seen similar setups before, and a lot of that time, we're seeing aggression toward outside and Cubby, but instead they're going to wrap back around. Pank's got the first kill. Takes out Big Yazira, but now it's a flood down below. Luca's already in position. They weren't quite ready for it, but they recover. Zhao with the return frag. Safi will immediately turn backwards. They've got the sight. He'll watch for the rotations. And it's Zevi, Pank, and JNT.
Save again?
You might have to. I mean, this is going to go to 14 rounds.
Dude, I think you go for it.
You've got 2 AKs, though, and you don't have kits.
I'm like the king of early save calls. Even I think you should go for this one. At 4-13, you have 2 AKs early on in the plant. Yeah, he's low, but you're going to be buying in the next round anyways.
Well, Pank's decided to go for a wank, so they're going to save.
Can't argue with that call.
He's only got 10 HP. I get what you're saying. Like, you don't want to give away too many rounds, but I think the fact that they don't have kits that would kill it for me. And no armor on 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's nitpicking. It's not really worth diving into, but I'm just looking at the scoreboard thinking of what a desperate scenario. That would be the time to go for a miracle, because it was doable, however unlikely. Still, at the least with the saved AK-47s, I mean, Pank doesn't have a whole lot of money built up afterwards. J&T's got some cash, so I mean, even if they win, if the player needs a drop, they've got the money for it. So it's not the worst idea in the world. It's just essentially, it just puts more pressure on you to catch up right here, right now. 10 rounds back on this 3rd and deciding map. After overtime on Vertigo, double overtime on Ancient, Sharks are just getting blanked.
Big Yazira waiting it out inside of the lobby. Molotov on the stairs forces a bit of movement from the CTs. In fact, it's going to force quite a bit of movement. They rotate all the way around. They're not even going to contest that. Instead, though, it is going to go to ramp. So they are pushing them back. Zevi off angle with the AWP down below. Not one they've seen before, but not going to overcommit on it either. And he's going to get impatient. He wants to go up. He could get caught off quite severely at this point in time because they're spread out above him. Even if he gets one shot, surely they turn on it. Oh, he's going to have no idea that Hardzal's gone there. He may look it because he can't see anyone at radio either. Yeah, I think he gets it right now. Oh, no! He had to respond. Pank went down. That was the giveaway, but JNT at least gets him back without making it much worse. The problem is it's only him that remains, and Pain Gaming might find map point, and they'll have 10. I shouldn't even say map point. It'd be series point, and they'll have 10 of them to work with.
Yeah, survival point.
11 of them to work. Look, all right.
Well, now we get to go back to your point of like being that team that won the first game in overtime, and then you go to the second game and you have 6 chances to close it out. And I mean, when Sharks goes back to that Ancient game, they're going to be like, holy hell, we had so many chances to close this out, so many good, favorable situations, so many opportunities that slipped away from us, and that's going to be frustrating. It's going to be heartbreaking.
So 1 to go for Pain. And the pain of the awkward elimination at 0-3 will be removed.
The second Brazilian team to get eliminated at this major.
Yeah, absolutely. COVID eliminated the Rio major from existing.
Oh, that's too
now
soon.
they're getting their teams knocked out. Look, I'm sure there will be a chance for Brazil to get a major. They deserve it. I would love to go back there for another event. Both events that I've done there have been like some of the greatest crowds we've had.
It is.
It was so good I kissed Henry when I was there.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Which actually sucked. Now look, it just, you know, we'll get there. Luka, he might not, because JNT is left in a 1-on-5, and I think this one's over. Oh, excuse me, Rilson's still in this. How dare I forget about him? Well, okay, I was right. Safi's got him down. So this one, pretty much all but over. 1-on-5, make it 4, trying to do something with it. Nade's going to go over top, and they're all going to converge. They're going to surround him like sharks in the water, and I think the waters are calm. And we can go for a swim on this beautiful day because the Sharks have been eliminated by Pain, and they will move on in this event. Unfortunately, Sharks do not, and yeah, that is heartbreaking because they had every right and every chance to win this too. I don't know about a right, kind of earn these things.
Yeah.
It might have been the wrong term, but they had every chance to win this series.
Yeah, nine match points on Ancient, and they couldn't close out any of them. That's going to be the big takeaway, especially because look, this match that we saw Nuke. If you didn't see the first 2 maps in the series, you wouldn't recognize this Pain Gaming team. That was something unique that we hadn't seen yet. And the same goes for Sharks. All of Vertigo, most of Ancient, they were a level above what we saw here on Nuke. And I mean, this is a tough way to go out, and that's the hard part. If this was like a close loss, like it is gonna hurt more in a way, but also at least you feel like you're competitive. To get wiped out in the 3rd map just sucks.
Oh, it absolutely sucks. And it's, you know, it was such a long and grueling 2nd map, and like I say, you won the 1st. You had a chance to steal the series. It is very hard to recover mentally from those things, as much as, you know, even just the fact that, look, I mean, Safi played amazing, right? How sick was that from him with the AWP? This shot, foolish. Just destroyed Pank on the flank. Why didn't I say that, Pank? I went Pank with a spank.
I know, and now he's knocked out. You can't do it.
Geez,
you even went for Wank instead.
Well, that's typical me, right? But yeah, either way, just huge performance from him on the AWP, and we saw them make the decision to save because they said, all right, we got to get it out. We've got to get the AWP in play here, and it paid off. Yeah,
it could. Yeah, switch over to Pain Gaming because Safi was a monster for this team, and he has, as I mentioned, he's been the guy for this team leading into this major, and it was awesome to see him deliver in Map 3. He played a good series, but Map 3 was just something above what we'd seen previously, and I mean, the tone he set on that CT side, how aggressive he was, you could just feel, you could see in the way he was playing that the confidence was just building up to some critical mass that Sharks just couldn't handle.
They couldn't. And look, I'll give them credit because they were, again, I don't know. I would love to ask some of the Brazilians specifically about their view on it because even though our ratings in the Western world and in the scene that we see seems very different, and it seemed to us like Sharks was the huge underdog. There might have been a chance that this was closer on paper again, the Brazilian rivalry.
Oh, I'm sure it was, yeah.
Yeah, and it's sometimes we don't know those inter sort of...
gets a little bit murky when you're at that point, yeah.
Yeah, either way, I think that they performed very well. I think that I gained some respect for them, considering their scores coming into this versus that of Pain, who only basically lost out by 4 rounds, and we're in this situation.
It gave them some much-needed experience, I think, because especially on Ancient, as we've touched on a couple times, and certainly on Nuke when you saw them come to that, I feel like a lot of the mistakes they made were them like getting nervous to win, you know? Like
yeah, a little bit.
Which is a weird concept.
It's tough to close out. Like that last little hurdle, it's fine for 1 or 2 rounds, but as soon as you start to feel like, oh, we're losing 3 or 4.
You see more mistakes happen. You see more advantages given up. You see more questionable plays and missed shots and awkward fights and not doubling up where you probably should have got a multi-kill and things of that nature. So, yeah, overall good look for Sharks. They got some valuable experience. Pain's getting some great experience as well. They're still alive. They're going to be fighting tomorrow. I have no idea against who, but they will be.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out that very soon.
As soon as we get off the broadcast.
Well, actually, I probably have it because the schedule would have been done with an if and or scenario. So should I break these down for you right now? Should I?
It's not going to be in there. I see where you're looking. It's not.
No, it's here.
Is it?
It's already here. It's right there. Boom! Look at that.
It's not going to happen.
So, oh, you're right. It's not. Damn it! I thought I was so clever.
I'll let you walk right into that one.
Look, I thought I would give the viewers something to look forward to by telling them the schedule tomorrow. All right? I wanted to be the.
It's all good. It's going to be on social media. Check out PGL's Twitter.
Absolutely, they can have this victory. It's fine. They've earned the dub today too with a long day and the guys in production. Shout out to them. There was a look back at some of the stats in the series. How'd you do in predictions today, Jason? I did okay, I think.
I think I only got, I don't know. I think I only got one wrong. I could be wrong.
I got Copenhagen Flames wrong, for sure. And I think the rest I was actually all
Way to go.
right. They're going to try and put them up on the screen just to prove it
Ooh,
wrong. Watch
great.
me be like dead
Just so we
last
get to be
today.
standing here on camera.
Yeah. Guys, I nailed it. I
being
got everything
embarrassed
right.
while our predictions
Seder
come out.
Pist in last place. Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm going to leave now.
I don't think they're keeping track of it like day to day. They're doing
No, they're
like,
doing it individual days.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not like we have a running total.
Which is
It's
perfect.
well, it's kind of impossible to do a running total because, well, no, you can still do them daily and just have an aggregate score. Yeah, okay. I was thinking because like with the Swiss system,
could just
you
do
don't
some
know who's
maths.
playing who.
Basic
and-
edition.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe they are. Maybe they'll surprise us at the end. James Banks, I think, was perfect yesterday. Shout out to him, by the way. Tough news that he received. So thoughts with him, definitely. But I think, yeah, yesterday he was perfect in the predictions.
Yeah, he was
I think he had
beasting it.
all 8. Yeah, which is incredible.
Well, Matt, I believe it's time for us to get out of here. That's it. That's the end of the day here at the PGL studios in Bucharest. We'll be joining you guys in Stockholm for the playoffs. And then, obviously, tune in tomorrow because we'll see you there as well. See you guys.